March 23, 2020, Qinghai, City Z. A young man dressed in a suit was walking home with a mask around his mouth and nose. In his face, you could see both tiredness and a youthful vigor. His appearance was above average, not handsome, but somewhat pleasing to the eye. What was extraordinary about him was his eyes. His eyes were black just like everyone in the Republic, but if you stare at them, you would notice a strong and determined will full with the drive to move forward. His name was Wang Wei. Wang Wei walked to his three-bedroom apartment and put his mask properly on a hanger by the door. Just by entering the room, you could see that this was a somewhat luxurious apartment. This young man had achieved some success in his career at such a young age. Afterward, he took off his clothes, put on his slippers, and got into the shower to wash off the tiredness of the day. What a tired week, he proclaimed. The director was driving us crazy. After a long shower, he began to prepare his diner for the day. Today's menu involved miso soup with a couple of side dishes. Afterward, he turned on both the TV and his laptop. Just by looking at the first page of his screen, you could see that Wang Wei was an avid fan of online novels. On the TV, you could hear a beautiful reporter dressed in a standard woman's suit talking with great exclamation, thus creating a sense of drama and tension to the audience. Hello, everyone. I'm reporter Chen Hua, bringing you international news. International space agencies across the world have discovered a cosmic phenomena that is spreading across multiple galaxies. As you can see in the sky behind me, there you can see something that resembles space cracks. We have invited academician Chen from the Chinese Academic Institute of Science and Technology to make a statement. Afterward, an old man with white hair and beard appeared. Just by looking at him, you could notice a scholarly temperament about him. Wang Wei, who was cooking, stopped and looked at the TV. The first thing he noticed was the slight resemblance between academician Chen and the reporter. Well, given the fact that they have the same surname, it would not be too far-fetched if they were family. Academician Chen took a mic and responded. After analyzing the data, we theorized that an enormous amount of energy waves was making its way throughout the universe, thus affecting the gravity field of each galaxy to the point that the fabric of space itself was shaking. The academician went on to explain a bunch of scientific theory to back up his theory. You could see at a glimpse that he was very excited. His body exuded a vigor that was far beyond an old man in his 70s. Wang Wei watched the program with full concentration. He did not know why, but he had a hunch that something bad was going to happen. Do not think that this is just his feeling. Ever since he was young, he always had an extraordinary intuition. That intuition had saved his life many times and even greatly helped him in his career. Wang Wei was an orphan whose parents abandoned him since he was born. As such, he always lived in an orphanage ever since he could remember. Growing up without parents, he was forced to grow up early and matured way before his peers. At the orphanage, he became what you called a study tyrant and had the best grades of all the kids. The first time his intuition manifested was when he was 8 years old and being adopted. The director of the orphanage brought a couple dressed in a bunch of luxurious and high-brand clothes. They drove a car worth at least 2 million yuan. All the children were lined up one by one, dressed in the best outfit, and tried to look as cute as possible. The couple checked each of them in order to pick the best. Finally, they chose Wang Wei as expected since he was the best among those children. However, the moment he was chosen, Wang Wei felt a terrible dread overflowing in his mind. The only thing in his mind at that moment was that if he went with that couple, his life would be more miserable than a street dog. He did not know how and why this feeling came, but he believed in it anyway. This was the first time that Wang Wei disobeyed the order of the director. Anyway, he refused to be adopted by the couple. In the end, 2 other boys and a girl were taken away by them. In fact, Wang Wei's intuition turned out to be right. In less than a month, a storm swept the national news that involving kidnapping children and selling them as sex slave. While watching the news, Wang Wei recognized the couples that wanted to adopt him as one of the main suspects of this massive operation. Unfortunately, the director of the orphanage was fired after the incident. However, Wang Wei became aware of his intuition and relied on it. 2 years later, Wang Wei used his intuition to choose a new adopted parents. This couple were not well off like the previous one, but had the financial capability to raise a child. It turns out that Wang Wei's intuition was right off the bat again. In less than 5 years, his adopted father's company rose like a comet with assets worth billions of yuan. Sadly though, with his parents giving birth to a biological son and the increase of fortune of the family, many problems were intensified. However, this is not an influential part of this story, at least not yet. Another instance in which Wang Wei's intuition saved his life was when he was in high school. As one top study tyrant of his school, and one with a prominent background, Wang Wei had attracted the eye of his school goddess. After she confessed her feelings and he accepted, one of her suitors could not accept his goddess being defiled by a nerd, so he decided to take matters into his own hand. He hired a bunch of thugs to beat Wang Wei when he was on his way to cram school. After school that day, Wang Wei was headed to cram school when a dreaded feeling overwhelmed his mind again. This was the same way he felt the day of his first adoption. Without hesitation, he called a taxi home. Upon arriving, he told his mother that he was not feeling well, so he skipped cram school that day. The second day after the incident, he learned at school that some poor student was beaten by gangsters. It so happened that said student went to the same cram school as Wang Wei. Coincidence? I think not. Afterward, Wang Wei used his intuition on many major decisions of his life. What school to go to, what professor to get along with, which co-worker to get along with, which friend is truly trustworthy, which project at work that had potential and which looked good on the surface, but were prone to problems. These decisions made him, who was in just his late 20s, heading into a promotion for deputy manager at a Fortune 500 company. Now back to the present. Wang Wei was watching the news with worry on his face. He pondered what action to take. At the same time, many places in the world were in chaos. The cracks in space that were small and visible in only some places began to expand exponentially. They look exactly like when the character Whitebeard from the anime One Piece used his devil fruit ability. As the cracks became more visible in the sky, panic and chaos spread across the globe. People began to wonder, is this the end of the world? While the whole world and government of different countries were trying to find the cause of this phenomena and how to properly deal with it, something incredible happened to Wang Wei. As soon as his intuition took effect, he got up and ran outside. Unfortunately for him, before he got far, a space crack suddenly appeared and swallowed him. Afterward, Wang Wei found himself traveling in a vacuum-like environment, except that there was no planet or stars around him. The only thing around him was darkness. Sadly for him, it did not take long before his body was destroyed. The only thing remaining of his existence was a milky white cloud-like substance that he assumed to be his soul. "Damn, I'm in big trouble this time," he proclaimed. "I have to find a way out of this situation, or I will definitely die." Many negative emotions were going through his head, but he forced himself to calm down. He focused his attention around while ignoring the fact that his soul was slowly dying out. He soon noticed a bunch of blue light spots scattered around in the void. They shined like stars in the night, yet strangely, if you did not focus on them, you could not notice them. No time to think now. This may be my only chance. He moved his already fading soul to the nearest spot. As soon as he touched the light spot, it was immediately absorbed by him. He discovered that these blue light spots could stabilize his dying soul. Afterward, he moved his soul and absorbed as many of the blue spots as possible. Wang Wei did not notice that as he absorbed more and more blue spots, his soul started to turn purple. All he cared about was how to save his life. During his travel, he lost his perception of time. He felt that eons had passed. At the same time, he felt that only a few seconds had passed. Wang Wei didn't know how long he took, but he suddenly found a very bright light in front of him, and he rushed into it. Myriad Emperor World, Central Continent, Tao Opening Sect. A man dressed in a white ancient gown laced with golden thread stood in front of a room. There were many other people standing behind him, indicating that this man had a great status. Although he looked calm on the surface, you could see the worry in his eyes. At the same time, if you look close at him, you could feel a supreme sword intent that could sunder the heaven itself. His name was Wang Tian, the sect master of the Tao Opening Sect. The people behind were the great elders and deacons of the sect. Each of these people had a tremendously high status in the world, and a single word from them could affect the lives of billions of people. However, they all stood in front of a house, not daring to make a sound. The reason for that is that today, the sect madam will give birth. They all had a look of expectation in their faces and a look of worry. During this stressful time, many people were watching and waiting for the birth of the son. A great deal of expectations were placed onto this unborn child. Many powerful divine senses were secretly observing this delivery to ensure that no mistake will take place. However, despite all the commotion, despite that all the powerful cultivators of the sects who were spying on this room, no one noticed a shadow standing in the delivery room looking weirdly at the just-born Wang Wei and his mother. The shadow blended with the world, and yet was still separate from it. It stood there waiting for something. As for what he was waiting for, only he himself knew. The people outside did not have to wait long when something unexpected happened. The moment the baby was born, a great pressure of the soul swept throughout the whole world. The feeling was like a supreme emperor looking at them. They felt like ants looking at the might of heaven. The feeling only lasted for a few breaths, but had a lasting effect on the whole world. Many powerful cultivators felt that supreme breath and looked in the direction of the Tao Opening Sect. Soon afterward, a vision soon enveloped the entire central continent. The vision involves many auspicious beasts such as dragons, phoenixes, and Kilin hovering around. They seemed to be celebrating the arrival of this baby. Then there were many sages and supreme beings paying their respect. They displayed the utmost respect to the being superior to them. Then myriad races appeared and kowtowed to the baby. All these visions were accompanied by heavenly music that soothed the soul and countless purple clouds. This vision shocked the many forces in the myriad emperor world. They only had one thought in their mind: a true heaven chosen has appeared in the Tao opening sect. The majority of people were not happy about this. The Tao opening sect was very powerful, but they had not produced a new great emperor for millions of years. In this generation, they did not even have a proper heaven chosen that could compete for the heaven will, but now, things have changed. The two most worried groups after seeing this are the Emperor Enlightenment Academy and the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. The former was the direct competitor of the Tao opening sect, while the latter was having some trouble at this moment. Somewhere in the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, the moment the visions appeared, an old man opened his eyes in shock and confusion. He looked in a certain direction and used his finger to calculate the secrets of heaven. He wanted to know why there was an anomaly in his prediction. According to his calculation, the Tao opening sect should not be a major competitor for the heaven will this generation. As he was calculating, a mysterious aura appeared around him. Then a river appeared behind. This was the famous river of fate. As the old man known as Old Chu started calculating, he suddenly opened his eyes in horror and spit out a mouthful of blood. His body began to dry up, and he turned so skinny that you could not tell the difference between his skin and his bones. The sky in the Heaven Mystery Pavilion turned turbulent, which alarmed all the disciples and elders of the sect. When the pavilion master found the old man, he was shocked and said, "Supreme Elder Chu, what happened? What's wrong with you? The secrets of heaven are in chaos and have been hidden. In this supreme era of resurgence, the impossible will become possible." After saying this, Old Chu passed out. The pavilion master and elders of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion were greatly surprised. The Supreme Elder Chu was currently one of the best cultivators good at divination that was active, but he suffered from such serious backlash. Soon afterward, news of the incident that happened in the Heaven Mystery Pavilion was spread throughout the world. Everyone knew that an undercurrent was going on. This generation's fight for the heaven will be full of ups and downs. It will not be as simple as past ones. Meanwhile, in the Tao opening sect, Wang Wei opened his eyes and soon realized that he was a baby. Meanwhile, the moment that the shadow was waiting for arrived, and a look of anticipation could be seen in his face, of course, that is if anyone could actually see him. The birth of Wang Wei had far greater impact than imagined. In a higher dimension where the myriad emperor word was located, there is no void or stars, or the concept of the universe known to Wang Wei's previous life. There is only chaos, the beginning and end of everything. Chaos gave birth to every living and non-living thing, and every living and non-living thing will one day return to chaos. In the endless chaos, there are many powerful worlds. Each powerful world has a lower dimension full of smaller worlds that provide them resources, mainly powerful cultivators. The chaos world associated with myriad emperor world is known as the Eternal Ascension world. Even among the countless chaos world, the Eternal Ascension world is one if not the most powerful world. In this powerful world, there are countless powerful cultivators whose breath alone is enough to completely destroy the myriad emperor world. However, Heavenly Tao prevents higher dimension creatures from going to the lower level. At best, they could send a projection if they are strong enough. And among these cultivators, there are 9 who stood at the apex and ruled the entire world. Their words are absolute law, and anyone who disobeys or tries to reach their level will be destroyed without any hesitation. As such, fighting and competition between them is usually fierce. Well, to be exact, the competition between 7 of the 9 are as such. The last 2 are different. Their power has reached a higher level than the other 2, and most mundane things are of no interest to them. However, they still try to keep the balance of power of this world. Usually the Eternal Ascension world is quite peaceful, but today, 7 powerful auras swept around the entire world at the same time. Even worse, soon the other 2 more powerful auras also woke up. Everyone wanted to know what awakening these 9 powerful bosses, especially the last 2. Of course, if they know that it was because a just-born baby, everyone would be shocked and would never believed such an absurd thing. The moment Wang Wei was born, these powerful people begin to communicate with one another. "Have you felt it?" said an ethereal voice. "Yes, someone's soul has reached the paragon level and may break through to our realm at any moment," responded a beautiful and melodious voice. "We must find the person and kill it in the bud before he rises," said another rough voice full of killing intent. After this short conversation, 9 powerful divine consciousness swept the entire Eternal Ascension world searching for something. After not finding anything, they did not give up, but used more magical means. They looked through every space or dimension in this world, even those that were created by other cultivators. Afterward, they look through time and space, the past and present. They look at different timelines and future parallel universes. After not finding anything, they look at the destiny and luck of every living being to see which one has the closest fate of being a paragon. However, their search seemed to be in vain. After not finding anything after using so much of their power, the 9 powerful beings were furious and used more aggressive means. They looked at the karma of all living things, and even went as far as to look through samsara to make sure that this person was not using the power of reincarnation to cover his track. The lower-level cultivators felt dreadful. They felt an invisible eye that could see through everything about them, their bodies, soul, spirit, mind, past life, and even their future death. The feeling of having your life in someone else's hand was quite terrible and horrifying. Unfortunately, despite all the commotions, nothing was found. Actually, there is a reason that Wang Wei was not found. These people did not believe that the lower dimension could give birth to such a powerful soul, so they subconsciously neglected this part. Soon, the incident escalated beyond control. A huge eye suddenly appears on top of the Eternal Ascension world. The first impression that comes to mind when seeing this eye is that it is mighty and indifferent. You could not see a single trace of emotion in this eye. "Eye of Heavenly Tao," exclaimed one of the 9 rulers. The moment this eye appeared, these rulers knew that things were more serious than just competition for right and resources. They could not get involved in things concerning Heavenly Tao, of course. This did not apply to the most 2 powerful rulers. The moment the Eye of Heavenly Tao appears, these 2 rulers know that something of great importance must have happened. So they began to calculate heaven's secrets to deduce the cause and effect of this event. The reason that Heavenly Tao appears is because he detected a foreign soul invading the world. In fact, such an act often happens in a big world like the Eternal Ascension world, but usually these foreign souls are weak and would be soon assimilated and become permanent residents of this world. As for the powerful ones, they will be blocked outside the world or completely obliterated after entering reincarnation. Now, the Eye of Heavenly Tao notices a soul that managed to bypass its defense, and said soul has the potential to completely alter the fate and fundamental order of this world. As the supreme ruler in this world, Heavenly Tao has no emotion and no desire. It is only a powerful consciousness whose sole purpose is to maintain the rules and order that makes the world function. As such, this foreign soul or Wang Wei must be eradicated. The appearance of the Eye of Heavenly Tao brought a great catastrophe to Wang Wei without him even realizing it. Of course, even if he realizes the seriousness of the problem, there is absolutely nothing he could do about it now. After all, he is just a baby now. Even if he has a powerful soul, he could not use it. In fact, it would take him a very long time for him to truly realize how powerful his soul actually is. The Eye of Heavenly Tao is more powerful and thorough than these 9 rulers. After checking the Eternal Ascension world, he begins to check the lower dimension. The lower dimension is boundless and complicated. There are countless worlds, and these worlds are also divided from low to high into small 1,000 world, medium 1,000 world, great 1,000 world, and heaven will world. These classifications are based on the amount spiritual energy contains on these worlds, the amount of resources, the size and the highest level of cultivation that people can reach. The lower the world, the more there are in quantity. For example, there are more than 10 million smaller 1,000 worlds, less than a million medium 1,000 worlds, 100,000 or more greater 1,000 worlds. As for heaven will world, there are no more than a few hundreds of them. The Eye of Heavenly Tao took a while to scan all the small, medium, and great 1,000 worlds. Soon, it will be the turn of the heaven will worlds, which is the category that Myriad Emperor world belongs to. A great danger is quickly approaching our protagonist. How will he survive this great catastrophe? Will his journey end before even beginning? And what is the purpose of this shadow that seemed to have anticipated all of these? Is he a friend or an enemy? A great deal of danger was quickly approaching our protagonist, even though he was not even aware of it. As the scanning of the Eye of Heavenly Tao approaches the Myriad Emperor world, a great change suddenly happened. The whole universe suddenly became quiet. All lives in the universe, whether they were in the multiple chaos worlds in the higher dimension or the near infinite amount of worlds in the lower dimension, suddenly stopped whatever they were doing and silently looked up in the sky. Trillions upon trillions of lives, who had different identities, different race, and different cultivation levels. When they raised their head, all they could see was a young man dressed in purple robes standing over them. To be precise, he seemed to be standing above the whole universe. It did not matter where you were, how far apart you were, what size you were, whether you were an existing or non-existing being, whether you were a sentient being or not, anything of existence or non-existence could see this young man. The inhabitants of the universe could not see the face of this man, but somehow they could see his temperament and both his eyes. The man gave the feeling that he was free and unfettered, that he was not bound by worldly tether, that his actions were bound solely by his desires. In other words, he could do whatever he pleased whenever he wanted. He was transcendent, he was detached. And then there were his eyes. In his eyes, you could see the fate of all living beings and things, their birth, growth, and destined destruction. It was a beautiful yet horrified cycle. When seeing those eyes, people would immediately ask themselves, does fate really exist? Is our life from birth to death already set like a written story? If so, who is the author? And how can we escape such a shackle? Maybe this man knew the answer. Unfortunately, he was not here to answer our questions. Despite this, we are still happy to be in his mere presence. Right after the young man showed up, a gigantic eye also appeared on top of all living beings. Unlike the man who is a mystery to people, all living things instantly recognized this eye despite not having any prior knowledge of it. It was as if the cognitive knowledge of this being was instantly placed in their mind. This was the Eye of Great Tao. In this chaotic universe, there are many chaotic worlds like the Eternal Ascension world. Each chaotic world has an Eye of Heavenly Tao to manage it and keep it in order. The collective chaotic worlds and its Eye of Heavenly Tao can be called the chaotic universe. Thus, the Eye of Great Tao is essentially the boss or ruler of the entire chaotic universe. There are two types of Eye of Great Tao, ones with emotion and the ones without. As for how the differences come about and what effect they each have, well, that's information that our protagonist will have to discover for himself in his journey. However, it seemed that the one that just appeared is without any emotions. Despite this, the moment the Eye of Great Tao looked at the man that seemed to be standing above him, it felt something that seemed to be buried deep in his memories: fear. It was not that the Eye of Heavenly Tao suddenly learned to have emotion. No, it was more like an instinct when a lower life form came face to face with a higher one. It was the same when ants met humans who could kill it with just one finger, or when humans meet almighty gods that control their fate. Throughout its near infinite lifetime, the Eye of Great Tao could count less than 5 times in which it has felt this emotion. The detached young man only slightly looked at the gigantic eye and then ignored it. He opened his mouth and exclaimed, "Stop." This single word echoed throughout the chaotic universe. Afterward, a supreme will instantly traveled throughout the universe and executed this man order. Immediately afterward, time and space froze and everything began to stand still. The cycle of life and death stopped evolving. All living things in this moment become eternal, being able to live forever frozen in that single moment. The shackles of fate were removed, or to be precise, changed ownership to this supreme will. The fate of all living things were no longer their own as it always was and always will be. All cause and effect, all karmic ties were cut, thus freeing all living beings from the consequences of their actions. All their sins and altruism were washed away, turning them into blank sheets. Yin and yang were no longer separated. All living things were free from the concept of good and evil, day and night, fire and water. They were no longer divided. Just this one sentence showed the terrifying power of this being. Among all beings, only 2 people or things were aware of things going around the universe, one being the Eye of Great Tao and the other, the shadow standing in Wang Wei's birth room. And to their horror, they were powerless and could only just watch it happen. Afterward, the free and unfettered young man rewrote the fundamental laws or Great Tao of the chaotic universe. Why did he do all that? Because of a baby that was just born in the myriad emperor world. The detached young man did all this to prevent the Eye of Heavenly Tao from noticing Wang Wei. He erased the memory of all living things, the memories of the powerful rulers of the Eternal Ascension world, and even the Eye of Heavenly Tao. Heck, even its boss, the Eye of Great Tao, was not spared. He rewind time to the moment he baby was born and give him a citizenship identity that was recognized by the world. The only being who was spared was the shadow, but even he could not truly fathom exactly what the supreme being had done because of the massive difference of their cultivation level. However, he could probably guess the gist of it and the identity of the supreme being. The shadow smiled and muttered to himself, so that's what happened. Now so many things can be explained. The shadow looked at the eyes of the supreme being and said, "I am going to be the last winner." After doing all this, after accomplishing his task, the detached young man glanced meaningfully at the just-born baby, then at the shadow, smiled, and uttered, "The journey has begun, huh?" But it also already ended, responded a sweet and ethereal voice with the same detachment of the young man. You easily could tell that it was a woman's voice. How about making it a little more interesting this time around? She giggled. "Do not be playful when it comes to matters of such importance," reprimanded the young man. The woman laughed without caring. Then she sneakily threw a very thin and undetectable white line in the chaotic universe. Of course, the young man noticed her action, but he ignored it. Just as she said, some things are simply inevitable. The process may be different, but the ending will be the same. You could tell from their conversation that these 2 people were very close to each other from their manner of speaking, and also of similar status. The 2 young and immortal-like people were living in a strange place. In this strange place that appeared all white, all existing concepts exist simultaneously or at the same time. You could see space, time, matter, energy, life, death, reality, dreams, fantasy, yin and yang, absolute beginning, absolute end, etc. All the concepts known and unknown to human cognition exist simultaneously in this strange place. Its name is Hengmeng. According to cultivators' understanding of the Tao, chaos existed before the birth of the universe. Chaos gave birth to all things. Then what was before chaos? What gave birth to chaos? The answer is Hengmeng. Hengmeng existed before chaos. The moment Wang Wei was born and the vision stopped, his father named Wang Tian rushed inside to see his son. There he saw his wife holding a cute baby with clear, pure, and intelligent eyes. He walked over and held his wife with his newborn son. Although his wife had just given birth, there was no such thing as weakness. After all, she was a cultivator as strong as her husband. She happily hugged her baby with her husband while playing with him. "Husband, how about naming our son?" Wang Tian hesitated a while, then said, "I don't think that's a good idea. Maybe we should call my father for him to name our son. But father-in-law has been cultivating in the Supreme Elder Cottage for many years and has not come out. Is it necessary to disturb him now?" Wang Tian pondered his wife's words and realized she was right. His father had been cultivating in retreat for hundreds of years, and only on some occasions he would communicate with his son. Just as Wang Tian decided to give his son a proper name, a powerful and domineering laugh echoed throughout the Dao opening sect. Soon, an elderly man walked in the birthing room. The man looked somewhat similar to Wang Tian, except way older and more overbearing. While the sect master gave the feeling of a sharp sword, his father gave the feeling a domineering tyrant. The first feeling when meeting him was like saying, "Bow to me, you will prosper; hinder me, you will perish." Sect Master Wang was surprised to see his father coming out of his seclusion. You know, his father was a supreme elder, and they rarely deal with things concerning the sect, unless it was of great importance. He hurried over to greet him with his wife and new son. Sect Master Wang Tian's father happily greeted his son and his family, then held his grandson in his arms and started playing with him. Despite all the happy family interaction of the room, none of these people noticed the shadow that was still standing in the room. The shadow looked at the family and the just-born baby. He smiled, then disappeared as if he never existed in the first place. When he came, no one was aware of his existence. As such, he left the same way. Not even the blowing wind or the dust in the ground could leave a trace of his presence or existence. The Supreme Elder who was playing with his newborn grandson suddenly proclaimed out loud, "From now, you shall be known as Wang Wei, meaning Great King." In fact, this name was average, but it also contains the great expectation that not only the Wang family, but the whole Dao opening sect had for this baby. "Father, what brings you out of seclusion?" "Well, me and the old fellows in the back of the mountain were woken up by the visions created by my lovely grandson." Wang Tian immediately thought of some time and hurriedly asked, "Is there any decision?" "Yes, we have voted to make little Wang Wei the sacred son of the sect, and used all our resources to cultivate him so that he could fight for heaven will this generation." You know, a big sect like the Dao opening sect has countless resources. As such, there are many interest groups that control these resources. Although their Wang family is the strongest one among them, they could not control the whole sect by themselves and decide who all the resources went to. In fact, if you think about it clearly, this decision actually makes a lot of sense. The Dao opening sect has not cultivated a new emperor for millions of years. Furthermore, there are rumors in the world that the maximum number of great emperors that a single force or group could have was 9. Afterward, Heavenly Dao would put a curse on said group to prevent the birth of a 10th emperor. As it turns out, the Dao opening sect has reached this maximum number. Afterward, no matter what the sect does, no matter what price they paid, it could not cultivate another emperor. Millions of years have passed since then. The Dao opening sect has helped many other emperors in their rise and accumulated countless resources and background, but they never had one of their own. Wang Wei's father was the person that came closest to break this curse. Unfortunately, he was unlucky, to be precise. His whole generation was unlucky. In a brief moment, these countless thoughts flashed in Wang Tian's head. Then he thought of something else and worriedly asked his father, "But father, Wang Wei does not have a special physique. Although his soul is special, he would face a lot of setbacks." Both Wang Tian and his wife had already checked their son's body the moment he was born. So they knew that he had a very powerful and mysterious soul, but not a special physique. Wang Wei's grandfather responded nonchalantly, "Don't worry about this. I have already discussed with these old guys. They agree for little Wei to cultivate the ancient desolate body, refining scripture to make up the gap with other heaven-chosen born with special physique." Hearing this, both Wang Tian and his wife were shocked. His wife hurriedly said, "But father-in-law, the ancient desolate body refining scripture is a very hard technique to cultivate. Few people can get started, let alone cultivated to great accomplishment." Suddenly, a supreme pressure came out of Wang Wei's grandfather, and he said in a cold and ruthless tone, "So what? The path of the emperor is ruthless, harsh, and full of despair. If little Wei could not even get through this small difficulty, then it's a joke to talk about bearing heaven will." Both parents sighed helplessly. They knew that the Supreme Elder was right. They shut their mouth and never mentioned this topic again. They started enjoying their family life and looked forward to the future. Suddenly, 8 years passed. In a mountain path, there was a child walking upward with a few people walking behind him. From their behavior, you easily distinguished the fact that they were servants. The young child was quite cute and lovable. The only thing odd about him were his eyes. His eyes were full of vicissitude, wisdom, and maturity that was beyond his age. This child was Wang Wei. All Wang Wei remembered after being swallowed by that white light was he was constantly spinning, then he was a baby with 3 giants looking at him. As he walked the mountain, Wang Wei started reminiscing about the past 8 years. After being born, he took just a couple of days to learn the language. Then from the conversation he heard from his father, mother, and maid, he learned about this world. Then after a few months, he started walking and talking properly. He thought by doing so, he would be a genius and be praised, but he thought too much. Although he was far ahead of his peers in the sect, all he got were a few non-worthy remarks, and that was it. Later, he learned that there were little sages born in this world. The moment that they were born, they could walk and talk. They knew many truths in this world and could enlighten others. His little achievement was not so rare. Later, Wang Wei plunged into the sect's library and learned about the world. Although Wang Wei already knew that this was a world of cultivation, but he was still shocked and excited when he truly came in contact with it. Cultivation in this world is divided into 10 realms: body refining, divine seed, divine altar, supernatural, divine body, primordial spirit, void shatter, saint, and supreme. After arriving in the supreme realm, all the qualified heaven chosen would battle it out. The winner will carry heaven's will, prove their Tao, and become a great emperor. As such, in every generation, there could only be one great emperor. The winner becomes supreme while the loser gets nothing. And what is a great emperor? Great emperor means that you are above all myriad beings. It means you escape the shackles of life and death and thus is immortal. Great emperors have infinite lifespan, while supremes could at most live to 1,000,000 years. This means that whatever force, sect, religion, empire that cultivate a great emperor, they would be in charge of the whole world for a period of time. Of course, things are not as simple as stated. Every emperor would disappear after a while and give way form the next generation. Even if some of them had the ambition to rule the world forever, they never succeeded. Who knows what happened to them and where they went? The water in this world is quite deep. Wang Wei walked up the mountain toward the sect master hall while pondering all the information he gathered about this world. As soon he learned about cultivation, he immediately decided he must be the bearer of heaven will in this generation. As a member of the Traverser group, of course, he must go to the peak. Among all his fellow villagers, who among them did not become supremely powerful, marry a beautiful or multiple immortal wives, and become a winner in life. One of the most satisfying things for Wang Wei was his powerful background. He is the son of the sect leader of the Tao Opening Sect, one of the most powerful sects in the Kilin Central Continent. You know, among the 5 continents, the Kilin Central Continent is the most powerful, the most competitive, and one with the most spiritual chi and the most emperor lineage. Emperor lineage refers to sects or groups that cultivate a great emperor. Wang Wei later learned that even his mother's family was also an emperor lineage, so when it comes to background, few people could compare to him. Despite all of this, Wang Wei did not become arrogant and complacent. In fact, all the halos he was born with just motivated him to perform better while under pressure. After all, there were so many expectations of him. Today, he was going to have a meeting with all the upper level of the sects in order to take his first step in his path of emperor. When Wang Wei arrived in the meeting hall, many people were here waiting for him, including his father. Wang Wei looked at the elders, then his father. At this moment, his father was not the lovey-dovey father he was used to seeing at home, but a powerful cultivator who dominated a great sect. He was quite domineering, Wang Wei quietly admired. When Wang Wei arrived, everyone concentrated on him, and the atmosphere in the room became quite tense. Although these people did not release any forms of aura, it was quite scary to be stared at by them. After all the people in the room have powerful cultivation levels and have great status in the world. Can any ordinary person withstand being stared at by them? In fact, Wang Wei noticed that there were quite a few powerful divine consciousness paying attention to this meeting. Most likely to be his grandfather and the supreme elders in the cottage in the back of the main mountain. In fact, because of his powerful soul, Wang Wei had many weird and extraordinary talents, one of which is to be able to notice divine consciousness despite not having started cultivating. Wang Wei's powerful soul was one of his greatest and main reliance to proclaim himself emperor. However, he knew that this alone was not enough. However, despite the little test of the elders, Wang Wei was quite calm. In his past life, he had trained himself to maintain a poker face when meeting with his boss. "Young master, why did you call all of us for this meeting?" said the great elder of the formation hall. The reason he spoke first was that he was the closest to Wang Wei during the past 8 years. Not just him, but the great elders of Refining Hall, Alchemy Hall, and Talisman Hall. Wang Wei had spent the majority of his time studying with them, so they were quite close. Wang Wei started studying these professions mainly to accomplish a great plan that would be extremely important in laying his foundation for his future. So he became quite close with the people of these halls. After walking in the room, Wang Wei bowed and said, "Hello, sect master, great elders and elders. I have called you today to ask for help." After saying that, Wang Wei paused a moment, adjusted his state, pondered his words carefully and continued. After spending many years reading stories about the legendary deeds of countless great emperors, I started to ask myself what is the main trait necessary for one to become a great emperor. After hearing Wang Wei's words, the people listening to him were surprised. To them, the young master was a snotty-nosed brat that did not even reach the appropriate age to start cultivating. And yet he was talking about the greatest realm that a cultivator could reach in their lives. Although they felt absurd, they did not interrupt him and let him continue. Then Wang Wei's only voice echoed in the hall. Does it require great talent to be an emperor? No, there have been many emperors with mediocre talent that defeated many heaven-chosens and succeeded the throne. If not talent, then maybe resources. No, there have been quite a few emperors that were loose cultivators. By relying just on themselves, they acquired countless resources and took the throne from others with much more abundant background than them. Powerful cultivating scriptures and Tao technique. Still no, many emperors have relied on ordinary scriptures and technique, then by their own effort, elevated these scriptures into emperor-level scriptures. Maybe hard work is the key. What a joke. Without hard work and dedication, no cultivator would ever reach sainthood in their life, let alone bear heaven will. Cultivating is like sailing a boat. Without going forward, then you are going backward. Then the answer is possibly luck, but luck is illusory and destined by heaven. We cultivators cannot yet affect the ways of heaven. So what is the answer? In my opinion, the answer to this question is an unbreakable Tao heart. Having a firm Tao heart means that no matter what defeat, despair, and pain you encounter, you could still move forward. A firm Tao heart means that no matter the obstacle, you have a mind to pursue the great truth of the Tao. Cultivating is like sailing in a sea of bitterness. The body is the boat, the soul is the sail, the cultivation is the wind, but the Tao heart is the compass that leads to the other shore. Cultivating is a path of defying heaven. Without a grand and encompassing Tao heart, how can one bear heaven will and proclaim themselves emperor? After finishing his speech, a grand and mighty aura came out of Wang Wei's body. Behind him, you could see a gigantic figure that vaguely resembled him looking down at myriad beings bowing to him. He was powerful and majestic. Unfortunately, the figure was quite illusory and soon faded away. The people in the room and the ones secretly watching saw that figure were shocked. Then they were very excited. They knew what that shadowy figure meant. This was the sign of a young emperor. Although Wang Wei had not fully condensed this figure yet, the fact that he had the potential was more than enough. What is a young emperor? That is someone that displayed the quality and abilities of the great emperor before they reached the realm. The title of young emperor cannot be given to just anyone. You know, the majority of great emperors did not have this title when they were young, and those who did, once they prove the Tao and bear heaven will, they will become legends among emperors. You know, among great emperors, there are differences between weak and strong. Of course, being a young emperor does not necessarily mean that you will become an emperor. It just means that you will be one of the main contenders, that's all. As such, for the Tao opening sect, the young emperor talent displayed by Wang Wei gave them a lot of confidence. After all, they were betting a lot for this generation heaven's will. After being shocked with the illusory image behind Wang Wei, the room became quiet. The people pondered the young master's word. Many of them have spent countless years cultivating, yet they could not grasp such profound truth. Yet an 8-year-old with no cultivation realized something they spend their whole life pursuing. Many of the elders became enlightening. Their state of mind greatly improved. It is estimated they will soon make some progress in their cultivation. The person who benefited the most was Wang Wei's father, Wang Tian. After hearing his son's word, he suddenly understood his next path. Afterward, the supreme sword intent that emanated from him disappeared. He became just like an ordinary person. The sect master reached the state of returning to natural. When the elders and great elders noticed the situation of the sect master, they all stood up and saluted. Congratulations, sect master, for getting one step closer to the realm of supreme. That's right, Wang Wei's father has a saint realm cultivation, and now he is one step away from the supreme realm. At that time, people will have to refer to him as true monarch, just like every other supreme realm powerhouse. However, that's still for the future. After hearing these congratulations, sect master Wang laughed heartily and waved at them to be excused. Ha ha ha, fellow elders, you do not have to be polite. One day, all of you will have the same chance as me. The elders nodded politely and wryly. They knew that the sect master was just being polite. How many people are stuck in the realm of saint for the rest of their lives? Not everyone has the qualification to attack the supreme realm, especially because of what happened in their generation. There may be a glorious time coming in this generation's heaven will, but they were the ones who paid the price to create such an era. They all sighed and removed the negative thoughts out of their mind. Wang Wei also noticed the change in his father, and he was quite happy for him. Soon after, sect master looked at his son with satisfaction and said, "Good son, good son, good son. Wire, since you can notice the importance of Tao heart, what are you going to do about it?" Sect master Wang knew that his young son had a very detailed and methodical mind. Since he brought it up, he must have some sort of plan. Hearing his father's words, Wang Wei was excited and quickly took a bunch of drawing from a ring on his finger. This was a space ring with a large interdimensional space inside that he could put things in it. This ring was a birthday gift he received when he was 5. This ring was special because it did not require any energy to open it, just thought. Wang Wei walked to his father and elders and presented them with a drawing. The purpose of the drawing was to create a pagoda with many layers. In each layer, there would be a powerful illusion designed to polish a person's Dao heart. After seeing the design and hearing Wang Wei's explanation, the upper level of the Dao opening sect were shocked at the ingenious idea behind this design. Then they began to ponder the possibility and resources needed to build such powerful magical artifacts. Our refining hall should be able to build such an artifact with the help of the formation hall. However, we would need someone who cultivated the Dao of illusion to a very high level to bring out the maximum potential of such a weapon. How about contacting the Eternal Dream sect in the southern Vermilion continent? They always had a good relation with our Dao opening sect. No, the Eternal Dream sect focused more on Dream Dao. Illusions are just a minor path for them. Furthermore, it is best to keep such a thing private for a while, lest our enemies use despicable means to hinder us. Although we are not afraid, it is better to be low-key before finishing refining the pagoda. Suddenly, Wang Wei intervened and said, "It is better to invite the matriarch of the Fox Demon clan. She is a true monarch that reached the peak on the Dao of illusion. Although she is powerful, the Fox Demon clan only have her to rely on, and they are not doing too well in the Demon clan. As long as we promised her to protect her clan, she will gladly help us." Hearing Wang Wei's suggestion, the elders felt that this proposition had a great probability of being realized. They were not surprised with Wang Wei's word. Throughout the years, the elders had long realized that their sect young master was far matured for his age and was a man of great wisdom. Suddenly, someone moved and attracted the attention of everyone else. It was the great elder of the punishing hall. As the name suggested, she was in charge of punishing the disciples of Dao opening sect that broke the rule. She was a beautiful woman with great power, given the fact that she was essentially the law enforcer of the sect. She was also a person with a detailed and meticulous mind. There are rumors circulating in the sect that she was romantically entangled with the sect master when they were young. However, no one dared to talk about these gossips in public due to fear of her power. The punishing hall great elder said, "We should probably notify the supreme elders." After all, if we succeed in making this polishing Dao heart pagoda, all of the members of the sect will benefit from it. After hearing great elder Yan Mei's word, they immediately realized something. Yes, after making this magical treasure, it would become a treasure that further increases the foundation of the Dao opening sect. All the disciples, whether outer, inner, and core disciples, could use the pagoda to establish their own firm Dao heart. From now on, the Dao opening sect will be able to cultivate heaven chosen with very powerful Dao heart, even if they could not compete for the heaven will, as long they could assist the young master on his journey. Heck, even the people in this room will greatly benefit if the pagoda reaches a certain level as a magical artifact. Afterward, all the people directly looked at sect master Wang Tian, who immediately afterward spread his divine sense a few miles away and started communicating with his father. Soon, he excitedly said, "The supreme elders are leaving the cottage. They will personally oversee the refining of the pagoda." Hearing this, all the great elders and elders were excited. Their Dao opening sect is about to make great moves that will shock the entire world. Few months have passed since Wang Wei had a meeting with the upper management of the sect. Soon after the meeting, the supreme elders, which all had the cultivation level of supreme realm, quietly left their place of retreat. This was actually world-shaking news. In the last generation, for some reason, the path of supreme was entirely cut off. No matter how powerful or heaven-defying a heaven chosen was in the last generation, no one could enter the realm of supreme. This was the reason that Wang Wei's father was still in the realm of saint. As for Wang Wei's generation, many of the heaven chosen have just been born and have not even started cultivating yet. And if they have, they are in a low-level realm. In fact, many of them have not even proven to the world they can gain the title of heaven chosen. The reason people already called them that is because once they were born, many heaven phenomena appeared just like Wang Wei. Furthermore, many people born with a special physique appear at the same time all over the world, especially people with special bodies in the 3000 heaven physique list. This was a list certified by Heavenly Dao itself. What's even more shocking is that 2 of the top 3 physique already appeared. Throughout the history of the myriad Emperor plane, the appearance of one of the top 3 physiques was rare enough, let alone 2 appearing at the same time. As a precedent, once that happens, it can only mean one thing: the 3 top physiques will be born at the same time, and a glorious time will be born. The fight for heaven will be a fierce one. Heaven chosen will be everywhere like dogs. As such, the Emperor created in this era will be a very powerful one. Coming back to the topic, The appearance of the Supreme Elders brought a shock to the world since they technically have not seen a Supreme Realm for close to 2 generations. Although the Supreme Elders tried to be as low-key as possible, when the Dao opening sect started searching for some rare and precious materials, the powerful groups of the world sent their spy agencies to acquire news. These sects did not find specifically what the Dao opening sect was doing, but they still got some news. Furthermore, when the Supreme Realm powerhouse of the Fox Demon clan moved the whole clan to a domain that belonged to the Dao opening sect, the whole world knew that something big was happening. After a few months of work, the Polishing Dao Heart Pagoda was successfully refined. The only reason it took such a short time was due to the fact that many Supreme Realm powerhouses worked together as a team, and it turned into a quasi-emperor artifact. Wang Wei learned from the library that weapons in this world were divided into 7 ranks: profound, earth, heaven, saint, supreme, quasi-emperor, and emperor. In fact, there is another rank called immortal weapons. According to the information in the library, immortal weapons are more powerful than quasi-emperor, but far inferior to emperor weapons. After seeing this, Wang Wei went and asked his father about immortal weapons, but his father quickly shushed him and told him never to talk about these unless he reached a certain level. From what Wang Wei observed the past few years, anything related to immortal seemed to be a taboo or some sort of open secret that you have to reach a certain level of cultivation and status to know. In the end, Wang Wei had to sigh that the waters in this world were indeed deep. The reason that the Polishing Dao Heart Pagoda reached the level of quasi-emperor instead of the supreme tier has to do with Wang Wei. At an early age, Wang Wei discovered that illusion had little to no effect on him because of his mysterious soul. So to make sure that the pagoda had an effect on him, when it was being refined, he released a small part of his soul in it. Thus, after passing the heavenly tribulation, the pagoda reached the level of quasi-emperor, which surprised many people. Today was the day that the pagoda opened. Wang Wei stood in front of it with an excited face. There was a little fat boy standing half a step behind him. This boy's name was Li Jun. He was Wang Wei's only true brother in the Dao opening sect. Li Jun's life in the Dao opening sect was somewhat of a tragedy. The Polishing Dao Heart Pagoda was his only chance to change his future, so he stood there with a look of determination on his little chubby face. Soon, the pagoda started working. Wang Wei, Li Jun, and many core disciples entered and started their journey. As for the inner and outer disciples, they have to wait for their turn. In the first layer of the pagoda, Wang Wei found himself in a vast and endless desert. His body looks and feels ordinary. Despite the fact that Wang Wei is 8 years old, his original body was as strong as an Olympian athlete in his previous life due to all heaven and earth treasure he consumed daily. Even the milk Wang Wei drinks every day is from a powerful beast with high cultivation. All of these is to lay a solid foundation for his future cultivation. Only emperor-level forces can afford the resources to train true heaven-chosen like Wang Wei. However, in this pagoda, Wang Wei's body is quite ordinary and even a little malnourished. But he did not care. He knew this was part of the test. He packed the little food and water he was given. After inspecting his body, Wang Wei began to walk in a direction. He walked for 12 hours straight. Soon he became thirsty and hungry. He took a bite of his bread, drank a little water, and continued his journey. 3 days passed, and Wang Wei continued walking without direction. His clothes were tattered, his shoes were already burned by the heat of the desert sands, and his feet were full of blisters. His body was full of both burn marks from the overbearing heat of the sun and frostbite from the cold wind of the desert night when the temperature dropped below freezing point. For some reason, the amount of food he had never increases or decreases, just the right amount to keep him alive, nothing more and nothing less. At this point in time, Wang Wei became quite delirious. There was a voice in his head constantly telling him to give up. It was telling him that he was the future sacred son of the Dao opening sect, that he was born noble. He did not have to go through such pain and suffering. Many times he wanted to listen to that voice. Many times he wanted to quit or even kill himself to end this misery. But every time he would think of his mother, father, and grandfather. He would think of the expectation that the sect had of him. He would think about his goals of one day bearing heaven will and proclaiming himself emperor. He gritted his teeth and continued. Soon, 7 days passed. Wang Wei's body was slowly falling apart. He was so skinny that his clothes became loose on him. Underneath his shirt, you could not even distinguish between his skin and his ribs. His arms were so thin that you could use it as a ruler. The skin underneath his foot has been burned off. You could only see his muscle oozing out blood with every step, leaving a trail of blood, hardship, and misfortune. Wang Wei's body was simply not functional anymore. He was moving simply by his sheer will and determination. Despite all this, he continued his walk forward. Not even death itself could stop him. Meanwhile, outside of the pagoda, the elders and disciples were shocked. There was a formation that showed what was happening inside the pagoda for the rest of the people to watch. The result of many of the disciples were quite abysmal. few were able to last more than a couple of hours. The best result so far was the rank first contemporary sacred son, which lasted 3 days. 2 people lasted the longest 7 days. One of them was of course Wang Wei, the other, surprisingly, was Li Jun. Outside the pagoda in the clouds, the sect master, great elders and elders stood there, floating in the air, talking with each other. Great elder Li Jiang, I did not expect your family to have such a potential genius, said one elder. Although he was complimenting the great elder, you could tell from his tone that he was being sarcastic. Another elder said, it seems that your Li family almost missed a heaven chosen. The conversation between the elders, in fact, involved the internal contradiction and competition of the Tao opening sect. The great elder Li Jiang was in fact in charge of the Hall of Resources. This hall, as the name implies, involved distributing resources to all the disciples and elders of the sect. Whether it was the distribution of pills, talisman, weapons, or selecting a cultivating cave full of spiritual energy, they all fall in the jurisdiction of the Hall of Resources. The Li family was in charge of the Hall of Resources for this generation. As a matter of fact, the Tao opening sect is currently divided into 4 parts: the Wang, Yan, Li family, and the sectarian side. The Tao opening sect had 9 emperors, 4 from the Wang family, 2 from the Li family, 2 from the Yan family, and 1 from disciples recruited outside of the families. As a result, there are many contradictions and competition between the 4 parties. Li Jun is in fact the young master of the Li family, and great elder Li Jiang is actually his father. However, Li Jun's life in the Li family is not very well. There is a glorious time coming in the world, and many of the 4 groups have talented people to nurture to represent them in the grand stage that is about to come. However, the Li family does not well, at least the main branch of the family does not. Li Jun, as the sole heir of the Li family, was not born extraordinary. Although Li Jun's talent is good if he were placed on the lower planes, he would be a heaven-defying genius, but in the myriad emperor plane, in this glorious times coming, he is simply insignificant. As such, his life in the family is quite hard. Although he still receives all the training and resources necessary, he has no status. Even the servants in his house always gave him a cold look. What's even worse is that when the kids from the Li family branch bullies him, and no one comes forward to stop them except for his mother. As such, Li Jun's evaluation in the family is someone that is not worth training. His life only got better after he started hanging out with Wang Wei, so you could imagine the shock the elders had after seeing his performance in the pagoda. Great elder Li Jiang blushes with shame upon hearing the others' comments. How would he know his son has such a powerful will? Although he always feels bad for his son, as the patriarch of the family, he is trained from birth to put the well-being of the entire family before the need of the individual, even when it comes to his own blood. Of course, Li Jiang is not a completely heartless and terrible father. He tried his best, otherwise Li Jun would not have received as much resource as he did now. The noble families like the Li and Wang are ruthless. They do not raise anyone who has no value. Back to the pagoda. After 8 straight days, Li Jun's body collapsed in the desert and he was sent out the pagoda. His body was in fact in perfect shape, as the pagoda trials are just powerful illusions. But when Li Jun was sent out, he was still immersed in the trial. As soon as he got out, he started screaming, "Water, water, I need water." His father, who was in the cloud, instantly appeared before his son and fed him some water. Afterward, Li Jun passed out and was taken away by the great elder. Soon, many murmured of the disciple began to spread throughout the venue. Was that Li Jun who passed the trial? Yeah, that was him, but I thought he was a waste. Now I just saw him perform better than the contemporary sacred sons. SHHHH, don't talk about these kinds of things if you want to mix in the sect. Conversations like these were happening everywhere in the sect. The people most affected by these rumors were the contemporary sacred sons. In the Tao opening sect, the disciples were divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. The top 10 core disciples were referred to as contemporary sacred son. They compete with each other, and the winner will win the status of sacred son. What is a sacred son? The sacred son represents the future sect master of the Tao opening sect. It represents having most of the resources of the sect at your disposal. The sacred son's status is second only to the sect master and the great elders of different halls. The sacred son even has the right to mobilize the elders, which are all in the saint realm when necessary. As such, many disciples are competing for the status of the sacred son. In fact, Wang Wei was designated as the sacred son the moment he was born, but this news was not announced yet. Although this was unfair to these disciples, this is how things are in a sect controlled by powerful groups. Of course, things are not as simple as stated. When Wang Wei becomes the sacred son, he has to prove to the contemporary sacred sons and all the other disciples that he deserved such title. Otherwise, his status would be nothing but empty air. So a fight is imminent between Wang Wei and them sooner or later. Although Li Jun escaped the pain and misery of the desert, Wang Wei did not. Soon 13 days passed, and Wang Wei was still walking. All people could see on the screen outside of the pagoda was a skeleton with worn-out clothes walking in the endless desert. Soon, the skeleton's body started to decompose into the tiniest of sand particles, blowing away by the desert wind. Wang Wei was ejected out the pagoda after a 13 days arduous journey of non-stop walking. It took Wang Wei a few moments to process the fact that he had escaped the endless desert. In this brief moment, a great change had occurred to Wang Wei. In his mature and wise eyes, you could notice an iron will of determination, a will that could make even the most ruthless man tremble, a will that could inspire courage, dedication, and foolish bravery to all his allies, a will that could install fear in the heart of his enemies even if he was the devil itself. After Wang Wei regained his composure, he scanned at all the disciples that were looking at him. Everywhere his eyes went, the majority of the people put their head down out of fear, while the rest looked at him with reverence. Soon afterward, Wang Wei passed out and started to fall down. However, before he hit the ground, his father appeared out of nowhere, caught him, and immediately left. In a mountain floating in air, there was a very large residence made entirely out of wood. The houses were separated by equal distances. If you look at it from high above, you would notice that they make some kind of natural geometric pattern. The vast spiritual energy engulfed the entire mountain in the form of mist, bringing a touch of ethereal and immortal-like atmosphere. All the people in this mountain were dressed in a material like silk robe that is perfectly tailored to their body shape and size. This place is the main house of the Wang family, where Wang Wei and his family live. Inside the main hall, sect master Wang Tian and his wife were standing together, looking at their young son who was still in a coma. Wang Wei's mother said worryingly, "Why do we have to look at our son suffering like this? He's only 8 years old." Wang Wei's mother hugged her husband and started crying silently. It took 3 days before Wang Wei woke up. He was a little scared afterward. Although he was the one who designed the tests, the specifics of the trials were left for the elders to decide. Wang Wei spent half a month adjusting his emotions and daily life. During this time, he reinforced his drive and ambition to walk the path of the emperor. Afterward, he went to find Li Jun to enter the second trial. When Wang Wei saw Li Jun, his face was glowing with excitement. The look on his face conveyed the fact that his life was quite happy the past few days. Looking at the shady look on your face, your life should have been moist after the pagoda trial. Big brother Wang Wei, what do you mean by shady? That is the face of beauty and success. Heh heh, Wang Wei smirked, then proceeded to smack his head. Kid, do not be too happy yet. We live in a world where the strong preys on the weak. The only time people are interested in you is when they find you valuable. Do you think passing the first layer of the pagoda is enough for the whole Li family to completely value you? Remember, in this world, only strength, only results will give you the status and honor you desire. After hearing Wang Wei's words, Li Jun immediately recovered from his excitement. As his big brother said, the result he has accomplished now is not enough for him to change his situation. Now, things look all good, but that was the result of the recent hype of the pagoda trial. Once the hype disappears and he has not made new results, although his life would improve slightly, but it would not completely raise his status in the clan. After pondering these issues, he converged his excitement and asked, "Big brother Wang Wei, when are we executing our big plan?" Wang Wei looked at him and said, "Wait until you pass the pagoda trials and survive the Spirit Road trial 7 years later, then we will start our plan." Li Jun nodded and then he became reserved just like he used to be. Noticing the change in temperament of his little brother, Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction while heading to the pagoda. As he walked toward his destination, Wang Wei started thinking about the day he met and became friends with Li Jun at that time. He was 3 years old. He had just awakened a new ability. When he was 3 years old, Wang Wei discovered that his eyes could see an illusory dragon on top of people's head. The dragons were of different size and color, the colors being red, orange, yellow, gold, and purple. Even he himself had a purple dragon above his head. After awakening this ability, he searched in the library and learned that this was a manifestation of luck. In this world, luck is a real and observable thing. As such, the color of the dragon determines the level of luck someone has, with red being the worst and purple gold being the highest. In fact, not everyone has a dragon that represents luck. According to the knowledge he acquired, luck is divided into carp fish, snake, flood dragon, and true dragon. The majority of cultivators have the luck of a snake, as having the chance to cultivate itself is a manifestation of luck. In this vast world, there are trillions of mortals or ordinary people. Out of these people, probably only 1 out 100 billion can have the talent to cultivate. Among these people, the cultivator who can get the title of Heaven Chosen has at least a golden dragon of luck. As for the highest purple golden dragon, no one except for emperors' direct descendants can be born with it. If you want to achieve such a level of luck, certain conditions are required to achieve. When Wang Wei learned about his power, he visited the whole sect to learn about how to use this power. After many days of observation, he noticed that when the luck dragon meets a more powerful one than itself, it is suppressed and becomes dormant. When it is excited, it means a person is going to have a fortunate encounter. When someone defeats another person in a fight, a part of the luck is transferred to the victor. Wang Wei noticed Li Jun because he was the only one among the direct descendants of the sex that had a red dragon. On that fateful day, Li Jun was besieged by a group of kids who were constantly beating him, even though he lied in the ground defenseless. The reason that Wang Wei noticed Li Jun was not because of him being bullied. In the sect, children's fights were secretly allowed. It was a way to develop the concept of strong prey on the weak at a very young age. In fact, Wang Wei himself beat a few children in order to establish his status as the boss. As a kid with the mind of an adult, Wang Wei can only secretly say that the process was quite enjoyable. The reason Wang Wei noticed Li Jun despite his red dragon luck was the determination he saw in his eyes and the fact that he did not fight back. You know, kids at their age had no cultivation or training in combat, and Li Jun, who was quite heavy at that time, had many advantages over these kids. So after the fight, Wang Wei approached him and asked him, "Why did you not fight back? What's the point of fighting back besides adding more unnecessary injuries to me?" After hearing Li Jun's word, Wang Wei immediately understood what he meant. Wang Wei had learned about Li Jun's situation and knew that his bullying had to do with his status in the clan. If he had a high status like Wang Wei, all he had to do was to beat a few kids to establish his dominance, then things would end. But in his case, after beating the kids, they would gang up on him and beat him more severely in retaliation. As such, being passive, he would not anger them and receive less injury. This was not an easy thing for a 3-year-old kid to realize. After all, circumstances and the environment has a major influence on people's growth, especially children. Who are you calling a kid? Furthermore, as far as I am concerned, I am older than you. I should be the big brother. What an interesting kid. In that case, let's settle this like everyone in the world does. Whoever has the bigger fist is the big brother. Well, what you say makes sense. Afterward, they fought madly like kids, rolling in the dirty ground. In the end, Wang Wei had to rely on a few unsavory tricks to win, and Li Jun gracefully accepted his status as the little brother. Soon, Wang Wei and Li Jun appear in front of the pagoda. There were many disciples already standing there participating in the second trial. Wang Wei enters without hesitation, followed by Li Jun and the others. Wang Wei found himself in a very dim and gray space. The earth underneath his feet lacked vitality, the air he breathed became stale. He stood there alone. He tried to talk. Although he could hear sound coming out of his mouth, there was no noise after his voice traveled less than a meter from him. The whole space exudes a bland, desolate, and lonely atmosphere. Wang Wei knew that this trial tested a person's ability to bear loneliness. After checking the environment, Wang Wei sat on the floor and started to meditate. In an instant, 9 days passed by. Wang Wei started to behave radically. In the past few days, he was alone in this deserted place without anyone to talk to or without seeing anything beside this desolate earth. After a while, Wang Wei began to panic. In this eternal silence, he heard the beating of his heart. He heard the sound of his blood flowing through every vein of his body, the contraction and relaxation of his muscle. He even heard the elasticity of his skin bouncing on the muscles underneath. After hearing all these phenomena that almost made him go crazy, Wang Wei decided to sing out loud to pass the time. Soon, 5 years passed. Wang Wei sang a song every day before going to bed. In this desolate place, only sleep can give some sort of comfort. Unfortunately, sleep soon became Wang Wei's nightmare. The past few days, Wang Wei became afraid of sleeping. He feared that once he slept, he would never wake up again, that the embrace of death would slowly envelop him, setting him on a journey of eternal sleep, so he never sleeps again. As time passed, his state started to deteriorate. His voice was gone due to long-term abuse. He never slept due to fear. Another 10 years passed. Wang Wei was on the verge of madness. After spending more than 15 years in this place, he had enough. His clothes were all broken, his hair disheveled, and there were countless bruises on his body, particularly his arms. A few months ago, Wang Wei started disfiguring his body in order to feel his existence, in order to feel alive, in order to feel something. Every time he felt lost and lonely, or wanted to take away his own life to end his suffering, he would plunge his long nail on his body until blood gushed out. He knew that this was not a long-term solution, but that was the only way he could think of at the time. Meanwhile, outside the pagoda, although 15 years had passed in the pagoda, only a few hours had passed by outside. All the people outside watched the testers slowly being driven to madness. People started to wonder whether these tests were too cruel. Another 5 years passed in the pagoda. At this point, Wang Wei was lying on the floor dying. It has been more than 15 years since he had a good sleep. His body's function had deteriorated beyond repair. He has long lost any grasp of his mind. Now even his memories are slowly fading away. He started to forget who he was. He forgot where he came from, what his grand aspirations were. The memories of his past life and his present life were slowly merging, yet slowly disappearing at the same time. He tried very hard to remember the face of his parents from both lives. Unfortunately, all he could remember were blurred images. Now he was dying. Maybe all these things were no longer important. At his last moment before dying, Wang Wei started asking himself, why do I fear death so much? Since I decided to embark on the path of the emperor, then death will be a common thing for me. I will bestow death to all my enemies and to all my competitors. Also, I should expect these people to try to bring death to me. In the end, the victor will be crowned great emperor, achieve longevity, and escape the cycle of life and death, while the loser will enter an eternal slumber, leaving all the pain and worries to the world of the living. Maybe in this world, death is nothing but another beginning, another journey. Whatever may be the case, there is no need to fear it. Life is already so painful, how worse can death be? After Wang Wei had an epiphany, a wheel suddenly appeared on top of him. The wheel was half white and half black. You could see many souls standing in front of the wheel, their life and death being determined. This was the wheel of life and death. After being materialized, the wheel entered Wang Wei's body and slowly healed him. Afterward, Wang Wei fell asleep peacefully. Wang Wei's sleep lasted for 3 whole years. After waking up, Wang Wei felt young and vigorous. He felt refreshed and like a brand new self. Wang Wei also realized that he had an epiphany and understood a little bit about the Tao of life and death. Although this epiphany would not bring any benefit in the early stage of cultivation, it would greatly benefit him later on. Especially when he enters the supernatural realm and acquires his innate supernatural power. That's when his understanding of the Tao of life and death would manifest itself. In fact, the second trial test of the pagoda is designed with the purpose of allowing the disciples to understand the concept of loneliness. The path of cultivation is a long, arduous, and lonely one. Many times while cultivating, you have to spend hundreds, thousand, and even hundred of thousand of years secluded by yourself in meditation in order to understand the laws of heaven and earth. During those times, people who could not stand the loneliness will not go far in their path of cultivation. Additionally, the loneliness of the path of cultivation is more than that. As you grow more powerful, you will have to watch the people you know and love slowly leave you one by one. It may be because they are killed, or maybe their lifespan came to end before breaking to the next realm. As a cultivator, you may go into seclusion, wake up 1,000 years later, then realize that all your friends, family, and loved one have passed away due to limitations of lifespan. It is as if someday you wake up and find out that you are all alone, everyone, and everything you knew suddenly disappeared. You are the only person left in the world. This is one of the reasons that cultivators usually do not make friends with mortals. 100 years is a very short time for a cultivator, but a lifetime for a mortal. Imagine being a good friend with a mortal. One day, you went in seclusion for a few decades. When you come out, your friend is already old and decrepit, while you look exactly the same way when you first met. All you can do is watch your friend slowly dying. This is the reason that most cultivators will not intertwine with mortals, thus giving the impression that they are cold and indifferent. Another example of loneliness in the cultivating world is when the people you are close to give up cultivating because they could not stand the long and painful process. While you're slowly moving forward on your own path, your friend or relative has already given up. Now you're walking forward alone on your own. After Wang Wei woke up from his long sleep, he realized the true purpose of the trial. So he started meditating every night, trying to reach a realm of replacing sleep with meditation. In the morning, he would review all the knowledge he had previously learned. He further fine-tuned the plan he had prepared for after the Spirit Road trial. The second trial of the pagoda involves both illusion and time domain. He wanted to use this to his advantage. After spending exactly 100 years in the pagoda, the trial ended and the remaining people were sent outside. Wang Wei was sent out of the pagoda with all the other disciples. Each of them had benefited a lot after this trial. In fact, this time the star of the second trial was not Wang Wei. It was actually Li Jun. All the core disciples have already started cultivated, so they are already used to the concept of loneliness. When they retreat in seclusion, although they will not spend hundreds of years, retreating for a few decades is quite common. As such, this trial did not have as much of an impact on them as mortals like Wang Wei and Li Jun. As for Li Jun, the reason that he shined the most in this trial was due to the fact that he was used to loneliness. In the Li family, beside his mother, no one would interact with him. Even his father, he would only see him at the diner table. But then few words were exchanged between them. Li Jun was used to the cold, indifferent, and aloof eyes of the people around him. Loneliness was already a part of his daily life. So in this trial, after a few years adapting to the environment, he soon adjusted his emotion and tried to make the most of the time he had. Li Jun knew that the plan that his brother had made for both of them was the only chance to fundamentally change his destiny. However, this plan requires a tremendous amount of resources. However, many people were dissatisfied. They could not complain about his big brother, but they could place their dissatisfaction on him. As such, Li Jun knew that the pagoda trial was his only way to prove to the sect that he was worth the resources that they would invest on him. So the better his performance on the trials are, the better and more secure his future will be. After adjusting their mind and spirit for a few days, Wang Wei, Li Jun, and the other disciples returned to the pagoda for the third trial. The third trial can be considered one of the harshest trials of the pagoda. The purpose of this trial is simple and quite straightforward, that is pain. In this trial, the testers will experience all kind of torture both to the body and the soul, and they simply have to endure it. Wang Wei was at loss on how to design this test at first, but then he simply modeled it after the Chinese 18 hell from his past life. After entering the pagoda, Wang Wei found himself bound by chains surrounded by a bunch of demons. On top of his head, there was a plaque with the word, Chamber of Tongue Ripping. Soon, Wang Wei learned the hard way what the meaning of these words represent. These devils used all kinds of means to cut out Wang Wei's tongue, whether to attach chains to his tongue and pull it, or simply cutting it with a knife, or using this machine that slowly twists his tongue until it becomes deformed and unrecognizable. They went as far as burning his own tongue. What made Wang Wei more tragic is the fact that this torture never goes beyond his limits. As soon he could not bear the pain and was about to pass out, they would stop, then a new tongue would grow out so that the pain continued. It was as if they were slowly pushing his threshold of pain to a higher level. What's even worse, this torture also some spiritual aspect. Every time his tongue is ripped out, Wang Wei feels that he lost his ability to express himself out loud. Not just physically, but that he lost his determination to express his ideas, his philosophy, his views, and even his aspiration. All these were slowly being taken from him. As such, Wang Wei began to fight back. He cursed at these demons at every chance he got. Even if his tongue is no longer there, he still curses them inaudibly. No one could take his voice away from him. In the second layer of hell, the Chamber of Scissors, Wang Wei experienced the pain of having all his fingers being cut one by one. He felt a part of himself was forever taken away, that without being whole, he will never amount to anything in life. However, he refused to believe such a thing. Only he himself determined his own worth. In the third layer of hell, the Chamber of Iron Cycads, Wang Wei experienced being hung by iron trees. The trees would penetrate his body, then impale all the organs they come in contact with. His screams echoed throughout the chamber for hours without end. In the fourth layer of hell, the Chamber of Mirrors of Retribution, Wang Wei was shown his true self through a mirror. In this mirror, he saw that he was a powerful emperor, but in order to sit in that throne, he was willing to do absolutely anything. He killed millions upon millions of people. He sacrificed the sect that raised him. And even his parents could not escape his greed for power. Thousands of worlds were destroyed, and myriad races became extinct due to his mad thirst for power. In the fifth layer of hell, the Chamber of Steam, Wang Wei experienced being steam alive in a steamer. He watched as his insides were slowly liquefied by heat and steam. In the sixth layer of hell, the Forest of Copper Column, Wang Wei was placed on a burning copper column and experienced the pain of his skin burning off. In that layer, he could smell the burn-off scent of his skin. It smelled like overcooked street meat. In the seventh layer of hell, the Mountain of Knives, Wang Wei was forced to walk barefooted uphill a mountain full of sharp and pointy knives. Every step he took, his foot would be impaled, blood oozing out, leaving a trail behind. He gritted his teeth and marched forward until he reached the top of the mountain. Then he had to return the same way he came. He repeated the process 9 times before leaving. In the 8th layer of hell, the Hill of Ice, Wang Wei was left naked in a freezing hill. His body started shivering, his speech was slurred, his breathing became shallow. His skin became bright red, his consciousness was slowly fading, his body function dropped below the level of normal function. He laid on the floor in the fetal position trying to find some warmth and comfort. Even his ideas or memories of warmth and comfort were slowly fading away. As such, he tried to think about only happy thoughts, only happy memories with his loved one to pass through this trial. In the 9th layer of hell, the cauldron of boiling oil, Wang Wei experienced how it feels to be cooked alive with fried oil in a large cauldron. He even saw the demon in charge of this level secretly put some seasoning in the cauldron. What's even worse was that this process did not happen only once, but repeatedly. Throughout all these levels of torture, the only audible sound was the agonizing scream of Wang Wei that echoed through the chambers, conveying the unimaginable pain and suffering he had to endure. Unfortunately for him, he had only passed half of the torture in the 18th level of hell. Outside of the pagoda, many disciples watched the second trial with shock. To them, this was pure masochism. Each disciple had to suffer such tragic torture. The majority just gave up after a few layers. In fact, Wang Wei had a clear purpose when designing this layer of the trial. Cultivators, in order to step into higher realms, have to go through heavenly tribulations. Starting from the supernatural realm, cultivators have to go through heavenly tribulation every time they cross a major realm. One of the reasons that many cultivators fail to pass these heavenly tribulations have to do with the fact that they could not bear the pain of lighting or heavenly fire when passing their tribulation. As such, they gave up and ended up dead. Additionally, the path of body refining requires one to bear a tremendous amount of pain. If you do not have a high pain threshold, then you will not have a great achievement in this path. Wang Wei has made great and far-reaching plans for his future cultivation. If these plans go well, he will have to bear a great deal of heavenly tribulation, probably even before stepping into the supernatural realm. Furthermore, he will also go in the path of body refining. As such, Wang Wei designed the third pagoda trial in order to physically and mentally prepare him for the future. Back in the pagoda, Wang Wei just entered the 10th layer of hell, the Chamber of Ox. In this layer, Wang Wei was abused by all kinds of animals. Some of them use their horns to impale him, some use a horde to trample on him until he turns into meat sauce on the ground. Some animals slowly ate his skin, then crawled inside his body to munch on his internal organs like some kind of expansive deluxe meal. Some tiny animals slowly crawl into his brain from his ear, then proceed to munch on his brain. Some use poison to slowly destroy his immune system. In the 11th layer of hell, the Chamber of Rock, Wang Wei had to hold a large rock on top of his head until his strength was exhausted. Then he would fall in a putrid water made of all the world's filth. This water was literally made of any filth imaginable. The water was so dirty that a drop of it could corrupt a person's soul. In the 12th layer of hell, the Chamber of Mortar and Pestles, the devils force-fed Wang Wei liquid lava. He had to experience the feeling of his tongue burning, then his esophagus melted. Afterward, his stomach and other organs were violently melted one by one. In the 13th layer of hell, the pool of blood, Wang Wei was stabbed in different parts of the body. These stabs were not fatal, but deep enough to allow his blood to flow out of his body. Then Wang Wei watched his life slowly fade away from him as more blood flew out of his body. This torture might not have been the most painful, but it was the most horrible. He had to watch his life slowly fading, yet he laid in the pool of blood helplessly and in despair. After this layer, Wang Wei vowed to never feel this despair and helplessness again. His desire to prove the Tao and proclaim himself emperor was further increased. He must transcend life and death. In the 14th layer of hell, the town of suicide, Wang Wei was constantly lashed with a whip. However, this was not a simple whip, but one that directly affected the soul. The soul is an illusory yet real thing in the world of cultivators. The soul is 100 times more fragile and sensitive than the physical body. As such, the pain to the soul can magnify 100 to 1,000 times of the body. In the 15th layer of hell, the Chamber of Dismemberment, Wang Wei experienced being hacked into pieces. Have you ever wondered what it feels like when your head is separated from your body? How about just your torso? Or how about all 4 of your limbs? How about watching it happening to none other than yourself? Well, Wang Wei finally knew the answer to these questions. At this point of the trial, Wang Wei had acquired a high threshold of pain. Recently, he learned a trick to reduce his pain. He managed to learn to control his body to the point of cutting his pain receptors in his body, thus reaching a state of not feeling any physical pain. However, this trick only applied to physical pain, not spiritual or soul-related pain. However, Wang Wei was not discouraged because of such minor inconvenience. As such, he took action to fix the problem. Instead of just experiencing pain, he started to ponder on the concept of pain. He hoped that he could be enlightened in the Tao of pain so that he could awaken an innate talent related to pain in the supernatural realm. One day, he would make his enemies experience 100-fold or more the pain he had experienced in this trial. In the 16th layer of hell, Mountain of Flames, Wang Wei was sent inside a hollow mountain. Then the mountain would be slowly filled with lava. The terrible thing about this layer was the fact that the lava did not directly burn and kill him. No, it slowly cooked him then. The lava solidified and encased Wang Wei inside, thus killing him due to asphyxiation. Wang Wei had to experience the pain of not having air to breath. His lungs screamed trying to inhale the tiniest amount of oxygen to sustain itself. Without enough oxygen, his heart stopped beating. Then a chain reaction occurred inside his body that led to the failure of all his other organs. Normally, after such an ordeal, a person will immediately die after a few minutes. But no, in this trial, Wang Wei stayed in this state for hours if not days. In that state, he could not even scream even if he wanted to. In the 17th layer of hell, the yard of stone mill, Wang Wei was placed on a stone mill, then slowly grinded like a blender until he turned into a bloody, savory, and slurry milkshake. All his skin, muscle, organs, and bones were grinded into slushy. This process repeated itself many times over. In the 18th and final layer of hell, the Chamber of Saw, Wang Wei was sawed in half in many different ways. Whether horizontally, vertically, or obliquely in this layer, his final result was to be separated into 2. In this layer, Wang Wei even experienced the pain of cutting his soul into 2 or more parts. However, unlike when he first started, Wang Wei did not scream in agony. In fact, he did not scream at all. He gritted his teeth and bore the pain without making much noise. After the last layer, Wang Wei and the other contestants were sent out of the pagoda. In fact, the contestants had spent more than a month in the trial. Yet, the people outside stood watching in the formation screen without moving a single step. To these cultivators, a month was a very short period of time for them. When Wang Wei and the contestants who finished the whole trial were sent out, they received praise and worship from the other disciples, especially Wang Wei and Li Jun this time. All the contemporary sacred son passed the trial, but the reason that many people paid attention to Wang Wei and Li Jun was due to their young age. Many people of similar age from the different families in the sect were allowed to take the trial, but only Wang Wei and Li Jun managed to finish and pass it. So they received the most praise. Somewhere in the void, many of the sect upper-level management were standing there and talking to each other. The great elder of the recruiting hall said, "Sect master, I think we need to use this pagoda trial as a test to recruit disciples from now on. That's a great idea. Not just recruiting disciples, but also as an assessment from when they are promoted from outer disciples to inner and core disciples. We should apply a strict standard for each promotion." I don't know about this. This pagoda trial is a magical weapon that further increases the foundation of our sect. Is it really a good thing to make it available for free just like this? Then it can only be free for when recruiting new disciples. All the other disciples have to use sect points in order to be allowed to enter the pagoda. The contemporary sacred son can also enter for free, responded sect master Wang Tian. Afterward, all the elders agreed and started discussing the standard and point required by all the disciples to use the pagoda. With this new invention created by Wang Wei, the Dao opening became more lively with an increasingly more powerful foundation. As such, the sect is slowly leading to a more powerful and brilliant direction. Wang Wei and the other contestants spent half a month to adjust themselves before they returned for the fourth trial of the pagoda. In this trial, Wang Wei forgot who he was and where he came from. In this trial, he was no longer the young master of the Dao opening sect, nor the traveler from Earth. No, now he was the emperor of the great Xia Empire, who ruled an extremely vast amount of land. His empire was prosperous. All common people had enough food to eat, proper clothes to shelter them from the winter cold, and enough reserve wealth to spend freely. The ministers were all loyal to the emperor. The generals who hold vast amounts of military power were loyal and had no desire to rebel. All the other foreign countries in the world worshipped Great Xia and dare not encroach on its border. They would send large amounts of taxes in the form of offering every year. What a beautiful and powerful country, and Wang Wei was in charge of such a prosperous country. In fact, all of these were his delusions. At this moment, the great Xia Empire was actually on the verge of collapse. The majority of the land and wealth of the country were in the hand of the aristocrat family. Most of the officials were corrupted and fighting with each other for power. The court was divided between the head eunuch and the prime minister. These two people hold more than 90 of the capital's power. In the different prefectures, the local governors hold all the political power and control the city guards. On the border of the great Xia Empire, the armies are loyal to their commanding officer and do not even recognize the emperor. As for the common people, their lives were more miserable than wandering street dogs. They had gone through many famines due to the recent drought. The government treated their lives as if they were more cheap than dirt in the slum. The lives of the common people living near the border were even more miserable. The foreign countries who lust after the fertile land of the Central Plains have repeatedly attacked the great Xia border. However, the border generals did not fight these invaders. Instead, they opened the gates and allowed them to kill, rape, and plunder their own people. After getting what they desired, the foreign race would leave and return back to their own country. As for the common people, well, who cares about them? In these situations, they have tried to revolt, but as soon as they start, the army would rush immediately to quell these rebellions. In these chaotic times, the people of Jiang who have become more unruly. Heroes of all kinds have risen and became famous for their martial arts. At the same time, many ambitious people soon noticed that the great Xia Empire was about to be destroyed and began to prepare to proclaim themselves emperor and create a new dynasty. During all these you might ask, where's our beloved Emperor Wang Wei? Well, right now he is in the harem enjoying the touch of many beauties while still thinking that his empire is still prosperous and the greatest in the world. The main theme of this trial revolves around lust. Wang Wei spends every day with a different woman in his harem, enjoying the pleasure of the flesh. All the women were exquisitely beautiful and practiced technique to charm people. There were many different kinds of women. The cold and aloof goddess, the charming and sensual demoness, the innocent girl next door, the maternal one that takes care of you, the one you just want to ravage with all your might. Any kind of woman that existed was in his harem. On top of that, they practiced some very special techniques. These methods allow them to use their cultivation to lubricate certain areas of their bodies to ensure smooth penetration and maximum pleasure. Some practice techniques that connect the soul to ensure both spiritual and physical pleasure. Wang Wei spent all his time in his harem enjoying himself. Once in a while, he would check on the empire by asking his main eunuch how things were going. All the responses he received were always positive, so he never bothered to properly check. That was until his capital city was breached by rebels, and all the guards and eunuchs in the place ran away. After that, the rebels broke into his harem and beheaded him. Wang Wei had failed his trial and was sent out of the pagoda. After exiting the trial, it took Wang Wei a brief moment to regain his composure and shake himself awake from the trial's illusion. Then he blushed red. Immediately afterward, a great horror enveloped him. This trial was quite scary. He completely immersed himself in all these lustful bliss, yet he also completely lost himself. If what happened in the trial was in fact in reality, could he have escaped? Wang Wei thought about it for a while, and the answer he came up with was no. From what he knows, this trial was specially designed by the true monarch of the Fox Demon clan based on their race charm ability. So the realism in this trial reached an unprecedented level. As such, it is literally possible for one of his future enemies to use the beauty trap on him one day. And if that was the case, his current self would probably fail for such a simple trap, and his path of emperor would be cut forever. Wang Wei used to watch these shows in his past life of emperors who discarded their nation because of beauties in the harem. He would scoff at them thinking that they were weak-willed and unqualified. It was now that he faced the same situation that he knew the horror of the beauty trap. In fact, not all this failure is due to Wang Wei's weak will. Cultivating is in some way a form of evolution. As such, women with cultivation are extremely beautiful, especially compared to the women of Wang Wei's past life. Even the so-called stars could not compare with cultivators who have skin as white as the winter snow or as smooth as a baby's butt. Wang Wei has only lived in this world for 8 years. Although since birth he was surrounded by beauties, he has not fully adapted to the world yet, and those people did not use charm techniques on him. Furthermore, Wang Wei's mysterious soul is somewhat immune to these negative states. However, Wang Wei was not a complacent guy. What if someday his mysterious soul fails him, or someone found a way to negate his immunity? Additionally, from his research, he knew that his soul was not completely immune to these negative states, but just had high tolerance. As such, he designed the trial to try it out, and it turns out he was right to be cautious. After all, this involves his future road. How could he take it lightly? After Wang Wei failed the 4th pagoda trial, he was not discouraged. Instead, he used this failure as a form of motivation. After he got home, he ordered all the female servants around him to learn charm techniques and use it on him 24/7. He spent a whole month with a bunch of beautiful women winking at him at every turn and calling him young master with voices sweet enough to melt him like cotton candy. This entire month was both heaven and hell, seeing all the beauties at his disposal, yet he could only watch. And it was not just because he was only 8 years old. After a month of secret training, he returned to the trial. On his way there, he asked his head maid about what happened in the sect during this past month. Then he learned that a great deal of commotion had happened because of the 4th trial. According to his head maid, many people fail the test like him, but they just endured longer than him. Afterward, many people were infatuated with the girls in the trial and went there not to temper with their Tao heart, but to enjoy the pleasure of the flesh. Afterward, the elders were furious and sent out grave punishment to those who acted like this. They dictate a rule that a person's record in the trial should increase each time they enter the pagoda, otherwise they would be severely punished. Another news was that the sect decided to heavily award the Fox Demon clan for helping them realize that such a huge defect existed in their training of the sect's disciples. After learning the ups and downs of the sect this past month, Wang Wei sighed and entered the 4th trial of the pagoda for the 2nd time. The setting of the trial remained the same as last time, but this time it was different. Wang Wei did not lose himself in the bliss of the harem. He attended court meetings regularly and used his wisdom to start controlling the court. He used the foundation of the country to establish a secret guard to monitor not only the court, but also the whole world. He secretly raised a powerful army that is loyal only to him. Wang Wei spent less and less time in the harem. Unfortunately for him, this trial was not that simple. After the nation started to get back on track, Wang Wei believed that he could take a break and pay more attention to his harem. After a while, things just started to snowball out of control. He started to pay more and more attention to his harem. Although he had a sense of measure and still took care of the nation's affairs, one could easily distinguish what his priorities were. Soon, his political enemies plotted with one of his favorite concubines, and Wang Wei was poisoned and failed the trial for the 2nd time. For the next 2 months, Wang Wei spent the majority of his time in the 4th level trial. His will and resistance to charm increased exponentially. After the 2nd failure, Wang Wei once again went back on the trial. This time, he did not place all his focus on his harem and managed his empire completely. However, the great Xia Empire was dying, and it was not an easy task to revive it. After placating his internal trouble, Wang Wei had to quell all the rebellion on his territory and defend against other countries from invading. As such, Wang Wei put on armor and went to war with his army. During his military exploits, he encountered a great variety of beautiful women. Unlike the women in his harem, these women do not focus on lust, but emphasize more on playing with emotion. Some of them awaken the greed for acquiring beauty on Wang Wei, some awake the desire to protect the weak and pitiful, some play the role of the passion between two people who are enemies but fell in love and decide to be together no matter the odds. The most dangerous situation he encountered was simply based on love. He met a woman who encompassed all the qualities that he desired in a mate: strong, powerful, independent, able to help in his cause, and extremely beautiful. She was the royal descendant of a long-destroyed kingdom. By the time she was born, her family heritage was mostly gone. They had no economic, political, or military power. In fact, her father was at some point contemplating selling her to the brothel for some cash, but she was not reconciled. She took matters into her own hands. She studied her family's inherited martial arts and became quite powerful. She established brothels all over the Great Xia Empire as a way to get money, but more importantly as a way to gather information. She secretly trained many powerful female warriors that are loyal only to her. She was what one would call a living legend. Wang Wei and her met when he was running away after being assassinated. He felt in love with her when she was nursing him back to health. Afterward, he placed all his attention on her and forgot his empire. He wished he could live in seclusion with her forever, to stay away from the secular world and all its trouble. Unfortunately, this trial was not a place for a lovey-dovey love affair. The women soon betrayed him by stabbing his heart from the back. Then she went on to blame his death on one of his enemies, then took over his army in the name of taking revenge for the emperor. She slowly took over the foundation that Wang Wei left over and went on many expeditions to quell the world. She established her own empire and named it Great Wei Empire to honor her dead husband. As for what happened to Wang Wei after his death, he turned into the form of a ghost and watched how the love of his life slowly built an empire on the ashes of his former one. However, Wang Wei soon noticed something wrong with his trial. After his failure due to love obsession, he soon re-entered the trial and reached the part where he met his former lover, but the person he met was completely different from the first person. Although the background and story was similar, the face and temperament were completely different. After asking around, he realized that he was the only person who had met two different people in the trial. So Wang Wei knew that something beyond his comprehension must have happened. At this time, Wang Wei's intuition activated and warned that he will probably meet that woman in the future, and in reality too. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that she would play a great deal of importance in his life. In fact, there is a reason for Wang Wei to spend a whole 2 months on this trial, and it was not because of his failure due to betrayal of his love of his life. After the first failure, he immediately went back on the trial, and this time, things went quite smoothly. Upon entering, Wang Wei sent a decree to the harem to forbid anyone from using charm technique, otherwise they would suffer the consequences, and Wang Wei did just that. Anyone of his beautiful harem who tried to use charm technique on him would have their head beheaded directly by him. After stabilizing the internal trouble of the empire, he went on an expedition with his army. When encountering all these women who played with emotion, he would ignore them or offer them to his loyal officer for their merit to the empire. As for the ones who actually help him, he would offer them land, money, or nobility title as a way to repay the karma he had forged with them. When encountering his ideal woman again, he played her the same way she played him. After she tried to kill him, he executed her instead, then took over her foundation in the name of taking revenge for her. When the empire was stabilized, he crowned her the empress and had her buried in the royal tomb. He then dedicated a day for the whole nation to mourn for their empress and her sacrifice for the empire. After this part of the trial, Wang Wei learned a great deal of things. After spending so much time in these political games in the court, Wang Wei learned how to hide his emotion on his face and how to remain calm in the face of any situation. After meeting so many women designed to play with his emotion, Wang Wei learned to distinguish emotions based on micro-expression, especially the eyes and mouth, and went as far as developing a skill to notice the subtle soul fluctuation of a person to determine their emotion. Wang Wei benefited a great deal from this trial, but still did not pass yet. The reason for that was that there was a second part to this trial. One day, Wang Wei went to seclusion in order to break through to a higher level of martial art. While he was meditating, suddenly a pink cloud of gas rapidly enveloped the whole room without giving him the time to respond. The pink cloud gas entered his body and immediately began to work. He was suddenly aroused. All his other emotions were suppressed while leaving an unimaginable amount of desire and lust. All he could think about was how to vent all his energy. Soon, a great number of beauties of his harem entered his seclusion room. They were all without a single garment on them, thus revealing the temptation of their beauty, youth, and vigor. As soon as those women entered his room, a message was sent to Wang Wei's mind. If you touch even one of these women, your primordial yang will be sucked up and you will die a very miserable death. When he heard what entailed the second part of this trial, Wang Wei only had time to think, "Damn, I'm finished." before he lost consciousness and his body dried up like a 1,000 years old mummy, thus was evicted out of the pagoda for failing the trial. After being ejected out of the pagoda, Wang Wei took a moment to adjust his mind and think deeply. He was a little shocked this time because this was not part of his design when he created the pagoda. Someone else must have the idea of adding this part in the trial. Wang Wei was not angry due to the fact that someone modified his trial. As a matter of fact, he was quite excited. He was not omnipotent, so it's normal to overlook certain things when making plans. Just like he overlooked the importance of aphrodisiacs. In his past life, aphrodisiacs were not scientifically proven, nor could the efficiency reach such an abnormal level. So, when Wang Wei was making plans for his future, he overlooked them. You know, Wang Wei had already made plans for poison for his future, but he still overlooked aphrodisiacs. This is the advantage of having a strong background. Not only can you have a large amount of resources, but also having people that are wise enough to make up for your own shortcomings. As a result, you will suffer less during your career or goals. Wang Wei expects that the future trial will not be as smooth as expected and many surprises await him, but he was quite excited for this. What's the point of knowing everything? Although Wang Wei is the kind of person who likes to be prepared, he also enjoys the excitement of the unknown. The reason he likes to be prepared is so that he could have a variety of ways to cope with situations when the unexpected happened. Wang Wei spent more than 2 months in the second part of the fourth pagoda trial. Every day, he would be poisoned with a strong aphrodisiac, then fight the temptation with his strong will. Although he failed many times, with each failure, his will grew stronger until he reached the standard for passing the trial. Soon after Wang Wei passed the trial, Li Jun followed too. When Wang Wei heard this news, he was shocked. He knew what kind of pain and suffering he had to endure to pass this trial. As an adult in the body of a child, he already had a firm will after living 2 lives. Yet Li Jun spent almost the same amount of time as him. How could he not be surprised? After hearing the news, Wang Wei sent someone to get his head made as she was in charge of gathering information for him. Soon, she walked in the room and bowed. "Young master, you called." "Yes, I heard that Li Jun passed the trial. Is that true?" "Yes. Young master Li Jun did pass the trial a few days after the young master." Wang Wei's brow frowned and looked pensive. It's not that Wang Wei is jealous or arrogant, but that Li Jun's rate of passing this trial was too quick. Wang Wei began to wonder whether his little brother was like a protagonist and had acquired some encounter that would soon make him rise. He said, "Do you have any information?" The head maid responded, "According to the information I received, young Master Li Jun acquired a large amount of aphrodisiac pills and swallowed them all at once, then locked himself in his room by himself to resist." When Great Elder Li Jiang found him, he was lying on the floor with blood all over his body with a single breath left. The Great Elder had to use a saint-level rejuvenate pill to save his life. After hearing his maid's explanation, Wang Wei understood how Li Jun managed to pass the trial so quickly. Li Jun knew that this trial was his way to change his destiny, so in order to pass the trial quickly, he placed himself in the line between life and death to temper his will. Every cultivator knows that there is a great horror between life and death. If one passes this horror, they will get great benefit. If they do not pass, they will die. Many people know this, but how many people are willing to put their life in danger? But it seems that this fact does not apply to Li Jun. This guy is truly crazy. In order to pass this test, he even played with his life. However, the results were astonishing. With this gamble, Li Jun's will was greatly tempered, and he managed to pass the trial so quickly. Furthermore, Li Jun's cutthroat determination will elevate the sex evaluation of him. Didn't you see that the Great Elder was willing to use a saint-level pill to save him? Li Jun is just a mortal that has not started cultivating yet. Any high-grade profound pill would still heal him, and just an earth pill was enough to guarantee that his foundation was not damaged. But the Great Elder still used a saint-level pill to heal his injuries. Pills are divided the same way as weapons: profound, earth, heaven, saint, supreme, quasi-emperor, and emperor. Saint pills are extremely rare, especially the rejuvenate pill. The higher the level of the pill, the more energy that it has and the higher the cultivation required to take it. If someone of lower cultivation were to take a saint pill, the likely outcome is to bust out and die. But the rejuvenate pill was special. The energy in it was tame and could slowly release. As such, even a mortal like Li Jun could still take it. This feature dramatically increases the value of this pill. After hearing his head maid's explanation, Wang Wei smiled and was genuinely very happy for his little brother. Then he asked the maid, "How did the elders respond to Li Jun's news?" The head maid explained excitedly. The elders and great elders were shocked by young Master Li's determination. Furthermore, Great Elder Li Jiang has been very excited and bragging about his son to all the other elders. What about the people who complained about all the resources Li Jun had received? Young Master, all of them are silent now. They all praised the young master for his foresight and hoped that the young master would soon train a powerful general. The head maid secretly looked at Wang Wei, and the worship in her eyes increased. As the head maid of Wang Wei, she has basically watched him grow up. She witnessed all the glory that the young master had acquired during the past 8 years. She is also one of the few people who knew the young master status and the contradiction he had with the elders regarding young master Li Jun. But now, Li Jun has proven to all the people of the sect that he is deserving of the resources he had received and the one he would receive in the future. Wang Wei easily noticed the change of his head maid through her soul fluctuation, and he was secretly happy. As his head maid, she is bound to spend a lot of time with him, and ensuring her true loyalty is one of his tasks. If she proved her loyalty, he would not mind training her as one of his future generals. As for the group of elders who were previously dissatisfied with him, Wang Wei just sneered at them. Wang Wei knew that, although the Dao opening sect had already decided to train him for the future Heaven Will's fight, many people were secretly dissatisfied with this decision. After all, the Dao opening sect has 4 major factions. All of them wish that the chosen person came from their faction. One of the main reasons that people are dissatisfied with him is due to the fact that he was young and had not achieved any result to prove himself. All he has going for him is the fact that he is currently the most talented person in the sect. As such, many people believed that as long as they found someone as talented as Wang Wei, then they could fight for the status of sacred son. Wang Wei was aware of the people's thoughts. In order to ensure his status, Wang Wei revealed his genius early on. He spent most of his time in the library, and every time he became enlightened on one of the scriptures, there would be a vision accompanying him. Throughout the past 5 years, there have been so many visions created by Wang Wei that the sect's disciples are now used to it. Furthermore, these visions further increase Wang Wei's halo as a genius, thus consolidating his status in the eyes of the elders. However, things turned around when Wang Wei decided to train Li Jun. Many people who were suppressed by him used this as an excuse to secretly attack him. Fortunately, Li Jun proved his worth during the pagoda trial, thus further suppressing these people again. Wang Wei knew that the actions of these people were just mere temptation to decrease his status in the clan. He also believed that there will be many such temptations in the future. These people are just waiting to find a talent that can compete with Wang Wei, but he was not afraid. As long as his plan for the next 7 years goes smoothly, he will have the capital to fully suppress these people until they are not able to raise their head. Wang Wei spent half a month to properly rest before heading to the 5th trial of the pagoda. In this trial, Wang Wei found himself the patriarch of a mortal clan. His clan was lavishly wealthy to the point that the royal family and other aristocratic families were jealous enough to form an alliance and put aside their 1,000-year feuds. They wanted to destroy Wang Wei's clan and carved up its wealth. When Wang Wei heard this news, he was frightened. He tried to use his economic wealth as a way to hire some powerful bodyguards to protect his clan. Unfortunately, the influence of the royal family and other clans was simply overwhelming. No one was willing to work for the Wang clan and offended the other families. As such, Wang Wei was all alone, waiting for the day of the extermination of his family. One day, while wandering in the family ancestral hall, Wang Wei found a book that was hidden in the altar that was used to worship the family's ancestors. Wang Wei suspiciously took the book away and read it secretly in his study. Then he was shocked and confused. The book described a way for a person to quickly gain strength through human sacrifices. By drawing a formation, then killing a few people, you can absorb the blood and soul of the sacrificed people to not only step in the path of cultivation, but also quickly increase one's strength. Upon seeing this method, Wang Wei hesitated. Under normal circumstances, he would never use such despicable means to acquire strength. But now his family faced extinction, and now he has to reevaluate his societal and moral standard. Wang Wei spent many days wondering what decision to make. As he spent more time procrastinating, the day of his clan's demise was soon approaching. One day, while wandering in the clan's villa, he encountered his mother while she was watering the plant. In this trial, Wang Wei's mother was the same as his real life, but his father passed away early due to illness. He was raised alone by his mother. Wang Wei approached his mother and asked, "Mom, do you need help?" She responded, "I'm just watering the plants. What help do I need?" "The more important question is, do you need help, son? I can see the worry oozing out of your face." Wang Wei hesitated for a while, then shook his head. "No, I'm fine, Mom. Just some problem with the family's business." Wang Wei's mother knew that his son was lying. Although she did not participate in the clan's affair, she was still knowledgeable of the things going around. She also knew that the family was facing a great crisis. She walked over and gently caressed his son's head. "Wire, you do not need to take the burden of the whole family alone. As long as you are happy, that's all that matters. And if you have something to do or a major decision to make, just follow your heart." Hearing what his mother said, Wang Wei's heart shook and looked at his mother. He saw the wrinkle on her face, the few strings of white hair in her head. He suddenly thought of when he was a child. At that time, his mother was full of youthful vigor and spirit. Although the family was only composed of the two of them, they were happy. At that time, Wang Wei was young and ignorant. He did not know the burden that his mother carried. He did not know all the effort, pain, and suffering she went through to raise him and provide him with a good family and a good growing environment. Without him knowing it, his mother already grew old. The youthful face was full of wrinkles, the shiny black hair was starting to gray, the eyes that were full of spirit now displayed the vicissitude of life. As for him, he spends most of his time taking care of the family business and spends less and less time with his mother. However, she did not complain. On the contrary, she silently supported him and motivated him to move forward. Wang Wei thought of the advice of his mother, follow his heart. If it was up to him, he would not give up his humanity just for the sake of power. But now, he changed his mind. He would do whatever it takes to ensure the life of his mother, even if he has to spend the rest of eternity in hell. After Wang Wei made his decision, an order was sent out to his most trusted subordinates. Soon, more than 10 prisoners were secretly escorted to a hidden dungeon of the clan. Wang Wei took all the necessary materials and drew a huge array full of runes on the floor. After drawing the array, the dungeon suddenly changed. It was not a physical change, but more of a psychological one. The dark and deserted dungeon became more gloomy, a red atmosphere enveloping the once dark dungeon. A scent of blood permeated all around. Wang Wei noticed the change of the dungeon after drawing the formation. For a moment, he regretted his decision and pondered the idea of giving up and just running away. However, he thought of his mother. If he ran away with her, they would have to spend the rest of their lives in hiding, fearing that their enemy would catch up to them. Wang Wei knew that these families or clans would never let him go. There were two futures that awaited him if he were captured. One was to be directly killed as a way to eliminate the source of trouble. The other was to become a slave of these families whose sole purpose was to make more money for them. As for his mother, these families will not have any mercy. They would either kill her or keep her in captivity as a way to control him. After hesitating for a while, he still continued the sacrifice ceremony. The 10 prisoners were placed in the middle of the formation, bound by heavy chains. Wang Wei walked to them holding a knife. He first drew a horizontal cut on his palm, then drew a circle around the prisoners with his blood. Afterward, he cut off their necks one by one. The prisoners fell to the ground, gasping for air, and blood oozed out of their necks. They tried to hold their bleeding neck to stop the blood from flowing out, but their hands and feet were bound by chains. Soon they spasmed on the floor for a couple of minutes before becoming silent. Afterward, their bodies dried up like mummies as more blood was drawn from them. Then they turned into dust and dissipated like the wind. In the place where their bodies once stood, all that remained was a pool of blood and 10 red floating clouds. This was their souls. The reason for their souls to be red instead of white was due to their heavy sins. As such, these prisoners were affected by heavy karma, thus corroding their souls. After the death of the prisoners, Wang Wei absorbed the pool of blood and the souls. A great amount of energy was poured into his body, and immediately afterward, a cultivation manual was inserted into his head. He followed the direction of the manual and started cultivating. Few hours later, he finished his cultivation. He felt a great amount of strength in his body. He felt like he could easily kill anybody that stood in his way. He felt invincible. Soon afterward, the feeling of invincibility faded away. Wang Wei thought that maybe if he had more sacrifices, he could truly reach that level of invincibility. However, he soon buried that passing thought in his head as he had more pressing things to attend to. However, a seed was planted in his mind, a seed of greed for power no matter the cost. 2 months passed since Wang Wei had his first sacrifice. During these past 2 months, the Wang clan faced many crises. Many powerful cultivators secretly intruded their clan's villa trying to eliminate them. However, all these assaults were stopped by Wang Wei himself. However, the people that attacked became increasingly more powerful as time went on. After the third assault, he was greatly injured. In order to stop the assailant, he knew that he could not stop the next attack, so he secretly made another sacrifice. This time, 20 prisoners were used as a sacrifice. According to the information from the book he acquired from the ancestral hall, every time he made a sacrifice, he needed to increase the number for it to be effective. After gaining the necessary strength, he managed to preserve his clan amidst all of his powerful enemies. However, a great price was paid for such preservation. The people of the Wang clan noticed a great change from the patriarch. He became more gloomy, he was more irritable, and he would severely punish anyone who made the slightest mistake. He was a completely different person from the previous patriarch who was so nice and understanding. The patriarch who gave generous rewards to his subordinate or would pardon them when they made minor mistakes. The patriarch who would visit their family's elders and comfort them or help them when necessary. The person who noticed the most change in Wang Wei was actually his mother. She saw the changes in her son. Previously, he would often find time in his busy schedule to spend dinner with her. During those times, she would see a happy smile on her son's face. He would talk to her about the interesting things that happened in his life. But now, he was always cold and indifferent. He rarely came to meet her, and when he did, few words came out of his mouth. Additionally, she could smell the scent of blood from him. Wang Wei's mother knew that her son must have done something evil in order to gain strength and protect this family, and the price he had to pay for this sudden power was his humanity. Many times she wanted to convince her son to stop using these evil methods, but every time she opened her mouth, the words she wanted to say would not come out. In the end, she never mentioned it, and she figured it out why she never could try to persuade him. It was out of fear. She feared that if she mentioned it to him, that she would forever drive him out of her life. She was afraid of losing her son, the only true family she had in this world. Wang Wei's mother knew that her son's path might soon lead him on a path to be condemned by the whole world as a devil and slaughterer, but she could not do anything about it except to always be by his side during the harshest and most painful times. She believed that as long as she always stood by her son's side, she could guard the tiniest bit of humanity he had left of him. As long as that tiny bit of humanity remained, one day, her son would have a chance of redemption. After Wang Wei got a taste of power, things soon escalated beyond his control. His enemies noticed the ever-decreasing number of prisoners and bandits around the neighborhood. After investigating, they discovered that the disappearance of these people have something to do with the Wang family. Adding the fact that the patriarch of the Wang family suddenly became a powerful cultivator, people already inferred that Wang Wei was involved in some kind of evil cultivation technique. So the people cut off Wang Wei's path of finding prisoners and bandits. All the prisoners in the state he lived in were transferred, and all the bandits were slaughtered. Wang Wei became furious after hearing this news. As such, he became more proactive in his fights against the royal family and the other powerful clans. Since he could no longer sacrifice these prisoners, he went after the people of the clans. He believed that since they were his enemies, they all deserved to die. At this point in time, he did not need to sacrifice a ray as a way to increase his power. All he needed to do was kill a person, and he would immediately absorb all the flesh and blood in their souls. Wang Wei did not care that the majority of the people he killed had a white soul. All he cared about was becoming more powerful. As such, he killed more and more people, and during the process, his soul turned bright red, then black. It did not take him long before he became powerful enough to be invincible in the kingdom he lived in. So he slaughtered all the aristocrat families and the royal family. Afterward, a bloody massacre was launched in the entire cultivating world. The slaughter devil Wang Wei went mad and started killing all kinds of cultivators. He did not have a bottom line, whether it was man or woman, adult or children. He went as far as killing pregnant women and babies. All the cultivating sects, families, and dynasties formed an alliance to stop the madness of this devil. Unfortunately for them, Wang Wei would always escape when they encircled him. When they discovered him again, he would be more powerful and the alliance would suffer great loss. The crusade against the slaughter devil Wang Wei lasted a whole 10 years. Unfortunately, in the end, the great devil won. The majority of the powerful sect were destroyed, the powerful families were slaughtered, and the cultivating dynasties were erased from the annals of history. After Wang Wei killed the majority of the cultivators, he realized that it was not enough for him to reach the state of invincibility, the state where the fate of all things were controlled by him. He had become obsessed with that state. Every night, he would dream of becoming a supreme being that would dominate the entire world. All people bowed to him. His words could determine the fate of the entire world. Unfortunately, when he woke up the next morning, all his powers were gone, but he believed that one day he would reach such height. As long as enough sacrifices were made, he would reach such a realm one day. As such, he went on an expedition against the common people of the world. He created a powerful army that was controlled solely by him. In the past 10 years, Wang Wei did not just kill the majority of cultivators, but he managed to kill 3/4 of the world's population of 10 billion people. More than 7.5 billion of people were killed by him. After doing all of this, Wang Wei found himself facing a bottleneck in his cultivation. No matter how many people he killed, his cultivation would not increase even a single bit. He was so close to the realm of his dream, the realm that has been haunting him like a lingering ghost in the past 10 years. All he needed was just a little push, and he could accomplish his ultimate dream and goal. However, this little push that seemed so close has blocked his path for many years. Even worse, he could not see any hope. Until one day while he was meditating, a sudden enlightening came to his mind. In order to achieve the highest realm, he needed to kill something or someone that has meaning to him, someone that was close to him. After that, he would be detached from the world and become truly invincible. After being enlightened, Wang Wei immediately returned to the Wang clan estate. This place was his origin, as such he protected it during the era of chaos. Because of him, the Wang family had a supreme status in the world. Upon returning to the clan, Wang Wei knew what he had to do in order to reach his goal. That was to kill his mother, as she was the last tether she had in this world. As long as he killed her, he would be free. He did not care about the rest of the people in the clan. To him, they were nothing but flesh and blood that could be absorbed at any time. Soon, Wang Wei noticed his mother in the garden watering the plants. He moved instantly and appeared behind her. For a moment, he stood silently behind her, reminiscing of the past. This was the place that started his glorious journey to supreme power. Wang Wei was not the type of person that likes to reminisce about the past. In fact, over the years, he had become cold and extremely indifferent. The fact was that all his emotions were long abandoned by him except for the desire of power. However, when he came back here, he could not help but to think of the past. After all, this is the place that started it all. Wang Wei's mother immediately noticed someone behind her. In fact, due to Wang Wei's cultivating realm, it was simply impossible for an ordinary mortal to notice him. But she had a strong bloodline connection with him, so she noticed him the moment he appeared. Without turning around, she smiled and said, "Wire, you are back. I have not seen you for more than 10 years. Help your mother water these new flowers that I got from the shop down the street." Wang Wei did not say anything and walked next to the flowers and watered them. The two spent the next 2 hours in silence watering the plants. After watering the plants, Wang Wei's mother, whose name was Yu Yan, looked closely at her son for the first time in 10 years. She could hardly recognize him. Although he did not change much physically, he exuded a completely different temperament. His face was completely stiff, as if he did not show any expression for a long time. His eyes were cold, devoid of any kind of emotion even when he looked at her. Yu Yan could smell an intense scent of blood that almost overwhelmed her senses. It took her quite a bit of strength and courage not to faint. Moreover, she could see the grievances of all the people he had killed over the years manifested around him. They were dark, shadowy-like figures that constantly screamed at her son. Their faces displayed anger, pain, suffering, and kept saying things like, "Why did you kill me? We had no grievance with each other. You killed my family." There were countless grievances, and she could not count them all. However, her son seemed to ignore their cries of suffering and despair. Yu Yan walked over to Wang Wei, raised her trembling hand, and started to caress his hair. She started to reminisce of her son in the past. Memories of when he was young flashed in her head. Memories of growing up as a child, memories of his school days, and memories of him turning into a responsible man capable of looking after the family. Her memories stopped to the point 10 years ago, in the same garden, when she told him to follow his heart. She knew that this was the starting point of it all. Often she blamed herself for what happened to her son. Many times she imagined if things would have turned out differently if she had given him a different advice. Or maybe if she had convinced him to just run away and live an ordinary life. Or maybe everything was fated. During her caress, Wang Wei stood there like a wooden pole with no expression on his face. Yan did not mind all these. She was in her own world for a while before regaining consciousness. She looked at Wang Wei in the eyes, smiled brightly, and said, "You can do it, son. I knew this would happen someday. In the past 10 years, not seeing you was one of the greatest joys of my life. Because I knew that if you did not return here, that meant that there is still hope for you. It meant that there is still a trace of humanity left inside of you. Unfortunately, fate plays us all like marionettes. I want you to know that I still love you and forgive you. The only regret that I have in this life was the fact that I could not save you in the end." After saying her last word, Yan closed her eyes and waited for her final moment. A smile was still pertinent on her face. This smile was brilliant, pure, and genuine. Wang Wei, with no expression on his face, took a long red sword and without hesitation plunged it straight toward her heart. While Yu Yan closed her eyes and waited for her fated death, Wang Wei's bright red sword stopped 1 millimeter away from her heart. No matter what Wang Wei did, he could not push the sword forward. This 1 millimeter represented a chasm that separated his last trace of humanity. It also represented his destined path. Cross that chasm and he will no longer be human. He will turn into a slave of power, a puppet of fate. Walk away from it, he still has a chance at redemption, a chance to try to place the control of his fate in his own hands. Wang Wei looked at his mother. Then memories that were engraved deep in his memories flooded his mind. He remembered the reason that he started in this path of pursuing power. It was to protect his mother from the persecutions of the other clans. But now, years later, he has forgotten his original purpose. His desire for power slowly consumed him like blood flowing out of a person's cut artery. Then it suddenly dawned on Wang Wei that the most difficult thing about cultivating was not the process of reaching high realms. No, by his talent alone and with an abundance of resources from the sect, it was only a matter of time before he could cultivate to the supreme realm. The real difficulty of cultivating was how to remember his original purpose, his original heart. Cultivators live a very long life. The real trial that they have to face is how not to let the passing of time affect their heart, to retain their original intention in the face of the demon that is called time. Can you make sure that after 1,000,000 years, you are the same person? Can the people who knew you in the beginning still recognize who you are? Can you look yourself in the mirror and say without hesitation that you did nothing against your conscience? And if you did change, is it too late to rectify your mistakes? All these are the essence of having a strong and powerful Tao heart, and it took Wang Wei's almost killing his mother to truly understand these things. Yu Yan opened her eyes after a few moments without feeling any pain. The painful death that she waited for did not come. When she opened her eyes, she saw her son holding a sword very close to her heart without moving an inch. At the same time, she noticed tears flowing down his eyes, drenching his clothes wet. His eyes were no longer devoid of emotions. Instead, they were full of pain and struggle. They kept changing from pure ruthlessness to doting love. Yu Yan realizes that her son was in an internal battle of good and evil. Her son was in his last struggle to redeem himself. She did not say anything to him. Her gentle smile remained on her face. She knew that this was a battle that her son had to face on his own. No matter the outcome, she will accept it. If her son succeeded, she will lead him to a path of redemption to repay all his negative karma. If he failed, she would die as a form of atonement to the world and her son. Wang Wei's struggle lasted more than 9 hours. Afterward, he dropped the sword in his hands on the floor. He looked at his mother full of gentleness, love, and guilt, then said, "Momoth, mother." His voice was harsh and hoarse, and he stuttered. This was due to the fact that he did not speak for many years. Tears kept coming out his eyes, and he knelt on the ground in front of his mother. He continued, "I'm sorry for WH. What happened?" Yu Yan rushed to her son and embraced him on the dirty floor. She wept with him and comforted him. She told him that everything would be okay from now on, that there was still time to change, time to make right of his past's wrong. The mother and son spend the next day talking to each other. In the morning the next day, Yu Yan said to Wang Wei, "Are you leaving again?" He smiled and responded, "Mother knows me best. After all, I need to repent for all my sins." This time his smile was no longer stiff or indifferent. Instead, his smile gave the feeling of removing the burden of the world from his shoulder. His smile was free and unrestrained. After saying his parting word to his mother, Wang Wei teleported away from the Wang clan. Then he turned into a giant. His body was so huge that the concept of size could no longer apply to him. All the people of the world raised their head to see a gigantic human head covering the entire heaven. In front of this giant, they were nothing but ants crawling in the ground in order to survive the cruelty of nature. And this giant was at the top of the food pyramid. The people of the world immediately knelt on the ground and did not make a single sound. The world became extremely quiet. In fact, not just humans, all sentient and non-sentient beings acted this way. Even the wind stopped blowing so as not to make flowers move and make a single sound. The giant looked at all the beings in the world and proclaimed, "My name is Wang Wei, but many of you should know me by the title of Slaughter Devil." Upon hearing the giant's word, many people became terrified. Who did not know the Slaughter Devil that killed the majority of the people in the world? All of them lived every day in fear, thinking that someday the devil would come to finish the rest of the job. Many people at the moment thought that their judgment day final came. Throughout the past 10 years, I have committed great sins to the people of the world, and as such are fettered by karmic virtues. Since there is a cause, then there must be an effect. Today, I will repay the karma I owed to the people and to the world. My soul will turn into the cycle of reincarnation, so that all the people that I have killed can be reborn and have new life. My blood will nourish the land of the world, so that all living beings have enough resources to breed, multiply, and grow. My flesh will turn into a new continent, so that all beings will have more land for future descendants, and the world could be more prosperous. After this declaration, the people watched as the giant's body slowly disintegrated. Many grieving souls flew out of the giant's body, bowed to him, and went into reincarnation. The giant's blood enveloped the land. The crops and plants started to grow at an alarming rate. Many ores and spiritual veins were created in different parts of the land. Many mountains and rivers grew at a rate visible to the naked eye. Then the giant's body turned into an enormous continent and landed somewhere in the ocean. The few remaining cultivators in the world soon noticed that the world they lived in hand started to expand, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became extremely abundant. Every breath they took could absorb a vast amount of spiritual energy, and they would feel refreshed afterward. In this environment, even mortals will have a long lifespan. They knew that this world was about to enter an age of cultivation and exploration. Both cultivators and mortals will benefit from this coming era. After doing all of this, Wang Wei was ejected out of the pagoda trial. In fact, Wang Wei did not have to do all the extra things at the end. After waking up at the last moment and preventing himself from killing his mother, he already passed the trial. So why did he do all the things he did? It was to install on him the idea of always paying karma. In this world of cultivation, karma is a real and accessible thing. Many cultivators have cultivated the Tao of karma, and some have even proclaimed themselves emperor using the Tao of karma. If one day he encountered one of such cultivators, he would be somewhat prepared. If he could also understand the Tao of karma, it would be even better. After Wang Wei was ejected out of the pagoda trial, he stood there pondering for a few moments. In the past few months, he had already passed 5 trials, but 2 of them had the most influence on him. This first of which was when he was shown his true self in the chamber of mirrors of retributions. The second one was this trial of greed for power. Both of them invoked the same message: what price are you willing to achieve your goals? Wang Wei was a confident man. He believed that with his methodical plans, he had more than 80 chance of proving the Tao and becoming a great emperor. But he could not answer with any certainty whether he would change throughout his journey to the top, whether he could still maintain his original heart. As the saying goes, time is the enemy of us all. This saying could be interpreted in many ways. For mortals, time is the driving force that leads them to the eternal silence known as death, and the same could be said for cultivators. Although the process will be longer for them, but what about great emperors? They have escaped the shackles of time and have infinite lifespans, so what is the meaning of time for them? Well, now Wang Wei understood that time is an eternal test for great emperors. Can their heart and mind withstood the ravage of time? Are they their true self after experiencing the vicissitude of time? Time is an eternal test that will forever plague cultivators that have escaped its shackles. You could even say that time itself is a curse for them. Or to be precise, this is the causal relationship between time and the people who have escaped its shackles. The cause is that you have acquired an infinite lifespan, and the effect is that you will forever be corroded by time until you become numb or something unrecognizable. Wang Wei realized that his focus when cultivating from now on was to always recognize who he truly was and not to forget his original purpose for cultivating. And what was that purpose? To become emperor? No, that was just the eventual process of his cultivation, not his true purpose. His true purpose was to be free and unfettered, to be free from the shackles of time and space, life and death, cause and effect, and even be free from fate itself. Wang Wei believed that fate was the greatest enemy to his path of freedom. As such, the Tao of fate will be the main Tao he cultivated in the future, and the Tao he will use to become a great emperor. Only by understanding the machination of fate can it be controlled, played with, then destroyed. When the day comes when he can do all of these, he will truly be free and unfettered. After understanding all of these, Wang Wei's Tao heart sublimated. A shadow of an emperor that ruled the heaven of all myriad beings appeared behind him. This was Wang Wei's proof of a young emperor. Unlike last time, this shadow was no longer as illusory. Furthermore, the face of Wang Wei was clearly visible this time. As soon as the shadow appeared, a grand and powerful aura enveloped the disciples and elders who were watching the fifth trial outside. Many people had the urge to bow down to this supreme being, and many people did. Some disciples with weak cultivation levels or weak will kneel in the ground and dare not look at Wang Wei. As for the rest of the people, although they did not kneel on the floor, the awe they had for Wang Wei as the young sect master was exponentially increased. The young emperor's shadow of Wang Wei lasted longer than the first time, but soon it also faded away. It seems that he had not reached the point worthy to bear the title of young emperor. After the sublimation of his Tao heart and the dissipation of the young emperor's shadow, Wang Wei left the pagoda with his head made. After Wang Wei left, the disciples started discussing what just happened. Do any of you know what was that shadow behind the young sect master? I do not know, but it was awesome. I feel like I was watched by a great emperor and wanted to bow my head. Stop talking nonsense. How do you know what a great emperor looked like? But you were right, I also wanted to kowtow to the young sect master. It seems that our Tao opening sect will have a great emperor this generation. These disciples were quite excited about the possibility of having a great emperor born in their sect. As the saying goes, when someone becomes enlightening, even his chicken and dogs will ascend to heaven with him. If the young sect master became great emperor, even the tiniest handout from him will greatly benefit any of them. Although most of the disciples were chatting happily, not everyone was as excited as them. This was especially true for the 10 contemporary sacred sons. Other disciples may not know what the shadow behind Wang Wei was, but they knew what it represented. This was proof of young emperor talent. As soon as they saw this shadow, they became pale. As contemporary sacred son, all of them were people with great ideals and ambitions. They all wanted to sit at the position of sect master one day. Although the people of the sect referred to Wang Wei as young sect master, to them, this title was just a form of respect to address the son of the current sect master. According to the rules of the Tao opening sect, the descendants of a sect master are not allowed to directly inherit the position. The descendants need to prove themselves by acquiring the title of sacred son through fair competition. The contemporary sacred sons knew that Wang Wei was a talented individual and that the sect might groom him to compete for the heaven will, but they thought that was something to worry about years from now. They believed that no matter how talented Wang Wei was, he still needed time to grow up to their level. Then, they could use this time to further the gap between him and them. As such, they had a high chance of becoming sect master before Wang Wei's talent took off. But now, Wang Wei's talent as a young emperor completely shattered most of their dreams. With this talent, it will not be long before they have to compete with Wang Wei for the honor of sacred son. Of course, they knew that young emperor does not mean invincible. Throughout the ages, there have been many heaven-chosens who fought and won against young emperors. Now the question is whether among them there exists such a heaven chosen. In fact, not all young emperors manage to become great emperors. The path of the emperor is a long and arduous one. Nothing can be set in stone as 100% certainty. In a magnificent mountain floating in the cloud lies the Sect Master Hall. The spiritual energy in this mountain is the most abundant of the Tao opening sect. This was the formal residence of the sect master and where most of the meeting of the sect took place. In fact, the whole Tao opening sect is made up of a group of mountains. They start from the ground all the way to the clouds. The closer to the ground, the less spiritual energy a mountain contains. The mountains in the ground is where the outer disciples and the handamen are located. The mountains of the outer disciples are connected to the mountains of the inner disciples by multiple enormous chains. These chains allowed people to easily walk on them. As for the core disciples' mountain and other areas of the sect, you have to be able to fly to reach there. This is the reason that Wang Wei is always accompanied by his head maid. Her job was not only to take care of him, but also to fly with him to different areas of the sect. The highest mountain of the Tao opening sect is known as Tianwei Peak. This is the location of the Sect Master Hall, and currently a meeting is taking place. The great elders and elders of different halls sat in different positions, with Sect Master Wang in the middle. Most of them had a look of shock and excitement on their faces. They had just returned from witnessing the 5th pagoda trial and saw the shadow of the young emperor from Wang Wei. One of the elders said excitedly, "This time the shadow of young emperor lasted longer than the last time. This means that the young sect master is not too far from truly becoming a young emperor. Things are not as simple as you say. Becoming a young emperor is not so easy." The great elder of the Enlightenment Hall asked in a deep voice, "Do you think that the young sect master could become a young emperor after he passed all 9 trials of the pagoda?" Many people quiet down after hearing this question and ponder for a while. Some people secretly look at the great elder. The Enlightenment Hall is the hall in charge of teaching and educating disciples. From the outer disciples to the core disciples, they were in charge of explaining cultivation sculptures and techniques. They were even in charge of preaching the Tao to the core disciples and the contemporary sacred son. More importantly, the great elder of Enlightenment Hall belongs to the sectarian faction of the Tao opening sect. Of all the people in the hall, he is probably the least enthusiastic of the talent of Wang Wei, as he is also the head of the group that is secretly opposing the rise of the young sect master. So when he asks this question, many people start to ponder his motive. After a brief silence, great elder Yan Mei of the punishing hall responded, "It is unlikely for that to happen. However, once the trials are finished, the young sect master will probably be one step closer. All he will need is just a little push." After hearing her answer, many people nodded their heads and agreed. If you notice closely, you will find that the great elder Longbow of the Enlightenment Hall had a sigh of relief despite not showing it in his face. However, a few people in the hall knew that great elder Yan Mei had a different meaning. As they are the few people who are aware of the young master plan 7 years later, they knew that this might be the slight push that great elder Yan Mei was referring to. However, they wisely kept their mouths shut and their expression indifferent as to not reveal any information. Great elder Li Jiang suddenly said something to try to change the conversation. "Recently, I feel like cultivating in the saint realm has become much easier. Am I the only one who feels this way?" Another elder responded, "Me too. I thought that my talent has started to bloom. Me as well, count me too." Soon the entire hall was full of people agreeing to great elder Li Jiang's words. Afterward, people noticed that something might have happened and they all looked toward the sect master. Wang Tian smiled joyously and responded, "The path of Supreme is starting to loosen up. There is hope for our future." Many people were shocked and excited upon hearing this news. Their generation was too bitter. In order for the glorious time of this generation to appear, the heaven mandate not only did not appear in their generation, but even the path of Supreme was cut off. They soon realized that Heavenly Tao took all the luck and energy for the heaven will of their generation and placed it on the next generation to create a truly powerful great emperor. However, even if they knew this, there was nothing they could do about it. But now they heard from the sect master that the path to Supreme was slowly opening up. The Supreme Realm, a person who manifests their own Dharma body and can live for at least 1,000,000 years. Who among them did not dream of reaching such a realm? Great Elder Li Jiang asked, "Does that mean we could break through now?" Sect Master Wang shook his head and responded, "The seal has just been lifted." Although it is theoretically possible, the chances are too small. Although this answer was a little disappointing, the elders were not affected. As long as there was hope. The great elder of the Formation Hall asked, "Sect Master, are you still going through mortal dust to break through the Supreme Realm? According to your foundation, it seemed unnecessary." Sect Master Wang Tian responded, "It is better to go through with it and increase my foundation. That way I can cultivate faster in the Supreme Realm and have stronger battle strength." The other elders nodded and agreed with the sect master's ideal of planting a firm foundation for the future. Soon afterward, great elder Yan Mei chimed in the conversation. Sect Master, it is better to prepare to be the first to make the breakthrough. If you succeed, not only can we increase the reputation of our Dao opening sect, but there is a great chance of being rewarded with merit from heavenly Dao. Upon hearing her words, Wang Tian's eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. He did not really care about things like reputation, but merit would be of great help to him. Merit is like the ultimate panacea for cultivators. If you had enough, there is almost nothing you could not do with it. You could directly raise your cultivation level. You could use it to increase talent, to increase understanding of the Dao, to increase the level of a pill or weapon. If you can think about it, most likely it can be accomplished with merit. This thing is even sought after by great emperors, as merit is still very useful for them. Unfortunately, Heavenly Dao is very stingy when it comes to awarding merit. Most cultivators will only receive a pitiful amount of merit when they enter the Saint Realm. If you want to acquire more, you have to accomplish a great cause that is beneficial to the whole world. The reason that great Elder Yan may believed that the first person to break through to the Supreme Realm might receive merit is due to the fact that person will become a symbol of hope to all the cultivators of the world. He or she will announce to the world that the path of cultivation is not cut off. Furthermore, Heavenly Dao will reward merit to such a person as a way to pay off the karma of cutting off the path of Supreme in the last generation. In this world, even Heavenly Dao cannot fully escape the shackles of karma. Sect Master Wang Tian ponders the meaning behind Great Elder Yan Mei's word. He realizes that she is probably right about receiving merit for being the first person to break through to Supreme. Wang Tian says to the other elders, in that case, we need to properly monitor all the major sects in the world. Even the powerful and talented loose cultivator should not be missed. After all, we are not the only people who will notice this change. The elders nod in agreement, then they all look at a person in the corner. The person sits alone without speaking a word. He did not have any presence, any sense of existence. It is as if the person never existed in the world. The only time he is noticed is when you look directly at him. As soon as you look away, you will immediately forget his face and all the memories about him. Only people with powerful cultivation level and keen perception can notice him, and that is only when he is not actively hiding his presence. Otherwise, only a few handful of people in this room would notice him. This person is known as Shadow. He is the person responsible for acquiring information, analysis, and assassination for the Dao opening sect. He is only loyal and responds to the sect master. In fact, every generation of the Dao opening sect master will cultivate their own spy agency and their own shadow at an early age. When they take over the position of sect master, the previous ruler will hand over the majority of the spy agency, and the shadow will change to the person trained by the current sect master. In that way, the foundation of the Dao opening sect will increase with each passing generation. Because of such rule, many of the contemporary sacred sons have their own information agency, and this is also the reason that Wang Wei has his own agency trained by the Wang family and is currently his head maid. After everyone look at him, the shadow look at Wang Tian, and when he see that he nods his head, he says in a hoarse and illusory voice, I will dispatch the shadow guard and monitors whether any saint is going to experience mortal dust or whether they are prepared to directly break through. After giving a positive answer, the shadow closes his eyes and refuses to say any other word. The elders did not find his action offensive as they are used to his behavior after spending many years dealing with him. Afterward, the meeting continues until late at night, and then everyone disperses and returns to their own hall. After the meeting, Wang Tian leaves Tianwei Peak and returns to the Wang family's exclusive mountain. Since his lovely son was born, he no longer lives in the sect master hall, as the spiritual energy in there was too strong for his mortal son to live for too long. It's true that the concentration of spiritual energy is very beneficial to increasing talent and nourishing the body to set a good foundation, but too much spiritual energy is also very detrimental to weak cultivators, let alone mortal infants. After returning to his mansion, Wang Tian discovers that his father was standing there and waiting for him. He immediately rushes over and bows to his father and says, Father, son is unfilial to make you wait for so long. Wang Tian's father, Wang Cheng, waves his hand and leisurely responds, Get up. How old are you? You do not have to keep these formalities, especially in private. Wang Tian smiles wryly. His father is a person who despises formality and scoffs at tradition. In other words, he is extremely unruly. Whereas Wire and Yu Yan, he asks, My lovely grandson was tired from the trial and Yu Yan just fed him some pill to relieve spiritual and physical fatigue. He is probably deep in sleep by now. That's fine if he is asleep. So father, what brings you out of the cottage? Wang Cheng looks at his son up and down, then proceeds, You should have noticed the change in heaven and earth. Are you prepared to break through to the Supreme Realm? Yes, father, once the seal is further loosened, I will go experience mortal dust to further strengthen my foundation, then break through. That's good that you are willing to strengthen your foundation. Wang Chang then looks at his son with a look of pity, then continues, I know you have a lot of unwillingness in your heart because you did not have the chance to compete for the heaven mandate. Unfortunately, heaven is truly unreasonably unfair. Wang Tian sighs and mockingly answers, it's just like Wire always say, fate is the greatest mockery for us cultivators. I did not tell you all of this just to listen to you lamenting your own misfortune. I come to remind you that you still have a chance to achieve your dream of competing for the heaven mandate. As long as Wire can prove the Tao, he could still provide you with another chance. After hearing his father's words, Wang Tian immediately understood his father's meaning and said excitedly, how come I forget this truth? As long as Wire becomes emperor, he can still wash off the karma in my body so that I can compete in the next generation's fight for the heaven mandate. Wang Tian is indeed excited. In the last generation, he was one if not the most powerful heaven chosen. He was born with the exquisite sword heart physique ranked 15 in the 3000 heaven physique list. He has practiced sword Tao to an extremely high realm and overwhelmed the majority of his peers. Cultivators all over the world voted him as the person who is most likely to win the heaven mandate. Unfortunately, when he reached the peak in the Saint realm, he learned that there will be no heaven will this generation. What was more tragic was the fact that even the path of Supreme was also cut off and sealed. Their generation wailed in agony and screamed that heaven was unfair. According to the rule of heavenly Tao, no person from the previous generation can compete for the heaven mandate in the next generation. As such, the goals and dreams of many people were completely shattered. There is only one way to go around this rule: wash away your karma. In order to wash away karma, there are only two ways. One is to seal a person in bloodstones or time stones and allow them to sleep for millions of years and live through countless generations. Then they can wake up, free from karmic ties, and participate in the fight for the heaven's will. In fact, many sects have many heaven chosens from the previous era that are currently still sealed and awaiting awakening, and the Tao opening sect is of no exception. The other way to wash away karma is to have a great emperor to directly take action. This method is direct and immediately effective. However, such a method will result in the emperor suffering from karmic backlash. As such, if an emperor is not powerful, or if you are not really close to them, they will not use such methods lightly. After taking a deep breath and calming himself down, Wang Tian says to his father, Father, not just me, even you have a chance at a second attempt. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang's face remains calm and answers with a look of sadness, it's true. Unfortunately, after my defeat to Yang Chen, no I mean Emperor Nine Sons, my Tao heart was affected and my will to fight was long lost. There is no future for me as an emperor. Furthermore, it won't be long before my lifespan will approach its end, and I have to be sealed with bloodstone and become a foundation that protects the sect from future trouble. After Wang Chang's words, a profound sadness envelops the room. Wang Tian knew that his father had suffered a great mental blow during his fight for heaven, 3 generations ago. Furthermore, his father's age was long past the limit of 1,000,000 years for the supreme realm. Of course, due to how powerful his cultivation method is, his lifespan was way longer than ordinary supreme realm powerhouse. However, he will have to face the issue of lifespan sooner or later. Suddenly, an idea appears in Wang Tian's head and responds, Father, as long as Wire succeed in sitting on the emperor throne, you could still walk on the path of immortality, or even better, the path of Tao ancestor. After hearing his son mention the path of immortality, a look of yearning appears in Wang Chang's face, followed by a great deal of disdain. However, the idea of continuing in the path of Tao ancestor is quite appealing to him. This path, although not as powerful or influential as the path of emperor, has much better potential than the path of immortality. Wang Chang said to his son, Okay, no need to think about these things for now. Wire still has a long way to go. After saying this, Wang Chang chatted with his son for a while before returning to his cottage. Wang Tian did notice that his father was in a much better mood when he left. He becomes more joyful at the fact that his word had a good effect on his father. Wang Tian knows that a cultivator's state of mind and Tao heart is of great importance to them, especially in the higher realms. Ever since his father has failed his competition for the heaven will, he has been quite reticent and lost a lot of his previous confidence. Things got better when Wang Wei was born, but the effect was also minimal. Now he has rekindled the fire of hope for his father, just like his father just did for him. After pondering for a while, Wang Tian ran home to reunite with his wife and son. Far away from the Tao opening sect, in the heaven-blessed domain, the Emperor Enlightening Academy. The myriad Emperor world is divided into 5 continents. Each continent is further divided into countless domains. The Emperor Enlightening Academy is located southeast of the Tao opening sect. This academy is one of the most powerful forces in the world, second only to the Tao opening sect. In fact, when it comes to foundation, it might even surpass the Tao opening sect. As the name suggests, the Emperor Enlightening Academy is designed for the sole purpose of training great emperors. Throughout its long history, it has trained a total of 8 great emperors, only one short of the Tao opening sect. As a result of this, these two great powers have been competing for countless years. However, what sets the Emperor Enlightening Academy apart is the fact that their doors are open to any heaven chosen, even if you already belong to another group or faction. Because of said philosophy, the Emperor Enlightening Academy has helped a great deal of emperors during their rise. So these emperors would more or less return the favor after their ascension. As such, despite the fact they have only truly trained 8 emperors, they have received the favor of countless emperors throughout their inception. Right now, a meeting between the teachers and headmaster of the academy is taking place. Unlike the Tao opening sect, which is located in the mountains, the Emperor Enlightening Academy is actually a gigantic city that covers the entire Heaven Bliss domain. The headmaster of the Emperor Enlightening Academy is actually an old man with long white hair, trim white beard, and sage-like temperament. He is dressed in all white ancient garments. All the teachers in the hall had a great deal of respect for him. This respect comes from not only his powerful cultivation, but also the fact that he is an educator, a sage that brings knowledge and wisdom to the masses. The headmaster, whose name is Bai Han, starts the meeting. He asks, "Have we found our target this time?" Another teacher responds, "After paying a substantial price to the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, we have determined that the target has been born in a lower plane and has also located said plane. Should we send someone to pick him up?" After pondering for a while, Headmaster Bai Han responds, "No need for that for now. Send a true monarch teacher to secretly protect him. Growing up in the lower realm can temper him and also prevents other sects from noticing him. Additionally, the teacher protecting him can be responsible for his first enlightenment and set a solid foundation for him and cultivate his feeling toward our Emperor Enlightening Academy. Headmaster, we also need to send him an identity token," reminds another teacher. Yes, without an identity token, he will not be recognized by Heavenly Tao of the myriad Emperor world and will not be able to participate in the fight for heaven will. According to the laws of heaven, people not born in the myriad Emperor world could not participate in the fight to prove the Tao, unless a very precious identity token is given. This is similar to the citizenship that Wang Wei received when he was born. Another teacher excitedly says, "I cannot believe that our Emperor Enlightening Academy is about to acquire a heaven chosen with the absolute chaos physique, the rank number 1 in the 3000 heaven physique list. We will finally nurture our 9th emperor and catch up to the Tao opening sect. Yes, this generation's heaven mandate will belong to us. I agree with this." Soon many teachers started to discuss their exciting future. Seeing that the majority of people in this room start to become arrogant and proud, Headmaster Bai Hai frowns and says in disapproval tone, "Do not be proud and happy too quickly. Don't forget, this is a glorious time where the number 2 physique, heavy axe physique, and the number 3, 7 desire 6 emotion physique has appeared. Furthermore, there is still the anomaly that appears in the Tao opening sect. From the information we have received, the young sect master of the Tao opening sect has the posture of a young emperor. In the western White Tiger continent, there is a child born with the power of reincarnation. Many of the people with physique in the top 10 of the 3000 heaven physique have been born. This is not the ancient time when being born with the top 3 physique is guaranteed to win the heaven mandate." After hearing the headmaster's word, the teachers in the room immediately calmed down. Cold sweat started falling from their backs. All of them have made the mistake of placing the cart before the horse. Their heaven chosen have not even won the heaven will and they are already celebrating. After realizing their mistakes, they all soon rein in their arrogance. Another teacher reminds everyone, "Do not forget old Chu's divination. In this supreme era of resurgence, the impossible will become possible." Soon the teachers realize that their mindset has been wrong. This era will be a fierce competition for the Emperor throne. Heaven chosen will be as many as dogs. The heaven chosens of this generation are both lucky and unlucky. Lucky because they will witness a grand era in which the brilliance of many geniuses will shine on a myriad of worlds. They are unlucky because if they are not worthy, then they can only be cannon fodder. The threshold for the title of heaven chosen will be raised to a very high standard. Many people who could be called heaven chosen in the past will appear extremely mediocre in this generation. After the teachers calm down, they return their focus on how to properly cultivate the absolute chaos physique. One teacher asks Headmaster, "Do we need to provide him with enough luck to reach purple gold and break through to the supernatural realm?" Headmaster Bai Han responds, "That is not necessary. As the person born with the absolute chaos physique in the lower plane, he is probably the son of destiny of that plane. He will naturally be able to acquire the necessary luck to reach the standard purple gold level on his own." The teacher nods in agreement with the headmaster. "Headmaster, do we allow him to participate in the Spirit Road 7 years later?" "No, the Spirit Road is not that important. He can just skip it." "Then, sir, when will we bring him back from the lower realm?" After pondering for a while, the headmaster answers, after most of the heaven chosen of this generation reach the supernatural realm, the academy will be formally open. We can bring him back then. All right, now that most of the issues have been settled, let's discuss which true monarch teacher will be sent as a Tao protector. After hearing this, the room became quiet. Many people start making plans to acquire this position for their faction. Although the Emperor Enlightening Academy is a school, there are still factions that exist in it. Becoming the teacher of the absolute chaos physique essentially means the possibility of being the teacher of a future emperor. No one wants to give up such an opportunity. Few days have passed since Wang Wei passed the 5th trial. He is now preparing to enter the 6th one. While flying in the air accompanied by his head maid, Wang Wei asks her for the latest information that he needs to know and analyze. She responds, according to the information we received, the Enlightening Emperor Academy has secretly been moving around lately. Do you know the reason? Asks Wang Wei. We do not know for sure, but there are rumors that they have found the absolute chaos physique, but we could not verify if this information is true or not. The Academy has even launched a massive cleanup after the news leak. Many of our hidden spies were killed. Wang Wei ponders for a while. The rumors are most likely true given how severe the Academy reacted after the news leak. He suddenly asks, what about the other 2 top physiques? According to our information, the number 2 physique, the heavy axe body, is the crown prince of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. As for the number 3 physique, the 7 emotion 6 desire body, we only know that it is a girl, and she was found in the Eastern Azure Dragon continent. As for what force has acquired her, there is currently no information. Wang Wei smells the incoming storm from the whereabouts and actions of the number 2 and 3 physique. Usually, a sect will normally start to brag to the world about their heaven chosen as a way to form momentum for them. However, the Enlightening Emperor Academy and the power faction in the Eastern Azure Dragon continent chose the opposite and became quite low-key. This is actually quite unusual. This can only mean that they are preparing for the right time when all other heaven chosen's momentum reach a peak period, then use them as a stepping stone for their own people. After thinking about this, Wang Wei's sense of urgency rises quickly. He needs to advance his plans so that he will not become the stepping stone for someone else. After chatting with his handmaid for a while, Wang Wei soon reaches the place where the pagoda trial takes place. Then, without hesitation, he entered. In this trial, Wang Wei finds himself being a very powerful cultivator. He is also the sect master of one of the most powerful sects of the world. His every word can dictate the life of countless people. Under his leadership, his sect reached the most prosperous height since its creation. While everything seems to be going well for him, an enemy of Wang Wei sneak attacks him while he is leading the sect's disciples to a secret realm. The worst part about this is the fact his enemy did not kill him, but abolished his cultivation level, then shatters his Tao. After this incident, Wang Wei finds himself living a life of hell. He becomes a crippling beggar. He had no home to live and had to beg in the street to live. When the winter's cold arrived, Wang Wei had to find throwaway clothes and stitch them together as a blanket to warm himself and prevent himself from freezing to death. When the autumn's rain washed away the world, a few temples had provided shelters to a group of beggars, and Wang Wei was lucky enough to be one of them. The worst part of this experience for Wang Wei was not the constant changing mood of Mother Nature, but the never-ending hunger and the constant humiliation. Every day, Wang Wei had to go forage for food in the city. Since he is a beggar, he lives in the slum, the poor area infested with crime. The people living in the slum barely had enough food to feed themselves, let alone help others. Once in a while, some good Samaritans would feel bad for Wang Wei and provide him with enough food to barely keep alive. On some good day, some rich merchant or nobles would pass by the slums and give the beggars some food. However, they usually do it with a look of arrogance in their face and will usually throw the food in the ground and watch with pleasure as the beggars fight over such little food. In order to survive, Wang Wei is usually one of the beggars fighting for food. Due to the fact that he used to be a powerful cultivator, he is still much stronger than an ordinary person, let alone a malnourished beggar. In fact, the act of these nobles and rich merchants throwing food in the ground are actually quite benign. Usually they will vent their anger on the beggars by severely beating and insulting them. They spit at them, throw rotten eggs and feces at them, or even directly murder them. Wang Wei has tried a few times to fight back. The result is always him being severely injured and almost dying. The nobles and merchants never suffer any consequences for their action. This situation becomes worse for Wang Wei as some cultivators recognize him as the former sect master of the Tao opening sect. They all took pleasure humiliating one of the most powerful cultivators in the world. Things continue as such for many years until one season, a great famine envelops the kingdom where Wang Wei is currently located. Due to the famine, the nobles hoard the majority of the food, while the rich merchants raise the price to make profit. The majority of the poor people in the slums starve to death, while the number of beggars drop exponentially. During this period, Wang Wei has not eaten any food for more than 2 weeks. The only reason that he has lasted for so long was due to his former powerful body. On a particular summer's night, Wang Wei lies on the floor with an excruciating pain in his stomach. His throat is dry and his vision becomes blurry. He realizes that he was about to die of starvation. Then a man appears before him. The man throws a piece of bread on the floor in front of Wang Wei, which immediately delighted him. However, his joy did not last long, as the man actually urinated on the bread, then looked at him with a mocking smile and watched with an expectant joy for him to reach out and eat the piece of bread. Wang Wei looks at the bread, then swallows his saliva with a look of desire. Then he raises his head and looks at the man with his blurred vision. Afterward, he closed his eyes and rested. His pride will never allow him to reach such low bottom. He would rather starve to death than eat such a disgusting thing to survive. Who was he? One of the most powerful cultivators in the world, the sect master of one of the most powerful sects in the world. How can he do such a thing as eating bread filled with urine? He would rather die than suffer such humiliation. Soon afterward, Wang Wei's wish was granted to him. He starved to death and was immediately exiled out of the pagoda. Wang Wei thought that his act of placing his pride over his life would be the key that allowed him to pass the trial. But in fact, after exiting the trial, he actually fails to pass the 6th trial. Wang Wei becomes momentarily shocked for his failure in this trial. Then he ponders the reason for such failure. Obviously, he fails to recognize the lesson needed to learn to pass this trial. This was not according to his original design. Wang Wei returns to his home while preparing to enter the pagoda the next day. The next trial proceeded exactly like the previous one. Upon reaching the stage of malnourishment, famine, and dehydration, the same choice is once again given to him: eat the urinated piece of bread. Wang Wei realizes that this trial's purpose is to teach him a lesson about humbleness, about giving up pride and arrogance, especially when one is weak and helpless. Despite knowing all of these, Wang Wei still could not lower himself to eat that piece of bread. He always fails this trial when he reaches that part. Soon, more than 2 months have passed. Wang Wei was still stuck in the 6th pagoda trial. He has tried a total of 9 times. Each has resulted in failure. As a result of this, many disciples, including Li Jun, have already started the 7th trial. Many people in the sect are wondering if the young sect master has reached his limit. At Tianwei Peak, a meeting of the elders was taking place. Their discussion involves Wang Wei and his inability to pass the 6th pagoda trial. The great elder of the formation hall, who has a great relationship with Wang Wei, asks, "Sect master, should we do something to help the young sect master?" Upon hearing this, many people direct their gaze toward Wang Tian, who shakes his head in disapproval and responds, "There is no need to do this. This trial is designed to temper his Dao heart. It will not do him any good for us to help him." Great Elder Yan Mei asks, "At least, we can shut down the vision formation that allows people outside the pagoda to watch the trial. The act of eating urinated bread is a great insult to the prestige of the young master, especially in the future if he manages to prove the Dao." The room immediately becomes quiet after hearing Great Elder Yan Mei's words. Many people are in fact worrying about this. What impact will this trial have on the image of a future great emperor? What is a great emperor? A being that has escaped the shackles of time, life, and death, a manifestation of the great Dao itself. How can such a being be humiliated? Sect Master Wang Tian looks at everybody present in the meeting, then answers, "This is exactly the purpose of designing this trial, to teach Wire that no matter what height he reaches in the future, never forget his origin even if he was the humblest of beggar. When he reaches such an unimaginable realm, his deeds and past will forever be glorified by future generations. However, before reaching such height, his pride and arrogance only shows his insignificant state of mind, his ignorance, and the fact that he is not yet worthy to be bathed in the light of true glory." While the meeting is taking place in the Wang family exclusive mountain, Wang Wei, who has been in a terrible mood the past 2 months, was invited into a room by his mother Yu Yan. Upon entering the room, Yu Yan watches her disheveled son with distress. She can easily notice the difference from 2 months ago. His eyes are bloodshot, signifying the fact that he has not had enough sleep in the past few months. His clothes are no longer clean and tidy. His eyes, who once were full of wisdom, maturity, and confidence, are now full of doubt and confusion. Yu Yan watches his son dotingly and wishes she could just go over and tell him that this trial is not necessary. Even without it, he could still accomplish great things in life. However, she knows better that this is not the time to be soft. She said, "Wire, your father is in a meeting with the elders right now. I'm worried that someone will use this failure to attack you. Come and watch so you could receive the information beforehand and be prepared for an attack." Then she takes out a mirror showing the scene of the meeting in Tianwei Peak. Wang Wei sits next to his mother and watches the elders argue about how to deal with his recent failure in the pagoda trial. Then he listens to his father's awe-inspiring speech about the relationship between humility and glory. Then something dawns on him. Where does this unfounded pride come from? It's true that he is born with great wealth and good fortune. Even in his past life, he was considered a second-generation rich young master. However, his birthrights have no direct indication for his future achievement, especially in this world of cultivation. Even the most humble beggar can one day sit in the throne of emperor overlooking myriad beings. Emperor One-Eye is a perfect example of this. He was born a slave of a family in the western White Tiger continent. However, one day, the family he served was brutally massacred. As a poor mortal, he was forced to beg in order to survive. In one of his encounters during that period of his life, some random rich noble stabbed one of his eyes, permanently blinding it. However, fate was in favor of such a lowly beggar. After a lucky encounter, he started on the path of cultivation. With his hard work and talent, he beat all the heaven chosen from powerful factions and lineage and proved the Tao. In fact, throughout his life, this emperor never healed his blind eye even when he became a great emperor. As a matter of fact, he even took the name One Eye after proving the Tao to remind him of his humble origin. So what is Wang Wei's so-called pride worth compared to the life of Emperor One Eye? If someone asked him to throw away his pride, to be lower than a beggar, to be a slave in exchange for 100% guarantee to become a supreme emperor, would he accept it? Of course he would. The starting point of someone is not something that can determine the limits of their achievement. Humbleness and humility are not disadvantages or vices. No, they are in fact great virtues. Virtues that teach people to never give up no matter the circumstances. After realizing this, Wang Wei's eyes shine like the first sunlight that illuminated the world. The doubt and confusions were immediately swept away. He suddenly turns toward his mother and says, "Mom, I'll be back tonight for dinner." Then he rushes outside where his head maid has been waiting for him. Soon they both headed toward the area of the pagoda trial. Yan watches her son leave with a gentle smile on her face. Soon after Wang Wei's departure, Wang Tian appears beside his wife and says with excitement, "It seems that our little play works much better than expected. Why do you and the elders have to go through all that trouble? Would it not be better to just tell him all of this? Wire is an extremely intelligent kid. If we were to tell this things directly, it would not have such a good effect. Only when he realizes it by himself can he learn something and sublimates his state of mind. The only trouble we had with this plan is the fact that Wire might realize that this is just a play directed toward him. Fortunately, his state has not been ideal the past 2 months. After leaving his home, Wang Wei directly enters the pagoda for his 10th time for the 6th trial of the pagoda. This time around, the story follows the same trajectory. After his fall, Wang Wei still becomes a beggar. However, this time his state of mind was different. He has accepted the humility and humbleness of his life. He tries every means for survival, while trying to find a chance to change his life. When the arrogant man handed him the piece of bread filled with urine, he picked it up without hesitation and ate it. He did show any emotion such as struggle, suffering, or humiliation, just the desire to survive and the hope of a better tomorrow. And things did eventually get better for Wang Wei. After managing to barely survive the famine, one of his former loyal advisors from the sect tracked him down and provided him with a pill that could heal his crippled body at the cost of losing all his previous cultivation. He did not mind all of these. He again starts from scratch and only took a few years to heal his shattered Tao and reach a height beyond his previous peak. Afterward, he singularly slaughters all his enemies and the people who had betrayed him. He easily retook control over the Tao opening sect and led it to an even more prosperous era. Then, he went back to the slum where he used to live and rewarded the few people who helped him during those times. The only thing he did not do was to humiliate or kill the people who did him wrong during his days as a beggar. In fact, he did not even hide the fact. As such, the story of the rise of the sect master of the Tao opening sect from an humble beggar to a supreme being spread all over the world as a form of motivation, a way to encourage people that humble origin does mean you could not succeed in life. Soon afterward, Wang Wei exited the pagoda with the message that he had passed the 6th trial. After this trial, Wang Wei had learned a great deal of things about himself. Despite his humble appearance, Wang Wei discovers that he had a great deal of arrogance and pride hidden deep in his bones. Unlike people who display their arrogance on their face and action, Wang Wei's arrogance is displayed in the form of alienating ordinary people or people who he believed did not have the status or strength to be on the same level as him. For example, Wang Wei might be talking to someone with polite words and a comforting smile, but in fact, he would never be friends or associate with someone of lower status than himself unless he has a purpose for doing so. The politeness he displayed when conversing with other people is due to his education. His polite and comforting smile is just a way to display his charm and increase his charisma to develop a positive image to the world. Unfortunately, there is deep pride or hubris hidden behind the polite smile. And arrogance stems from the belief that one day he will become a powerful being that forces all myriad things to bow down to him. If it was not for this pagoda trial, Wang Wei might spend the rest of his life without being aware of such excessive pride, which would in turn cause him a great deal of danger if used by his enemies one day. The impact of Wang Wei spending so much time passing the sixth trial did not immediately go away. Disciples in the sect are constantly discussing whether the young sect master had reached his limits. Wang Wei is aware that someone might be secretly spreading rumors to discredit him, so he immediately took action to change the narrative. How does he do that? Simple. He immediately enters the seventh trial and tries to be the first to pass it despite his 2 months late start. The seventh trial could be said to be simple, yet at the same time the most difficult. This trial involves religion and brainwashing. In this world, there are many powerful religion and cult who rely on people's belief as a way to cultivate. As a result of these religions' desire for people to devote their entire life and belief to them, they develop techniques that brainwash people and forcibly distort their minds, ideology, memories, and even personality, the most famous of which was Buddhism. In the myriad emperor world, Buddhism once had a glorious era. Many great Buddha emperors were born in different Buddhist sects throughout the world. Their emperor sculpture, the past, present, and future Buddha, was renowned as one of the most powerful scripture in the world. Unfortunately, something happened that changed the very nature of every Buddhist. Instead of pursuing enlightenment, the Buddhist sects started to gather incense through believers. They brainwashed both ordinary people and cultivators as a way to quickly cultivate. Not much record is left in the Tao opening sect from that time period. To be more precise, someone or something not only wiped out all the Buddhist sects in the world, but even the majority of records were erased. The only thing related to Buddhism in this world that still remains is the 6 Forbidden Lands, the Western Pure Bliss Land. Forbidden lands, as the name implies, are places of extreme danger in the myriad emperor world that have existed for countless number of years, yet still remain mysteries. The only requirement for a place to be labeled as Forbidden Land is to have at least one emperor either die or severely wounded while visiting such places. A great emperor being that has achieved immortality actually died in these Forbidden Land. The water in this world is indeed quite deep. Among the 6 Forbidden Land, the Western Pure Bliss Land is one of the most dangerous one. According to a brief introduction that Wang Wei read in the library, there have been many emperors who have visited the Western Pure Bliss Land. Many emperors, after proving the Tao, have visited those Forbidden Land in an attempt to destroy them. Why take all these risks and trouble? Of course, for glory and recognition. The myriad emperor world has cultivated a great number of emperors. Among them, there is of course a distinction between powerful emperors and weak emperors. One of the ways that emperors used to distinguish themselves is to destroy or erase a forbidden land. According to records, there have been a total of 18 forbidden lands. Now only 6 remain. Some forbidden lands are dated before the first ever emperor heaven opening emperor was born in this world. The Western Pure Bliss Land has affected a large number of emperors. Once they enter the core area, there are only 3 outcomes that await them upon exiting: death, severe injury, or being brainwashed into believing in the great Maitreya Mother Buddha. Once their belief has changed, the Tao that these emperors cultivated will be forcibly rewritten to contain Buddhists' nature or origin. When Wang Wei learned about this fact, he was completely horrified. What kind of being would be able to manipulate the Tao of an emperor, unless he is more powerful than him or her? After reading about this information in the library, he directly went and asked his father about it. However, unlike before, Wang Wei's father refused to tell his son any information. In fact, according to his father's word, even he, the sect master, was not qualified to know certain things or truth, let alone his mortal son. During that time, Wang Wei spent a great deal of sleepless night worrying about his future. It was then that Wang Wei realized that being an emperor might not be the end of the path of cultivation, but just another beginning. If Wang Wei wanted to achieve the realm of free and unfettered, the realm of the great emperor was probably far from enough to accomplish that. Maybe, somewhere out there, in the vast universe, in the limitless chaos, a great emperor was nothing but a bigger ant from the truly powerful cultivators. After having these thoughts, Wang Wei had forced himself to calm down and place all these memories and thoughts in a deep corner of his mind. After all, he was not even an emperor yet. Hell, he was not even a cultivator, yet how can he ponder and stimulate the greatness and insignificance of an emperor? Despite all of the initial fear, Wang Wei vowed that he would one day unveil the secret and mysteries of all of these forbidden lands. Wang Wei enters the pagoda and finds himself in an empty room with one meditating cushion on it. He sits cross-legged on top of it. As soon as he sits down, a grand and ethereal murmur appears in his mind. The murmur was at first very blurry, but soon Wang Wei started to understand its meaning. The voice preaches about this majestic and otherworldly power. He claims that if Wang Wei believes in it, it would grant him wealth, power, and even eternal life. The words of the ethereal voice seem to contain a deep power of seduction. Each word seems to be able to leave an imprint on the core of people's soul. Wang Wei tries to ignore the voice with no avail. Then he tries to think about different things or memories as a form of distraction. But that tactic also fails. No matter what action he takes, the only thing left riveting in his mind is the promise and seduction of that voice. After agonizing and fighting against the ethereal voice for 3 hours, Wang Wei finds himself believing that he is the devout believer of the Almighty One beyond fate. Only by believing in it can he truly achieve his dreams and goals of being an emperor and reaching the peak of life. After becoming a devout believer, someone opens the door of the secret room. He then leads Wang Wei to meet the Pope of the religion, who proclaims to him that a sacrifice is required of him by the Almighty One beyond fate. Wang Wei, without a shred of hesitation, takes a knife, cuts a hole on his chest, then plunges his hand into his chest cavity and rips out his heart and hands it to the Pope. During his action, there was no pause, no hesitation, no screaming in agony, only a look of yearning and devotion to the supreme God that controls the fate of all human beings. The Pope nods in approval and takes the heart away from Wang Wei's hand. Soon afterward, Wang Wei dropped dead on the floor and was immediately exiled from the pagoda due to his failure of the 7th trial. After leaving the trial, Wang Wei had a look of horror in his face. It took him a few minutes to recover a proper mindset. Then he set out back home with his head made. Wang Wei spends the whole night thinking about how to properly pass this test. The solution he comes up with is to use his strong will to resist. The next day, he places his idea into practice. He tries to resist the invasion of the ethereal voice with his strong will. Although this time, he lasted more than 12 hours before he surrendered, Wang Wei knows that this is not the best way to go forward, especially now that he was 2 months behind the other disciples. Resisting the sweet seduction of the Almighty One beyond fate with a strong will is a very slow process. Unfortunately, time was not on Wang Wei's side. Wang Wei had to try his backup plan, fighting belief with belief. Since the Almighty One beyond fate wants him to believe in him, then why not install into himself a strong belief and fight against the belief of the Almighty One beyond fate? That way, by fighting the invasion of the other party, Wang Wei can rapidly strengthen his own belief until it turns into a creed or instinct that he will follow his whole life. As for what belief to follow? Simple, the belief that he will one day become free and unfettered. One day he will swim in the river of fate, go fishing in the river of time, flirt with the goddess of death, bathe in the spring of life from the eternal tree. With this mindset, Wang Wei once again enters the pagoda for the 7th trial. As soon as he sat on the cushion, the seduction and invasion began. Wang Wei immediately starts to hypnotize himself into believing that one day he will be a supreme being far greater than this Almighty One beyond fate. No matter how seductive this voice is, no matter what great things he promises, no matter what benefit he offers, Wang Wei remains blind to it. Wang Wei constantly installs the idea on his mind that by having an unwavering belief on himself, one day he could achieve his goals and dreams. All he needs to do is slowly and methodically walk on his own predetermined or pre-established path. He does not need the spiritual soothing or reliance of a higher being. His strong and powerful determination will be his spiritual reliance and nothing else. Despite all of this, it took him a total of 15 days before he reached the standard to pass this trial, or at least the first part of it. The second part of the trial involves him reading numerous cultivation techniques and scriptures. Then Wang Wei had to distinguish which one is secretly tempered with to influence the mind. The cultivation world can be quite dark and full of malice. Some poor bastard might think that he is lucky by discovering a peerless cultivation sutra, later to discover that this sutra is tempered it by a more powerful cultivator to turn people into their slave, or make them their faithful and devout believer, or to make it easier to take over their body after raising them like fat sheep to be slaughtered. The 7th trial of the pagoda is designed and modified by the elders to train the disciples on how to recognize these default cultivation sutras and techniques. Some sutras or scriptures even outline a perfect Tao for cultivators to cultivate. They do not need to have any enlightenment, just cultivate the sutra, and they can cultivate the law and Tao. However, the majority of sutra like these are just bait to cultivate the perfect cauldron for absorption or body possession. It is true that it is necessary for cultivators to have lucky encounters to grow powerful during their cultivation journey. This is in fact a manifestation of their own chi luck. However, if a cultivator is not careful, it will be quite easy to be calculated by other cultivators. In fact, sometimes, even Heavenly Tao will calculate certain cultivators. Although Heavenly Tao is nothing but an emotionless program, it is in its right to check and balance certain cultivators that he deemed a threat to the world. Heavenly Tao itself cannot directly attack such people, but he can provoke them in a roundabout way, such as increasing the strength of heavenly tribulation, or plot against through lucky encounters. Wang Wei spends more than 10 days before passing the 7th trial, and just like he had planned, he is still the first to pass it. As soon as he passed the trial, the voices of dissonance in the sect were completely gone. The people that are secretly making trouble became silent. Wang Wei took this opportunity to increase his prestige in the sect. In only a few days, only positive news about him could be heard from the mouth of the sect's disciples. The storm of the seventh trial did not last long as the disciples partook in the eighth trial. This trial could be considered one of the easiest for Wang Wei, because this trial involves arrogance, conceit, and how to deal with failure. In this trial, Wang Wei finds himself invincible among his peers. No matter what heaven chosen he fights against, he will always end up the victor. As time passes, Wang Wei begins to grow a heart of invincibility. He has the confidence that no matter who he faces, he will win in the end. As his arrogance and conceit grow with time, his effort in cultivation starts to lag behind his peers. Then one day, he faces his first defeat, and it is against an opponent that he had previously won against numerous times. This defeat provides him with a severe blow to his self-esteem. If it were the other disciples, maybe they would be devastated, then proceed to enter a state of self-blame, lack of confidence, or even severe depression. But that did not apply to Wang Wei. To him who have lived two lives, he had long learned that one failure does not define who he is as a person or what can he achieve in the future. In fact, most people spend the majority of their life experiencing one failure after another. However, as long as they succeed the one time that matters, then they can be set for life. Once someone succeeds, the people around him will not care about all his countless other failures, but focus on the one success. They magnify and glorify that one and only success. Of course, succeeding once does not mean that your path is over, and you can enjoy life without an ounce of care from now on. No, it is the opposite. Once you succeed, you have to reanalyze all past failures and summarize the reason for the one success, then proceed to use the same or better method formula to continue to succeed. With this mindset, Wang Wei soon realizes that the reason for his failure this time is due to the fact that he becomes conceited after succeeding so often. After being invincible, he did not put as much effort as he did before having such overwhelming strength. He has started to believe that no one would forever be his equal. As such, there is no need to put in so much effort. While the sin of sloth slowly devours him, his competitors did not slack off for even one day. They were not discouraged from the abundance of failures when facing Wang Wei. In fact, it was quite the opposite. They work harder than they did before. They put in 100 times more effort than previously. And eventually, they succeed in defeating a foe that at a certain point of time, they had deemed undefeatable. Wang Wei learns from the effort and spirit of his competitors. Although his heart of invincibility is shattered, he did not mind. He could slowly rebuild it and make it even stronger than before. Wang Wei did not take long to pass the test of the eighth trial after getting over his failure or defeat. The purpose of this trial is to teach disciples the values of constant hard work and the mindset needed when encountering major failures in life. In this world, cultivating is like a rapidly moving speed train on an endless track. If you slow down even a little bit, other trains might surpass you no matter how far ahead you think you are. Only by constantly moving forward that you have a slight chance of always keeping an advantage. What is even worse about this speeding train race is the fact that not everyone has the same starting line. As such, if you're not constantly improving and moving forward, no one knows the outcome of the race. After exiting the eighth pagoda trial, Wang Wei starts to ponder about the meaning of a heart of invincibility. In his opinion, no one can truly reach the state of invincibility. Some cultivators might spend their entire life without losing a single battle. Are they invincible? In Wang Wei's mind, the answer is no. The cultivation world is very hierarchical. So what if you are invincible in the supernatural realm? Can you beat someone in the shattered void realm or the saint realm? The answer is no. The only reason a person can claim to be invincible is if he spends his entire cultivating career without fighting someone of too much higher cultivation level than him. As such, the so-called heart of invincibility is nothing but the self-aggrandizing of some arrogant idiot who lives in a false reality. Wang Wei did not want such a heart of invincibility. In fact, despite Wang Wei's disdain, he knows that such a thing as heart of invincibility is actually very useful to cultivators. It can increase the confidence of a cultivator in battle, creating a momentum that weakens enemies. Furthermore, anyone who cultivates a heart of invincibility will be acknowledged by heavenly Tao and increase their chi luck. If Tao heart increases a cultivator's chance of breaking through higher realm, then a heart of invincibility increases their combat power. To Wang Wei, the so-called heart of invincibility is too fragile. All it takes is one defeat or self-doubt, then it will shatter. Although Wang Wei has a great deal of confidence in himself, it is not to the point in which he believes that he will never lose a battle or experience failure. As such, he concludes that the path of invincibility is not for him. Despite all of this conclusion did not have any effect on him. The reason is because he has a strong belief, a belief that no matter what misfortune he encounters, no matter what battle he fights, he will have the last laugh. He will be the last man standing. He might not win the first few battles, but when it comes to the ones that truly matter, he will be the final victor. This belief is of a greater significance and value to him than any precarious heart of invincibility. After setting his mindset in the right direction, Wang Wei begins to prepare for the final trial. He knows that the final trial is actually quite horrible even according to his standard. As far as he is concerned, there is probably no actual way to pass this trial. Wang Wei spends a total of 10 days of rest to prepare for the ninth and final trial of the pagoda. With a strong and positive mindset, he sets out and enters the pagoda for the last trial. In this trial, Wang Wei lives a joyous, ordinary life. He had a family that loved him, an abundance of wealth that allowed him to enjoy life as much as possible, fulfilling a job as government official who is loved by the common people, and a healthy body without any major disease. He did not participate in things like drugs, alcohol, or prostitution. Wang Wei could be considered quite the responsible and filial son. The only major event expected to occur in his life is the day when he chooses a bride and gets married. Unfortunately for him, he did not live for that long. On a certain cloudy day, Wang Wei had the day off from the office. While taking a walk in the garden with his mother and father, suddenly the heaven trembles. What they say would leave an everlasting memory or trauma deep into their soul for as long as they exist. When Wang Wei looks in the sky, he sees a gigantic hand descending from the heavens heading toward him. His first reaction is that his idea is absurd, but as the massive hand starts to somehow enlarge itself, he realizes that his first assumption is actually quite right. In fact, the hand is not enlarging itself, but as it approaches him, all Wang Wei could see is the palm of the hand, which is quite massive in proportion to his size. As the hand approaches, Wang Wei finds himself incapable of talking, moving, or defending himself. Even his thinking process becomes increasingly slow and sluggish. The air or atmosphere around Wang Wei becomes solidified, which results in a heavy pressure both physically and spiritually to the people around. It is often said that when a person comes face to face with death, they will see all the memories or significant moments in their history flashing through their mind. However, this did not apply to Wang Wei at this moment. All he could think about before his untimely demise is how powerless he is, followed by insurmountable anger. Then he left the mortal coil with regret and endless fear. After his death, Wang Wei did not immediately exit the pagoda. This time, the setting of the trial is different. After the first death, the participants will find themselves rebirthed to a younger version of themselves at around 15 years old, with all the memories of the previous life intact. Their mission for this trial is to ensure their survival from that gigantic hand. On his second attempt, Wang Wei decides to follow the path of cultivation in order to fight the powerful being. In just a few decades, Wang Wei reaches the peak of cultivation and becomes one of the 9 giants of the cultivating world. On a fateful night, Wang Wei stands upright on top of a deserted mountain. He is waiting for the moment that will forever change his destiny. As expected, a gigantic hand tears apart the sky and heads toward him. Wang Wei awaits his enemy with a smile and endless fighting intent. Unfortunately, something out of his expectation happens. 2 unexpected people appear next to him. They are his parents. It was at this moment that Wang Wei realizes that this powerful being did not only want to annihilate him, but wishes to emotionally torture him. It wants Wang Wei to watch with despair as the people he cares about die in front of him, while he remains absolutely helpless. Wang Wei screams in anger towards heaven. His scream is so loud and powerful that it echoes throughout the entire world. He rushes toward the still descending powerful hand to stop it. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he expected. Wang Wei soon discovers that he is not powerful enough to stop the almighty hand, or should say the wrath of heaven, as Wang Wei believes that no person or cultivator could be so powerful. Despite his fleeting thoughts, Wang Wei's situation is not looking good right about now. Despite the fact that he did not immediately disintegrate like his first life, his attempt at stopping the hand did not yield any result. All his attacks were literally useless as they disappeared before even touching the hand. As for Wang Wei himself, he manages to create a barrier around him with all his cultivation level. However, this method is only a stopgap measure. With the passing of time, the barrier around Wang Wei begins to crack. However, Wang Wei still insists on fighting even to his last breath. However, anguish soon envelops him. Wang Wei watches as his parents, who were still located on the ground, slowly float in the air in front of the big hand. Then they slowly disintegrate into sand-sized particles and fly away with the wind. Then Wang Wei screams aloud again, this time not out of anger but absolute despair. This burst in emotions dramatically increased his power. His barrier that was full of crack and on the verge of being destroyed slowly starts to heal and becomes stronger. With great anger and this powerful barrier, Wang Wei rushes straight toward the big hand and has a direct confrontation with it. Unlike last time, Wang Wei was not directly defeated or blasted off. Instead, he had a direct clash with the big hand. For a brief moment, Wang Wei had a standoff with the wrath of heaven. he manages to stand his ground in the face of such powerful force. Although this confrontation only lasted a brief moment before Wang Wei had to experience the eternal silence known as death, this brief moment meant a great deal to him and had a significant impact. This brief moment of confrontation represents hope for Wang Wei. Hope that one day he will be able to defeat this formidable foe. Hope that one day he will not have to watch helplessly as his loved ones are killed. Although this hope or chance is actually quite minuscule, although Wang Wei will have to experience countless pain and suffering, although he will have to experience numerous death and resurrections, he did not mind, because a slight hope is better than none at all. Unfortunately for Wang Wei, he did not know that this mode of thinking was actually the beginning of his endless despair. After his second attempt, Wang Wei took a few days to rest his spirit and think about how to go forward from now. When he designed the pagoda, he did not have any direct plan for the final trial. He only told the elders that the theme of the trial should be difficult and involve the theme of despair. As for the details and everything else, he did not participate in it, as the trial is used to help the participants. Knowing everything is quite detrimental. After a few days of rest, Wang Wei once again enters the pagoda for the 9th trial. In his 3rd attempt, Wang Wei follows the same path as he did in the 5th trial. He becomes a devil that cultivates the Tao of Devour. By swallowing the blood, flesh, and soul of countless cultivators, Wang Wei's cultivation soon reaches a realm incomparable to his 2nd attempt. As for his parents, he hides them in a place where space is chaotic and teleportation is impossible, then awaits his opponent in the same deserted mountain from the previous attempt. When the fateful moment once again arrives, an extremely large hand descends from the heaven toward Wang Wei. Compared to it, Wang Wei is no more than an ant that can be accidentally trampled on. However, this time, things didn't go as previously. The hand did not attack Wang Wei directly. Instead, it moved toward the place where his parents were located and hiding. Wang Wei became terrified when he noticed that. With rage and fury on his face, he turns into a 3,000 meters giant and flies toward the direction of the hand. As soon as he flies, countless sonic booms follow a few seconds afterward. The wind from the aftershock of Wang Wei's flying speed destroys anything and everything from his path. Houses made of different wooden materials collapse. The blowing wind cut many people into many pieces, and some unlucky people who were directly in the same path as the giant Wang Wei directly exploded with blood scattered everywhere. In the path of Wang Wei, all that were left are destruction and death. Many people die from the falling debris of the houses. Many different severed limbs could be found randomly distributed in the ground. Additionally, a blood path thousands of meters long could be observed from a high point of view. This path leads directly toward the direction of Wang Wei's parents. Wang Wei flies with utmost rage toward his parents. He did not expect that this big hand would actually play rogue and directly attack his parents. Unfortunately for him, no matter how fast he flies, no matter how many innocent casualties he causes, he did not reach his parents in time. The big hand directly annihilated them, then proceeded to deal with Wang Wei. When Wang Wei reached the big hand, he immediately had a direct confrontation with it. He uses all his magic power, and with his powerful physical body, he throws a punch toward the big hand. With this powerful punch, the space around Wang Wei shatters. Cracks start to appear between heaven and earth. This punch contains Wang Wei's will for destruction and his endless anger. This single punch could destroy millions of lives. It could sink an entire continent as big as North America. It could offset the laws of gravitational pull. However, despite how powerful this punch was, it had a very limited effect. Upon receiving the punch, the big hand trembles slightly and stops for a few seconds. Then it proceeds toward Wang Wei to continue his mission of annihilations. Wang Wei did not become discouraged because of the minimal effect of his punch. If one punch did not work, then 10 will, or 100 or 1,000 punches. Boom, 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 terrible sounds of trembling echoed throughout the world. All living beings could see a 3,000 meters giant constantly punching a gigantic hand. With each punch, a terrible sound of explosion could be heard, followed by the slight tremor of the ground. The entire world shook with each punch. At this moment, the sky is no longer the peaceful and ethereal blue, but full of cracks and violent energy that will destroy anyone who comes in contact with it. In the sky, sweat start to flow down Wang Wei's face. With the increasing number of punches, his stamina has started to decrease. Furthermore, the magic power in his body is about to run out, and yet there is no sign of injury or even stopping from the big hand. Wang Wei immediately understands that he will probably not succeed in this trial, and the only thing that awaits him is death. Despite all of this, he did not give up. Every second he lives longer, he can still gather more information for the next attempt. Unfortunately, he did not last very long. The moment Wang Wei's stamina ran out, the power of the big hand dramatically increased and pats him. This time around, Wang Wei did not turn into tiny particles and scatter with the wind. This time, death becomes painful. When the big hand hit him, his skin burned, all the muscles in his body were cut into many pieces, and all his 206 bones were crushed into fine powder. His internal organs, including his brain, were liquefied into smoothie. Despite all of these, Wang Wei did not immediately die. His powerful body, or to be precise, what remains of it, allows him to still remain sober despite his severe injuries. Wang Wei looks at his mutilated body and groans. This kind of pain is nothing to him who had suffered the torture of the 18 level of hell. However, what follows provided him a great deal of pain. A splitting headache suddenly attacked him. He felt as if a part of him was suddenly torn apart. From his experience, he knows that this is the pain from directly attacking the soul. As he inspected his body, Wang Wei knew that this pain would last for a long while before putting him out of his misery. Wang Wei also guessed that this big hand probably did this on purpose to make him suffer as much as possible before killing him. Knowing this, Wang Wei refused to give the wrath of heaven the satisfaction of watching him squirmed in agony. This big hand would probably like it better if he begs for forgiveness and grovels at its feet. However, Wang Wei refuses to admit defeat. He uses the last bit of strength left on him to directly destroy his soul and commit suicide. In his third attempt, Wang Wei still believes that by having a powerful enough cultivation, he would become victorious against the wrath of heaven. As such, he travels throughout the whole world and learns all the cultivation scriptures and techniques that he could. Then, he creates a supreme scripture that allows him to reach an unimaginable height in cultivation level. As for his parents, he did not hide them or try to protect them like last time. Instead, he allows them to go on the path of cultivation themselves. He creates a cultivation technique that provides them with heaven-defying defense and healing abilities. As long as they have a single breath left, as long as a single drop of blood is left, they can heal and rejuvenate both their bodies and soul. They were almost immortal and unkillable. This technique was indeed quite terrible and heaven-defying. The only reason that Wang Wei can so easily create it is due to the fact that the pagoda trial is an illusory world where anything is possible. However, despite his best effort, some things are inevitable. They are destined to happen. Wang Wei still fails to stop the gigantic hand or the wrath of heaven. Although in this round, he still lasted a little longer than previous ones, the gigantic hand still kills him and his family. His developed unkillable cultivation technique only prolonged the inevitable demise of his parents and further added to their suffering before their death. However, Wang Wei did not regret his choice. The wrath of heaven was determined to involve his parents in their fight, and unfortunately there is nothing he could do to stop it. However, his will and determination did not waver for even a second. As long as he has a single breath, he will continue to fight it. This determination soon became the despair of our young protagonist. The cycle of the seasons from autumn to summer is manifestation of samsara, as it indicates that all living beings live life in an endless cycle of suffering from one reincarnation to another, without being able to escape. It is also a manifestation of the passing of time, the bringer of wisdom to all life through age, suffering, and repeating mistakes. As such, 2 years passed by, and Wang Wei was still stuck in the 9th pagoda trial. Throughout the past 2 years, Wang Wei had many attempts at the pagoda 9,999 to be exact. All of them ended in failures. He had to watch his family and loved one die one by one more than 9,000 times, and he himself had to experience such a number of deaths. Death was not a particularly enjoyable experience. In this trial, there is no such thing as reincarnation. As such, death is the end, the finale. There is no afterlife, no kingdom of God, no punishment from hell, only an eternal silence and absolute darkness. In this silent darkness, the only functioning thing is the mind, left wondering about everything and nothing. There is no concept of time and space. There is no matter to interact with, no living being to converse with. Only your mind, thoughts, and memories are left. All the ideas and thoughts you ever had during your life, no matter how good or evil. You can precisely inspect each of them to the last detail. In this bleak scenario, a person starts to explore and judge themselves. Their concept of morality, are they good or evil based on their own thoughts, not action? The way people view them, the impact that they think they have on others, their socio-political views, etc. Additionally, the people they have interacted with throughout their lives or the people they actually care about can only exist only in memories. The only good thing about this silent darkness is the fact that it provides its residents with perfect memories. They can see or review anything from the moment of their birth. All the people they are longing to see exist forever in their memories and can see them as long as they desire. Of course, such a thing can also be interpreted as an everlasting curse. When a person comes to the realization that the people that they are longing for and loved most in the world are nothing but lingering memories, it is easy for them to break down emotionally and spiritually. In simple terms, death is not a fond place, and experiencing more than 1,000 times over could drive the strongest of man to madness. However, Wang Wei still did it, and voluntarily. He did not flinch for even a moment. For his conviction, for his Heart, for his path of emperor, he kept moving forward. And that is exactly what Wang Wei did the past 2 years. He tried many different approaches and attempts, all of which resulted in failure and death. In his 10th attempt, Wang Wei no longer relied simply on his powerful cultivation to fight the wrath of heaven. He learned that the power of groups can be more effective than the single individual. As such, he went on a path of conquest of the whole world. After his conquest, he rallied all the cultivators of the world and created a massive formation that envelops the entire world. Then all the cultivators will inject their cultivation powers at certain nodes to fight the wrath of heaven. Although he was still unsuccessful, he learned from this attempt for his next several ones. As such, he created a powerful weapon with the help of all the refiners in the world, then a powerful talisman in his next attempt, then a powerful pill. On his 50th attempt, Wang Wei became an emperor with a massive kingdom that conquered the entire world. Then, he gathered the luck of all living beings and blessed himself to fight the wrath of heaven. He still failed and died miserable with all the people of his empire. On the 100th attempt, Wang Wei proclaimed himself as a supreme god and spread his benevolence throughout the world. He once again conquered the world and gathered the faith and incense of all living beings. He turned the mortal world into his kingdom of God, where he turned all his most devout believers into light messengers or archangels. Gathering the power of the whole kingdoms, he went on an expedition against the gigantic hand. In the end, he still failed, and his god kingdom was destroyed. All his believers perished, but they still did so with a smile on their face as they embraced death with their beloved god. Despite his 100 attempts and 100 deaths, Wang Wei's will and fighting intent did not diminish for even a second. The fight must continue on. On his 250th attempt, a burst of madness enveloped Wang Wei. In order to win against the wrath of heaven, he set up a massive formation that surrounded the whole world, then used the world as a massive bomb against the gigantic hand. Afterward, only Wang Wei and his parents remained intact and alive, floating in the endless void of the universe. However, this fact did not remain true for long. The world bomb did not stop the gigantic hand. Heck, it did not even hurt. Soon afterward, the wrath of heaven killed Wang Wei and his family. In his 587th attempt, Wang Wei once again established a supreme religion that engulfed the entire world. However, the god that the people worshipped was not him, but the supreme gigantic hand. In this attempt, Wang Wei placed himself in the role of servant and lauded the might and glory of the wrath of heaven. In desperation, Wang Wei had no choice but to humble himself in front of the big hand and see if he could spare him or at least spare his family. Unfortunately for him, his louche or shady action did not bring him the desired effect. The wrath of heaven still squashed him and his family into meat paste. Following this failure, Wang Wei became angry out of shame and fought more fiercely than ever against the big hand. On his 1200th attempt, he used the blood, flesh, and soul of all the people in the world to cast a powerful curse on the gigantic hand. This attempt did provide him with some success. The powerful curse managed to dramatically weaken the wrath of heaven, which in turn allowed Wang Wei to put on a slightly decent fight. However, the result was still the same: death and destruction. In the 2729th attempt, Wang Wei tried another drastic attempt. When the wrath of heaven came to him, he did not fight head-on. Instead, he kept dodging its attack. Their fight continued throughout the world, which resulted in the destruction of the world and extinction of all life. This was, of course, Wang Wei's plan. After the wrath of heaven destroyed the world and the people living in it, Wang Wei used a Tao of Karma technique to initiate a karmic backlash against the gigantic hand. With the cause and effect of destroying the world, the grievances of billions of lives severely weakened the gigantic hand even more than the previous curse. Unfortunately, he still failed and died. In his 5000th attempt, a deep despair overwhelmed Wang Wei when he realized that in all of his fights, he never managed to wound his opponent. He weakened it on many occasions. He fought with it to a standstill countless times for a long duration of time. However, he never managed to properly wound it. Wang Wei never saw the gigantic hand bleed even once. With such lingering thoughts, Wang Wei considered stopping the trial. At this period of time, he was the only person who kept on persisting. Both the first contemporary Sacred Sun and Li Jun had stopped after more than 2,000 attempts, only he kept on going. At this point of time, Wang Wei realized that there might be no way to actually win this fight. The design of this trial is the despair of having an undefeatable enemy. The point that the elders were trying to teach them is to always insist and keep on fighting to the last breath, and during the process, temper the will and the heart as much as possible. So Wang Wei asked himself, was his will and heart tempered during this trial? The answer is of course yes. During the past 5,000 attempts, he had experienced countless suffering and deaths. Furthermore, he had learned a great deal of things and experienced many wonders of the world. Although this trial is a fantasy world, and many of the things he did were actually not feasible in the real world, many of his experiences and knowledge that he acquired were actually quite real and useful, especially those scriptures scattered all over the illusory world. In fact, the training of aristocratic families like him is actually quite rigid and severe. Do not look at novels in his previous life and see a bunch of young masters who are either unskilled or unlearned, yet they are the heir of their family with powerful cultivation. In fact, this is impossible, or at least in this world, it is impossible. Children like Wang Wei and Li Jun, or even the Branch family, have to learn a great deal of things at a young age. They have to learn proper etiquette, mannerism, speech, literature, poetry, calligraphy, and Go. Additionally, they have to learn all kinds of sculptures that contain the laws and truth of heaven and earth, of the vast universe. These scriptures were the accumulation of countless sages and powerful cultivators throughout the inception of the Tao opening sect. In fact, many of the scriptures were written by the great emperors of the sect as a way to enrich the foundation of the later generation. These children could not understand the majority of the content of these scriptures. Even Wang Wei could not fully understand some of them, despite his heaven-defying understanding that his powerful soul provided him with. However, even if they could not understand them, they still have to memorize them. The same fact goes to the disciples of the sects. Although their training was not as strict as the family children, unless they were the direct disciples of some powerful elders, they still had to read those boring scriptures. The reason for this is a form of enlightening of the Tao, a way to form a solid foundation for future cultivation. Many times some cultivators would suddenly become enlightening while doing mundane things or during a fight, which dramatically increase their cultivation levels or break through bottlenecks. The reason for that is due to the scriptures that they have studied at a young age. They may not understand these words of wisdom when they were young, but once the occasion arrives, the true meaning of these scripture will become clear to them and be the foundation of their enlightenment and understanding the laws of heaven and earth, thus furthering their path of cultivation. This is one of the main reasons that heaven chosen from powerful sects and families dominate the myriad emperor world. It's not just because they have better talents and more powerful cultivation techniques. These scriptures are the foundation that these families and sects have gathered for millions of years. In this world, there have been countless casual or loose cultivating geniuses, and many have even proven the Tao and proclaimed themselves great emperor. These people who have not formed families and sect have also left their legacy scattered all over the world. As long as someone is predestined, they could acquire these techniques that are not inferior to the heaven-chosens of the sects and families. However, not all of the lucky people could rise and make a name for themselves. The reason for that is not just the fact they did not have the same amount of resources from these powerful sects, but because they lack a certain background and foundation. Even if someone acquired a peerless cultivation sutra, if that person could not truly understand it, then it serves no actual purpose. At the very least, it could not bring to tuition its full potential. As such, the pagoda trial is more than a tool for polishing Tao heart, but a way to secretly train the knowledge and experience of these disciples. Although the cultivation techniques and realm in the pagoda are not real, the disciples can use them as reference when creating their own techniques if they have such talent. At the 5,000th attempt, Wang Wei came to the conclusion that he had learned a great deal of knowledge and experience, and his Tao heart has been greatly tempered. However, he kept asking himself as he reached his limits. Wang Wei's dilemma on the 5,000th attempt lasted a while. He kept asking himself whether he had truly reached his limits and should have stopped. After agonizing with this question for a while, he decided to stop. After all, he had truly tempered himself, and he also had the best record of all the disciples of the sect. He had nothing more to prove to anyone else. Just when Wang Wei was about to turn his thought into action, his mysterious intuition kicked in and warned that if he quit now, he might regret it later down the line during his later years of life. Wang Wei had always trusted his intuition as it had helped and saved him countless times, even when he first reincarnated. After making his choice, Wang Wei once again entered the pagoda for his 5,000th attempts. This time he chose a different way that he had never tried before, beg for mercy. Although this kind of thing does not fit his character and his pride, but for his family, for his further tempering, humbling himself is not unacceptable. In the previous trial, he had learned when to bow to circumstances. Additionally, begging is not inconsistent with Wang Wei's way of free and unfettered. As a person who pursues absolute freedom, he can do whatever he desires. If he wants to be a supreme being that all beings bow down to, he will. If one day he decides that the whole world is filthy and very disgusting to look at, he will cleanse it according to his standard, or he will gouge out his eyes and turn blind to it. If one day he suddenly wants to be a beggar or slave, he will be the humblest beggar and the lowliest slave. All things are according to his wish. After entering the pagoda for his new attempt, he went and lived in the deserted mountain where he always had his destined confrontation with the wrath of heaven. There, he built a simple wooden cottage, then had a cultivator create an artificial river and a forest full of all kinds of animals and plants. Wang Wei lived a simple life every day. He woke up early every day, ate breakfast from hunting animals and plants in the forest, and drank water from the river. Afterward, he would enter an empty room in the cottage, kneel down and kowtow to the wrath of heaven asking for his forgiveness. This act of kneeling and begging would go on for 18 hours a day. Then Wang Wei would go to bed and repeat the same routine the next day. This process lasted for decades. Every day he would kneel and beg for mercy for 18 hours without missing a single day. Whether it was snowing or raining, he would still keep on going. Even if he was riddled with diseases and feebleness, he would continue on this practice for 18 hours, no more or less. As time passed and Wang Wei continued his ascetic-like life, his body became thin due to malnourishment. Although he ate every day, he had only had enough food to barely sustain him for the next day. Additionally, there were countless calluses on his knees due to the constant kneeling. In fact, his bones have in fact become somewhat deformed over the years. However, despite all these hardships, Wang Wei never stopped, not even for a single day. For Wang Wei, this excruciating process was not just a way to pass the trial, but a journey of penance and self-discovery. Wang Wei believed that only in the most painful times of someone's life that they can see themselves and discover what kind of person they are. Time soon passed, and the day of the fateful encounter soon arrived. The mighty hand of heaven descended toward Wang Wei as scheduled and proceeded to completely annihilate him. However, something different happened this time, one of which is the fact that the gigantic hand did not kill Wang Wei's parents this time, only him. The second thing was the fact that the wrath of heaven actually communicated with him this time. Before destroying Wang Wei, a powerful and mighty voice echoes throughout the world directed toward him and shouted, "Ant, are you worthy?" Then Wang Wei was killed and exited the pagoda. After his exit, Wang Wei did not become angry that all his decades of action were actually in vain. This was a choice that he personally made, and he had to live with the consequences. No one owed him anything, especially the wrath of heaven. Just because he put in all the work does not necessarily mean he will be rewarded. Life is unfair, and fate is the greatest impediment of life. Furthermore, he benefited a great deal throughout this trial. During his decades-long ascetic life, his state of mind had greatly sublimated. He had learned a great deal of things about himself. Although some of the things he realized about his nature were quite unpleasant, he had to live with the fact or try to change. Instead of agonizing over his failed plan, Wang Wei was thinking about the word of the wrath of heaven, is he worthy? He has been fighting with it for countless times, but never once has he proven that he was a worthy opponent of it. At best, Wang Wei could be seen as a great nuisance. A worthy opponent, never. After thinking about this, Wang Wei's eyes immediately light up. Now he had finally found a real goal to accomplish in this trial. Even if he could not win the wrath of heaven, he will become a somewhat worthy opponent. After making up his mind, Wang Wei took a few days off to contemplate his next set of action. After pondering for a while, he soon discovered that he had used all the methods he could think of. The other methods he had left were simply slight deviations of the same idea, whether to use the luck of all beings as emperor or becoming the god of beings with faith. They are essentially the same method with different forms of execution. Although Wang Wei came to this sudden realization, he did not stop fighting. As long as he continued to fight, he would find a way forward. As long as the methods he uses from now are even a little better than previous ones, he will continue to fight. On his 6,546th, Wang Wei tried to hide from the wrath of heaven. He cut off all his karma, erased memories of himself from all the people that knew him or have ever seen him, including his parents. He removed all traces from his existence in the world. He even erased his presence or record of birth from the wheel of reincarnation. He even erased himself from the river of time. Technically, Wang Wei was never even born in this world. The last trace of his existence, that is his fate, was transferred to someone else. Wang Wei became a non-existent ghost of heaven and earth. It was as if he never appeared in this world. After doing all of this, he entered the endless void and left the whole world. On the fateful day, the wrath of heaven descended on the world. However, he could not find his little prey. In a burst of anger, it completely destroyed the whole world. After not finding his target, the gigantic hand became furious and destroyed the entire universe that Wang Wei was in. It was at this moment that Wang Wei truly realized the vast and mighty power of the wrath of heaven. All of his previous fights were probably child play. However, despite all of this, Wang Wei was not discouraged. The fight must continue on. On the 7,923rd attempt, Wang Wei tried a different approach. He conquered the whole world as an emperor. Then he enforced laws that encouraged the people to give birth to people at all cost. He provided all kinds of rewards for families to give birth to more children. The more people a family has, the greater the status and wealth they have. In his madness, women throughout the world literally became birth machines, and men became stallions whose sole purpose was to impregnate women. In just a couple decades, the world's population increased from a few billions to a few trillions. Then he encircles the whole world with a powerful formation that takes the soul power of all living beings and blesses it to his soul. During this fight with the wrath of heaven, Wang Wei did not fight him head-on, but on the soul level. Unfortunately, he still failed and died miserably with the world. How could a being of such proportional strength have a weak soul? A soul is probably a low-level thing for the wrath of heaven. Wang Wei's actions were doomed to fail from the beginning. On his 9,789th attempt, Wang Wei tried to parasitize the wrath of heaven. He believed that if he could acquire a few percent of the hand's power, then he could have a prolonged fight with it and eventually be the last winner. This attempt was somewhat successful. Wang Wei created a cultivation technique that could parasitize a host, then take over their power. With this powerful Dao art, Wang Wei did acquire some of the powers of the wrath of heaven. However, before he could control said power, the gigantic hand triggered the imprint he had on its power, and Wang Wei was backlashed and died. Today is a great and memorable day in the Dao opening sect. The young sect master is going to try his last attempt in the pagoda, the 10,000th attempt. Many disciples and elders of the sect gather together to witness this momentous event. Discussions of this event are ubiquitous from the lowest of servants to the highest echelons of the sects. All are discussing this event. Wang Wei, who is now 11 years old, stands in front of the pagoda with a calm look. In the past 2 years, he had changed a lot. He has become a lot taller, more handsome, and more mature. The biggest changes are his eyes and temperament. The edge it had on him before was gone, replaced by a soothing and ethereal calmness. His will and determination that were easily noticeable from his eyes are now gone, replaced by a profound vastness that could engulf anything and everything. After a brief pause of silence, under the eyes of countless disciples and elders, Wang Wei enters the pagoda for his last and final attempt. Outside the pagoda, after Wang Wei enters the pagoda, all the disciples and elders stand in front of the visual formation watching. In the clouds, the sect master Wang Tian and all the great elders and elders float in the void watching the trial while discussing the past 2 years. The great elder of the formation hall says, "I cannot believe the amount of changes that have taken place in the sect during the past 2 years. This polishing Dao Heart Pagoda is a truly marveled idea." Yes, all the disciples have truly matured, and they all have made great progress in the cultivation levels, responds great elder Li Jiang with a truly joyous smile. The great elder Longbo scoffs at him and replies with annoyance, "You are only saying that because of the performance of your son." Upon hearing great elder Longbo's words, the other elders sigh. The past 2 years have brought a great deal of shock to all of them. Among all of the disciples of the sect, the person with the best performance beside Wang Wei is undoubtedly Li Jun, the son of great elder Li Jiang. Even the #1 contemporary sacred son, Han Li, did not have a better record than Li Jun. You should know that Han Li has the 12 physique, the heavenly thunder body, and has been cultivating for countless years. As for Li Jun, he is nothing but the most common genius in the Dao opening sect, or even the entire myriad emperor world during this generation. On top of that, he is still a mortal who has not started cultivating yet. Despite all of these facts, his performance can still outshine Han Li. Many people might ask, what about Wang Wei? But the elders will never list him in the category of normal person. The young sect master is a person born with wisdom. A person with that is blessed by heaven. This fact was proven when vision occurred upon his birth. Throughout this generation, only a few people are born with vision. Many people believe that these people will be one of the major contestants for the heaven will. Great elder Li Jiang, still with a smile on his face, answers back, "Longbo, you do not have to be jealous of this seat, son. Your direct disciple, Han Lei, did his best in the trial." After all, having the third best record is still something to brag about. Upon hearing these words, great elder Longbo's face becomes furious, and he stares menacingly at great elder Li Jiang. Seeing that both of them were about to argue, great elder Yan Mei tries to turn the conversation to something else and says, "It is not just the disciples who have greatly benefited from the pagoda. All of us have made rapid progress in our cultivation after passing the 9 trials." Indeed, as great elder Yan Mei has said, the majority of them have benefited a lot from the pagoda. With the tempering of their Dao heart, the chances of breaking through the next realm have either substantially increased and the amount of time needed have decreased. The majority of them are in the saint realm. As such, each breakthrough in a small realm is a great increase in power and also takes a lot of time. However, the greatest benefit of this pagoda is not the small breakthrough in the saint realm, but providing the elders the state of mind needed to break through the supreme realm. One of the most necessary things to break through the supreme realm is having a state of mind that is in line with heaven and earth, in line with nature, in line with the great Tao. Although most cultivators are powerful, they have spent most of their lives either fighting or in retreat. Although cultivators can learn and use the laws of heaven and earth, however, they do not have the mindset on how to properly control these laws, or they do not even understand the difference between the law and the Tao. In order to step into the supreme realm, such a mindset is necessary. As such, most cultivators will enter mortal dust to refine their mindset. And what is mortal dust? Just like the name suggests, cultivators will seal their cultivation and live the life of mortals, and experience the dust, filth, and vicissitudes of mortals. Mortal life is a brief and short 100 years. However, because of its briefness, one person can experience and learn a great deal of things in this short span of time. In order for cultivators to truly experience mortal dust, they have to truly enter the roles of mortal. They have to set their mindset to that of a short live creature. Many cultivators have to experience many cycles of 100 years before they can get into the roleplay of mortal life. Some extreme cultivators have even sealed their memories as a way to get into the mindset of mortals and learn enough about the world to step into the supreme realm. The elders who have entered the pagoda have tempered their mindset throughout the 9 pagoda trials, as many of the trials required them to be nothing but mortals. Some trials have even sealed their memories and provided them with a new different identities, which in fact is similar to the way cultivators experience mortal dust. As such, when it is their turn to experience mortal dust, they have a great advantage ahead of many people. Just such pagoda have increased their chance to step into the supreme realm by at least 5, which is a high number given the fact that the supreme realm is the highest cultivation level that a person can step to on their own. Back to the pagoda. After entering the pagoda, Wang Wei did not do anything outrageous or daring in order to fight the wrath of heaven. In fact, he did not do anything extraordinary at all. He spends all of his life with his family and loved ones. He did not cultivate, conquer the world, or create some grandiose and elaborate plan. He lives all of this attempt as a normal person blessed with wealth, health, and a loving family. Many of the people watching outside became confused, but they did not stop watching. They know that things will never be as simple as seen, and they are right. When the fateful encounter arrived, Wang Wei set out to the place he always had his fight with the wrath of heaven. This place is where everything begins, and it is also the place where everything should end. Wang Wei stands on top of the mountain with a calm face, waiting for his predestined foe to arrive. He did not have to wait long. Soon, a gigantic hand descended from heaven heading toward Wang Wei to squash him. Things proceed as they always did, with Wang Wei's utmost defeat and death. However, the process did not go as easy as the wrath of heaven anticipated. When the gigantic hand reached Wang Wei, he did not fight or struggle despairingly. Instead, he looked straight at the gigantic hand. A supreme and indomitable will flows out of Wang Wei's weak mortal body. The will resisted the mighty power of the wrath of heaven for a whole 10 minutes. In those 10 minutes, the gigantic hand manages to destroy the whole world and all of its billions of lives, then proceeds to destroy the entire universe just like he did previously. However, he still could not kill Wang Wei. He could not even slightly injure him. Despite the destruction of the world, despite the annihilation of the universe, despite being a mortal floating in the endless chaos, Wang Wei still looks at the gigantic hand with a calm look on his face for a whole 10 minutes. His look conveys his will that no matter how powerful the wrath of heaven is, no matter what heaven-defying action he takes, in these 10 minutes, his will is supreme as long as his will is strong and firm enough. In all heaven and earth, he is almighty, he is transcendent. No one can kill him. Even if he was an actual ant right now, the gods, Buddhas, and immortals could do no harm to him. Not even the power of heaven could kill him right now. During the 10 minutes fight against the wrath of heaven, Wang Wei did suffer some injuries, but it was not due to the power of the gigantic hand. It was due to himself actually. 5 minutes into the fight, Wang Wei's body suddenly collapsed and disappeared, followed by the annihilation of his soul. However, he was still not dead yet. An illusory figure that looked exactly like Wang Wei appeared in the place where his body used to be. This illusory figure was not his soul, but a physical manifestation of his will. It turned out that Wang Wei's mortal body was too weak to bear his supreme and powerful will. As such, it was destroyed. However, his will still maintained a fight against the wrath of heaven. Back to the fight, during the confrontation with the wrath of heaven, a roar of anger echoes throughout the infinite chaos. The wrath of heaven was enraged at the fact that the ant that he should be able to squash at will managed to resist his might to such a degree. This was a great insult. As such, the gigantic hand decided to increase its power. With the wave of its hand, all the 3,000 Tao that make up heaven and earth were completely obliterated, the infinite chaos was shattered, and the illusory world returned to its origin of nothingness. However, despite all of these, Wang Wei's will still remained intact. It remained indestructible and unbreakable. Meanwhile, outside of the pagoda, when the wrath of heaven used such a powerful method, a great change occurred. The pagoda started to tremble and shake wildly. Suddenly, the atmosphere of the entire Tao opening sect changed. A mysterious feeling enveloped the entire sect. Everything suddenly became bleak and somber. The upper echelons of the Tao opening sect were able to feel the atmosphere more seriously than the disciples. They suddenly felt that the confrontation between Wang Wei and the gigantic hand was more than a mere trial. They felt as if this confrontation involved the fate of all the people in the world. Although this mysterious feeling only lasted a few minutes and then disappeared, the upper echelons of the sect knew that their feelings were not wrong. They instinctively knew that something beyond their comprehension must have happened. They took notes of this change and planned to review the sect's record to see if they can find any precedent or information. In the 10th minute of Wang Wei's fight against the gigantic hand, right before he exited the pagoda, something unexpected happened again. A drop of blood suddenly dropped from the gigantic hand and fell into the nothingness of the universe. In the palm of the Wrath of Heaven, there was a slight opening, a slight wound in which a drop of blood flew out. The Wrath of Heaven was injured. For the first time in 10,000 battles, the gigantic hand suffered from an injury and actually bled. This was truly a miracle. Everyone watching this scene outside of the pagoda were shocked, even the elders. No one has managed to ever wound the gigantic hand, not even the great elders and sect master. In fact, the people most shocked were actually the great elders of the Formation Hall and Refining Hall. As they participated in the refining of the pagoda, they both knew that the setting of the 9th pagoda trial was designed as an almighty and powerful supreme being that brought absolute despair to the testers. According to the setting, it is impossible to wound the wrath of heaven. What the young sect master did was like someone finding a bug in real life. Life can be considered the most perfect program. It is smooth, absolute, and perfect. How can there be a bug in life just like in games? However, that is exactly what Wang Wei did. He found, or should say created, a bug in a perfect and absolute program. This is in essence a true miracle. Meanwhile, inside the pagoda, Wang Wei watched the blood of the wrath of heaven drop down and fall into emptiness. He smiles happily and mutters to himself, and to the gigantic hand now, I am more than worthy. Soon afterward, Wang Wei's will disappears and he exits the pagoda. After his exit, Wang Wei ponders the state he experienced in the pagoda. He tries to do it again, however, he fails. This is not a surprise. After all, this is the real world, not the pagoda. However, Wang Wei knows that a seed has been planted. When the right circumstances arrive, he knows that he has the foundation to reach such a state again. All he has to do is wait for the right time and place. While Wang Wei was pondering his experience in the 9th trial, a huge shadow suddenly appeared behind him. The shadow, who looks exactly like a grown-up Wang Wei, sits on a throne with countless beings bowing to him. This is the shadow representing the young emperor. Unlike last time, the full figure of the shadow became transparent and a throne was added. When the shadow appears, an overbearing aura surrounds the whole Tao opening sect. All the disciples except for the contemporary sacred son kneel down and were forced to bow to Wang Wei. In fact, both the contemporary sacred son and the elders felt a very spiritual pressure forcing them to bow their head. Of course, due to the vast difference of cultivation level, they could ignore the pressure. However, imagine if they had to fight while resisting this pressure. This would be quite the difficult fight. Unfortunately, the shadow did not fully manifest. After Wang Wei finishes his pondering, the shadow disappears like an illusion. Upon waking up, Wang Wei sees a bunch of disciples kneeling and bowing to him, and he becomes shocked. Immediately, he thought of something and said, "You can all stand up." After hearing his words, all the disciples stood up and looked at Wang Wei with awe and reverence and a little bit of fear. Upon seeing the change of emotions of the sect's disciples, Wang Wei knew that his prestige in the sect would reach a high time from now on. No one can shake his status from now on, although he will still have to deal with some temptations in the future. As long as he deals with them in a timely manner, everything will be fine. Wang Wei then makes a gesture toward his head maid, who then holds him and flies toward the Wang family mansion. Wang Wei knows that the first step of his rise in the path of the emperor has been taken. All he needs to do is to slowly walk the path he laid out and prepares for the future. As long as he prepares as much as possible, then no matter the outcome, he can accept it and calmly says that he had tried his best. The impact of Wang Wei's 9th trial lasted for more than a month. Throughout the Tao opening sect, many disciples kept discussing the mighty prowess of their young sect master, and they all had a happy smile on their face as they looked forward to a better future. They all hoped that their sect could have a new great emperor. Meanwhile, in the Wang family mountain, Wang Wei has been pondering what he learned throughout all the 9 trials. After passing each trial, he became a better person, a more qualified cultivator. The trial that affected him the most has to be the 5th trial. In that trial, Wang Wei almost lost himself. In order to acquire power, he was willing to do absolutely anything. He had no bottom line whatsoever. He was even willing to kill his own mother. Although he woke up at the last minute, he still had a lingering fear when he thought about how close he came to losing himself to power and becoming its slave. During this trial, Wang Wei's greatest fear since coming to this world manifested. He truly feared that during his journey to the throne of emperor, the cultivating world would slowly change him and turn him into a greedy and heartless monster that lusts for power. After all, despite all the changes that has happened to Wang Wei the past 10 years, his essence is still a modern man who lived in a society of law and order. He has not truly blended into this world yet. In fact, today he is going to take another step to modify his way of thinking and also to prepare for his future. After his self-meditation, he proceeds to call his head maid Wang Ju, who is in fact from one of the Wang family branch lines. After a rigid and rigorous training process with more than 1,000 candidates, she was chosen to serve Wang Wei. Wang Ju walks into the room, bows and salutes, "Young master, did you get what I asked for?" Answers Wang Wei directly. "Yes, just like you asked for. 10 heinous criminals from the mortal world are locked in the basement. Each of them have committed horrendous crimes like rape, murder of children, and even cannibalisms." After hearing Wang Ju's words, Wang Wei nods in satisfaction and orders, "You can leave now." Wang Ju slightly bows to him and proceeds to leave without asking any question. One of her training as a head maid and information agent is to never ask the superior any question. Things that she should know will be told to her. Things that she should not know, she does not dare to ask. That's the motto of every properly trained maid. If one day she ever crosses any of these two rules, she knows what awaits her is only death. After seeing his head maid leave, Wang Wei was even more satisfied with her. The Wang family trained her properly, and Wang Ju is actually quite capable. After taking a few breaths to calm down, Wang Wei journeys toward the basement. Today, he's going to do something to prepare for his future. He's going to take another major step toward his future. Today, he's going to personally see blood. He is going to kill. Although Wang Wei has committed many acts of mass genocide during the pagoda trial, however, things are actually different in real life. In the trials, he could internalize his actions by telling himself that this world is in fact just a mere dream, a very realistic illusion. That his actions had no real consequences, that the people in the illusion were nothing but NPCs in a game. As such, he did not really feel anything when he killed someone. However, reality is different from the illusion world of the pagoda. This time, he is going to take an actual life. As a person born in modern society with normal ethical views, how could he easily kill someone and shrunk it like it was nothing? Wang Wei remembers reading about the protagonists from the novels in his past life. Every time they first kill someone, they act as if it was nothing. It was as if what they had just done is comparable to daily drinking of water. These protagonists usually defend themselves by saying that the world is the law of the jungle, big fish preys on little fish. Although they are indeed right, the world of cultivation is indeed brutal, however. These protagonists just got into the world and they could immediately change their mindset like that. To Wang Wei, most of these protagonists were actually already mentally unstable. The world did not change them, not it just reveals their already insane or problematic mentality. The law and order of modern society are just shackles to these protagonists. However, Wang Wei is different. He was a normal human being with normal ethical views. Although he always has been a person of great determination, in many ways he is still a normal person. Wang Wei continues to walk steadily toward the basement. Today he must kill these prisoners, and it is not because of his moral views that evil must be eradicated. No, it was because his mentality needs to change. After spending so much time in this world, Wang Wei has realized that he is different from the children of this world. All the children of the same age as him have the mindset that killing is not morally wrong, but a way to display might and heroism. They grew up hearing tales of their father and ancestors fighting and slaughtering countless cultivators, and these parents instilled the idea that one day they will do the same too. As a result of this, killing for these children is nothing at all. Wang Wei once watched a 5-year-old kill a servant for making a mistake. Although he tried to stop it, it was already too late. The servant was already dead by the time he arrived. It was at that moment that he realized how different his mindset was from everyone else. Unfortunately for him in this world, his mindset is considered wrong and dangerous. As a person who hopes to one day walk the path of emperor, being compassionate is the last trait that he needs. The throne of emperor is one made of blood and bones of countless cultivators. Knowing all of these, Wang Wei has long prepared to slowly set his mindset in the right place, instead of directly being thrown into a situation in which he has to face his flaws unprepared. Wang Wei slowly enters the basement. Inside lies 10 men wearing tattered linen cloth with iron chains bitting both their hands and feet. A cloth is used to forcibly close their mouth and prevents them from speaking. Wang Wei slowly looks at each of them. From their facial expression, he could see the great fear and dread in their eyes. It was the fear of death approaching them, yet being totally powerless to prevent it. In fact, not all of them are actually afraid. From the subtle soul fluctuation that Wang Wei could perceive, a few of them were actually quite calm, and a cunning gleam of light could be seen deep in their eyes. Wang Wei could tell that these criminals were actually trying to find a slight chance of survival. The fear that they have displayed on their face is nothing but a farce to disarm him, away for them to try to get him to either have sympathy for them or lower his guard. Wang Wei ignores all of the looks that these prisoners were given him. He walks to a table in the room and picks up a long knife, then proceeds toward the first prisoner and stands in front of him. Wang Wei looks at the prisoner while his hand holding the saber tremors slightly. A great amount of dread suddenly overcomes him. He hesitates. This is a life that he was about to take. No matter how sinful said life was, it is still a life. What right does he have to take it away? If he does take their lives, would he be any better than them? While Wang Wei was dealing with this ethical and philosophical dilemma, the prisoners started to have hope. They hoped that this young master would have sympathy for them and let them spend the rest of their lives in prison. It took a total of 30 minutes for Wang Wei to make a decision. He looks at the first prisoner with trembling hands, screams out loud, and stabs him repeatedly. Wang Wei did not know how many times he stabbed the poor bastard. After the first stab, he had immediately lost consciousness. All he could rely on was instinct. When he woke up, his robe was full of blood. He sat on the floor with a dead body and 9 horrified prisoners. He started to think about what he has just done. Soon, the realization that had taken a life dawned on him. He asked himself, did he regret it? The answer is of course yes. It is true that these people are in fact quite wicked and deserve death. However, no matter what excuse he could come up with, a life is a life. Afterward, Wang Wei asked himself, if he was given the chance to redo it again, would he still make the same choice? The answer he came up with is still yes. He is a person destined to walk the path of the emperor. In the future, the amount of lives that will end on his own hand will be incalculable. What he had just done was just the first step in order to adapt. It is true that the act of killing someone is actually quite the horrible feeling. Unfortunately, he will have to get used to this feeling until he can completely ignore it or he becomes numb to it. After realizing all of this, Wang Wei had a feeling that something of great importance was taken away from. And he knew that he would never be able to take it back. Soon after Wang Wei entered the basement, someone appeared in Tianwei Peak to report to Sect Master Wang Tian. Wang Tian, who was reviewing a bunch of documents from different jade talismans, suddenly asks to the empty void without even raising his head, "Shadow, what are you reporting to me today?" The shadow answers in his hoarse and indifferent voice, "A few minutes ago, the young master entered the basement with a bunch of prisoners, and he exited the basement with blood all over his clothes." After hearing the shadow's word, Wang Tian immediately understood what these words meant. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the Wang family mountain. His vision penetrated more than 1,000 miles of distance. It passed through countless formations and obstacles, and saw his son. At this time, Wang Tian saw that his son's body was still full of blood, and he was waiting for the maids to prepare a bath for him. Wang Tian could also see that the state of his son was not good right now. After finishing checking on Wang Wei, Sect Master Wang Tian sighed in relief. Actually, throughout the years, Wang Tian had noticed that his son was quite different from ordinary people. According to his years of observing and analyzing, he came to the conclusion that the core values of his son were completely different from all the people of the world. His son's core values involved the idea that order and restraint is necessary for the development of society, that all people are created equal. And more importantly, killing and slaughtering is morally wrong. When Wang Tian noticed these core values from his son, he was completely worried. In this world where cultivators rule and dictate everything, these values or ideas are not only worth nothing, but are quite dangerous. How can cultivators who have 100,000 years of lifespan, can destroy rivers, move mountains, and pick up the stars be equal to ordinary mortals? Furthermore, having such powerful strength, what cultivator would allow someone else to formulate laws that restrain them? As for the act of no killing, that's what worried Wang Tian the most. His son had long decided to walk the path of emperor. How can he not experience mountains of flesh and blood? Being decisive when killing is a fundamental requirement necessary for every great emperor. This is something that Wang Wei always lacked. Wang Tian believed that after experiencing the pagoda trial, this situation might change for the better. However, from the reaction of his son after his first kill, it seemed that his core values are deeply ingrained in him. However now, Sect Master Wang Tian did not need to worry about his son. From Wang Wei's action, he realized that his son had noticed this problem and was proactive in solving it himself. As such, Wang Tian did not have to take action himself. After finishing his thought, Wang Tian motioned for the shadow to leave and continued reviewing the affairs of the sect. Soon, 7 days passed. During the past few days, Wang Wei had many nightmares that woke him up at night. In these nightmares, he would always see the face of the prisoners he had killed. They would hunt and torment him in every way possible. However, despite all of these, he always killed a few more prisoners the next day. No matter how bad his nightmares were, no matter how nauseous he was after each kill, he would continue to take a life at least once a day. Wang Wei knew that killing will become a common thing for him from now on. It is imperative that he learns how to get used to it. Today, Wang Wei was having dinner with his mother. He chatted with her while eating. However, Yu Yan could tell that her son was not paying attention. She had already learned about what happened with her son through her husband. Additionally, she also noticed the recurring nightmares he had in the past 7 days. When it comes to this matter, there were only a few things that she could help, and she was already ready to do her part. Yin lightly shook her son and asked him, "Why are you listening to what I'm saying?" Wang Gui woke up from his daze and answered apologetically, "I'm sorry, mother, I was a little distracted." "What were you saying?" "I was talking about the story about how me and your father met and fell in love." "That's right. So what happened between the two of you?" Yan coughed lightly and started telling the story again in a strange and magnetic voice. As she spoke, each of her words contained a slight unknown fluctuation. "Me and your father were one of the brightest heaven-chosen of our era. We defeated countless so-called geniuses all over the myriad emperor world. Even me and him have fought numerous times." "Oh, how come you guys fought? And who was the winner?" asked Wang Gui intriguingly. Yan answered, "As you know, I'm from the Yu aristocrat family. Our family only has one great emperor. As such, I was trained as the next heir of the family and fought for the heaven mandates of our generation. Because of this, me and your father fought a lot in our times. As for who won and lost," after saying this, Yan stopped for a while with a little bit of shame on her face. Then she continued, "Your father was truly an impressive heaven-chosen back then. His created absolute cut sword sutra was truly a magnificent technique with boundless prospect. I never beat him in a direct confrontation." Wang Gui immediately replied, "Direct confrontation? Does that mean you won against him using crooked methods?" Upon hearing, Yuan became angry out of shame and lightly slapped the back of Wang Gui's head and said, "What do you mean by crooked method? Boy, on the path of emperor, any victory accomplished by any means is still a victory." Upon hearing his mother scolding, Wang Gui laughed wryly and decided not to argue with her. So he immediately changed the subject and asked, "If you guys were enemies, how did you fall in love?" Once Yuan heard her son's question, she secretly smiled. Wang Gui himself did not notice the fact that during this conversation, he was not once distracted or dozed off. He forgot the psychological torments that he had endured the past 7 days. The reason for that was that Yu Yan secretly used a hypnotic technique that distracted Wang Gui and focused entirely on her words. This technique is a simple application of the soul after entering the primordial spirit realm. Of course, cultivators in the supernatural and divine body realm can do it too, but it would not be so exquisite and subtle. Yang continued her story. "We fell in love while visiting one of the 6 forbidden land, the Blood Earth, located in the northern Black Tortoise continent. Mother, wait, I thought that the forbidden lands were a death place. Anyone who entered will die, even great emperors." Yan slapped him again and said, "Don't interrupt me. The forbidden lands are indeed dangerous even for great emperors, but that is only the core area. Every once in a while, these forbidden lands would open and countless cultivators would swarm there to find their own opportunities. Me and your father were the same. Unfortunately, even the outer areas are full of dangers and few cultivators that entered could survive and make it out alive. I met your father there, and we were besieged by a bunch of blood usuras. In order to get out there alive, we decided to cooperate. During countless fights, after saving each other's life many times, we developed a bond deeper than friendship and eventually fell in love." Wang Gui was a little fascinated by the love story of his parents. However, he did not think things were as simple as his mother stated. Both of them shouldered the hope and dreams of their family. How could they easily give up such things for love? After pondering this question, he directly asked his mother. Yu Yan, with a look of reminiscing on her face, responded, "In order to prevent our family from intervening in our relationship, we made a heavenly Dao vow that we will do all of our best during the fight for heaven mandate, and no matter the outcome, it will not change or affect our love for one another. However, as you know, things didn't go the way we planned. Our generation was quite unlucky. Well, maybe it was for the best. Our family is happily together now, and we still had the blessing of having you." After saying this, Yu Yan gently caressed the top of Wang Gui's head, which made him a little bit embarrassed. His mother always likes to caress the top of his head. While Wang Gui was distracted and trying to remove his mother's hand from his head, Yu Yan secretly crushed a pill into powder and put it in Wang Gui's milk on the table. Following this, she said, "Okay, there is no need to be embarrassed. I am your mother after all. I've changed your diaper countless times when you were a baby. Even if one day you become a great emperor, this fact will not change. Go, finish your meal and drink your milk." Wang Gui sighed helplessly and followed his mother's order. He ate and drank his milk. Well, for some reason, he found that the milk tasted different from before. He has been drinking this milk ever since he was 3 months old and was very accustomed to its taste. This milk is taken from a Saint Level 7 colored cow and has great effect on nourishing the body and establishing a solid foundation for cultivating. The 7-colored cow is a very docile demon race that have been domesticated by the Tao opening sect for millions of years to train their disciples. Of course, only a few people like Wang Gui can get access to the saint-level cows. Wang Gui continued drinking his milk and came to the conclusion that maybe he thought too much about it. The milk still tasted very delicious, better than anything he had tasted in his previous life. Maybe one of the maids added new ingredients to it to enhance the taste. After thinking about this, he left the matter to the side. After finishing his meal, Wang Wei went back to his room and prepared to take a bath and rest. Soon after his bath, Wang Wei had one of the best sleep of his life. He had no nightmare, no dream, no thoughts, just a deep and peaceful slumber. Later that night, Wang Tian returned home after dealing with all the sex affairs. When he saw his wife, he immediately asked, "Did you do it? Did you give him the soothing heart pill?" Yu Yan looked at him, snorted, and angrily said, "Of course I did. Are you doubting my abilities?" Wang Tian was immediately perplexed. Where did his wife's hostility come from? He started thinking whether he did something wrong. Well, he could not think of something. The only thing that came to mind was great elder Yan Mei. However, ever since his son's birth, he had even started to stay away from her. The only time they met was during official sect meetings. Instead of figuring out what's the problem, he directly asked, "What is the problem? Why are you so angry?" Yu Yan answered grudgingly, "I just don't understand why we have to feed our son the heaven-grade soothing mind pill when the saint-grade enlightening pill would be much better. I'm telling you, Wang Tian, if your Dao opening sect cannot afford to treat Wire better, my Yu family will be more than happy to do it." Upon hearing his wife's word, sect master Wang Tian's corner of the mouth twitched slightly. Heaven-grade pills are used by void-shattering realm cultivators. Each one is beyond precious and could lead to countless people fighting and killing over a single one. Not to mention that the soothing Ming pill can help cultivators enter an empty state of mind to better understand and control the laws. The value of this pill is simply unimaginable. In fact, there is very little market for them, as most factions in the world controlled the distribution of those pills to prevent casual cultivators from acquiring them. Now this precious pill was used as a way to prevent a child from having nightmares, but his wife seemed dissatisfied and wanted to use a more valuable one. The enlightening pill has the same effect as the soothing Ming pill, but the intensity is countless times greater, and as such, it is effective for Saint Realm cultivators. The preciousness of this pill can be imagined. In fact, Wang Tian used this pill to cultivate himself, as did many great elders and elders of the sect. How can it be used to treat a child's nightmare? Although the Dao opening sect does not lack this kind of pill with its foundation, it does not mean it can be as extravagant as this. After forcing himself to calm down, Wang Tian said in a gentle tone, "Wife, calm down. A saint-grade pill is too powerful for Wire to take. Instead of helping, it could do more harm instead." Yan glanced at him and said, "You can say whatever you want, but you cannot hide the fact that you are being cheap with your son. Tonight, you do not need to sleep in our bedroom. You can meditate in your cultivating room." After saying this, Yu Yan left without even looking at him. Wang Tian watched his wife leaving with a wry smile on his face and thought to himself, "It seems that tonight I will not sleep. I will just go meditate." Soon afterward, Wang Tian left in the opposite direction. After his wonderful rest last night, Wang Wei woke up full of vitality and spirit. He had no nightmare, no haunting dreams of the people he had killed. He just slept peacefully. After waking up, Wang Wei started to ponder about the past 7 days. He asked himself, why is killing so wrong? Why was such a strong aversion to killing deeply ingrained into himself? To Wang Wei, such a strong ethical concept of right and wrong was not in tune with his way of free and unfettered. How can someone who aspires to reach the highest state of absolute freedom be restrained by societal constraints or shackles such as not killing people? To Wang Wei, the idea of not killing was actually ingrained in him by modern society as a way to better control the masses. Throughout the history of Earth, the act of killing was actually quite the normal act. Whether it was our ancestor who did it as a way to survive the wild or even throughout the Celestial Dynasty's history, killing was a way for people to not only defend themselves, but to display their superior status. It was only during modern eras that killing was declared wrong. Then, the government used education and law to morally and spiritually restrain the people and made them believe that killing was wrong. As a person who aspired to be free and unfettered, Wang Wei should never be restrained. He should never have any shackles on him, especially on his mind, on his way of thinking. The only shackles he should have are the ones he willingly placed on himself. After figuring this out, Wang Wei suddenly heard something break from his mind, and he felt his thinking more visible and clear. He felt that his soul was sublimated, and his thinking even more active than it was before. Many things he did not understand became more clear. The many fears and indecisive thoughts he had became apparent to him. He knew where these thoughts came from and could control them. In simple words, Wang Wei had a better understanding of himself and could better control his emotions and his mind. After his sublimation, all his fears and dread about killing were gone. He had become more decisive when doing things from now on. Wang Wei knew that from this moment on, he would never have any more nightmares. He had taken one more step closer to his goal of being free and unfettered. After lifting the shackle of his mind, Wang Wei immediately realized that his previous state was quite wrong. His reaction against killing was too strong. Although as a modern man, he would be averse to killing, the situation should not reach the point of having nightmares for 7 consecutive days. His adaptability should be quite strong, especially after experiencing so much in the pagoda trials. His situation reminds him of people who faced heart tribulations or heart demons. However, such things as heart tribulation usually occurred to cultivators of the primordial spirit realm. How can it happen to a mortal like him? Well, things seem to be not so simple. Wang Wei took a note of what happened and hoped to find the answer in the library later on when he has time. Now, he had more important things to do. After his breakthrough in his state of mind, Wang Wei got up from the bed and had a maid prepare everything for his morning routine. Afterward, he called his head maid Wang Ju into the room. When Wang Ju walked into the room, he saw the young master sitting cross-legged on a futon. Immediately, Wang Ju noticed something different about the young master. In the past week, Wang Ju had noticed that the state of the young master was wrong. He always had heavy bags under his eyelids, which indicate his lack of sleep. Wang Ju wanted to know what had happened in order to help, but he was warned by the sect madam not to intervene in this matter. As such, she did as she was told without question. However, today, Wang Ju noticed that there were no heavy bags under the young master's eyelids. Of course, that was not the most significant change or difference. In the eyes of the young master, she noticed a coldness, indifference, and decisiveness that was not there before. She was shocked by this discovery because the young master had changed so much in such a short period of time. In fact, in normal circumstances, it was very difficult for Wang Ju to notice such a drastic change of temperament from Wang Wei, as he was used to hiding his emotions and remaining calm. However, he had just had a change in his state of mind and had not quite adjusted yet. Furthermore, Wang Wei had decided not to always keep a poker face all the time and hide his emotion. This did not fit his philosophy of freedom. If he wants to show his emotion, then he will show it. There is no need to hide it unless he desired to. He had nothing to hide and nothing to prove to anyone. After seeing Wang Ju, Wang Wei asked her to report the information from the past 7 days. Since he was in a bad state, he had not listened to her during the past week. After finishing hearing her report and noticing that there was nothing important to take note of, he got down to business. Wang Wei then said to her, "Wang Ju, you did a good job keeping things in order during my absence in the past few days." Wang Wei nodded slightly and continued, "Now, it is time to get things in motion. Go to my father and tell him that 3 days later, I'm going to invite Han Li to meet me and accomplish the previous abolished plan." After saying this, there was a cold and ruthless light that rapidly flashed from Wang Wei's eyes, then immediately disappeared afterward. Upon hearing Wang Wei's word, Wang Ju was shocked and her mouth was opened in O shape. As someone who was trained to always keep her emotion in check, this was indeed a big change for her. Wang Ju can be considered one of the people that spend the most time with Wang Wei. As such, she knows a great deal about him. From his habit to his preferences, from his temperament to his secret action, she knows all about it. As such, she knows a lot of his secrets, including his secret plan toward the one contemporary sacred son, Han Li. She also knows that the young master had shelved or stopped this plan because it could be quite detrimental to Han Li, and the young master did not want to hurt people from the same sect. However, now, the young master had changed his mind and decided to go on with this plan. How would she not be shocked? As a person who deals with information, she was used to creating profiles for people she met and distinguishing their habits and temperament in order to determine their actions. As such, she did the same for the young master. Of course, it was not to anticipate his actions, but to understand him and better serve him. She was one of the few people who knew that Wang Wei was actually quite the docile and gentle person who did not want to hurt anybody, especially for his own interest. However, now, things seemed to have changed. The young master was no longer the gentle person he used to be. Now he seemed more ruthless and decisive. Maybe this was for the best, thought Wang Ju as she left the room and headed toward Tianwei Peak to meet the sect master and delivered the message. Wang Ju walked into Tianwei Peak and handed over the message of the young master to the sect master, bowed politely and left. The things that were about to unfold were not things that she could get involved with. The less she knows now, the better for her. She only has a little part to play in the grand scheme of things, nothing more, nothing less. When Wang Tian received his son's message, he was momentarily surprised, followed by a great deal of ecstasy. He knew that his son had crossed over a strong hurdle that would lead him to becoming a true powerhouse. Wang Tian muttered to himself with satisfaction, "Good, good. Enough with this woman's sissy compassion. If you wish to one day reach the top, you have to step on the bones of countless people." Afterward, a secret message was sent through talisman from the sect master to many elders and great elders of the sect. However, not all of them received the message. Following the talisman, a meeting of the highest secret took place in the Dao opening sect. Even Wang Wei and a few supreme elders have attended this meeting. 3 days later, Wang Ju flew to the mountain occupied by Han Li, the one contemporary sacred son. In this mountain, the spiritual energy was extremely abundant. The vegetation grew wildly, yet had a strange beauty to them. Despite being at a high altitude, the weather was warm and sunny like the end of spring and the coming of summer. There were countless servants that took care of every aspect of the mountain and the daily life of Han Li. In the middle of the mountain, there lies an ancient manor made of some special wood. However, unlike the sunny atmosphere around most of the mountain, the manor had a gloomy or bad-weathered vibe. There was a dark cloud hovering over it with thunder blasting in the back of the manor sporadically. The thunder was actually quite powerful, and as such, only a few servants could approach that area. The center of the thunder strike was actually the place that Han Li cultivated. As a person with the heavenly thunder physique, the power of thunder was like an intimate friend to him. It was also quite beneficial to his cultivation. Wang Ju entered the manor and was received by a male servant. He was the supervisor of the manor, a position similar to the head maid. Wang Ju proceeded by mentioning her intention, then the supervisor went to notify Han Li. When Han Li learned that the head maid of the young sect master came to find him, he was a little shocked as he did not have any interaction with Wang Gui, follow which he said to his supervisor, "Go invite her in. I want to know her purpose in coming all the way here." Soon afterward, Wang Ju entered the cultivation palace of Han Li and met him personally. The first impression that Wang Ju had of Han Li was that he was very aggressive. There was thunder flashing constantly in his eyes. He gave the feeling that you have done something wrong, as such, heaven will punish you. Wang Ju bowed politely and said, "Hello, young master Han Li." Answered Han Li, then proceeded to directly ask, "What brought you to my manor?" "My young sect master has invited young master Han Li to come drink tea and discuss some important matter." "Oh, what important matter could that be?" asked Han Li in surprise. "Sir, you are embarrassing me." "How could this lowly maid know what important matter the young master wants to discuss?" answered Wang Ju with a calm face without any emotions on her face. Of course, Han Li did not believe her words. He knew that Wang Ju was in charge of the intelligence network of Wang Gui. Even if she did not know the exact details, she was bound to know a little information. Han Li knew that such an invitation was not a simple discussion. As a direct disciple of Great Elder Longbo, he belonged to the sectarian faction of the sect, while the young sect master belonged to the Wang family. The factions have been fighting and competing for countless years. Now, suddenly, he received an amiable invitation from his competitor. How can things be as simple as a discussion? After thinking about it for a few moments, Han Li decided to go and see what the young sect master was planning. He believed that with his superior cultivation level and the backing of his master, nothing will happen to him during this visit. Despite this, though, he decided to take certain precautions before heading there. As such, he said to Wang Ju, "Very well, I will attend the tea meeting. However, please give me a few minutes to prepare first before heading there." Wang Ju nodded politely in acknowledgement of Han Li's preparation before departure, then waited quietly for him. Han Li entered a secret room. He took a deep breath to adjust his state, checked all his magic equipment in his space ring, then took out a talisman and informed his mentor Great Elder Longbo about the meeting. After doing all of his preparation, he followed Wang Ju to the Wang clan's exclusive mountain, where Wang Gui waited for them with freshly brewed hot tea. Meanwhile, a few minutes after Han Li's departure from his mountain, his mentor, Great Elder Longbo, received a message talisman from his disciples. Longbo was meditating when he received the talisman from his disciples. At first, he was quite puzzled about why Wang Gui invited his disciple to meet him. Then he remembered the secret plan that was previously abandoned due to the kindness of the young sect master. He was one of the most prominent opposition to this plan, as it was very detrimental to his own disciple. After thinking about this, Longbo immediately opened the formation and left his cultivating hall and headed toward the Wang family mountain to stop his disciple. However, as soon as he exited the mountain, a few powerful aura immediately locked on him and prevented him from going further. Great Elder Longbo's face became angry, and he immediately appeared in the cloud where he saw Great Elder Yan Mei and Li Jiang leading a few other elders to surround and stop him. Longbo became more furious when he saw these people, as he knew that he could not stop the suffering of his disciples. Longbo asked them angrily, "Yan Mei, Li Jiang, I thought we have already decided to stop the previous plan. Why are you doing this now?" Great Elder Yan Mei answered nonchalantly, "The young master changed his mind, so the plan must go on." "What about my disciple?" replied Longbo furiously. "Some sacrifices are necessary for the future of the sect." The Tao opening sect had not had a great emperor for too long. If the so-called 9-emperor curse is not lifted, the only thing awaiting us is the inevitable downhill of the sect. Our status as the most powerful sect will be impacted, following which the chi luck of the sect will also start to go downhill. If sacrificing your disciples can provide the young sect master a better chance at proving the Tao, then he must be sacrificed for the greater good of the sect. Upon hearing Li Jiang's cold and ruthless answer, Longbo became quiet. He knew that what Li Jiang said was right, and if he was in their shoes, he would make the same choice. However, now it was his faction that had to make the sacrifice. He was quite unwilling. Longbo did not give up immediately. He looked in a certain direction and said, "Can you guys not do anything? Just watch as they sacrifice one of our own like this. Right now, the only option available to Longbow is to invite his fellow sectarian faction to take sides with him and prevent the incoming fate of his disciple. Following Longbow's words, a sigh riveted in the empty void from far away. Then someone said, "Longbow, I understand how you feel, but this is not the time for infighting. Even the Supreme Elders have already decided to keep exacting the plan. There is nothing you can do to stop it. Additionally, the sect has already voted to compensate your disciple afterward. He will not lose much." Longbow became more furious when he discovered that even people of the same faction with him did not take his side. He looked coldly at Great Elder Yan Mei and Li Jiang, then at the direction of his allies, then returned to his mountain. He had to make a new plan for the future and find a way to help his disciple. The other people of the sectarian faction may have given up for the greater good of the sect, but he was not reconciled to quell his ambitions yet. The person who answered Great Elder Longbow was actually Great Elder Fan Lei, who is in charge of the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, or the library of the Tao Opening Sect. He is also a member of the sectarian faction, as Longbow and Han Li. However, unlike Longbow, Great Elder Fan Lei can be considered a team player. He has no problem putting the benefit for the sect before his own faction. Despite the contradicting personality, Fan Lei and Longbow are actually quite close, or should say they were close. Great Elder Fan Lei, who was looking over the library, looked in the direction of his old friend Longbow and sighed melancholy. As one of the closest friends to Great Elder Longbow, he truly understood his ideas and ambitions. Fan Lei knew that Longbow wanted to strengthen the amount of power that the sectarian faction has in the sect, and what is the best way to do so? Of course, it is to have another emperor. In the Tao Opening Sect, the Wang family has 4 emperors, the Li and Yan family both have 2 emperors each. Only the sectarian faction only has 1 emperor. Longbow believed that as long as their sectarian faction produced another great emperor under his watch, their power and speaking ability in the sect would increase dramatically. In fact, Fan Lei has long realized that Longbow was quite the selfish person. He did not want another sectarian great emperor to appear. What he wanted was to personally train an emperor himself, then be able to take over power during the rise of said emperor. Unfortunately for Longbow, it is extremely hard to raise an emperor properly, especially when you are on your own. Fan Lei and many other sectarian faction people have long realized that Longbow did not have what it took to properly raise a great emperor on his own. In fact, even the person he chose had problems. During the past years, all the upper level of the sect have been paying attention to the growth of Han Li before the birth of the young sect master. Despite having the 12 physique, the heavenly thunder body, Han Li's past result can only be evaluated as above mediocre. This fact was further proven to be true when his result in the Pagoda trials came out, and even Li Jun could defeat him in many trials. As a result of this, the higher-ups of the Tao Opening Sect did not hesitate to decide to train Wang Wei for the next heaven mandate when they saw the vision he was born with. Luckily, Wang Wei's actions during the past decade have proven that they have made the right choice. The future of the Tao Opening Sect is looking quite bright and prosperous. Great Elder Fan Lei knew that his old friend Longbow was in quite the dangerous situation, and he has not even realized it. The Tao Opening Sect has placed too much investment in this year's fight for the Heaven Mandate. If one day they decide that Longbow is a danger or instability for the sect's future, then the only thing that awaits Great Elder Longbow is his untimely death by the hands of his own sect. If Longbow keeps going on like this, that day will not be far off. Fan Lei sighed again when he thought about the possible future fate of his old friend. Meanwhile, in the Wang family mountain, Wang Wei and Han Li were having a very cordial chat over tea. Wang Wei kept asking Han Li about his experience throughout his cultivation journey due to the fact that he had never left the sect ever since he was born, and Han Li, affected by Wang Wei's charismatic and gentle smile, described all of his adventure with great boldness. Unfortunately, things did not remain amicable for very long. On their 6th pot of tea, Han Li started to feel drowsy. Before he could take immediate action to relieve himself of this state, he discovered that his cultivation was actually sealed. Soon afterward, he passed out in the room, and the blooming smile in Wang Wei's face was slowly relieved and turned into an indifferent one. A few breaths afterward, a few more people appeared in the room. They were the Great Elder of the Formation Hall, Refining Hall, Pill Hall, and Talisman Hall. Furthermore, there were 2 Supreme Elders who had a great deal of accomplishments in formation who came to supervise the other people. When Wang Wei saw all of the people who appeared in his room, he was not surprised as he expected them to come. Wang Wei saluted all of them and asked, "Is everything prepared?" The Great Elder of the Formation Hall, Li Feng, answered, "You do not need to worry, young sect master. Everything was designed according to your instructions." Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction. Soon, the passed-out Han Li was taken into a secret room full of all kinds of formations and a bunch of equipment that looked like a dissecting table. In fact, this description is actually quite adequate. The purpose of Wang Wei doing all of these to Han Li is to actually dissect him and discover the source of his special physique. Ever since he was young, Wang Wei knew how much advantage that people with special physique had, especially in the early and middle stage of cultivation. Wang Wei was quite jealous of these special physiques. Unfortunately for him, heaven did not give him one. So Wang Wei concocted a plan to acquire a special physique on his own. Since heaven did not give me one, I shall take it for myself. This thought has been riveting in his mind for countless years. In order to make things happen, he plunged straight into the library and read all the knowledge that the sect had about special physique. Some notes even contain some great emperor understanding of special physique. Through countless documents, Wang Wei came up with the hypothesis that most people with special physiques are actually people born with fragments of law lodged both into their bodies and souls. Because of these fragments of laws, people with special physique have great cultivating talents. And as their cultivation grows higher, the fragment of law in their body will be perfected and provide them with all kinds of amazing and weird talents. In order to prove his hypothesis, Wang Wei studied the blood of his father, who also has a special physique, and the blood of countless other people with special physique. In order to get these bloods, the Dao opening sect had to activate many of the sleeping spies they had all over the world. However, it was not enough to truly discover the truth of special physique from studying a few drops of blood. Although Wang Wei's father donated a drop of source blood, which in fact hurt his cultivation level and took years to heal to his son for his study, it was not enough to unravel the mystery of special physique. In the scenario, this is where Han Li came into play. As the only person with a special physique available to the Dao opening sect, he could provide much more information than a few drops of blood. However, studying Han Li would involve searching both his soul and source blood, which is quite damaging to a person. As such, Wang Wei previously did not want to harm him, but now he changed his mind and a terrible fate might await him. Inside a secret room, Han Li's body laid unconscious on a bed with blood all over the floor. His state was not ideal right now. His skin was opened vertically from his skull all the way to his feet. All of his internal organs and exoskeletons were visually exposed to the outside world. The only thing that indicated that he was still alive was the slight expansion of his lungs like two balloons filled with oxygen at a carnival fair. There were countless formations made of countless runes that shined on Han Li every few breaths. These formations were recording and analyzing every part of fluctuation on Han Li's body, from his breathing to his cultivation level, from his muscle to his blood, from his divine sense to even his soul fluctuation. There was no part left unchecked, no stone left unturned. In a bed beside Han Li, there were 3 drops of blood that glowed brighter than the summer sun at its peak. These 3 drops of blood were actually the source blood of Han Li. Each of them contained a great amount of energy and could be used to create powerful pills. Right now, Great Elder of the Formation Hall Yanjai was observing these 3 drops of blood with great ecstasy. He proclaimed to Wang Fu, the Great Elder of the Refining Hall, "I have found the fragment of law from the source blood." The young master was right. "What about you guys? Did you discover anything?" Great Elder Wang Fu responded, "Me and Great Elder Li Jian have also discovered the fragment of law in his soul." Great Elder Li Jian, who is responsible for the Alchemy Hall, said in reverie, "Han Li is only in the peak of divine body realm, yet he already has access to some power of law that only void-shattered realm powerhouse can have. No wonder the people with special physique are so abnormal in the early stage of cultivation." Great Elder Qin Hua of the Talisman Hall is a beautiful middle-aged woman. She asked the 2 supervising Supreme Elders, "Did we miss something during our observation?" One of the Supreme Elders answered, "Everything has been recorded and reviewed by the 2 of us. All you need to do is relay the information to the young master." "What should we do with Han Li?" asked Great Elder Wang Fu. The young master was considered his own nephew. As such, he did not want to have an enemy of his lying around the sect. He would have preferred that Han Li be dead. Great Elder Qin Hua, who belonged to the sectarian faction, immediately replied, "According to the order of the young master, we just need to put Han Li's body back the way he was. Although from now on, Han Li will only have less than 80 of his previous strength." Furthermore, the young master said to reward him with a heart demon pill to allow him to break through the primordial spirit realm. Why would the young master leave him alive? Does he still have so much compassion? Asked Great Elder Li Jian. Great Elder Qin Huan answered back, "No, according to the young master, Han Li still has certain values in the future. As for what values he was referring to, I have no idea." "Very well," answered Great Elder Yanjai. "Since the young master has orders to spare him, then do so. However, someone should be sent to monitor him and longbow at all times." Everyone agreed with Great Elder Yanjai, especially the 2 Supreme Elders. Seeing the different factions of the sect working together for the better future of the Dao opening sect, they knew that their generation had excellent successors. The future of the sect is going in the right direction. few hours later, Han Li was sent back to his mountain with a weakened body and a few memories missing. Although he immediately felt something was wrong with him when he woke up, he did not know the direct cause. Even his mentor did not dare tell him the real reason even if he wanted to. Great Elder Longbow knew that one of the main reasons that his direct disciple was still alive right now was due to his ignorance. If he ever discovered the real cause of his body's abnormality and became resentful, then only death will follow him. As such, he lied and told his disciple that he might have done something wrong during his cultivation, and he will find a way to fix him. Meanwhile, in the Wang family's mountain, Wang Wei was reading the result of the analysis of special physique from the great elders and the supreme elders. It turned out that his hypothesis was right. People born with special physique were granted fragments of law by heaven upon their birth. The one absolute chaos physique was granted a fragment of the law of chaos. The two heavy axe physique was granted a fragment of the law of power. And the 3-7 emotion 6 desire physique was granted the law of 7 emotion and 6 desires. Wang Wei believed that as long as he can get the source of a law and baptized both his body and soul with it and survive, then he will acquire a special physique. However, the process will not be as simple as stated. Fortunately, Wang Wei was long prepared and made sufficient preparation for this endeavor. To make sure that everything goes as planned, enough preparation is always needed. Suddenly, Wang Wei thought of something. If he had enough data from one of the top 3 physiques, his plans would not only be much safer, but also have a higher chance of success. However, the problem lied in the fact that he could not get access to any of the top 3 physiques to properly dissect. The number 1 physique is hiding somewhere in a lower realm. The number 3 physique is also hiding somewhere in the Eastern Azure Dragon continent. The only available physique left is the number 2 physique, who is the crown prince of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, located in the same central continent as the Dao Opening sect. However, even if Wang Wei knew where he was, there is nothing he could do. As a person born with such powerful physique, the crown prince will definitely be a great contestant for this generation heaven mandate. Such heaven chosen will definitely have a supreme realm powerhouse protecting him 24/7 just like Wang Wei did. Additionally, the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty is a powerful dynasty that has nurtured a total of 3 great emperors. As such, they are not easy to mess with. Although Wang Wei is the young sect master of the Dao Opening sect, he did not want to abuse his powers and create powerful enemies for the sect all over the world. Despite all of these circumstances, Wang Wei did not immediately give up the idea of dissecting the number 2 physique. All he needed was the right time, place, or circumstance for his action to succeed, and Wang Wei knew that the right moment was quickly approaching. That was the Spirit Road 4 years later. This was the perfect place. Now all Wang Wei needed was the right bait to lure his prey into the trap. The Spirit Road is in fact a trial created by Heavenly Dao to not only properly train heaven chosen of the Myriad Emperor world, but also a way to entice geniuses from the lower plane to enter the Myriad Emperor world. According to knowledge that Wang Wei learned from the library, in the Endless Void, there are hundreds of heaven mandate worlds like the Myriad Emperor plane. Each heaven mandate plane, which is a plane who has the power to give birth to a great emperor, is made up of a community of countless worlds that take said heaven mandate plane as its center. In each community, there are countless great thousand worlds, middle thousand world, and lower thousand world. All these worlds combined together can be called the lower plane. Of course, it does not mean that the Myriad Emperor world is in charge of these worlds. No, there are so many worlds out there, some have not even been discovered. However, the Myriad Emperor world can be considered the ruler of the community it is currently located in. In the Myriad Emperor world, mortals usually start to cultivate between the age of 15-18 years. These years are the optimal age when both the mind and the body have matured enough to start cultivating without leaving any hidden dark injuries. Before each generation starts to cultivate, there is an event that usually takes place, the Spirit Road. The Spirit Road is a secret realm organized by Heavenly Dao itself, where heaven chosen are left to fight, survive, and kill each other alone for a whole year without any cultivation level or any help from the outside. As long as you enter the Spirit Road, your cultivation will be completely stripped or sealed, and you will not be able to cultivate for a whole year. Participants cannot use any kind of weapons or help from the outside. The purpose of the Spirit Road trial is in fact to hone the killing and survival instinct of every geniuses. More importantly, during the year-long slaughter, these heaven chosen can actually plunder the chi luck of each other. The more a person kills, the more luck he can gather. It is totally normal for a person's chi luck to go from a carp fish to a true dragon, or from a red color chi luck to a purple color. Of course, the participants still cannot achieve a chi luck of purple gold. Additionally, the secret realm that the Spirit Road trial takes place has countless opportunities left over from different battlefields throughout the Myriad Emperor plane. It is possible for someone to be lucky enough to acquire quasi-emperor artifacts or even an emperor-level scriptures. Although these two things are actually quite rare, it's not unheard of people acquiring these things from the Spirit Road. Because of the Spirit Road's ability to raise heaven chosen, many factions will send their disciples to participate in the trial. In fact, Heavenly Tao will also scatter trial tokens throughout many worlds in the lower plane to invite either geniuses or lucky ones to participate in the trial. That way, these geniuses will have a chance to enter one of the sects or factions of the myriad emperor plane based on their performance. In fact, many great emperors were born from the lower plane and got their chance at the heaven mandate through the Spirit Road trial. Of course, these people from the lower plane still need an identity token to be able to participate in the fight for the heaven mandate. And how do they get the identity token? Of course, from the powerful sects or families in the myriad emperor world. So even if they do not want to, they have to attach themselves to a powerful force if they want a chance to proclaim themselves emperor. Wang Wei notices that this year's Spirit Road is quite different. Due to the fact that the top 3 physiques appeared at the same time, this year's Spirit Road should be a festival fest of powerful heaven chosens, slaughtering each other like gladiators locked in a caged arena. However, things seem to be the opposite. The one physique seems to be still somewhere in the lower plane, the number 3 physique is nowhere to be found, and the number 2 physique showed no desire to participate in the trial 4 years later. Everyone seemed to ignore the Spirit Road this time, which is in fact bad news for Wang Wei, who actually wanted to meet the top 3 physique to further his plans. In the Wang family mountain, inside the main courtyard, Wang Wei called his head maid Wang Ju for a meeting. Upon seeing her, Wang Wei asked her to hand over all the information she had of the number 2 physique. Wang Wei read the information. Jai Song, male, 12 years old, heavy axe physique, crown prince of the great Zhou imperial dynasty. When he was born, there was a vision of a giant slaughtering countless demons and gods with an axe. Personality, he is rash and arrogant, prefers to use his strength to solve most problems. He has an older brother named Jaisu who he loves very much. Despite the fact that his eldest brother has been deprived of the right to the throne due to his birth, the relationship between the two is actually quite harmonious. The eldest brother has no problem supporting his younger brother. After reading the information, Wang Wei begins to ponder. Based on the information at hand, he came to the conclusion that Jai Song is the kind of person who will rush to any kind of situation as long as he believed it was beneficial to him. As such, as long as he provided him with the necessary bait, maybe he could lure him to change his mind and participate in the Spirit Road trial. Wang Wei suddenly asked Wang Ju, "What do you think the great Zhou imperial dynasty would do if they heard a rumor that there was a complete version of the ancient desolate body-refining scripture in the Spirit Road trial, and that our Tao opening sect was sending me personally to retrieve it?" Wang Ju was a little surprised by the sudden question, thought about it for a few seconds and answered, "The ancient desolate body-refining scripture was created by a great emperor of our Tao opening sect who also had the heavy axe physique. You could say this scripture fits perfectly with the heavy axe physique. If the higher-ups of the great Zhou imperial dynasty had the opportunity to acquire it, they would go to great lengths to do so. Even if it was just a rumor, they will still try to discover if it was true." Wang Wei nodded in acquiescence. However, Wang Ju continued, "But young master, what is the point of doing this? Do you want to take the chance to kill Jai Song during the Spirit Road trial?" Wang Wei looked at her and said, "Do not be silly, Wang Ju. You should know, although the Spirit Road trial claimed to be fair and without any outside influence, the truth of the matter is that every heaven chosen raised by powerful groups like our sect have secret techniques implanted on them that would save their lives if they ever face true mortal danger. It will be nigh impossible to kill Jai Song during the trial." Upon hearing this, Wang Ju nodded in agreement. Then she thought of something and asked in shock, "Young master, do you want to do the same thing you did to hand lead to Crown Prince Jai Song?" Wang Wei responded positively, "Yes. The top 3 physiques are actually quite special in nature compared to the others. If I had enough knowledge about them, then when I execute the plan to acquire my own special physique, not only would my chances increase exponentially, but there is also a chance to acquire a physique that is on par with the top 3. Wang Ju nodded while listening, then she answered, "To pull up a plan of this magnitude, young master, you should probably enlist the help of the sect master and the great elders." Wang Wei agreed with Wang Ju's caution. He knew that this plan is quite feasible and the elders will be more than happy to help him. However, the Spirit Road is still 4 years away, and there are other things to be done before then. Wang Wei waved to Wang Ju to leave and start to put his plans into action with the help of the elders, while he had other things to prepare beforehand. Acquiring a special physique is not an easy thing. Just knowing that people with special physique have fragments of laws into their body will not magically turn someone into a person with special physique. How to turn this knowledge into practical action? Can you just place a fragment of law into someone else's body? No, the power of law is unimaginably powerful. Even a fragment of it is enough to blast any cultivator below the void-shattered realm into smithereens, let alone immortal. In order to enjoy all the benefits of people with unique physiques, Wang Wei believed that the transition should be done before he starts to cultivate. As such, he did not have a lot of time to prepare. Now, many other problems appear. How do you allow a mortal to survive the baptizement of the law without being completely annihilated? How to allow the fragment of law to be beneficial to the users instead of being harmful? How to ensure that the fragment of law will not directly destroy the person's soul, but evolve to make it more powerful? Wang Wei came up with a variety of methods, including the use of pills, formations, and other auxiliary items, but the core of which is a cultivation technique that his father and grandfather took years to help him create. This technique is called by him as the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra. This technique, or Tao art, was inspired by the concept of evolution from his last life. Evolution can be simplified into the idea that among a group of individuals, they have certain traits that allow them to survive or adapt to a drastic change in the external environment. The surviving individuals then reproduce and pass on the trait that allowed them to survive the change in environment to the next generation. This process is slow and could take from thousands to millions of years. The idea that Wang Wei had when creating this cultivation technique was to take the concept of adaptation in natural evolution and turn it from a passive evolution to an active evolution. What that means is that by cultivating the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra, Wang Wei will endow his body with the ability to adapt to extreme circumstance, such as fragments of laws embedded in his body, then survive and evolve into a better or higher state of life. This process will not take as long as natural evolution. As matter of fact, the process will be almost instantaneous. Of course, as a price, an enormous amount of energy will be needed. Luckily for Wang Wei, this world does not lack energy, as it is filled with boundless spiritual energy all over heaven and earth, or in the form of minerals such as spirit stone or source. Additionally, spiritual qi is actually a wonderful type of energy that allows people to evolve into higher beings with powerful strength and unlimited lifespan. It is the best catalyst for Wang Wei's technique. Although the prospect of the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra seems quite appealing, the process is in fact quite arduous and tortuous. In order to cultivate this technique, Wang Wei will have to place himself in countless kinds of harsh environments and force his mortal body to adapt and survive these environments before he could take on the power of Law No, a fragment of it. First, Wang Wei will be placed in both high and low temperature. Then he has to cultivate the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra to the point where his body can generate heat on his own and control it to survive. His body has to be able to generate enough heat to keep him warm in extreme cold and lower the temperature during extreme heat. Furthermore, his body has to adapt to be able to generate enough moisture to keep him hydrated during extreme heat. Another step in cultivating the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra is that Wang Wei has to place himself in a vacuum environment similar to space from his past life without any oxygen to breath. During this process, Wang Wei's body has to evolve to be able to breathe internally without outside interference, and to be able to use other kinds of energy in the environment to produce enough glucose for the body to function properly. After that, Wang Wei has to ingest all kinds of different poison, then allow his body to evolve to be able to analyze any poison and develop the necessary antibodies for them. In fact, every cultivator will have these qualities as long as they reach a certain cultivation level. What Wang Wei has to do is to acquire them beforehand, before he starts to cultivate. When all of these conditions are met, then Wang Wei will be ready to integrate some fragments of law into his body, then evolve into someone with special physique. This process will take some time, at least 4 to 5 years, and numerous precious resources are needed to ensure the safety of Wang Wei. Of course, Wang Wei will not be alone during these suffering times. Li Jun will also cultivate the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra in order to try to get a special physique too. Wang Wei needs a powerful general that he trusts during his fight for the emperor throne, and he chose Li Jun after much consideration. Him and Li Jun grew up together and had established a high level of intimacy. They treated each other as brothers. Furthermore, Wang Wei can be considered the only person in the sect that treated Li Jun better and acknowledged him as a person, of course, except Li Jun's mother. It did take Wang Wei a while to convince the elders to properly train Li Jun, as the amount of resources needed to cultivate this technique will be quite large and precious. But in the end, at the insistence of Wang Wei, they finally agreed. Furthermore, the accomplishments of Li Jun the past few years during the pagoda trial proved that he is worthy of being properly cultivated by the sect. While Wang Wei and Li Jun were preparing to start cultivating the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra, a meeting took place in another domain in the Kilin Central Continent. This domain, which is approximately the size of 2 Earth-togethers, was the location of the capital of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty. This domain is an enormous city, exactly like the Emperor Enlightening Academy. However, unlike the city of the Emperor Enlightening Academy that is clearly divided based on each student, this city seemed to be one entity with a magnificent palace in the center. There lived the sovereign and all the members of the royal family, including Jaisong with the heavy axe physique. In the myriad emperor plane, no one dares to bear the title of emperor except for cultivators who have borne the heaven mandate and proved the Tao. Even if someone rules millions of li of land and has power over billions of citizens and can determine their life and death, that person still cannot have the title of emperor. He or she can be called king, rulers, monarch, or sovereign, but never emperor. This is a title reserved to the most supreme beings of this plane, the most noblest of existence that stand at the peak of the food chain. Back to the topic. Somewhere in the palace, the sovereign of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty held a meeting with all of his officials. The sovereign named Jai Wen was a majestic middle-aged man wearing an embroidery robe filled with 3 multicolored dragons each, representing a great emperor of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty. He had a magnificent crown on his bun-like hair. Sovereign Jai Wen asked with an authoritative voice, "Is the news true? Is it confirmed? Is there really a copy of the ancient, desolate body-refining scripture in the Spirit Road trial?" Inside the royal palace, many ministers of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty started discussing the information that their spy agency just received. After hearing the question asked by His Majesty Jai Wen, the room immediately became quiet. Everyone started to think about the issue and the proper response to the situation at hand. A few minutes afterward, a high-level minister indicated by the fact that he stood in the front row of all the people present took a step forward and answered, "Your Majesty, given the source of the information, the news is likely true. We should take immediate action to try to take possession of the ancient, desolate body-refining scripture." While this minister was talking, his head was looking at a person a few feet from him. This person was the head of the dynasty's brocade guard, which was in charge of intelligence gathering both internally and externally. After hearing his minister's word, Sovereign Jai Wen looked at the head of the brocade guard, who nodded his head in acknowledgement of the fact that the news was in fact reliable. Following the first person to speak up, another high-grade minister also stepped up and said, "I agree with this statement, Your Majesty. The ancient desolate body-refining scripture is of great importance to Crown Prince Jaisong's rise to becoming a great emperor. Although our Great Zhou imperial dynasty has 3 great emperor-level cultivating scriptures, none fit the Crown Prince as perfectly as the ancient desolate body-refining scripture. If there is a slight chance of acquiring it, we must not let it go." Following this minister's statement, many people spoke in agreement with him. This generation, their empire has the opportunity to groom a 4th great emperor. No matter the cost, they have to try it. Sovereign Jai Wen started thinking about the words of his ministers, and deep down, he also agreed to do anything possible to acquire that scripture as it would be a tremendous help to his son during his fight for the emperor throne. However, as a ruler and Saint Realm powerhouse, his vision was much broader than most of his ministers. As such, he did not immediately agree with them. Instead, he asked someone's opinion, someone he has trusted and relied on for countless years during his reign. Sovereign Jai Wen looked at the person standing closest to him and asked, "Prime Minister Zhao Yan, what do you think about this topic?" Upon hearing his name being called, Prime Minister Zhao Yan, who had his eyes closed for most of the meeting, suddenly opened his eyes and answered in a calm manner, "Your Majesty, this lowly minister does not think that things are that simple." "Oh, what makes you say that? Speak freely," answered Sovereign Jai Wen. As such, Prime Minister Zhao Yan continued, "First of all, why did all of sudden news of such powerful scripture come out? Is our Zhou dynasty the only faction that has received the news, or are there any other people?" Upon hearing these questions, the face of the leader of the brocade guard changed immediately and became gloomy. He answered in a harsh tone, "From the information we received, I believe that only our Zhou dynasty had received this news." When the people in the room heard his answers, their faces also changed and became more solemn. It seems that things are not that simple. Prime Minister Zhao Yan continued to ask, "If that is the case, then there are more problems to solve. For example, who released the news and for what purpose? Based on the fact that the information we received directly involved the ancient desolate body-refining scripture, we can assume that their target is undoubtedly the Crown Prince. But what is their purpose? If the Tao opening sect released the news themselves, what motive did they have?" Another minister pondered for a moment and answered, "Maybe they want to lure the Crown Prince into the Spirit Road trial and kill him to eliminate a future competitor." Many people have similar thoughts. This is the most likely reason they can figure out. However, the Prime Minister disagreed with the other people. As such, he replied, "I do not think that things are that simple. The Spirit Road trial is under the jurisdiction of Heavenly Tao itself. As such, it is not easy for an outsider to interfere. With the background of our great Zhou imperial dynasty, it is easy to have countless backhands to ensure the safety of the crown prince. Additionally, there is an unspoken agreement between the emperor lineage of the world not to secretly assassinate each other's heaven chosen and allow them to freely compete with each other. If the Dao opening sect dare to secretly kill the crown prince, we can easily do the same thing to their young sect master. The room became silent after the prime minister's speech. The people in the room knew that Prime Minister Zhao Yan was right, but they still felt a little unwilling to pass such a chance to acquire a powerful cultivation technique as the ancient desolate body refining scripture. As such, another minister asked, "So, are we just leaving things like this and not do anything?" "Of course not," answered the prime minister. "What we have to do is remain calm and take things slowly. We can slowly investigate the source of the news and the purpose of the Dao opening sect. Furthermore, in 1-2 years, right before the start of the Spirit Road trial, we can send a team of delegates to officially visit the Dao opening sect. When they arrive there, we can snoop some more news." Upon hearing the prime minister's plan, the eyes of the other officials lit up like stars in the winter's night. Then they started discussing and fine-tuning the plan. To them cultivators, 1-2 years is nothing but a short nap. They can be patient and plan better. Meanwhile, in the Dao opening sect, Wang Wei and Li Jun had just started their difficult cultivation in the extreme cold and heat environment. Wang Wei had just finished today's session and was drinking tonic that prevents dark injuries in his body. This tonic was made of at least a 1,000 years old ginseng. If it was not for the fact that his body is too weak to bear the medicinal properties, the age of this ginseng would be much higher. It was during these moments that Wang Wei realized the importance of status and how lucky he was to be born in such a powerful sect. While Wang Wei was enjoying this rare piece of quiet, Wang Ju walked in to report to him. Without being polite with her, he directly asked, "What is it?" Wang Ju bowed politely and answered, "Young master, according to the information we received, there has been no further movement from the great Zhou imperial dynasty. Do you think that they have noticed something? Did our bait fail?" Wang Wei was not surprised or panicked by this news. Instead, he asked calmly, "Wang Ju, do you know what a good bait is?" "A good bait?" asked her in confusion. Wang Wei smiled cunningly and continued, "A good bait is not just something that your target wants or desires. No, a good bait is something that your target knows is a bait, but still desperately go after it. No matter the process, the end result will always be a hooked fish." Suddenly 2 years of quiet passed by, and Wang Wei turned 13 years old. In the past 2 years, the Dao opening sect seemed calm and quiet on the surface. And the same can be said for the great Zhou imperial dynasty. It was as if the shocking news about the whereabouts of a powerful cultivation technique, such as the ancient desolate body refining scripture, was nothing but a stone sinking into a river without creating any ripples whatsoever. The situation seemed that it would remain stale for quite some time. However, today was destined to be different, to be more exciting at least for the people of the Dao opening sect, that is. Wang Wei was enjoying a rare relaxing day by drinking his ginseng tonic, when his head maid, Wang Ju, walked in with some fresh information. Wang Ju walked into the Wang family's manor, bowed as usual, and reported the information that she had just received. While Wang Wei was concentrating on the information at hand, Wang Ju looked at the young sect master. He had changed greatly the past 2 years. His figure became more thin, his complexion more pale. There were many heavy bags under his eyes. In general, he had the demeanor of a sick and dying man. However, Wang Ju knew that these were just external changes. As a cultivator in the supernatural realm, she could easily notice the internal difference of the young sect master. His single breaths were deep and long, signifying the ability to internal breathing and conserving energy. There was a large amount of medicinal energy embedded in the young sect master's body. Despite not having started cultivating, there was a large amount of blood qi scattered all over his body. These blood qi will make it a lot easier and faster for the young master to cultivate in the body refining realm and lay a powerful foundation for the future. A few minutes passed by before Wang Wei finished reading the information. Then he said, "So they are finally making a move." "Yes, young master. A delegate composed of both Crown Prince Jaisong and First Prince Jaisu is currently on the way to the sect right now. They will arrive in about 2 days. What excuse did they use for this so-called visit? We received a diplomatic invitation concerning the dispute over a certain origin source mine." They also emphasized that it is necessary for the younger generation to get to know each other properly. Wang Wei sneered and continued, "So they can both investigate the news about the ancient desolate body refining scripture and also try to find my information and determine my level of threat for the heaven mandate battle." Wang Wei then kept on looking at the window, looking like nothing in this world mattered to him. Then he said, "Continue with the plan we had already prepared. As for the challenge, let the crown prince enter the first trial of the pagoda." 2 days soon passed. The delegation of the great Zhou imperial dynasty, composed of the 2 princes, Jai Song and Jai Su, the Prime Minister Zhao Yan, a retired prince of the Jai royal family, which is the equivalent of a true monarch supreme elder of the Dao opening sect, and a bunch of servants and bodyguards. Sectmaster Wang Tian and many of the great elders of different halls received the guest, accompanied by some noteworthy disciples. Upon arriving, Jai Su was the first to notice something odd. He did not see the young sectmaster of the Dao opening sect. In formal occasions such as this, only people with similar status and the same generation can receive each other. As the son of the sectmaster, only Wang Wei is truly worthy of receiving them, and yet he was not here. Jai Su easily noticed this because he recognized the person that was in the front receiving them. It was the one contemporary sacred son, Han Li, who has just partially healed from his injury. Jai Su knew Han Li because they had fought a couple of times, and in their many fights he had one more than he lost. Jai Su walked in the front, put his two hands together and slightly bowed. "It is a pleasure to meet you all." Han Li also stepped forward and returned the courtesy. However, a sudden voice rang behind Jai Su. It seemed that we are not worthy to be received by the young sect master of the Dao opening sect. After all, your sect is one of the most powerful sects in the world. The person who spoke was a very burly man with bulging muscles all over his body. He's the very definition of the back of a tiger, the waist of a bear. He had an intimidating air about him, a calm face, but also a very condescending look in his eyes. He exudes the arrogance of a person of superior status. Sect Master Wang Tian stepped forward and said, "This younger generation should be crowned Prince Jai Song, worthy of the famous heavy axe physique, despite not having cultivated, still having innate divine strength compared to body-roughening first or second layer. The reason that my son did not attend this meeting today is due to the fact that he is currently visiting his maternal grandfather." Hearing this, retired Prince Jai Xiang also stepped forward and asked, "Is true monarch Yu Zhuang recovered from his injury?" "He is fine now," said the sect master, then went on to say, "Please come in. We have prepared adequate accommodation for all of you. If you have any other requirement, please notify the elder in charge, and we will try our best to meet your needs." While a somewhat diplomatic meeting was taking place in the Dao opening sect, a very serious one was also taking place in the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Old Chu took more than 10 years to heal from the backlash he received from calculating the fate of Wang Wei when he was just born. Even still, his lifespan was greatly affected. Unless he could find some precious medicine, he would still have to live with a severely reduced lifespan. The current pavilion master asked during the meeting, "Master, why did you call all of us for this meeting?" Including Old Chu, there were currently less than 10 people in the room, each of which were the core members of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. The Heaven Mystery Pavilion was different from other sects or factions of this world, since they were mainly focused on divination or calculating the secrets of heaven. As divination requires very special talents, there are few people who can cultivate their technique, let alone join the core membership of the pavilion. However, there are still many outer disciples of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. These disciples are mainly there to procure resources for the core members, or to protect them. Due to the fact that people who peep at Heaven's secrets often receive all kinds of backlash, they are almost always in a weakened state. So no matter what the level of their cultivation, they are extremely weak when facing people of the same realm. Even the genius of lower cultivating realms can easily beat them. As such, the core members of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion require protection from powerful people. As for how they manage to keep the loyalty of the outer members, well, that is a secret privy to only the pavilion master and his master. I called all of you to this meeting because I foresaw a catastrophe strong enough to eradicate our entire Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Upon hearing this news, the pavilion master's heart started to beat rapidly. He started to perspire profusely, then cold sweat dripped down his back. "Master, we did not offend anyone. Where did this sect-destroying catastrophe come from?" "The Dao opening sect." Inside the meeting place of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, only the sound of the swaying wind could be heard. The room started to heat up due to the vapor of untouched hot tea slowly evaporating inside the small courtyard. Pavilion Master Zhu Tai rapidly swallowed his cold tea with trembling hands, then proceeded to take many deep and long breaths. "Inhale, exhale, he asked. "Master, did you calculate the reason, and what should our next step of action be?" "Supreme Elder, we did not offend the Dao opening sect and had no enmity with them. Why did they want to destroy us? I did not manage to calculate their reason for taking action against us," said Old Chu. "As for our plan of action, we only have two variable options. First is to ask help from our allies and see if they are willing to help or at least put pressure on the Dao opening sect. The second option is, when the time arrives, try to be as submissive as possible. The Dao opening sect must want something from our pavilion. As long as we give it to them, we might have a chance to survive. Master, how long do we have to prepare?" "About 2-3 years at the very least. So, until after the Spirit Road trial." A few days passed on quickly. The delegates of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty have long settled into their accommodation, and the talks over the origin source mine have officially begun. Wang Wei never showed up in front of the people of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty, a fact which was very upsetting to Crown Prince Jai Song, as he kept subtly reminding the people around him of the lack of etiquette on the side of the Dao opening sect. Of course, Wang Wei was aware of his presence. With the special power of his eyes, he could easily notice the Qi Luck dragon of Crown Prince Jai Song. Although his Qi dragon was only purple like himself, it exuded a special or unique aura that was easily noticeable. Soon, Crown Prince Jai Song had things to do since he was notified that he will take part in the first trial of the Polishing Dao Heart Pagoda. He took a few days to prepare. He was the kind of person that never backed down from a challenge, and he took it seriously, or so he thought. On the day of the challenge, many disciples and elders of the sect accompanied the delegates of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty to watch the trial. The disciples were the most excited. They wanted to know how they stack up against the heaven chosen of other factions. This was the perfect opportunity to compete and compare. Jai Song stood in front of the pagoda, ready to enter at any moment. The visual formations were turned on so that everybody can watch what happens inside. On top of the pagoda, there was a list of the top records in each trial. Jai Song looked at Wang Wei's #1 spot and said with disdain, "Only 13 days, how weak can you be?" After saying that, he strode into the pagoda with great confidence. However, his words did provoke a lot of people outside. How can they allow this stranger to look down on their young sect master? However, the disciples did not do or say anything, especially the ones who have participated in the trial. They know more than everyone else how difficult this trial is. In a platform not far from the pagoda, the higher-ups of both factions sat cross-legged on futons made of silk, served with fresh hot tea. Sect Master Wang Tian said nonchalantly, "Confident, I see. This is good quality." Sect Master Wang Tian and the other great elders smiled with a playful look on their faces. However, they did not say anything else. Jai Su was able to catch on the meaning behind these smiles. As such, he had a feeling that things might not be as simple as it seemed. However, he soon calmed himself down. He had a great deal of confidence in his younger brother's heavy axe physique. Meanwhile, Jai Song was having a hard time in this test. Upon entering the trial, the first thing he noticed was the fact that his proud heavy axe physique was gone, or to be precise, ineffective. All of his innate divine strength that he was proud of are all gone. He frowned, but still continued on with the trial. He walks in this endless desert supported by his will only. Jai Song lasted 4 days before he gave up and exited out the pagoda. His record was much higher than Han Li on his first trial, but it was way worse than Li Jun's whopping 8 days, or Wang Wei's 13 days. The challenge was actually quite lackluster. The record of the Crown Prince did not come even close to Li Jun, let alone the young sect master, and many people or disciples of the sect were actually quite disappointed. They left afterward and sneered at Jai Song's previous comment. The people most disappointed by this result were actually the people of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty. This was a massive failure on their part. While Jai Song was recuperating, a secret meeting was taking place between Prime Minister Zhao Yan, His Royal Highness Jai Su, retired Prince Jai Xiang, and a few advisors that were secretly mixed into the servants and guards. Sir asked retired Prince Jai Xiang. "You have been frowning for quite some time. What are you thinking about?" "Uncle Jai Xiang, I'm thinking about the previous trial. Are you worrying about Songer? You do not need to be too worried. It is just a failure. Give him enough time and he will soon recover." "No, uncle, the situation is more severe than we thought. Retired Prince, His Royal Highness is right. The situation is truly drastic." "Oh, Prime Minister, what makes you say that?" "Well, let His Royal Highness Jai Su express his opinions first." Everyone in the room then fixed their eyes on Jai Su, who then began to express his thought process. "Just like my uncle said, failure is not a major problem for my younger brother. However, the problem lies with the young sect master of the Dao opening sect. The purpose of this pagoda was to polish the Dao heart of the participants. Now, compare the result of the younger brother with the Dao sect's young master. Can you imagine how powerful the Dao heart of the young sect master is?" Following this statement, a few people in the room gasped aloud. This is indeed quite a scary thing. The person most affected was in fact retired Prince Jai Xiang. As the person with the highest cultivating level here, he knew more secrets than most people in the room. For most cultivators, the concept of Dao heart might be an illusory idea or thing to them, but Jai Xiang knew the importance of Dao heart. Without the proper Dao heart, it is impossible for a person to reach the supreme realm, let alone bear heaven mandate and prove the Dao. In fact, even great emperors have to have a strong enough Dao heart. Do not think that as long as you acquire the heaven mandate, then you automatically can become a great emperor. No, if you wear the crown, then you must bear the weight. The same concept applies to the heaven mandate. Jai Xiang knew those cultivators who acquired the heaven mandate, but did not have the necessary Dao heart to bear it, are referred to as pseudo-emperors. However, these people are still unimaginably powerful compared to the supreme realm true monarch that people still called them great emperor. Of course, these knowledge are considered the highest secrets of this world. Only when someone reached a certain cultivation level that they might be privy to said information. While everybody was still processing this news, Prime Minister Zhao Yao reminded them, do not also forget that this pagoda trial has at least 9 layers. We can only imagine how powerful or effective the other trials are. Prime Minister Zhao Yan, you should notify His Majesty of the situation here. A few days passed after the secret meeting. Prime Minister Zhao Yan was standing in front of a formation, while seemingly talking to somebody else on the other side. Your Majesty, the Dao opening sect refused to let us participate in the pagoda trial again, let alone witnessing the other 8 trials. I figure things would not be so simple. In that case, we will offer that material to them as bargain chips. Are you sure of this, Your Majesty? This material is very rare and precious. Compared to the possibility of a future great emperor, what is the worth of a rare material? As you wish, Your Majesty. The Dao opening sect will probably not allow Songer to participate in all 9 trials. Try to negotiate as much as possible. But my bottom line is at least 3 trials. One last thing, tell Songer that if he could not achieve a satisfactory result, then I'm taking away his status as Crown Prince. Prime Minister Zhao Yan was visibly surprised. As the person who knew His Majesty the best, he could tell that he was serious about this announcement. However, he could also realize the reason for it. This trip to the Dao opening sect was an eye-opener for the high level of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty. During the past 10 years, everyone in the dynasty has been marveling at the fact the crown prince was born. With the heavy axe physique, they all believed that the future 4th emperor of the empire will be born this generation. However, the catastrophic result of the last trial was a major wake-up call for all of them. There is a brilliant and grand time coming. Nothing is set in stone. Any wrong step could lead to forever being left behind. The truth of the matter was that Wang Wei was still in the Dao opening sect and was controlling everything behind the scene. His grandfather, true monarch Yu Zhuang, is indeed injured and still healing. As a result, Wang Wei rarely interacted with him and only saw a projection clone of him on his 5th birthday. However, he often saw his grandmother from his mother's side, while the one from his father's side had long passed away before his birth. The reason that Wang Wei did not show up to meet the people of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty was due to the fact that his situation is not ideal at the moment. After cultivating the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra for more than 2 years, he was always in a weakened state. Wang Wei and the upper echelon feared that something might be discovered if he was to meet a powerful cultivator like retired Prince Jai Xiang. They worried that the people of Great Zhou might be able to infer their plan based on the condition of Wang Wei, so they made up a plausible excuse to explain his absence. Wang Ju walked in the Wang family courtyard as usual to report the latest development of the situation with Crown Prince Jai Song. As soon as she entered, Wang Ju saw the young sect master wiping out a dark green liquid from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, there was another puddle of dark green blood or bile in the floor emanating a foul odor, looking quite dangerous. Damn poisons, muttered Wang Wei. What brings you out so early in the morning? Young master, there are new developments in the situation with the Crown Prince. Oh, I thought I already explained not to allow him to enter the trial again. According to the elders, the Great Zhou imperial dynasty offered a price that is hard to refuse. As such, they wanted to know your opinion on the matter. Wang Wei was intrigued. The Dao opening sect is very powerful and full of resources. If there is something that can actually tempt, it must be extraordinary. Wang Wei took the jade talisman that explained the price that the people of Great Zhou were willing to offer. According to this information, when Wang Wei cultivates the ancient desolate body-refining scripture to a certain level, he will need material based on the 5 elements to further refine his powerful body. As such, the sect's upper echelons made a list of the 5 most powerful materials in the entire myriad emperor world that represent the 5 elements of wood, fire, metal, earth, and water. They believed that only by providing Wang Wei with the best so he can have a higher chance of being victorious during the heaven will battle. However, despite the deep foundation of the Dao opening sect, they could only gather 2 of the 5 materials. The other 3 are either too rare to be found, in the hands of another powerful sect or faction, or even might be already extinct in the long river of time. However, to their surprise, low and below, the Great Zhou imperial dynasty offered one of the missing materials as an offer to allow their crown prince to participate in the pagoda trials again. After reading the material again, Wang Wei knew the gist of things. He pondered for a moment before replying. Tell the elders that they can accept the offer, but the highest level of trial he can participate in is the 4th. No more than this. If they insist, tell the elders that they can just refuse the material. After saying all of this in a single breath, Wang Wei coughed again and spewed out a few more puddles of black blood, also at a time limit. Wang Wei was not too worried about this precious material, since he knew where it was bound to be his. Even if he was not strong enough to take it by force, he could still take it by other means. From what he learned about Crown Prince Jaisong, he is a very rash and arrogant person. When the time comes, just use the material as the prize for a competition, then arouse him by reminding him of his defeat in the pagoda trial, then he can legally or openly acquire it. Wang Wei has this level of confidence in himself. Suddenly, Wang Wei asked, "Did you release our bait properly?" "Yes, just like you ask, young master." One of the disciples got drunk and revealed the news that you were not originally going to participate in the Spirit Road trial, but suddenly changed your mind for no reason. "That's good," replied Wang Wei, satisfied with Wang Ju's work as usual. Soon afterward, Wang Ju left the manor to relay the young master's order to the elders. Of course, she did not forget to remind a few maids to go and clean up after the young master and bring him a few more tonics to ease his pain. A few days later, in the guest hall of the Dao opening sect, Prime Minister Zhao Yan was talking to His Majesty Jai Wen through the long-distance communication formation. "How was the result? Your Majesty, they accepted our offer. The Crown Prince can participate in 4 trials in the pagoda. However, they still gave us a time limit of half a year. Well, better than our bottom line. As for the time limit, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Having more pressure can inspire Songer to work harder." It is a shame that the Dao opening sect did not allow His Royal Highness Jaisu to also participate no matter what price we offered them. Well, Sire will understand like always. Additionally, there are other ways to polish Dao heart. Although not as effective as this pagoda, it still counts better than nothing. Well, what about the main cause of the visit? Did you discover anything? The brocade guard could not find any useful information, but we did learn something useful from the discussions of one of the disciples. According to the information we received, the young sect master did not initially plan to participate in the Spirit Road trial, but suddenly changed his mind around the same time that the news was released. We have inferred that the Dao opening sect is truly after something in the Spirit Road trial, but we cannot confirm whether it has anything to do with the ancient desolate body refining scripture. No matter the odds or what plan they have, it is worth it to take the risk. We just have to take extra caution this time around. We will use multiple methods to ensure the safety of Songer during the Spirit Road trial. If it was normal times, Sovereign Jaiwen would be extremely cautious and would never allow his most favorite and talented son to take such risks, but recent events have put him on constant edge. Sovereign Jai Wen realized that this generation's heaven mandate battle will truly be extraordinary. Any advantage that his son can acquire would be of immense benefit. Furthermore, lately, he has been reminiscing of the heaven chosen of his generation, especially Wang Tian, the current sect master of the Dao opening sect. This man's swordsmanship was truly unique and unparalleled. Even through this day, he still has lingering fear when he thinks of that year's unmatched sword cut. In fact, when he learned that his generation did not have a heaven mandate battle, part of him was truly relieved not to have to face Wang Tian in battle. This thought has been the greatest shame of his entire life, and he knew that many heaven chosen of his generation felt the same way. As such, he did not want his son to be like him. He did not want his son to live in the shadow of his past enemy's son. So despite the fact this trip to the Spirit Road might be a trap, as long as there is the possibility of getting such great benefit as the ancient desolate body refining scripture, he will still take the bait. Another 2 years passed by quickly. Wang Wei had reached the bare minimum age to start cultivating, and the Spirit Road trial was only a few days away. Nothing new or exciting happened the past 2 years except for the Great Zhou Dynasty visit. More than a year and a half ago, Crown Prince Jaisong finished his time in the pagoda, and the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty delegates left the domain of the Dao opening sect and returned to their own. Wang Wei saw Jaisong from a few li away before he left. He could easily notice the difference between him now and when he first came to the sect. He was more calm and less irrational. He still had the arrogance on him, but now it was more hidden. Just like Wang Wei used to be, hide the arrogance or pride deep in the bones instead of displaying it on the surface. Of course, Wang Wei also knows that Jaisong did not magically become more wise. He could still tell that this crown prince was the kind of person that likes to use his fist as his first option when encountering any kind of problem. But now, after the pagoda trial, he became more cautious when doing things. His first instinct was not to immediately rush into battle. In fact, Jaisong's results in the trial were not even as good as Li Jun, let alone Wang Wei. This is the disadvantage of special physique. Their physique has no effect on things like mind, spirit, will, or Dao heart. In fact, it can be said that their special physique is quite detrimental to their state of mind. Ever since they were young, these people were always praised as geniuses or heaven chosen, or that they were future great emperors. With all of these constant praise from birth, their egos are actually quite massive. As such, the majority of them are prideful and arrogant. Compared to people like Li Jun who have lived in a world of loneliness and without any significant presence, these people with special physique are actually lacking a lot. Of course, the state of mind of these special heaven-chosen will also be tempered and changed. When they encounter their first failure, then they will realize that the world doesn't revolve around them. When they meet other people with special physiques, they will realize that they are not as special as their loved one made them out to be. The myriad emperor world is vast and boundless. The population can be counted in the trillions. If there is one thing that this world does not lack is miracle, no matter how low the probabilities are. In this world, it is still impossible. As such, these heaven-chosen with special physiques will eventually learn their insignificance in the grand scheme of things and strive to improve themselves, to walk in the path of constant self-improvement. Despite all of this, many people will do anything to have a special physique due to the simple fact that most people with special physique cultivate faster, are stronger, and have longer lifespan than ordinary cultivators, especially in the early and middle stage of cultivation. In the early and middle stages of cultivation, people with special physique can be considered the darlings of heaven and earth. Everything seems to come faster and easier for them. Of course, this statement only applies to ordinary cultivators. This world has cultivated countless terrifying geniuses that having a special physique is mainly providing an individuals a higher starting line than ordinary people. A good example of this is Han Li. Despite having such a powerful physique as the Heavenly Thunder physique, he cannot be considered a top-level heaven-chosen. Throughout his cultivation journey, he has lost countless fights. From the information that Wang Wei has gathered on him, he could determine that Han Li did not use his full potential. As a person with a thunder-prone physique, the best approach would be to absorb thunder tribulation to refine his body into a supremely powerful one. Then, when strong enough, try to absorb divine punishment, thunder, one of the highest level of thunder, that is said to be powerful enough to even kill great emperors. In Wang Wei's eyes, the heavenly thunder physique is a total waste in the hands of someone like Han Li. At the end of the day, it is the person that determines the height that a special physique can reach. Wang Wei was standing in the Wang family mountain waiting for the arrival of the elders and the other participants. Now that he is 15 years old, he has become a tall young man with a height of 1.85 meters. He is quite handsome, inheriting the good genes of both his parents. However, the most noticeable part about him was his temperament. He gives people the feeling that nothing in this world could bother him, that he could do whatever he wants and nothing or no one could stop him, whether it was gods, demons, immortals, and heaven and earth, not even a great emperor itself. His blasphemous attitude is actually quite appealing to women. Another person was standing next to Wang Wei chatting with him. It was his childhood friend and best brother, Li Jun. If there was an award for the person who changed the most in the past few years, it would have to go to Li Jun without any worthy contestant. Due to the fact that he also cultivated the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra, he lost all of his baby fat and also became a handsome guy. Unlike Wang Wei's defiant temperament, Li Jun is more of a chill, relaxed or laid-back person, but behind that relaxed look, there was a terrifying fighting will that convey the idea that no matter what happens, no matter the circumstance, I will fight to my dying breath. You want me to stop fighting? You want to beat me? Then kill me. Only death can stop me. In fact, Li Jun has lived by this creed or oath in the past few years. In Li Jun's eyes, there are only two things that can stop him from fighting. One is death, and the other is the order of his big brother Wang Wei. In the past 7 years, Li Jun has created a reign of terror for the children of his generation. After the 9th pagoda trial, Li Jun has fought with all of the children of the Wang, Li, and Yan family every day from both the main and branch family. No matter what day it was, no matter the circumstances, he will fight with them. Even when he started cultivating the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra and was in a constant state of weakening and poisoning, he still fought with them. Of course, he suffered a lot because of this. You would think that he was doing this as a form of revenge for his former bullying. No, he was simply doing it to hone his fighting will, and more importantly, to prepare for his special physique. Wang Wei was waiting while talking with Li Jun. So, which girl did you get at this time? Big brother Wang Wei, I was nervous all night. Where would have the time to pick up girls? Wang Wei smiled wryly when he saw a few of his maids sneaking a peep at Li Jun, and then blushed red like an apple. He and Li Jun can be considered best buddies and have known each other for years. Li Jun can be considered one of the few young generations of the sect that is officially approved by Wang Wei. However, if there is one thing that gives Wang Wei a headache, is the fact that this guy is actually a womanizer. Ever since he turned 14 and lost all of his fat, he started to mingle with all kinds of disciples. The amount of disciples that he had secretly had relationships with the past 2 years are countless. It seems that he could not keep things in his pants. As polygamy is a normal thing in this world, he had no major problem whatsoever. After hearing this news, Wang Wei had him investigated as he feared that Li Jun had changed, and was using his new status and power to force female disciples to have relationships with him. But it turns out that he was worried about nothing. According to the information he received, this guy is apparently very charming, and many female disciples are simply obsessed with him. It was also during this time that Wang Wei learned that there were many secret lists distributed in the sect. Li Jun ranked 3 in the most handsome man while he ranked 2. Li Jun ranked 3 in the most charming while he ranked 1. He also ranked 2 in the person that girls most want to be married to, while Li Jun ranked number 1. Wang Wei was of course not convinced. Who could be more handsome than him? After investigating, it turned out to be one the contemporary Sacred Son ranked 5th. Well, he had to admit that this guy deserved his ranking. Wang Wei was most puzzled by the last list. As the young sect master, the future Sacred Son, future sect master, and future great emperor, should he not be the man that most girls in the sect want to marry? After investigating, he discovered that most female disciples believe that they are not worthy to be his main wife, but many have expressed their willingness to be his consort, concubine, or even serving maid. A funny little incident happened during that time. After hearing the description of the female disciples, Wang Wei released a statement to all the girls in his sect that they are in fact worthy of him as long as they can get into his heart. After releasing this statement, Wang Wei's popularity in the sect increased greatly, but it also brought him a great deal of problems. Every time he left the Wang family mountain, he would always accidentally encounter a bunch of beautiful female disciples that struck up a casual discussion with him. He talked to them all, no matter who they were, as long as they approached him, he would get to know them. With his powerful memory brought by his soul, he could remember each one and call them by their names, which brought a lot of favor to him. An odd thing was the fact that he kept thinking about the girl he had seen in his 4th trial in the pagoda, the one that only he saw. His intuition told him that there was some kind of connection between the two of them, and he would meet her again one day. However, after more than a month, things got out of control. There were too many accidental encounters. One time he met more than 100 female disciples at once. Then they started fighting for who would get to meet and talk to him. The battle was quite fierce. If Wang Ju was not accompanying him and protecting him from the aftershock of this battle, he possibly could have been severely injured. It was at that moment that Wang Wei truly realized the power of cultivators and strengthened his determination to cultivate the highest realm possible, or even go beyond it. Soon someone walked over toward Wang Wei. While he was talking to Li Jun, to be precise, it was 2 people, one being sect master Wang Tian and an old man full of white hair dressed in very plain and ordinary clothes. He looked like an ordinary grandfather that doted on his grandchildren by secretly giving them candy when their parents strictly forbade them not to eat sweets before dinner. Li Jun was the first to notice, so he quickly bowed. "Hello, sect master." "Oh, Li Jun, how many times that I have told you that you can call me uncle." Li Jun smiled wryly, then answered, "I will remember from now on, uncle." "Father, what brought you here? I thought we had already said our goodbyes." "Wire, I'm here this time to introduce you to your Tao protector, true monarch Yan Chen. He will follow you throughout most of your life and protect you. In most cases, he will not intervene unless someone of too much higher cultivation level attacks you." True monarch Yan Chen smiled and said, "Young master, you do not need to worry. Unless I'm dead, nothing will happen to you. Then I will be in your care, Supreme Elder Yan Chen. There is no need to be so formal, just call me by my name." Wang Wei smiled but did not do so. Although he had a high status, Wang Wei knew the importance of respecting people of much higher strength than him. Unless he reaches a certain level himself, he will still respect these people. Furthermore, Wang Wei can easily guess that the appearance of true monarch Yan Chen was in fact due to political negotiations between the upper echelons of the sect. Due to the brotherhood of Wang Wei and Li Jun, the Li family was more than happy. What can be closer than childhood friends who grew up together and wear the same pants? However, the Yan family was not satisfied yet. As a compromise, the Wang family had to allocate the position of Tao Protector to the Yan family, hence the appearance of true monarch Yan Chen. The status of Tao Protector is actually quite high. As the name implies, the person is in charge of protecting your Tao, even if it means at the cost of their own life. Being a Tao Protector means taking an oath to put the safety of someone else above everything else, even yourself. This is the reason that the Wang family allowed someone else to protect Wang Wei instead of doing it themselves. After finishing introducing himself to Wang Wei, Yan Chen then looked at Li Jun and said, "You must be Li Jun, not bad, not bad. Your Li family has a good successor this generation. You will meet my grandniece during your journey. Help me protect her during the trial if you have the chance. I will do my best to protect her, sir." Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Wei and his father were having their own discussion. "Is there anything else, father?" "No, that is all I have to say to you. Be safe and do everything according to plan. Unless necessary, do not try to improvise." "Father, you already said these to me. By the way, I meant to ask, why did you turn into a middle-aged man during the past few years? Is something wrong with your cultivation?" "No, nothing is wrong. It's just that now that you are a young man, I cannot look like I'm your brother, can I? That would lose all my authority as a father." Wang Wei looked at him incredibly and muttered, "As if you had any authority at all." "I heard that, boy. Do you want an ass whooping? Why don't you talk about authority with mom?" Wang Tian's next words choked in his throat after hearing his son's words. Immediately afterward, he became angry out of shame and said in a slightly raised voice, "Go, go, get out of my sight." Luckily for Wang Wei, the elders in charge of transporting all the participants soon arrived in the Wang family mountain, accompanied by the rest of the people. Great Elder Wang Fu of the refining hall brought a gigantic ship that stood in the air, floating as if lighter than the air itself. There were countless formations engraved on the ship. Wang Wei had heard of this ship known as Void Boat. It was extremely powerful as it could teleport to any destination that he has the coordinates to. Furthermore, from the description that Wang Wei heard from Great Elder Wang Fu, this ship was a supreme-tier void boat, which means that its formation was powerful enough to severely injure saints and withstood many attacks from Supreme Realm powerhouses. Wang Wei could guess that this ship was taking out as a form of protection for him, but to be honest, he thought that the sect were taking things a little too seriously. Before departure, many of the participants, including children from different families and disciples, accepted outside by the sect from a very young age, started getting to know each other and promised to protect one another if given the chance. In the corner of the ship, there was a beautiful and lively young girl staring intently at Wang Wei. She thought to herself, "According to the family's order, this is the main target of the mission, and if everything fails, then..." Immediately afterwards, she looked at Li Jun next to Wang Wei. Initiate Plan B, she walked over and introduced herself. "Hello, Brother Wang Wei, my name is Yan Liling. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Last name Yan, are you a member of the Yan family?" "That is correct. Great Elder Yan Mei is my aunt." "Oh, you must be the grand niece that Supreme Elder mentioned to me a while ago." "That may be me." "You must Li Jun, I heard of all of your legendary exploits the past 2 years." Li Jun smiled awkwardly and did not know what to say. From his years of experience, this kind of girl is not easy to deal with. Wang Wei, on the other hand, was quite perplexed. He had never heard of Great Elder Yan Mei having a niece. It was during these moments that he truly missed Wang Ju. In this situation, all he needed to do was ask if he wanted to know something. While the three of them were still conversing, the void boat had already started. Despite its ability to teleport, the voyage still took more than 2 days. The reason for that was due to the fact that the domain that Spirit Road trial was taking place in was quite the distance away from. The void boat needed to make more than one teleportation to arrive there. Soon, Wang Wei found himself arriving in a city. There were countless people dressed in ancient garments. Some were easily noticeable as they were made of special materials, while others looked bland and faded away due to constant wash and tear. It was in this moment that Wang Wei truly realized that he had reincarnated into an ancient world full of cultivators. The custom, culture, habit, and way of life is completely the same as the Han people of his former life. The only difference was just the language. As the void boat arrived in Falling Leaves City in the Blowing Wind domain, which is located somewhere in the south of the Kilin Central Continent, a lot of commotion arose among the people. Many people were truly awed at the sight of that beautiful and powerful-looking void boat. In a famous inn called Autumn Bloom somewhere in the city, many disciples participating in the Spirit Road trial stayed there accompanied by their senior brother and sisters. A conversation took place in the corner table of the room. A young mortal was drinking and talking to 2 other people, one woman and another much older man. "Senior sister, does our Blue Sword Holy Land have a gigantic and magnificent void boat this size?" "Little junior brother, stop dreaming big. This void boat is probably a supreme-tier magic weapon. Not even a supreme land can easily afford to refine one, let alone our little holy land." "Yes, little junior brother," said the more mature man. "Although our sect has 3 Saint Realm Supreme Elders, however, compared to the truly powerful sect, we are not really anything. A void boat cannot be afforded by any supreme land. Only Emperor-level sects can have such means." Soon after he said this, there was a snort of disdain that echoed in the room. "What do you lowly people know?" The senior brother and sister were both angry at the voice and turned around to give this person a piece of them. However, when they saw the sect emblem on the person's uniform, they calmed down and took their little junior brother and left immediately. It was because they recognized this person is from the illusory I Supreme Land, a sect ranked a tier higher than theirs. They knew that they could not afford to offend him. The person who said these words noticed that these people did not take any action, and his mood became much worse. He provoked these people on purpose in order to have his senior brother and sister teach them a lesson. In the past few years, he had been under a lot of pressure. Due to the fact that the path of Supreme was cut off in the last generation, there have been no new Supreme Realm powerhouse in the illusory I's Supreme Land for quite some time. The ones left are from 2 generations ago. As such, they are either severely injured or their lifespan does not have much left. As the son of the sect master, he was always taught that reaching the supreme realm was his only goal. As for things like heaven mandate battle, they were not things that he could get involved with unless he wanted to be cannon fodder. Meanwhile, in the Dao opening sect side, since arriving in this city, Wang Wei has been touring around with the utmost delight. Ever since he was born, his father and mother would not let him out of the sect. They would not even let him visit the city located at the foot of the mountain, which the sect built and was in charge of. Now he was relishing his freedom. For some reason, Wang Wei felt that his mind was more open or clearer than ever before. Today, Wang Wei was talking to his head maid while on his daily tour. "Wang Ju, did you get any information?" "Yes, young master." In this city, there are only 3 Emperor tier factions, 146 Supreme Lands, 567 Holy Land, and countless other factions below that. Oh, who are the other 2? One is the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. They have taken the bait, as the young master predicted. Crown Prince Jaisong is among the participants. The other is the Beating Heart Cult, a devil cultivator faction who had cultivated one great emperor long ago. Devil cultivators, huh? Do you know their objectives? Will their presence affect our plans? Not likely. They should know how difficult it is to kill people of emperor factions in the Spirit Road trial. As for their purpose, it is easy to guess. The Beating Heart Cult has an initiation ceremony in which their cultivators must carve out and eat the beating heart of their enemies in order to cultivate their techniques. In order not to outrage other factions, they usually use the Spirit Road trial as a way to openly do it as long as they do not target the right people. Wang Wei frowned. He realized that the cultivating world is not as peaceful as he imagined. If he was not born into a powerful sect, who knows what fate would await him. While Wang Wei was walking and pondering, suddenly there was a riot and many people were rushing in different directions. As such, he bumped into many people. However, after bumping into one person, he felt something was wrong. He looked in every direction, but he could not find that person. He checked his body and found nothing. Wang Wei thought that maybe he was too distracted. However, as soon as that thought came to his mind, his instinct kicked in and reminded him not to take things lightly. As such, he immediately ordered Wang Ju to bring him back to his room in the inn and consult true monarch Yan Chen and see if he can discover what is wrong with him. His life may be in the line here. When Wang Wei arrived at the inn, he immediately called true monarch Yan Chen and great elder Wang Fu, then explained to him the feeling he had a few moments ago. Wang Fu then placed a formation in the room to isolate it from the outside world, providing true monarch Yan Chen a quiet room to operate. Soon, Wang Wei felt a powerful force scanning every part of his body, whether it was his body or soul. Although he felt a little discomfort at the fact that he had no privacy whatsoever, well considering what is at stake, he did not say anything. Yan Chen, noticing the young master's discomfort, said a few words to appease him. "Young master, I know this feels uncomfortable, but bear with it for a few moments." A few moments later, Yan Chen frowned. Noticing the change on his facial expression, Wang Wei asked, "Did you find something? Is there something wrong with me?" "No, that's not it, young master. I'm just surprised at how powerful your soul is." Oh, of course Yan Chen did not tell the whole truth. What he did not say was that he noticed a strange breath deep in the soul of the young master. However, as he approached to scan it, an overwhelming sense of dread came to him. His instinct was warning him that if he got closer, he would suffer dire consequences. After the scan, Yan Chen did not find anything worthy of taking note. There was nothing wrong with the young master. However, he was not happy. He suddenly realized that the young master's soul might become a big problem on his path of cultivation before it would become his boost. He should warn the other old guys so that they can prepare in advance. There is still plenty of time left. "Young master, I did not find anything wrong. Maybe you had noticed the wrong person or thing. Is Supreme Elder Yan Chen right? Am I too on edge?" Wang Wei started thinking. Then he immediately overthrew this idea. He believed in his intuition. So now he had to find the exact cause of the problem. Then he thought of the situation during the day. That riot was too coincidental. "Supreme Elder, check again. This time focused on the arm that I was bumped into. Do not leave any place unchecked." "As you wish, young master." True Monarch followed instruction and used his divine consciousness to scan the shoulder and arms that Wang Wei referred to. Suddenly, he asked, "Young master, did you ever have a tattoo or mole on your clavicle?" "Tattoo, mole." "No, never." Wang Wei slid off his robe and noticed a little mole on his shoulder. It was never there before, so he was perplexed. As true monarch Yan Chen scanned the moles carefully, he finally discovered something. This seemed to be some kind of talisman. What a fascinating idea to make one so small and plants on people. However, I'm not really proficient in runes, so I do not know what it is for. "Wang Fu, come look and see if you can discover something." Wang Fu walked over and also scanned the small tattoo. What a genius design. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a tracking talisman. Another person should have a similar talisman on his body, allowing him to track the whereabouts of the young master at all times. However, who would do such a thing? "The Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty," answered Wang Ju in the corner. Only them have sufficient motives to know the whereabouts of the young master at all times. It seems that our bait has been hooked, pondered Wang Wei. What about the task that I have given you regarding Prince Jaisu? As you ordered, young master, I have been increasing the intelligence gathering around Prince Jaisu, but it will take some time to infiltrate his inner circle without arousing his suspicion. Wire, do you think that this plan was orchestrated by Prince Jaisu? Yes, Uncle Wang Fu. Ever since Prince Jaisu came to our sect, I have been paying attention to him. From the information that I have read about him, Jaisu seemed to have no malice or grudge against his brother for taking over his position as crown prince. One might think that he truly loved his brother, but we all know that there is never true brotherhood between members of the royal family. Killing fathers and brothers for the throne is a completely normal thing. Of course, I'm not bored enough to simply snoop at the personal affairs of the great Zhou royal family. The reason I pay attention to Jaisu is because I noticed that he seemed very intelligent and had a very tactical mind. More importantly, Jaisong seemed to listen to him, or at least considered his opinion for most things. Jaisong is a brute by nature. You can easily deal with him as long you're stronger than him. However, if he has an intelligent brother like Jaisu behind his back, then his shortcomings will be made up, thus raising his level of threat by a great deal. The people in the room started to ponder the meaning of Wang Wei's words. In the fight for the heaven mandate, force might not always be the solution. In this world, the concept of in front of absolute strength, all plans are a joke is in fact the greatest mockery of itself. Throughout the history of the myriad emperor plane, there have been countless invincible geniuses that suffered great losses in front of a well-thought-out and methodical plan. A great example can be easily discovered, that is sect master Wang Tian. In his generation, he was an unparalleled swordsman who installed great fear and dread on his peers as an enemy. However, he suffered countless losses at the hands of his now wife who preferred to use her brain. According to information that Wang Wei heard from his mother, he once tricked his father into a dead zone where there was no food, water, or spiritual energy to replenish his cultivation level. And he could not open his space ring or contact the outside world. If it was not Grandpa to pay some price to track him down and rescue him, he would have died in there. In the fight for heaven mandate, intelligence can be a great asset. That is why Wang Wei had someone monitor Jaisu and even try to infiltrate his inner circle. Young master, do you want me to remove the talisman? There is no need, Supreme Elder. Leaving it will make things easier for us as we do not need to use our own way to track Jaisong. He will come to me on his own. After a brief moment, Wang Wei suddenly asked, Wang Ju, did you receive any information of other Emperor tier factions from other continents participating in the Spirit Road trial? Young master, according to the information sent by the spies located in other cities that have entrances to the Spirit Road trial, there were no other Emperor lineage that participated in the test. They all seemed disinterested this year. Well, that's good. It means less variables to our plans. All right, I will go rest now. After ending the conversation, everyone acted like nothing happened. Wang Wei continued to enjoy his newfound freedom and his tour around the city. He needed to be in the right mindset to participate in the slaughter that was about to take place. However, another unexpected thing happened to him. During one of his tour, on the day before the opening of the secret realm where the Spirit Road trial takes place, he encountered a boy who made his Chi Dragon act weird. After observation, Wang Wei came to the conclusion that this boy would have a lucky encounter that is of great value to him. As such, he did not hesitate to use a similar method of the Great Zhou dynasty and secretly tracked him. The day of the trial soon arrived. A massive formation appeared in front of the participants, forming a gate. Wang Wei was the first person to enter, followed by the people of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty and the Beating Heart cult, then the rest of the participants. In the Dao opening sect, as soon as Wang Wei and the other participants left, a group or delegate of the sect left and headed straight toward the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Among the people present in the delegation, there were more than 10 Saint Realm True Person, 3 Supreme Realm True Monarchs, and a middle-aged man that seemed to have the highest status in the group. All the people stood patiently and awaited his order, without the slightest impatience or arrogance, only boundless awe and envy. As soon as that person appeared, all the powerful people in the world felt a unique pressure that emanated from his presence alone. As such, they all looked in the direction of the Dao opening sect and uttered the same thing, immortal venerable. As soon as Wang Wei entered the formation, he found himself on an open road, surrounded by rivers, lakes, mountains, and forests. There was no one in sight except him. Wang Wei knew that each participant would be separated into different regions. Wang Wei looked down on his arm and noticed the number 0. This was the number of people he had killed. In essence, the Spirit Road trial is essentially a massacre between geniuses or heaven chosen that allowed them to hone their skills, mind, survival instinct, and plunder each other's luck. Furthermore, this trial is also used by many factions to select disciples. As such, the person with the highest result will often be awarded by these factions. Wang Wei was not interested in the reward of these factions, so he did not really care about getting the number 1 spot. Wang Wei was here for 3 reasons: hone his skills, plunder Qi Luck, and Jai Song. This trial was the place for him to truly witness slaughter and get used to it. Although Wang Wei had killed people before, these were just defenseless prisoners unable to fight back. In this trial, Wang Wei hoped to be reborn amidst the countless killings. After contemplating his main goals, Wang Wei left in the direction of the forest. This would be his main hunting ground. Using the tree in the forest, Wang Wei began to make himself a sharp dagger out of stones and branches in the forest. While Wang Wei was preparing for his trial, Jai Song had also entered the Spirit Road trial. Unfortunately, he was separated from Wang Wei by a few regions. However, he was not discouraged as the talisman in his arm told him the direction of his target. Jai Song started heading in the direction of Wang Wei when he remembered the warning of his big brother and stopped. According to his big brother, there is a high chance that the Dao opening sect is laying a trap to ambush him, so he must be prepared and take things slowly. Although Jai Song did not think that the young master of the Dao opening sect could do anything to him with his strength, he knew that his big brother was way smarter than him, and it is better to listen to him. As such, he did not immediately go after him, and decided to take the necessary precautions that his big brother told him to do. After Jai Song, the devil cultivator named Du Bo entered the trial. Immediately, he became excited about the prey he was about to kill. His imagination of how delicious their beating hearts will be almost made him soil himself. Too bad I could not touch these 2 guys from Emperor lineage, Du Bo thought to himself. Nonetheless, there were still many preys to enjoy here. Following these 2, countless other participants entered the Spirit Road trial from all 5 continents and from the lower plane. Meanwhile, in just a few hours, Wang Wei has managed to create a stone knife as a weapon. In fact, Wang Wei does not really like to use weapons. He preferred to use his first. However, given the fact that his body is quite weak now, a weapon is much more safe and efficient. After making a weapon, Wang Wei did not immediately start killing, but started scouting the environment and becoming familiar with it. Then he found the perfect shelter that can prevent sneak attack at night and was close to a water source. After resting for more than an hour, Wang Wei started his hunting. The Spirit Road trial is divided into 2 segments. In the first half year, the participants must slowly adapt to surviving in the wild, and they must track their opponents using their own method if they want to know their whereabouts. In the second segment, the location of each person will be displayed once they reach a certain distance. Furthermore, the locations of the top 10 will always be displayed to all contestants. Another important part of the second half is the fact that many secret realms will be opened, and many people can have lucky encounters. In the first half, it is quite difficult for other participants to track other people, but it is different for Wang Wei. With his true vision ability, he can see the Qi dragons above the heads of any participants. As such, he can easily track them. Wang Wei soon located the nearest target near him. It was a beautiful girl dressed in clean and beautiful clothes. Wang Wei could tell that she was a pampered, rich girl and had no experience as she was cleaning the dirt in her clothes and left herself wide open for an attack. Wang Wei heard the girl mutter something about her bodyguards. From this information, Wang Wei can guess that this girl was sent by her parents to experience life and tempered her, thus they send powerful bodyguards to protect her. Unfortunately, the girl was separated from her protection service and became alone. Wang Wei wondered what her parents were thinking. Didn't they know that everyone will be transported to different places in the trial? Of course, Wang Wei will not show any sympathy for her because she is a girl. Anyone who stepped into this trial should do so with the awareness that they may not leave here alive and in one piece. As such, Wang Wei sneaked behind the girl, tripped her into the ground with her face upward facing the blue sky, pinned her down with his knee, and then stabbed her into her throat. Blood spilled all over Wang Wei while the young girl looked at him with fear and shock. She could not believe that she died like this. As she tried to speak her last word, blood gurgled out of her mouth. Then everything stopped as her eyes lost the last ray of light and became sluggish and empty. She was dead. After killing the girl, Wang Wei noticed that her Qi dragon disappeared and was swallowed by his own, thus increasing the intensity of the purple color. He had plundered her luck. Afterward, Wang Wei started to ponder his actions during this fight. When he looked at the blood all over his body, he could still savor the unpleasant taste of iron, and he felt disgusted by being so dirty. He realized that his actions were not so smooth. He could have held the girl from behind and slit her throat. That way, his action would be faster, more efficient, and he would not have so much blood on him. Wang Wei realized that he did not have much experience when it came to fighting. All of his knowledge is purely theoretical. As such, coming to this trial was an experience that he truly needed. After summarizing his faults, Wang Wei headed for his next prey. He was determined to be reborn in this trial and take another major step on his path to one day bear heaven's mandate and prove the Tao. After the first battle, Wang Wei had to find a new outfit as his old one was unusable. As such, he had to stitch a new outfit out of the pelt of the animals he hunted. He burned his old one as the blood could attract certain dangerous animals in the forest. After resting for a day, Wang Wei hunted his breakfast and headed toward his next target. There were 3 of them at the same time camping further down the river from the previous rich girl. It was a combination of 2 boys and 1 girl. Wang Wei stalked them from a distance based on their chi dragon. Wang Wei pondered his next course of action and came up with the idea of assassinating each of them at night while they were sleeping. However, he soon gave up this plan as he realized that his purpose in this trial was to experience combat, not just to kill people, and reach the number 1 spot to receive the rewards at the end. Only by fighting in direct confrontation can he learn something and increase his fighting experience. Although he did a lot of training with Li Jun before he came here, it was not as effective as true experience in life or death battles. However, there was still a problem. There is 1 Wang Wei, while the enemy has 3 people. Wang Wei knew his limits. He was not yet ready to fight more than 1 person at once, so he waited for one of them to be separated from the group. Those 3 people were very cautious, unlike the rich girl. They spent most of the time in a group, and they took turns as watchguard to provide the other 2 with enough rest to fight when necessary. Wang Wei was very patient and observed the 3 of them for more than 4 days without any rest. Unlike ordinary people, Wang Wei's body was already inhuman. He did not need food every day to survive. Due to the fact that he cultivated the 10,000 things adapt to 1 sutra, Wang Wei only needed a bit of sunlight every day, and his body could function normally for a whole 7 days without problem. Soon, Wang Wei's patient was rewarded. The female companion complained that she was tired of eating fish from the river for 4 consecutive days, and she wanted to go hunting for other animals for food. The other 2 agreed with her, and one of them left with her, while the other stayed and guarded their home base made of cozy tents. As soon as they were separated, Wang Wei approached the guy left behind. However, things did not go as easy as last time. The other guy was always on guard and immediately noticed someone approaching him. Wang Wei watched as his opponent took out a knife similar to his. He was not flustered at the fact that his enemy was alerted to his presence. In fact, his objective was never to be subtle. Wang Wei watched this guy carefully. He was slightly shorter than him, but more robust. He noticed the calluses in his hands, signifying that this man was well either trained or used to do hard labor as a living. The 2 people stared at each other in order to find the right opening to attack, testing each other's patience. Ordinarily, Wang Wei would be more than happy to wait for the right time to attack. However, time was not in his favor. He knew that this guy had companions that would eventually return. The longer Wang Wei waits, the less favorable the situation will become for him. As such, he no longer waited and attacked directly. If there was no opening, then he would make one. Wang Wei launched toward the guy and stabbed him. This time he went directly for a vital organ, the lung. The other guy dodged the knife by slightly twisting his upper torso, then retaliated by stabbing Wang Wei in his eyes. Wang Wei moved his whole body to dodge, then followed his first attack with a kick directly in the back of the person's kneecap to stop his opponent from moving. The other guy slightly moved legs so that Wang Wei's kick will hit his knee instead. When Wang Wei noticed this change, he had to lower his kick to hit the guy's shin, otherwise the bones on his feet would crack if he directly hit the person's knee. After this attack failed, Wang Wei did not stop and continued to stab his opponent in different parts of his body: eyes, heart, lungs, and brain. However, this guy managed to dodge all of his attacks and retaliated against him. They both fought for more than 5 minutes, each person trying to stab the other without saying a word to one another. Wang Wei knew that time was of the essence. The longer he fought, the more of a dangerous situation he was in. As Wang Wei painted in exhaustion and began to plan his exit strategy, he suddenly realized something. His opponent was not fatigued at all by the previous fight. He was not painting like him. His breath was regular. His foot was steady in the ground. What frightened Wang Wei the most was the fact that his opponent barely moved from his spot the whole fight. Puzzled and intrigued, Wang Wei began to use his powerful memory brought by his soul to recount every detail of the fight. It was then that he realized that this guy was actually using a superb dodging method. Every time Wang Wei attacked him, he would use the least amount of movement to dodge the attack. His movements were quick, efficient, and subtle. He did not waste any energy unless necessary. This was the reason that Wang Wei was tired after the fight, but this guy was not. After reviewing this guy's movement over and over again in just a few seconds, Wang Wei took a deep breath to adjust his state, then he attacked again. Wang Wei stabbed this guy again with rapid movement. This time he went for the lungs again. The guy repeated the same dodging technique and stabbed Wang Wei in his eyes. Wang Wei slightly bent his head to avoid the knife, then continued to uppercut the guy on his chin with his left hand. The guy tilted his head slightly to the left to dodge the uppercut, then kicked Wang Wei's waist with his right leg. Right when his leg was about to hit, Wang Wei lifted his left leg and allowed the kick to directly hit his knee. The guy groaned in pain. The timing was so perfect that he did not have time to redirect his kick. Wang Wei immediately took advantage of his enemy's distraction due to physical pain and stabbed him on his right leg. Guy tried to pivot his leg to dodge again. Unfortunately, his nerve response was decreased due to the pain and a deep cut was left on his leg. Wang Wei managed to draw his first drop of blood during this fight. Of course, he did not let his guard down. He continued to attack the guy non-stop. The fight continued for another 5 minutes. They stab and dodge each other's attack using the least movement necessary. Suddenly, the guy said, "You copied my dodging technique." "So what?" responded Wang Wei. "Is there any rule that says you cannot learn from your enemy?" After saying that, Wang Wei attacked him again, this time heading straight for his eyes. The guy tilted his head to dodge again, however, Wang Wei's attack was actually just a feint. The moment his head moved, Wang Wei changed the upward grip on his knife to a downward one and stabbed the man's shoulder. The man screamed loudly and involuntarily held his bleeding shoulder with his other hand. Wang Wei took this opportunity to take the knife from the guy's hand and stabbed it directly in his heart, dealing a fatal blow to him. Afterward, the man dropped to his knees, then said, "The world is truly unfair. I have spent more than 8 years as a gladiator, forced to kill every day in order to buy my freedom. It took me 8 long and painful years to summarize that dodging method, yet you learned it in less than 5 minutes. I'm not willing." After saying his last word, the guy fell to the ground. He had no breath left before he even hit the floor. "Yes, you are right. Fate is the greatest mockery to us all," muttered Wang Wei. Then he turned the guy over, closed his eyes, and buried him as a way to honor the first true opponent he encountered on his cultivation path. After doing all of this, Wang Wei left the camp. Unfortunately for him, as soon as he left, he encountered the 2 people who went out hunting earlier. As soon as these 2 noticed the direction that Wang Wei came from, they felt that something was wrong and immediately surrounded him to prevent him from escaping. Wang Wei, who had just finished a hard fight, was exhausted both physically and spiritually. He knew that he was in for a hard battle. When Wang Wei saw the appearance of the other 2 people, he knew that he was in for another fierce fight. As such, he took a deep breath to calm down. He analyzed the previous fight and summarized what he learned as quickly as possible. "What happened to Zhou Peng?" asked the girl in the group. Wang Wei looked at her. She was also quite the beauty. However, there was nothing soft or weak about her. She looked quite heroic. Wang Wei could tell that she was the kind of girl that was not under any man when it comes to fighting. "So Zhou Peng was his name," responded Wang Wei. "I shall remember him." "You," responded the other guy while clenching both his hands and teeth. This guy was quite short compared to Wang Wei or Zhou Peng, however he was also more lean. His steps were quiet and did not leave any marks in the ground. As soon as he finished his words, he pounced on Wang Wei without hesitation. His knife was fast, silent, and deadly. On his first attack, he went straight for the heart. Wang Wei pivoted his left foot slightly to move his body, thus evading the attack. Then his right hand moved to stab his opponent in the chest. However, as soon as he moved, he received another attack from the heroic girl, so he had to use his dagger as a defensive move to stop her attack. As soon as he placed his attention on her, the short guy attacked again. This time the attack was directed towards Wang Wei's head. As he moved his neck slightly to evade the stab, the heroic girl seemed to have anticipated this, so she immediately followed the short guy's action and stabbed him in the heart. Wang Wei did not have much space or time to properly evade this knife. As such, he moved his body to allow the knife to penetrate the space between his ribs and avoiding a major organ. Thus, Wang Wei evaded a fatal attack, but he was still injured. Right after the knife entered his body, Wang Wei immediately kicked the girl on her sternum and pushed her away from him. Wang Wei's goal was to deprive her of her weapon, however. She seemed to be experienced and still held onto her knife as she flew a few meters away. Wang Wei started bleeding. The pain was actually nothing compared to his experience in the pagoda trial. As such, he just looked at his bleeding chest and ignored it. He knew that he had no time to use proper treatment on it. Furthermore, due to the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra, his body will try to keep him alive on its own. This fight was far from over. A few seconds later, the heroic girl got up from the floor. Although her sternum was injured by that kick, she was still in good shape and could fight properly. Wang Wei's situation had become worse. Not only was he fighting 2 experienced people at once with a drained stamina, he was now injured. The heroic girl and the short guy continued to attack Wang Wei without hesitation. The guy always went for the throat, while the girl went for the legs to immobilize Wang Wei and prevent him from dodging. Wang Wei kept using Zhou Peng's dodging method to its full power, only using the slightest movement to move. Tilt his head a little when facing an attack toward his skull or eyes, slightly bend his torso to dodge an attack on the upper body, lower the shoulder to evade a stab toward his arms. Wang Wei only moved a few centimeters at times. By repeatedly dodging the attacks of these 2 people, he became more and more skilled in this dodging method. However, things did not go as smoothly as his fight against Zhou Peng. There were many wounds on Wang Wei's body. There were cuts on his face, arms, torso, and legs. Although most of them were shallow wounds, they still had blood coming out of them. Furthermore, as Wang Wei shed more blood, his stamina began to decrease rapidly. And so it became more difficult to dodge, thus increasing the amount of wounds on his body. This was a vicious cycle that would probably lead to his death. Of course, Wang Wei knew that he would not die. The sect has already planted secret techniques on him that would save his life when his life is truly in danger. However, Wang Wei was not reconciled to rely on them. It had only been a few days since he entered the Spirit Road trial, and he had only fought 3 times and was about to be sent out. How could he accept such failure? This fight was nothing but child's play compared to the Heaven Mandate battle, yet he was already losing so badly. He would not accept such tremendous failure. Wang Wei took a deep breath to calm his agitated mood. He concentrated and eliminated all of his thoughts that are not relevant to the fight. He found himself entering a mysterious state in which he became extremely calm, indifferent, and focused. He had no distracting thoughts whatsoever. Then everything around him slowed down and became extremely clear. Wang Wei found himself able to predict his opponent's every move and action. From the trembling of their muscles, he could tell which body part they would use to attack. He could predict an upcoming kick, punch, or knife stab. From their facial expression or the direction that their eyes looked at, he could predict where they would attack him. He could tell if they would attack his eyes, throat, heart, or lungs. Wang Wei could even feel their killing intent. With this newfound ability, Wang Wei knew that he would be the final victor in this battle. As such, he immediately attacked with the intention to end this fight as soon as possible. Wang Wei rushed to the short guy first. When he saw the short guy stabbing him, he saw all of his action in slow motion. He could see how and when the guy lifted his hand to stab him, and that the direction of his attack was toward his shoulder. He could even feel the heroic girl's presence behind him ready to attack his spine. Wang Wei immediately evaded the stab, then swiftly moved behind the short guy while he was still in the motion of stabbing. Then he held the head of the short guy. Followed by an abrupt crack sound, Wang Wei twisted and broke his neck. Then he kicked him in the direction of the heroic girl. When she saw her partner flying towards her direction without stopping, she immediately stopped her attack and pushed him aside. However, Wang Wei was ready and had already anticipated this. The moment that she pushed her dead partner aside, he threw his dagger and plunged it straight into her throat. She did not have any time to evade. The heroic girl fell down on her back with a dagger inserted in her throat. Blood splattered all over the ground, her eyes still opened, and a look of confusion on her face. She could not figure out how she died so quickly and suddenly. The odds were obviously in their favor. Wang Wei did not have time to contemplate what he learned from this fight. He immediately took his dagger and the other 2 and rushed toward his base. He was gravely injured, and he could feel that the state he was in was gradually fading. Wang Wei could tell that he would pay a price for entering such a state while being so injured, so he needed a safe place before the repercussions arrived. When he arrived at his base in the forest, the first thing he did was to activate all of his traps, then put on all the herbal healing cream that he had created with different kinds of herbs he found in the forest. Wang Wei had created it in case he was wounded and needed something to heal his injuries. After doing all of this, he passed out. All he could remember before passing out was a very intense headache. However, Wang Wei knew that he had survived this ordeal and became more powerful because of it. After Wang Wei woke up, he still had a massive headache. He felt like his head was constantly ringing like the bronze bells in a Taoist temple. He became confused and could not remember much. He knew his name, but forgot everything else for a moment. He forgot the date, the place he was, and what reason he was there. It wasn't until the next day that Wang Wei returned to normal, after which he started thinking about the state he previously was in and the reason for it. More importantly, how can he re-enter it again and minimize the side effects? After contemplating for a while, Wang Wei came up with the explanation that this was the result of his powerful soul. When he concentrates or focuses on one task, he can enter a state similar to bullet time in which everything will slow down and his reaction time will dramatically increase, and his brain computing power will also exponentially increase. Wang Wei knew that this state was excellent for ordinary fights like the ones in the Spirit Road trial, but when it comes to fighting between cultivators, it will have a minimal effect. However, this state was what Wang Wei needed the most right now. Wang Wei was planning to train himself to the point that he can actually fight body refining realm first and second layer as a mortal. This was a great task, as there was a great difference between mortals and cultivators. Even in the 9 layers of body refining realm, the first 2 layers are completely different from ordinary people. An example is that Wang Wei currently can lift close to 1,000 jin, or 500 kg, due to bathing in spiritual qi for countless years and drinking and eating nutritious food every day. However, a person in the body refining 1 layer will have at least 2,000 jin or 1,000 kg of strength. As such, this task is very difficult. As for the reason for doing this, it is of course in order to fight with Jai Song. Most special physiques do not provide the people who possess them with any benefit without starting to cultivate. In fact, without cultivating, people with special physique might not even discover their uniqueness and spend all of their life as ordinary people. However, there are exceptions, especially with the top 5 physiques. The one absolute chaos physique is actually quite arrogant. Without a cultivation technique, at least at the level of Saint, you can never cultivate with this physique. Any energy cultivated that is not the level of Saint will be swallowed by the user's body itself. The majority of people with this physique will be labeled as waste that cannot cultivate, unless someone who knows about the characteristics of the absolute chaos physique notices the difference. The 3-7 emotions 6 desires physique will provide its owner with an overwhelming amount of beauty and charm. Even without cultivating, the owner will have some slight charming abilities, and all of them are usually extremely beautiful, both men and women. The 4 yin-yang eyes will provide the owner with the ability to see things that normal people cannot observe, like souls, ghosts, killing intent, luck, and even the spiritual qi in the air. Wang Gui's eyes only have partial abilities of the yin-yang eyes. The 5-5 elements balance physique will provide its owner with a long lifespan. Without cultivating, a person with this physique can live for more than 200 years, which is comparable to body refining realm cultivators. As for the 2 heavy axe physique that Jaisong has, it will provide its owner with boundless strength or innate divine strength. As a result, Wang Gui knew that he was not Jaisong's opponent right now, as the Crown Prince currently has the strength of body refining second layer. Of course, Wang Gui also knew that he still had a slight chance at winning. Although Jaisong had the physical strength of body refining realm cultivators, he did not have their speed, nerve response, and control of the body through blood qi. As such, as long as Wang Gui used the right technique, he could still win the fight. Wang Gui spent more than a week to properly recuperate. In fact, he had healed after about 3 days, but spent the rest of the time training to be able to enter and exit the mysterious state at will, and also found a way to minimize the side effects. After healing, he headed out again to start his hunt anew. Soon time passed, and only 5 months were left for the Spirit Road trial to end. The second segment has been going for some time now. Somewhere near a valley, more than 20 people surrounded a man dressed in animal leather, while a bunch of other people watched the fight and commented on it. "Who is that person being surrounded?" asked a thin teenager. "That's the hunter," responded another burly man with fear and respect in his eyes. The burly man was accompanied by a group of 3, 1 female archer, 1 swordsman, and 1 person with a dagger. "Who's the hunter?" asked the thin man in response. The burly man looked at him weirdly, then said, "You must not be from nearby regions." The thin man smiled wryly in acknowledgement of this statement. The hunter is a powerful participant that has fought and killed most of the powerful heaven chosen in the nearby regions in the northeastern domain. "Only a few people have managed to survive from his hands," explained the burly man, who was the captain of the team of 4. The thin man suddenly asked, "I wonder who is more powerful, the hunter of the northeast domain or the tyrant of the southern domain?" The female archer suddenly became interested, walked over and patted the thin man on his shoulder, almost breaking his bone. "Boy, who is this tyrant you spoke of?" The thin man grimaced in pain, then moved her hand from his shoulder, robbed it with the other hand, and made sure it was all right. "The tyrant is the most powerful heaven chosen of the southern domain. He is ruthless and powerful. More importantly, there is a rumor that he might possess the heavy axe physique. The number 2 special physique, huh?" muttered the female archer, ignoring the fact that he might accidentally injure the thin man. It would be an interesting fight between the 2 of them. Meanwhile, the hunter that these people were actually talking about is in fact Wang Gui himself. In the past several months, he had garnered a strong reputation due to his constant challenge of different geniuses. Right now, he was being encircled by more than 20 people. However, he still had a calm look over his face. He had encountered more dangerous situations than this. Wang Gui immediately entered the mysterious state. He could now read all the movements of his opponent. He rushed toward the closest one with his steel knife. He lowered his body to dodge an oncoming punch, then cut off a single muscle to make the enemy's arm unusable, then pierced his throat. Wang Gui rolled to the right side to dodge the upcoming attack from behind. He did not even look over. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Without any pause, he rushed to his next opponent. He went straight for this girl's throat. However, when she tried to block the knife with hers, it turned out that Wang Gui's move was actually a feint. Immediately afterward, he bent down on the floor, did a 360-degree sweep on her legs, then plunged his knife on her throat before she even hit the ground. Afterward, Wang did a front flip to bypass the body, then ran towards the next target. However, a warning of danger came toward him. He immediately tilted his head slightly and caught something with his left hand. It was an arrow. "I'm not falling for the same mistake thrice," muttered Wang Gui. Then he looked in the direction that the arrow came from. There were at least 5 archers. Wang Gui rushed in their direction, designating them as the most dangerous of the group. However, someone immediately yelled out loud, "Protect the archers." Wang Wei did not give them enough time to regroup, however. There were still a few people that gathered together to protect the archers. Nonetheless, this situation was in fact in favor of Wang Wei. With the swiftest of speed, he pierced the brain of the person closest to him, then he used the body as a shield and ran towards the archers. Few seconds after his kill, 5 more arrows arrived towards him, which plunged themselves into the dead body he was carrying, protecting Wang Wei from 5 fatal attacks. He then threw away the body at the group of people that were protecting the archers. Before they could reload their arrows, Wang Wei threw 2 of the knives hanging on his waist. The knives flew swiftly in the air and hit the shoulders of 2 archers, thus successfully managing to disarm them and prevent them from firing again. However, the other 3 had enough time to reload and shoot at him. Wang Wei avoided the first arrow heading for his head and used his knife to change the course of the second arrow heading for his heart. However, he did not have enough time to avoid the ones directed towards his lung. As such, he used his left arm to take on the arrow instead. The arrow pierced his bicep, thus injuring him. Nevertheless, despite his injury, Wang Wei did not stop moving forward. It only took him a few seconds to arrive in front of the remaining archers, then immediately killed the functioning 3 first, before killing the useless one by slitting their throats. Wang Wei did not immediately take out the arrow from his arm, as he learned the hard way that this arrow was the thing preventing him from bleeding. He just cut the ends of the arrow to prevent it from hindering his vision and mobility. Afterwards, he proceeded to slaughter all of the 20 people who encircled him without leaving anyone alive. However, he did not attack the people watching as he did not regard them as his enemies. After the fight, Wang Wei returned to the base that has been his home for the past 7 months, then took his shirt off. There were countless scars all over his body. His skin that used to be as smooth as a baby's but was now tan. He now had a perfect physique with defined muscle tones and at least 8 packs. He was not too big, not too small, just the right size or the golden ration like a Greek god. Wang Wei was bandaging his left arm after putting healing cream on it. Then he looked at his right hand. The number 333 was boldly printed there, signifying the number of people falling in his hands as a proof of his growth the past few months. Suddenly, Wang Wei felt a sharp pain on his shoulder. He looked over and saw that the tracking talisman started moving. He knew that this meant that Jai Song was heading his way and that their oncoming fight was soon approaching. As long as he wins, when he wins this fight, his plan will come to fruition and he will take another major step toward the supreme throne of Great Emperor. After bandaging his arm, Wang Wei started thinking about his next course of action. In fact, he was not too worried about his fight against Jai Song. There are too many ways he could win this fight. He could meet up with Li Jun and ganged up on Jai Song. He could lay hundreds of traps and trick him into them. He could even use poison to weaken him. During the past years, Wang Wei had learned from his mother when to fight head-on and when to use wisdom to win a fight. The only reason he insisted on fighting with him head-on and one-to-one is because he wants to challenge his limits. The majority of people in the Spirit Road trial are regular mortals when it comes to strength. As such, they are forced to use superb techniques to make up for the lack of physical prowess. Only Jai Song did not fit into this category. As such, Wang Wei wanted to fight him and see how much he has improved since the beginning of the trial. Furthermore, Wang Wei had a lingering feeling that if he won this fight just and honorably, then something special will happen to him, something important will be given to him. He does not know where this feeling came from and what will happen, but he knows that his feeling is right. As such, he plans to follow it and see the result. Wang Wei then focused intensely on his finger, and a ring randomly appeared on his ring finger. It was his space ring. As this space ring was a soul-bind treasure, he could carry it everywhere with it. This was one of the loopholes of the Spirit Road trial. However, there was still one restriction. This magical treasure could not be taken out in the first half of the trial. As the Spirit Road trial was technically under the jurisdiction of Heavenly Dao, no one dares to break its rules, not even the Dao opening sect. That is the reason that Wang Wei had to make daggers out of stone, or use the environment around to make things necessary for survival, while he had a space ring full of food and weapons. Of course, another restriction was that the weapons smuggled in could not be too powerful, otherwise they will be immediately sealed. In fact, this restriction also applies to treasure discovered in the secret realm during the trial. Even if a participant was lucky enough to acquire a holy or supreme weapon, it would be in a sealed state. Nevertheless, treasures like swords, sabers, or spears are still quite valuable even in a sealed state. The sharpness and indestructible nature of these weapons are enough to give any participants a great advantage in combat. Wang Wei looked inside the space ring and took out 3 paper talismans. He made sure that the talismans were still working properly, as they are the main material for the next plan. However, a few breaths after taking out the talismans, Wang Wei noticed a gaze coming out over his head and scanned the talisman over, then disappeared. He knew this must be the safety mechanism left by Heavenly Dao to ensure the rules are followed. For example, if those 3 talismans were powerful attack ones, they would be immediately sealed, and there would be nothing Wang Wei could do about it. Thinking about this, Wang Wei felt quite unpleasant for his powerlessness, and at the very idea of heavenly Tao itself. Having someone over your head and telling what you can and cannot do is a very unpleasant thing for someone like him who pursued the path of freedom. However, he still has to put up with it now, at least for now. After checking that everything was in place, Wang Wei began to rest in order to heal the arrow wound on his left arm. Meanwhile, in the southern domain, Jaisong was trekking towards the northeast domain to meet with the young master of the Tao opening sect. While he was walking, Jaisong started thinking to himself. According to the royal elder brother, the ancient desolate emperor who created the ancient desolate body-refining scripture must have left something important in a secret realm in the spirit road trial. In order to acquire that thing, the Tao opening sect needed the blood of someone with a heavy axe physique to open the secret realm. As such, they released the news as bait to attract me. Most likely there is a trap waiting for me there. Thinking of this, Jaisong sneered at this. With his powerful strength compared to body-refining realm's second layer, he did not fear anyone. Suddenly, Jaisong started thinking about the humiliation he suffered in the polishing Tao Heart Pagoda. The young master of the Tao opening sect crushed all of his records in that damn pagoda. He had never suffered such failure in his whole life. What made Jaisong more angry was the fact that he had greatly benefited from the 4 layers of the trial he had participated in. His will and Tao heart was sublimated after each trial, and yet he was not allowed to participate in all of them. His family begged the sect to allow him to continue the trial, but they refused without any hesitation. Ever since he failed to experience the remaining 5 trials, he always had a feeling that something was missing from him, like he was incomplete. Jaisong's anger grew more and more as he reminisced of the situation back then. He suddenly clenched his fist and punched the ground. Bang! A spider crack a few centimeters was left in the ground. After releasing his anger, Jaisong continued his journey. It took him more than a month to travel through the central domain into the northeast one. During this month-long journey, many people tried to fight Jaisong, but all of them were forever buried in this trial. Upon arriving in the northeastern domain, Jaisong did not go directly to find Wang Wei, as his elder brother warned him to always be cautious. He used the tracking talisman they placed on Wang Wei to map out all the places he had been. Jaisong then noticed that Wang Wei's base has been the same for the past 8 months. He became convinced that the secret realm of the ancient desolate emperor should be around there. Then Jaisong took out a hiding talisman from his soul-binding space ring. In the second half of the Spirit Road trial, the whereabouts of each participant will be shown as long as they approached each other at a certain distance. This hiding talisman is to prevent this from happening. After doing all of his preparations, he tracked down Wang Wei and began to observe him. Of course, Wang Wei was aware of Jaisong's location as soon as he arrived. He had Great Elder Wan Fu modify the tracking talisman so that he can also know the location of Jaisong just as he knew his. So as soon as he arrived near him, he called him out. "Come out, Crown Prince Jaisong, I know that you are here." Jaisong then removed the effect of the hiding talisman, then said, "My brother was right, your Tao opening sect is indeed setting a trap for me. Isn't that right, young sect master Wang Wei? And yet here you are here, Crown Prince. Where are the other people? You do not think that you alone is a match for me. Where is that little sidekick of yours? What's his name? Li Jiang, I believe." "Interesting," exclaimed Wang Wei, who looked a little surprised. "Who knew that a brute like you could use tactics such as harassing your opponent by arousing their emotion? Your brother must have spent a lot of time teaching you that." Enough, Crown Prince Jaisong. People like us who aspire to sit at the supreme throne have their own pride. There is only me and you here. Let's get on with this fight." Jaisong tried to calm himself down. It's as Wang Wei said, the only thing that truly matters is the battle between the two of them. As people whose goals and ambitions are to become great emperor, most of the time, they can only use their fist to talk and convince each other. Jaisong rushed towards Wang Wei and punched him with all of his strength. Wang Wei, who had entered the mysterious state, moved his head slightly to dodge. However, he heard the sound of wind swaying next to his ear. He immediately knew how powerful this punch was. Wang Wei knew that if he was hit by even one Jaisong's punches, he might instantly lose this fight. Furthermore, although Jaisong's speed was not up to par with body-refining realm cultivators, he was by any means slow. If Wang Wei had not entered the mysterious state, his speed and nerve response might not be a match for Crown Prince Jaisong. No wonder people envy people with special physique. Wang Wei sighed as he knew that this fight might be more difficult than he previously imagined. Jaisong kept attacking with his powerful punches, while Wang Wei kept dodging them. Sweat was dripping from his forehead. These punches were so powerful that he fears that he might be destroyed if he is hit with just one of them. However, Wang Wei did not immediately attack. He keeps dodging the attacks in order to measure the physical fitness of Jaisong, then creates a battle plan best suited for his opponent. Meanwhile, Jaisong became increasingly more furious as Wang Wei kept dodging his kicks and punches. As such, he mocked, "Is this all you're worth? If you are a man, why don't you fight head-on with me?" Wang Wei smiled, took out his dagger, then said, "You can take out a weapon too if you want. My fists are my weapons, I respect that." After saying that, Wang Wei lunges towards Jaisong. He ducked to evade a punch, then plunged his knife into Jaisong's abdomen. However, the knife did not do as much damage as he imagined. The Crown Prince's skin was strong and durable enough to negate much of the attack, and his iron-like muscle contracted to prevent the knife from going further in and doing more damage. You should know, this was a knife made out of metals. Although the knife did not have any magical properties, it was still made of very durable metal, as hard as iron. Wang Wei secretly cursed the heavy axe physique. This damn physique not only provides Jaisong with great strength, but also ridiculous defense. It was during these moments that Wang Wei became excited at the idea of cultivating the ancient desolate body-refining scripture and being able to build himself a more powerful body than Jaisong in the near future. Despite the failure of his first attack, Wang Wei did not stop. He continues to evade the Crown Prince's attack while stabbing him or cutting him in different parts of his body. However, Jaisong always managed to evade fatal attacks to places like his eyes or brains. In fact, Wang Wei did not want to kill Jaisong, or to be precise, he could not kill him. Otherwise, this fight would have gone a different way. He needs to thoroughly study the Crown Prince in order to gain his own special physique. Wang Wei soon realizes that his current tactic was not working at all. He ponders whether to take out a holy or supreme tier magical weapon from his space ring. Although the magical abilities of the weapon will be immediately sealed, the sharpness was enough to pierce Jaisong's skin and injure him. However, Wang Wei soon gave up this idea. He knew that if he took out such a weapon, then Jaisong could just take out a holy or supreme tier weapon like armor after all. He is also from a powerful emperor lineage. By doing something like this, their battle would become endless and meaningless. As such, Wang Wei decided to change tactics. Jaisong punched with a force of more than 3,000 Jin 1,500 kg. The punch hit a tree in the forest around them, destroying it and scattering it into thousands of little pieces. Wang Wei took advantage of this brief moment to stab Jaisong again, this time hitting the same spot of the previous one. This time around, the dagger entered deeper into his muscles, drawing out a few drops of blood. This tactic seemed to be working. With his newfound momentum, Wang Wei began to kite Jaisong, while stabbing him with his dagger repeatedly. With the mysterious state, he could always stab him in the same spot, over and over again, thus overlapping his attacks in the same place. This method allows Wang Wei to bypass the iron-like defense of Jaisong. A few minutes into the fight, Jaisong had countless wounds all over his body. Although these wounds are not too deep, they still hurt him enough to slowly bleed, thus also slowly draining his stamina. He knew that he cannot go on like this, so he tried something new. Jaisong concentrated all of his strength on his leg, then rushed toward Wang Wei with terrifying speed and threw a punch with all of his strength. Wang Wei's face immediately changed. The Crown Prince's speed was too fast for him to respond. He could hear the sound of the punch approaching. The fist got bigger and bigger as it approached his face. All of Wang Wei's senses started screaming danger. Wang Wei knew that he could not take this punch head-on, and he also did not have enough time to evade. As such, he decided to sacrifice his right arm. He placed his right arm in a defensive position and took the full force of the punch. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei heard the sound of his bones breaking, followed by a deep and intense pain. He did not scream, but groaned. Then he stomped on the ground to allow the remaining force of the punch to travel to the ground. After a few breaths, a bunch of cracks appear in the ground with Wang Wei at the center. He vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, then looked at his broken arm and ignored it. He then transferred his dagger to his left hand and continued to fight. The battle was not yet over. Jaisong has just used a lot of stamina in order to make such a rapid attack. His breathing became rapid, and he perspired a lot. Wang Wei did not let him rest. He used the remaining left arm and continued to stab Jaisong repeatedly. Despite the pain from his broken arm, Wang Wei did not stop. Meanwhile, Jaisong's situation became increasingly worse with the passage of time. The adrenaline rush he had at the beginning of the fight has ended. All the wounds on his body started acting up. He was in great pain, and even his vision became blurry. Jaisong knew that if this fight continued like this, he would definitely lose. As such, he wanted to make one last final blow to end everything once for a while. He rushed towards Wang Wei and threw a punch. When the young sect master dodged his attack and stabbed him again, Jaisong relaxed his muscles and allowed the dagger to go deep into his body. Wang Wei became shocked with the current unpredictable moment. Before he could react, Crown Prince Jaisong kicked him on his side with all of his strength. Wang Wei could hear the sound of ribs cracking as he flew away more than 20 meters. He crashed into more than 5 trees before falling into the ground. In just a few breaths, he could feel the bitter taste of blood mixed with dirt in his mouth. His ears start to ring, and his vision becomes blurry. He coughed up a pile of blood mixed with a few pieces of internal organs. Wang Wei could tell that his spinal cord might be gravely injured. He bent his neck in a direction and saw two Jaisongs in the ground like him trying to get up. It seemed that his injuries had finally got to him, and he was about to pass out due to excessive blood loss. Wang Wei knew that this fight was not really over. Whoever gets up first will be the final victor. As such, he tried as hard as possible to get up, however. It was to no avail. In fact, the pain of his broken bones are nothing to Wang Wei. In the pagoda trial, he suffered much worse pain than this in the 18 levels of hell. However, the truth of the matter is, his body was not in the shape to function properly. Wang Wei did not care about this. If he orders his body to move, then it better listens to him. His body should follow his will, not the other way around. In fact, this is exactly what happens next. By his sheer will alone, Wang Wei managed to stand up. A broken spine and shattered rib cage would not stand in his way. He slowly walks towards Jaisong, who was still trying to get up from the ground. It took a while for the two Jaisongs to merge into one. When Wang Wei arrived in front of him, he said, "I win." Then, with his remaining functioning left arm, he repeatedly elbows Jaisong's face until both their bodies were covered in each other's blood and the crown prince had passed out. Then Wang Wei sat on the ground breathing heavily. This was a hard-won battle. Suddenly, he felt something and looked behind him. The shadow of the young emperor finally completely materializes behind him. Wang Wei felt like his mind became more clear. He could feel the vast spirit chi dancing in the air. A bunch of information was instilled in his head. Wang Wei finally knew what the title Young Emperor represents and what benefit he can get. A young emperor is essentially a person with immense will and powerful Tao heart that is acknowledged by heavenly Tao as a person worthy to bear the heaven mandate. In order to have the title of Young Emperor, you must have a strong Tao heart and will at an early stage of cultivation, otherwise heavenly Tao will not acknowledge it. As cultivators grow more powerful and experience more things in their long life, their will and Tao heart will be tempered, and some of them will reach the minimum standard to be able to accept heaven will. However, if a cultivator reached such a standard at an early stage of cultivation, then he will be rewarded the title of Young Emperor. As for the advantages of said title, there are a few. First, a young emperor will have a great talent for cultivation, followed by a peak purple dragon chi luck, the greatest benefit of which is that each young emperor will have a pseudo-domain-like ability. This is a great deal as only Saint Realm powerhouses can have a domain. As for Wang Wei, his pseudo-domain allowed him to decrease the strength of his opponent between 15 to 50. This ability is not enough to make it worthy of the name Young Emperor. What is truly heaven-defying is the fact that this ability applies to any cultivator under the Great Emperor realm. That is to say, in front of Wang Wei, a Supreme Realm true monarch could lose half of his strength. That is truly scary enough. Wang Wei spent a few minutes contemplating his new power as a young emperor. He became excited as he knew that he had another powerful card up his sleeve during his future cultivation path. Wang Wei knew that the more hidden means he has, and the more diversified his hidden cards are, the better chance he has at surviving different situations. The cultivating world is weird and complex. A person can never say they are adept to survive all its intricacies. Wang Wei did not want to be like the fellow transmigrators from his past life that mostly relied on luck to survive most situations. While Wang Wei was distracted by his newfound power, a sudden sharp pain woke him up, reminding him of the terrible shape that his body was currently in. Without hesitation, Wang Wei took out a blood-red pill and swallowed it. This blood regeneration pill was a low-level profound tier pill used by body refining and divine sea realm cultivators to heal. Wang Wei frowned as he noticed the low efficiency of this pill. This probably was the lowest grade pill that he had ever taken in his life, thought Wang Wei. However, he has no choice now since this was the highest level of pill allowed to bring from the outside. According to this speed, it will take him at least 2 months to recover all of his injuries, which was too slow. In his current state, if he encounters another enemy, he will be in grave danger. Wang Wei then made a splint with the scattered wood in the forest for his broken right arm, then took another blood regeneration pill. He walked over to Jai Song's side, took out 3 jade talismans. The first one was a sleeping talisman, which placed the crown prince in a deep coma and prevented him from waking up. Wang Wei placed the second one on Jai Song's forehead, or the Nuan aperture, which the resting place of the soul, while the third talisman was placed above his heart. Then Wang Wei took out a few origin sources as energy to activate them. The second talisman began to scan every part of Jai Song's soul, while the third one scanned all of his body's blood, skin, muscle, and blood marrow. Due to the fact that the crown prince has not started cultivating yet and has not opened his Nuan aperture, his scanning process was more brutal than Han Li's. Wang Wei watched as Jai Song started seizing on the floor, then blood flowed out of every gap on his body. Whether it was his eyes, nose, or ears, they were dripping with blood. His body started cramping and twisting in strange ways, then Jai Song began to scream in agony. However, the first talisman still kept him unconscious. Whether this was a good thing for him or not, maybe only he knew. Wang Wei watched all of this without much reaction, then muttered, "The path of emperor is a cruel one. If one day you are able to sit up in that supreme throne, then my fate will be at the mercy of your compassion, so I must be the final winner, no matter what." After a few minutes, the talisman located above his heart started to draw a crimson-red drop of blood from Jai Song's body. It was his source blood. This drop of blood contains fragments of the law of power. After the first drop was taken out, soon, more were taken from Jai Song's body. However, after the fifth drop, when the sixth one was about to take, a sudden fluctuation came deep from the crown prince's body, then he disappeared. "Void-breaking talisman," muttered Wang Wei. He was not surprised by Jai Song's disappearance, as he knew that the crown prince most likely had life-saving means implanted on him. What caught his attention was the method used. Most powerful factions will use a secret technique that transport their candidates to a secret and secure location, then heal them. However, the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty used a void-breaking talisman that allows Jai Song to forcibly break out of the Spirit Road trial. You should know that the trial takes place in a separate realm or space created by Heavenly Tao itself. To be able to use force to break out of such a secret realm proves how powerful the Breaking Void Talisman is, also how precious it is. The Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty truly placed a lot of care on their crown prince. Wang Wei took a jade bottle to carefully store the 5 drops of source blood, then placed the bottle and the remaining 2 talismans in his space ring, following which he took another communicating talisman and called someone. "Hey Li Jun, where are you now? Big brother Wang Wei, you finally communicated with me again after more than 2 months. Currently, I'm still in the central domain. That's not too far. I'm currently severely injured. I need you to come pick me up." Li Jun on the other side of the communication talisman had an incredible look on his face. He had gathered information on his big brother, and he knew how powerful he was as the hunter, yet he said he was severely injured. Who could do such a thing? Suddenly, Li Jun thought of something, then immediately asked, "Big brother, did you get the information and material you needed?" "Yes, I just finished." Good, good, good. Then our plan is one step closer." "Don't worry, big brother, I'll be here in 7 days. No, make that 3 days. I'll be waiting then." While Wang Wei was waiting for Li Jun's arrival, a great storm was taking place outside in Falling Leaves City. Somewhere in an inn, first Prince Jaisu, retired Prince Jai Xiang, and the head of the Imperial Guard, Zhou Fan, were eating and talking in a private room. Suddenly, the void fluctuated, and a person instantly appeared in the room. Jai Xiang was the first to notice the change in the environment and screamed, "Who is so bold?" However, he soon discovered that it was his bleeding nephew that appeared here with the Breaking Void talisman provided to him. He rushed over to check his condition. Immediately afterward, Jai Su and Zhou Fan noticed something and followed. Retired Prince Jai Xiang scanned Jai Song's body with his powerful divine sense, frowned with a cold look in his eyes, then threw a pill in his mouth to stabilize his injuries. Jai Su rushed over and knelt in front of his Jai Song. "What happened to my little brother? How come he is so gravely injured?" Jai Xiang answered in a cold and murderous tone. "His soul has been forcibly scanned and searched, and more than 5 drops of source blood have been taken from him." "Great uncle, what does that mean? What is going to happen to my brother?" "It means that Songer is basically crippled. Not to mention the heavy axe physique, even cultivating will be extremely difficult for him from now on." Both Jai Su and Zhou Fan became furious. They could not imagine how the crown prince would be so heavily injured while taking part in the Spirit Road trial. According to his current situation, his future seems to be bleak, as his path of emperor was permanently cut off. Jai Xiang started to think while he looked at the pale and feeble complexion of his nephew with a look of pity, then he seemed to have made a certain decision. He waved his hand to wrap Jai Song with his power, then with a swish sound disappeared from the room. The only thing left of him that could prove his previous existence in the room was his last word: "I will bring Songer back to see his majesty." Jai Xiang forcibly broke the void easily. The space around him bent according to his will. In just a few minutes, he already crossed countless domains in which the smallest was the size of planet Earth, and arrived in the capital city of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. As soon as Jai Xiang teleported to the city, countless formations were immediately activated and surrounded him. Thousands upon thousands of runes formed an array pattern that surrounded both Jai Xiang and the whole city. Sovereign Jai Wen was the first to notice the change. He roared "Who?" loud enough that the entire capital city could hear him. Jai Xiang, who immediately realized his fault, used his token talisman to notify the city formation of his identity. Then, he entered the palace and notified Sovereign Jai Wen of the crown prince situation. Looking at the current situation of his son, Sovereign Jai Wen had a terrifying murderous aura around him. The murderous aura soon enveloped the entire palace. Then the Chi-Luck dragon of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty seemed to have felt the murderous aura of its ruler. It suddenly roared into the heaven, following which Jai Wen's killing intent was fused with the luck of the entire dynasty. all of the billions of citizens of the Great Zhou dynasty scattered throughout countless domains suddenly felt an intense murderous aura covering them. They felt an immense pressure covering them, so they immediately knelt down in worship and fear. They immediately knew that their sovereign was furious and someone was about to usher the wrath of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty. Of course, not everyone knelt down. There are many cultivators that are not Great Zhou citizens living in their domain. As arrogant as they are, how could they easily bow to another cultivator? As such, they had to resist the pressure with their own cultivation. Meanwhile, in the Great Zhou imperial dynasty's royal palace, Sovereign Jaiwen suddenly asked, "Was it the Dao opening sect?" "It is most likely them, your majesty," replied retired Prince Jai Xiang. "Do they fucking want an Emperor Dao war? If that is what they want, I will gladly give it to them." Jai Xiang's face immediately became ugly and hastily said, "Your majesty needs to calm down. This is not the time to act rashly and out of emotion. Furthermore, there is still hope for the crown prince." Jai Wen calmed down and became excited when he heard these words. "Uncle, are you sure about this? What do I need to do to help Songer?" Jai Xiang looked at his great-nephew and smiled gently. "I will use a secret technique to sacrifice all my cultivation in order to repair Songer Foundation. In that way, not only will Songer be healed, but his foundation will dramatically strengthen. It is possible for him to have one of the most powerful heavy axe physique in history." Sovereign Jai Wen's face immediately changed and became gloomy. "Uncle, if you do this, you will also die afterward. Haha. It's all right, this old man has lived for a long time. It is about time to leave the future for the next generation." Sovereign looked at Jai Xiang with complicated eyes. On one hand, he wished he could save his son, while on the other, he did not want his great Zhou to lose a powerful true monarch. In the end, he sighed and finally said, "I'll be counting on you then." A few breaths after this, Jai Xiang disappeared with the unconscious Jai Song, preparing to do the last good deed in his life for the dynasty. Sovereign Jai Wen was sitting on his throne with a gloomy look on his face, contemplating his next plan of action when someone notified him of the arrival of the Prime Minister. With just one look, Zhao Yan could tell that His Highness was not in a good state. As such, he immediately inquired about what exactly happened. When he heard the whole story about Crown Prince Jaisong's fate, he too was shocked and perplexed. As such, he asked, "So what do you plan to do now, your majesty?" "I can tell you, Zhao Yan, the idea of an Emperor Dao war is currently reverberating in my mind right now." Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister's heart started accelerating. His palm became sweaty and his mouth seemed to be dry as if he was thirsty. As a powerful cultivator, how can he be thirsty? Despite all of his internal change, his face remains calm and his mind still sensible. He sighed, then replied, "I understand the anger you feel right now, your majesty, but you must calm down and think things through rationally. Zhao Yan, I know that an Emperor Dao war will involve our great Zhou imperial dynasty fighting to the death with the Dao opening sect until one of our lineage is completely destroyed. However, when I think about what they did to Songer, I just can't calm down." Prime Minister Zhao Yan took a deep breath to recollect himself, then continued. "An Emperor Dao war would involve countless resources such as pills, weapons, and talismans. Then all the cultivators whose lifespan was coming to an end and sealed themselves would awaken from their slumber, after which even Emperor artifacts will be involved in the war. More importantly, even the sleeping immortal venerables will have to be awakened. An Emperor Dao war could eventually drag the entire myriad Emperor plane into war and countless slaughter." Prime Minister Zhao Yan started walking back and forth while thinking. "Your Majesty, the Dao opening sect is one of the oldest sects in the world. You can imagine how many powerhouses are secretly sealed in there. How deep are their foundations? Although the Emperor Enlightening Academy claim to have a deeper foundation than them, we all know that it is actually not true." Sovereign Jai Wen clenched his hands so hard that his throne, which is made of supreme tier material, started to deform a little. "I know all of this, Zhao Yan. I'm just a little unwilling." The Prime Minister sighed, then continued. "Your Majesty, based on recent events, we can tell that the Dao opening sect is willing to go to extreme lengths for this generation's Heaven Mandate battle. A few months ago, they even woke up one of their immortal venerable and almost destroyed the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. From the information that we gathered, they wanted something from the pavilion so badly that they were even willing to break the Immortal Avenue Pact and involve the Immortal Realm powerhouse in the world." Sovereign Jai Wen also sighed as he understood the Prime Minister's meaning. The Dao opening sect can easily break the Immortal Avenue Pact. They will also not hesitate to start an Emperor Dao war, and with the deep and unfathomable foundation, they will most likely be the final winner. Although unwilling, Sovereign Jai Wen knew that he had to swallow this bad breath. While Sovereign Jai Wen was lamenting his helplessness as a ruler, First Prince Jaisu and Imperial Guard leader Zhou Fan walked into the hall. Immediately after entering the hall, Zhou Fan knelt on one knee and said, "Your Majesty, as long as you order, I will lead our army in a crusade against the damn Dao opening sect." After saying this, he gave a slight look toward Jaisu. Noticing the strange behavior of Zhou Fan, Jai Wen could already guess what happened. He looked at his oldest son and said, "Sir, you did the right thing not to let Zhou Fan attack the Dao opening sect in Falling Leaves City. Now, it is not time for war." Jai Wen then looked at the unwilling Imperial Guard leader and said, "You do not need to be angry. Crown Prince Jai Song will be fine." After saying this, Sovereign Jai Wen dismissed everyone else without much explanation and headed deep in the royal family tomb to wait for his son's return after experiencing nirvana. Meanwhile, in the Spirit Road trial, 3 days went by smoothly. Wang Wei, who was waiting, heard the sound of animals galloping. When he exited his little wooden house, he saw Li Jun and a bunch of people riding a bunch of weird four-legged animals. These animals seemed to be the combination of horses and bulls. They had legs like horses, 2 horns, and a robust body. Wang Wei frowned when he saw all of these people. He then used the communication talisman to warn Li Jun to stop at a certain distance so that they are not harmed by all the traps laid around the base camp, then told him how to navigate through the traps safely. After successfully stopping at an appropriate distance and finally personally meeting with Wang Wei, Jai Jun rushed over and asked, "Big brother, how are you doing now?" "I'm fine." "Well, I'll live. Why did you bring so many subordinates?" Li Jun seemed to be aware of something, then answered promptly, "You do not need to worry, big brother. I have experienced life and death with these people. Additionally, I have used what you have taught me and used benefits to tie us together as a group. I promised them that they can all enter our sect after the trial." "Well, that's good." Wang Wei patted his shoulder, then continued, "Do you have any healing pills from any secret realms?" Li Jun then searched his space ring and took out a few pills. "I have a few low-grade earth-tier bone-connecting pills. All the other ones are too powerful for us to take. Well, this should do. With this pill, I can heal my injuries in just half a month." After this, Wang Wei began to properly heal under the protection of Li Jun and his subordinate, while chatting with him of his experience the past 8 months. Wang Wei knew that Li Jun was transported in the central domain and had his own subordinate. Unlike him, who became a solo player, Li Jun decided to build a reliable team. However, he did not know the exact experience of his little brother. In fact, Li Jun's experience was actually quite simple and straightforward. After entering the Spirit Road trial, he fought a bunch of participants. However, instead of killing them, he asked them to surrender to him. He accepted those who did and killed the ones that refused. After teaching his subordinate proper teamwork, he started to spread his prestige throughout the central domain. Then, in the second half of the trial, he occupied one of the newly opened cities. As a city lord, Li Jun organized trade of various items such as food, weapons, pills, and even cultivating techniques. Although the participants cannot cultivate during the trial, many of them who are of low background used this opportunity to find better cultivation methods for the future. In general, Li Jun's stay in the trial was actually quite moist. Of course, he did not do all of these for no reason. Li Jun knew that the sect was training him to be a powerful general that could pave the way for Wang Wei's path of emperor. In order to be prepared for the future, he started training troops and also learned how to be a good leader or commander. Li Jun knew that his big brother was extremely talented and wise. As such, as he grows more powerful, many people will want to follow him and be the vanguard to his army. If he is not able to keep up with his big brother's step, although he knew that he would not be replaced on account of their brotherhood, his position will become quite awkward. Furthermore, his big brother might not say anything about him if he cannot keep up, but the sect will have no such scruples. The motto of the Dao opening sect has always been that they do not raise waste. Soon, 7 days passed. Wang Wei had removed the stint on his arm and was doing some light exercise with his hand. In just a few days, his broken arm had already healed, and his ribs were already grown and reconnected. The only trouble left was his injured spine, which will take some time to heal. While Wang Wei was doing a punching routine, Li Jun ran towards him with some information. "Big brother, do you remember the guy you told me to look out for?" Wang Wei was briefly confused before he realized that Li Jun was talking about the kid he met in Falling Leaves City that made his Chi Dragon act weird. Wang Wei then motioned him to continue. "Well, we found him in the eastern domain through the tracking talisman you placed on him. After which, just like you asked, we secretly tracked him. Just now, I received the information that this kid was lucky enough to enter a secret realm." Wang Wei's eyes immediately lit up. The lucky encounter of that kid is probably the reason that his luck dragon was acting so weird. He must have got something that is very useful to me, thought Wang Wei. Where is he now? My subordinates have subdued him and are bringing him here. They should arrive in just a few days. Good, good, muttered Wang Wei. He was truly looking forward to what kind of opportunity this kid will bring with him. As a person with a noble background, there are a few things that can bring him a true sense of excitement. Wang Wei spent a few days continuing healing as he waited for Li Jun, subordinate, to bring the kid named Wu Ming to him. Luckily, he did not have to wait long, as 5 days later, a new group of people arrived at his base. What surprised Wang Wei was the fact that the leader of this group was actually Yan Liling, the niece of great elder Yan Mei. Wang Wei then gave Li Jun a weird look. who then proceeded to smile wryly without saying anything. Since Li Jun did not mention it, Wang Wei ignored him as this involved his privacy. However, given the complex political situation in the sect, Yan Liling's presence was in fact no accident, and Li Jun should be aware of this. Soon, Yan Liling brought Wu Ming in front of Wang Wei, and Li Jun the kid was tied up with rope. Various friction marks could be seen all over his body. Despite his current situation, he did not stop trying to break out of the rope. After dismissing Li Jun's subordinate, Wang Wei looked at the tied-up kid and said, "Wu Ming, right. You could either take out all of the things in your space ring, or we can kill you and take it out ourselves. You have 5 breaths to decide." After saying this, Wang Wei, Li Jun, and Yan Liling looked at Wu Ming on the ground without saying a word. It only took him a few moments for him to succumb to the pressure and emptied out his newfound space ring. Then the 3 of them started to look at the materials taken out. There were countless jade bottles, a bunch of rusted weapons, and a thick book. Li Jun opened a few bottles to check the medicine inside, however. All of them were either rotten with a pungent smell or turned into powder the moment they were exposed to the air. Suddenly, Yan Liling said, "This is a body strengthen pill, this one a sea expansion pill, and a soul nourishing pill." After that, she continued to name most of the pills in the containers simply based on the smell alone. Wang Wei frowned as he had never heard of these pills, as did Li Jun, so he asked, "Liling, what kind of pills are these?" The majority of these pills are very old and are in fact prototypes of current pills such as the Blood Chi pill or the Divine Sea expansion pill, and the recipe for some of these pills have been lost for countless years. Wang Wei noticed how these 2 people were talking so intimately and casually as if they had known each other for many years. He just gave them a look, then proceeded to check the weapons. All of these weapons no longer have any spiritual energy in them, and the metals have been corroded by the passage of time. Moreover, the refining seemed very rough and did not use the full potential of all the materials. Li Jun and Yan Liling walked over to check the weapons on the ground. 3 of them seemed to have forgotten poor Wu Ming. "How long have these things existed?" asked Li Jun. Wang Wei picked up the book and responded, "Let us find out." Wang Wei then opened the first page. The first thing he noticed was the fact the font of the book was extremely small despite the thickness of the book. Li Jun suddenly said, "Ancient scripts, this has never been my strong point. Throughout the history of the world, the language has gone through many revisions. As such, there are countless variations of it. Of course, there is one exception, that is the Tao text. This language is used by cultivators when creating cultivation techniques or methods in order to properly explain the profound meanings or laws contained in them. As such, the Tao text is probably the oldest language in existence in the myriad emperor world. As part of their aristocratic education, both Wang Wei, Li Jun, and Yan Liling had to learn all kinds of language as a child. The language class is necessary as it is a way to enlighten young children of the ways of the world, and to prepare them just in case they one day enter a very old secret realm and can translate the things they received in there. Wang Wei began to translate the text and read it out loud. "If you're reading this, it means that you are my descendant and my plan has succeeded. From now on, our lineage finally has an heir. Before I begin to explain my story, I would like to curse all 18 generations of Shihai's family. I hope all of your relatives and descendants, both direct and distant, to die a painful death and never reincarnated. As for you, Shihai, I hope you are castrated, then raped by more than 10,000 men for 10,000 years. After reading there, Wang Wei paused due to being speechless. How much hatred does this guy have for this Shihai? Suddenly, Yan Liling said, "Isn't Shihai the real name of Emperor Heiyuan, the Formation ancestor?" "That can't be right," answered Li Jun. "The Formation ancestor was a great emperor from the ancient emperor era. Are you telling me this book is this old?" Wang Wei frowned and started thinking. The history of the myriad emperor plane is very long, spawning billions of years. As such, it is divided into 9 eras: the Chaos Era, Primordial Era, Beginning Emperor Era, the Void Era, the Ancient Emperor Era, the Incense or Faith Era, the Devil Era, the Middle Emperor Era, and the New Emperor Era. Wang Wei knows that there is very little information left about the first 4 eras except for the fact that there were countless powerful primordial gods and innate life forms in the Primordial Era. However, the majority, if not all of them, are now extinct. As for the Beginning Emperor Era, all the information available is that a human referred to as the Heaven-Opening Emperor became the first great emperor of the entire world, thus starting the era of the great emperor reigning supreme. As for the Void Era, Wang Wei knew that there is absolutely no information about it, even from the secret archive of the sect. He once asked his grandfather, and he told him that most cultivators came to the conclusion that something happened in the Void Era that basically erased the entire world's history. The furthest information that still remains about the world's history started from the Ancient Emperor Era to the current New Emperor Era. After taking a brief moment to think about all of these things, Wang Wei said, "We'll know if he is talking about the same person." More importantly, why does the owner of this book have so much hatred for this so-called Shihai? After saying this, the three of them continued to read on. It turned out the owner was indeed talking about Emperor Heiyuan, the ancestor of formation. To be exact, this book or journal explained in detail a story about love, envy, and betrayal between two sworn brothers. The owner of the book, named Wu Yi, who is in fact the ancestor of Wu Ming, was in the same sect as Emperor Heiyuan, who was known as Shihai before crowning himself Great Emperor. They both studied formation. Due to the Void Era, civilization had basically returned to zero. As such, many things were either incomplete or starting over. For example, the Tao of Formation. During that time, the Tao of Formation was not as systemic as today. There was no division such as profound, earth, and heaven, etc. In fact, there were not even as many different kinds of formation as today. In order to fix the situation, the cultivators of that era knew that they needed someone to prove the Tao and become a great emperor with the Tao of Formation. Such a person would be granted the title of Formation Ancestor and leave a lasting glory for future descendants. As such, a worldwide race began. Many cultivators began to study runes and formation in order to be the first to prove the Tao. In fact, the situation was the same for other occupations like alchemy, weapons refining, and talisman. Everyone wanted the title of ancestor. Then came Wu Yi and Shihai, sworn brothers who entered the same sect to study formation. Shihai had an unparalleled talent for formation, while Wu Yi's was quite mediocre. However, Wu Yi was a hard-working and very dedicated person. More importantly, he was very clever, a true genius in his own right. As such, he was not discouraged by his lack of talent. He hoped to find a way around this problem, and he succeeded in doing so. Unfortunately, this was the very reason that led to his eventual downfall, that and his unwavering trust in his sworn brother, Shihai. In order to understand the difference and struggle between Wu Yi and Shihai, one must understand how formation works and how talent is distinguished for special occupations like formation or talisman. Formation is essentially using the environment like mountain, rivers, location, or feng shui to borrow or levy the mighty power of heaven and earth. In the early stage of cultivation, formation masters required to use formation flags and origin stone as energy. However, as they grow more powerful, they will slowly abandon exterior aids, even the environment, and use their cultivation to instantly set up formation. When it comes to talent, formation masters need to have great calculating abilities to be able to scan and map out the environment. Then, they will need a powerful and sensible soul to be able to engrave the divine runes that make up formations. According to the archaic book in Wang Wei's hand, Shihai had a very high affinity with runes, as such he could easily memorize them and understand them. Additionally, he had a powerful soul that allowed him to carve out any runes, no matter how fine and detailed they were. Wang Wei turned the page and continued reading. That damn Shihai had a truly heaven-defying talent. Our master always complimented him and compared him to me. At that time, although I always envied him a little, I was happy for him as he was my sworn brother. After all, we came from the same village and grew up as neighbors. Despite my lack of soul power for carving runes, my perception and understanding of runes was not worse than his, so I did not give up on my path studying formation. I always believed that I might be able to find a way to fix or make up for my talent in the soul department, and I succeeded. One day, suddenly I thought, why should I only use the soul to carve out runes? Why couldn't I use my body as a source instead? Upon reading here, all three of Li Jun, Yan Liling, and Wu Ming were shocked. If what Wu Yi wrote in the journal is true, this man has managed to revolutionize the Tao of formation. Just this idea is enough to bring about a new glorious era for cultivators who practice the Tao of formation. Wang Wei was the only one who did not have much change. As a transmigrator, he has read too many of these things from the novels in his past. Compared with the brain hole or imagination that the authors in his past life came up with, Wu Yi's idea is nothing. In fact, Wang Wei still admires him. Although the myriad Emperor plane has a history spanning billions of years and has created a terrifying civilization, the inherent thinking of the people in this world is actually fixed or linear. As their culture ingrained in them the idea of respecting the ancestors, respecting the sages that came before, the thinking of most people became in fact restraint. As long as someone talks about an idea that does not fit with the predecessors, two things will likely happen to them. One, they will be labeled as heretic and destroyed by the masses, or they will become unparalleled geniuses that bring prosperity to the whole world, the former being the most likely scenario. This is another reason that great emperors are venerated in this world, because no one dares to question them when they decide to improve or contradict the beliefs and ideas of their predecessors. In essence, every great emperor has the ability to become a pathfinder for the entire myriad emperor plane, and the majority of them do so. After waiting for the other people to calm down, Wang Wei continued to translate and read the journal out loud. In fact, the person who is most happy about this situation is Wu Ming. His Wu family is only a small family in the southern Vermilion Bird continent whose highest cultivator was in the void-shattered realm. If he had taken this journal back to the family, it would take them years to find a way to learn the ancient scripts and translate it. But now, he can learn the content of the book and memorize it. Although his current life and death is unknown, he still has a hint of hope due to the fact that these people did not immediately kill him. With the secret help of the master and a few junior brothers, I have successfully developed a method that allows me to engrave runes on my body, then blend in with heaven and earth to use stamina to replace soul power when arranging formations. This method not only made up for my lack of talent in soul power, but it also dramatically increased my affinity for runes. When I blended into heaven and earth, I entered an entire world made only of runes. From the soil in the ground, to the trees in the forest, to the blowing wind in the air, everything was made of runes. It was truly magical. However, my happiness did not last long. Shihai invited me to a secret realm and told me he may have found something that is helpful to my research. Then, he betrayed me. He tricked me into a formation he set up to completely annihilate both my body and soul. All four of them had somewhat of a surprised look on their faces. Although they knew that Emperor Heiyuan had done something terrible to Wu Yi that fermented such terrible hatred, they are still a little shocked by the revelation. In this world, great emperors are usually glorified as supreme beings that are above all mundane things, including ugly human emotions such as betrayal. Now, seeing the ugly side of one such great emperor as the formation ancestor, it is indeed quite the shocking thing. Wang Wei sighed, then said, "In the end, even a great emperor is a humble human being. It cannot escape the 7 emotions and 6 desires." After saying this, Wang Wei lost a little of awe for all great emperors. He realized that in the end, great emperor is essentially just a cultivating realm that only few people have the opportunity to reach in their lifetime. Nothing more and nothing less. The other 3 people felt the sudden change in Wang Wei, however, they could not pinpoint where the change came from. As such, they continued to listen to him translating the journal. I should have noticed something wrong before. When I was creating my new method with the master, Shihai instantly became more cold and distant. I thought that he was under pressure as the successor of the sect, but now it seemed that I was wrong. Before he activated that formation, I asked him the reason he betrayed me. He told me that he cannot get used to his master constantly praising me as a great genius that will bring a glorious era for the Tao of Formation. He went on a 5 minutes rant about how he will acquire the title of Formation Ancestor, and his Tao will become the orthodox way, while mine will be forever labeled as heretics. Luckily for me, my newly created Formation Rune Body not only provided me with matchless talent for formation, but also provided me with a great life-saving method by blending into the surroundings and pretending that I'm dead. Although I survived Shihai's formation, I can feel that I do not have long to live. I do not fear death. I fear that my legacy will be lost or destroyed. It is very likely that Shihai will become a great emperor. So I must find a way for my future descendants to inherit my Tao, then eventually complete it and surpass me. After reading the journal, Wang Wei realized that the rest of the book contained the way to cultivate the Formation Rune Body. Suddenly, an idea popped up in Wang Wei's head. One of the abilities of this technique is to blend in with heaven and earth through runes engraved in the body. If he changed the runes, then he can make so that he can instead blend in with the fragment of law that his special physique requires. In doing so, he will greatly increase his chance in succeeding to acquire a special physique. This method was tailored for him. No wonder his Chi Luck dragon acted weird when he saw Wu Ming in Falling Leaves City. Suddenly, Li Jun asked, "Are we in trouble for knowing the dirty past of a great emperor? What if Emperor Heiyuan comes to trouble us?" Wang Wei gave him a weird look. "You do not need to worry about such things. Who knows where Emperor Heiyuan is now after such a long time? Furthermore, our Tao opening sect has more powerful emperors than him." Li Jun, "Stop asking stupid questions," said Yan Liling after giving him a fierce look. Then she looked toward Wang Wei and asks, "Big brother Wang Wei, what do we do with Wu Ming?" After saying this, all 3 of them placed their gaze towards the still tied-up Wu Ming, pondering what fate to bestow on him. In the first place, Wang Wei did not plan to kill Wu Ming. Although he is the kind of person that can do anything for his goal, he still knows gratitude and has a somewhat moral bottom line. Furthermore, Wang Wei is the kind of person that knows when to repay his karma. The Formation Rune Body method is of great help to his future plan. He would never be able to acquire it without the help of Wu Ming. After pondering for a few moments, Wang Wei took 2 jade talismans from his space ring. In the first talisman, he copied the entire book left by Wu Yi, including the journal part of it. Then, in the second part, he recorded some ideas he had after reading about the Formation Rune Body. He provided Wu Ming with a few ideas that he thought about or read about from his past life. For example, instead of using the runes to just increase talents, why not carve an entire formation on your body and treat yourself as the formation itself? If someone could decompose an emperor formation and slowly build in his body, then he could use the slight power of a great emperor. This idea can also apply for alchemy, talisman, and weapon refining. Use the body as a pill, talisman, or weapon and successfully refined it. Another idea is to try to replace the entire body into runes, whether it is the skin, blood, muscle, etc. In fact, Wang Wei wanted to mention the idea of replacing every single cell in the body with runes. However, he did not know how to explain the concept of cells to Wu Ming, so he did not mention it. After doing all of this, Wang Wei returned the original book and the other talisman to Wu Ming. Then he said, "I'm returning the book to you, and this talisman is my reward to you for acquiring your family inheritance." After receiving the book and talisman from Wang Wei, Wu Ming was indeed a little shocked. He did not expect that not only did these people not harm him, but they even rewarded him. Wu Ming concentrated very hard in order to read what was in the talisman. Then he looked at Wang Wei with incredible eyes. "Why are you giving me such a precious thing?" asked Wu Ming. "The formation rune body is of great importance to me. This is just me repaying the karma I owe you. But young Master Wang Wei, you could just provide me with some material, or you can just kill me in order not to have to pay karma. You are thinking too much into it. These are just ideas. Whether you or family can realize them and make them come true is unknown." Both Li Jun and Yan Liling were confused by Wu Ming's behavior. They inferred that their big brother Wang Wei must have given him something very valuable for him to act in such a way. Wu Ming did not think the same way. The ideas in this talisman are way more valuable than his ancestor's book. Just look at what happened to Wu Yi. A future emperor was willing to kill him just for his genius idea. And yet this talisman contained countless of such heaven-defying ideas. Wu Ming did not continue to say anything. He knelt in the ground and kowtowed 3 times towards Wang Wei. In fact, Wang Wei did indeed do something amazing, although he did not know it yet. The ideas he just randomly made eventually created a new profession known as totem warriors. The idea of using runes on the body will eventually create a glorious era for professions like alchemy, formation, talismans, and weapon refining. When the first totem warrior managed to prove the Tao, then the era will reach its peak. This emperor will also be the first one of the Wu family, and a direct descendant of Wu Ming himself. Suddenly, Wang Wei thought of something, then he reminded Wu Ming, "You better be careful when you leave here." If I remember correctly, Emperor Heiyuan had created the Origin Rune Palace in the southern Vermilion Bird continent. This place is considered the origin of formation by countless cultivators. Although they only have a total of 2 emperors including Emperor Heiyuan, the status of the Origin Rune Palace is very noble throughout the world. According to your ancestor's journal, his master and a few other disciples should be aware of how to cultivate the formation rune body. Yet this method has never appeared in the cultivating world. As such, you can imagine their fate and what length Emperor Heiyuan went to ensure that this method did not appear in the world. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming's face became increasingly ugly. Then he started shaking with cold sweat sliding down his back. His family is just one of countless low-level families in the southern continent. Although they can walk sideways in the city they live in, that is because there are no other powerful factions competing with them. If they were to offend such big people as the Origin Rune Palace, they would be instantly destroyed without the ability to fight back. "What should I do then?" asked Wu Ming with trepidation. Everyone looked at each other while shaking their heads. Yan Liling then suggested, "It's better to enter a powerful emperor lineage that focuses on formation. This way not only could they protect you, they can also provide you with the resources to develop and grow." In fact, they could invite him to the Tao opening sect. However, their sect was not really focused on formation, although they still have many grandmasters in these fields. Furthermore, Wang Wei believed that Wu Ming's appearance would shake the water in the southern continent. Wang Wei hoped that there was a fight between the Orthodox Way and the Rune Body Way in the southern continent, and reached the point that they could not properly train a heaven chosen for this generation's heaven mandate battle. Of course, there is the possibility that this method backfired and their constant infighting creates a truly powerful genius that rises through countless slaughter. If that becomes the case, Wang Wei just has to accept it. Anyway, he did not fear any challenge. After saying everything that needed to be said, Wu Ming separated with the rest of the group. Meanwhile, all of 3 of them waited for the Spirit Road trial to come to an end. All of them had accomplished their objectives for coming in. Wang Wei's purpose was to train himself and research Jai Song's physique. Li Jun's goals were to also train himself both his fighting prowess and commanding ability, and to plunder luck. His Chi Dragon finally changed from red to deep purple. Heaven knows how many people he killed to do such a feat. As for Yan Liling, only herself knew what her objectives were. While the gang of 3 were chilling and waiting for the time of exit, Dubo, the devil cultivator from the Beating Heart cult, was currently in a very difficult situation. He was limping while running away. One of his arms was missing, while the other had many deep cuts on them. His clothes were tattered, his hair disheveled, and his complexion pale. More importantly, someone was tracking and hunting him. "Jian Wushwang, why do you keep following me? I have not offended you," screamed Dubo out loud. "You should never have killed my big brother and eaten his heart," said a deep and powerful voice. Then a teenager holding a sword walked behind Dubo. Just by looking at him, you feel like you are looking at a sharp and upright sword. He was more than 1.7 meters tall, had what one would call a sword eyebrow, and he always walked straight. Although he was not overtly handsome, he had deep and profound eyes that could cut through anything. In essence, Jian Wushwang was an unpolished sword. After finishing this sentence, Jian Wushwang immediately plunged his word into Du Bo's heart, trying to kill him. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. Right after his sword pierced Du Bo's heart, an unknown power manifested and blocked the sword from going further in. Then a spatial fluctuation came from Du Bo's body and transported him into another safe region to recuperate. Before leaving, though, he yelled, "You wait for me, Jian Wushwang. My beating heart cult will track you and your family from the lower plane and annihilate all 9 generations of your clan." Soon after saying this, Du Bo was transported from the eastern domain all the way to the western one, while passing through the central domain. Then he plunged deep under the earth, where he entered a state similar to hibernation in order to heal himself. Meanwhile, Jian Wushwang was frowning while thinking about Du Bo's last word. He did not expect this guy. Status was high enough to have a life-saving method secretly implanted on him. Before coming to this trial, his family had warned him not to offend the emperor lineages in the upper realm. However, anger got the better of him when he saw his sworn big brother lying in a puddle of blood with his heart missing. Jian Wushwang started thinking about a solution to his problem. Then he realized he was thinking too much. As long as he became the first in this Spirit Road trial, then got noticed and accepted by an emperor lineage, then everything will be fine. This was his original plan in the first place. With his talent, he has a high chance of succeeding. By then, the beating heart cult will not be a problem. Even his family might have a chance to migrate to the upper realm. After thinking about this, Jian Wushwang started hunting more fiercely, thus bringing a reign of terror in the eastern domain. Soon, more than 4 months passed by. The Spirit Road trial had ended. Wang Wei and all the surviving participants were then sent out of the trial. After exiting the Spirit Road trial, Wang Wei felt a sense of relief. In the past year, his nerves have always been tense. He always had one eye open when he slept in order to prevent any sneak attacks. Even when Li Jun's subordinate appeared, he did not let his guard down. Soon, Wang Wei, Yan Liling, Li Jun and his subordinate found the people of the Dao opening sect waiting for them. Great Elder Wang Fu strode over to greet them. He looked at the long, disheveled black hair of Wang Wei, then took notice of all the scars on his body. Then he said with a wry smile, "It's good that you are back safely, young master. However, Sect Madam will not be happy to see you in your current situation." Wang Wei also smiled wryly. He knew of the overprotective nature of his mother. If it was up to her, she would lock him inside the sect and never allow him to take a single step outside. After a brief conversation, Wang Fu also looked over at Li Jun and Yan Liling. He could also notice the subtle relationship between these two, but he did not say anything. More importantly, what he cared about most was the fact Li Jun has greatly increased his chi luck. As a Saint Realm cultivator, of course, Wang Fu has a way to see illusory kinds of things such as luck. Although this ability is not as detailed and easy to use as Wang Wei, it can still get the work done. As for Li Jun's subordinate, he did not mention them. While Wang Fu was talking to the group, both Wang Ju and True Monarch Yan Chen arrived and joined the conversation. Suddenly, a great commotion arose not far from the Dao opening sect. When they turned around to see what had happened, Wang Wei noticed that the devil cultivator and his entourage had surrounded someone else. "That's him, cult elder, that's the kid that almost killed me," said Du Bo to a very ugly old man with red skin and red eyes. The red-eyed old man looked at the sword eyebrow-like teenager, then said, "Boy, are you Jian Wushwang. A lowly person like you dares to injure the cult leader's son. Do you think that our beating heart cult is easy to bully?" Jian Wushwang's face became increasingly ugly as he heard the insults said towards him. He wanted to do something, but he was powerless. He looked in different directions, hoping that some sect or faction would stand up for him, but no one did. They just stood there like they're watching an interesting show. Jian Wushwang clenched his teeth and hands. His eyes became red and his breathing heavy. In fact, Jian Wushwang did not fear death. As a swordsman, dying is a common thing for him. However, he fears that his family will be implicated due to his actions and ends up being destroyed. At the moment that Jian Wushwang was about to lose hope, suddenly a space crack emerged on top of everyone watching. Then a handsome young man wearing white robe emerged, a beautiful sword engraved with lotus pattern hanging on his side. His long hair tied loosely with a white ribbon danced in the air with the wind. He looked cool and was quite pleasing to the eye. As soon as he appeared, he scanned all the people on the ground. His eyes could pierce the heart and soul of anyone he looked at, like a peerless sword unsheathed for the very first time. Then his gaze slightly paused on Wang Wei before continuing until he stopped on Jian Wushwang, then said, "It seemed that my feelings originated from you. Then he used his divine sense to scan Jian Wushwang's body. His eyes light up after finishing. Innate sword bone. Excellent. Boy, what is your name? Senior, my name is Jian Wushwang. Surname Jian. That's the same as me. It seemed that we were destined to meet. Boy, do you want to be my direct disciple? Jian Wushwang wanted to accept immediately, but considering his current situation, he did not want to involve the person and get him hurt. So he hesitated. The white-robed sword-wielding young man noticed the hesitation of Jian Wushwang. He looked around and managed to piece together the whole situation. So he looked toward the red-eyed old man and said, Jian Wushwang is now part of my sword-casting villa. So old man Dua, take your ugly face back to the beating heart cult. Cult elder Dua's face became more ugly upon hearing these words. As such, he shouted, damn you Jian, don't think that just because your sword-casting villa has 6 great emperors that our beating heart cult is afraid of you. This kid has severely injured the cult master's only son. He must die today. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushwang was shocked. He did not expect the person who wanted to accept him as a disciple was actually from such a powerful emperor lineage. Maybe he will be safe today. Jian looked at Dua and shook his head. You devil cultivators are like mad dogs, always trying to bite someone even when you know you are outclassed. Very well then, let's settle this with our fist. After saying this, the two of them instantly disappeared and started fighting above the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Li Jun became excited as he heard that the two of them were about to fight. So he said, are we about to witness 2 Saint Realm cultivators fight? Then both Wang Wei and Yan Liling looked at him as if his brain had problems. Immediately, Li Jun knew the reason why. The two were in fact fighting far above in the air, almost leaving the atmosphere, a height that mortals like them could not even see, let alone reach. Additionally, the shockwave from their confrontation was enough to kill most of the people here. Li Jun then became dejected, so he asked, what exactly is an innate sword bone anyway? So Wang Wei explained, the innate sword bone is actually someone born with the ultimate talent for cultivating sword Dao. This talent is in fact compared with the 15 heavenly physique, the exquisite sword heart physique, and it might even have surpassed it. While Wang Wei and his groups were leisurely chatting, everyone else waited with bated breath. In fact, the people most worried were in fact Jian Wushwang and Du Bo, as their fate can be determined based on the result of this fight. Many people thought that the fight might last quite a while, but they were wrong. A few minutes into the fight, everyone felt a majestic sword will in the sky, then they saw a burning meteor falling straight down in their direction. Before most people could react, a boom sound enveloped everyone, then the earth started shaking. The meteor had landed not far from Falling Leaves City. A massive cloud of dust in the shape of a mushroom was formed in the place of the landing, then the ripples spread out. A massive impact traveled in all directions, and it destroyed everything on its path, mountains, rivers, and forests. Countless animals exploded into pools of blood. One of the waves headed in the direction of the Spirit Road trial participants. If this wave of impact hits Falling Leaves City, not to mention the participants, the entire city will be instantly destroyed. Of course, such things will never happen, not with true monarch Yan Chen here. As a Dao protector, how could he let his young master die by the impact of a fight? As such, he lightly waved his hand, and the waves disappeared. There were no fancy tricks, no spectacular visions, no powerful force, just a wave and everything returned to normal. In fact, it was not just the wave heading in the direction of the city that disappeared, but all of them in every direction. This is the power of the Supreme. Compared to Saint, the difference is like an ant and a vast galaxy. Supreme Realm cultivators are the people closest to the Dao. After true monarch Yan Chen's wave of the hand, the cloud of dust had settled down. In the middle of it there lies cult elder Dua, throwing up clots of blood and his clothes filled with cuts. It became difficult to distinguish his skin with his blood. He struggled to get up, then took out a talisman from his space ring. He used his cultivation to activate it, then he and Du Bo instantly disappeared without a single trace. As for the other people he came with, he did not care for their life and death. A few breaths after he left, Jian Yi appeared. You do not need to thank me. I'm just doing my job to protect the young master. Nevertheless, I'd still like to express my gratitude. After saying this, Jian Yi looked over at Wang Wei. What a powerful soul, this kid is not simple, he thought to himself. Young Master Wang Wei, tell your father for me that our battle is not over. One day, either me or my apprentice will avenge the shame of that year. While saying this, Wang Wei noticed a trace of shame and sadness in Jian Yi's eyes. Wang Wei saluted him and said, Senior Jian Yi, I will tell him when I return to the sect. Jian Yi nodded, then wrapped Jian Wushwang with his origin essence, opened a space crack, and left toward the Azure Dragon Eastern Continent to return to the sword-casting villa. After Jian Yi and Jian Wushwang left, Wang Wei and the people in the Dao opening sect boarded the Void Boat and returned to their own domain. The journey back took longer as Wang Wei asked Great Elder Wang Fu to drive slowly instead of using the teleportation formation. Wang Wei spent all of his years inside of the sect without knowing what the outside world looks like. and when he returns, he will immediately start cultivating and won't have much time to leisurely sway about. And heaven knows how many years it will take before he has a chance to go out again. It was not just Wang Wei who felt the same way. Both Li Jun and Yan Liling and their newfound subordinate were enjoying the voyage back home. The void boat entered invisible mode, while the entire group were observing all the places that they passed by. They watched the daily life of mortals and how it differs from cultivators. Mortals in this world should have abundant food due to the high amount of spiritual qi in the environment. Yet, it is not the case. Most mortals barely have enough food to eat. One reason is due to the fact that they do not know how to properly cultivate the land. This knowledge is secretly in the hands of the nobility. However, even the so-called mortal nobility's way of cultivating the land is quite primitive. Another reason for the struggles of mortals is the fact they are extremely exploited by the kingdom they live in. In this world, there are two types of kingdoms or constitutional monarchy, the ones headed by mortals and the ones headed by cultivators like the Great Zhou imperial dynasty. In a cultivating monarchy, the lives of the people are actually quite good, as their rulers need the people's livelihood and happiness to increase the dynasty's luck. As such, the ruling dynasties will ensure that its citizens are safe and have enough food, clothing, and some wealth. However, when it comes to mortal dynasties, ordinary people are usually extremely exploited. The kings of these dynasties only drain the resources of the land that they occupied. As for the people, well, in the eyes of the nobility, they are just a bunch of untouchables, and there are always countless more of them if one dies. Wang Wei shook his head when he saw all of this. True monarch Yan Chen saw this and wanted to know what the young master was thinking, so he asked, "Young master, why did you shake your head?" Wang Wei was a little surprised by the sudden question, then he answered, "I'm just thinking about how wasteful us cultivators are and how backward our civilization is." "Oh," responded true monarch Yan Chen with a little intrigue. "What do you mean, young master?" In fact, he was not the only one interested in this topic. Most of the people in the void boat wanted to hear what he had to say, and so they began to listen. As such, Wang Wei begins to explain his views. "In my opinion, the most important thing to us cultivators is in fact population. Although 99 of mortals do not have what cultivators called a leakless body that allowed them to absorb spirit qi and transform it into blood qi and step into the body refining realm, the truth of the matter is that the majority of cultivators still came from ordinary people. Without a large population of mortals or ordinary people to choose from, the number of cultivators would exponentially decrease, thus also decreasing the overall strength of the entire myriad emperor world." The people contemplated Wang Wei's words and realized that he was right. Although only one of mortals have the talent to cultivate, with a population surpassing trillions, the number of cultivators is indeed quite large. "Big brother Wang Wei, what you said is indeed logical," said Li Jun, "but what does that have to do with us being wasteful?" This is the question that most people wanted to know. As such, Wang Wei continued to explain, "Look at the many fertile lands down there. Many of them are sitting there and left uncultivated. As for those who are used, the efficiency is terribly low. With abundant spiritual qi in the air, as long as the conditions are met, every mortal farmer can have more than one yield per season, thus increasing the amount of food that they have to eat and survive. Or even better yet, why not have cultivators use water would spell to help increase the yield in every farming land? Cultivators can do many things that seem extraordinary to mortals. Many things that would take an ordinary person months of hard work can be done in seconds by cultivators. With the vast amount of cultivated land and the power of cultivators, the amount of food available would dramatically increase. And with more food, the population of mortals will also rise, and with more people, there will also be more cultivators in the entire world. Then, this endless positive cycle will ensure the proper development of the entire myriad emperor world." After hearing Wang Wei's words, all the people in the boat gasped and looked at him like he was crazy. To them, the young master's words were actually quite blasphemous. For billions of years, the idea that cultivators are noble have been ingrained deep into their blood, into their soul. And yet, Wang Wei just suggested that mighty and noble cultivators do something as lowly as farming the land. To the majority of them, this is blasphemy at the highest level. Wang Wei looked at their facial expressions and could already guess their thoughts. However, he just sneered at their mode of thinking. In fact, if they paused and thought about it deeply, they would realize the deep connection between mortals and cultivators. Why do powerful cultivators in the saint realm have to go through mortal dust in order to break through into the supreme realm? That is because they have to return to their roots, return to the time when they were weak and vulnerable, and remind themselves that before they became the so-called noble cultivators, they were in fact once humble mortals. It is to remind them of their humble origins, then retain said mindset when facing the grandness and vastness of the Tao, the only truly noble existence in the universe. As a matter of fact, Supreme Elder Yan Chen, as the only person who reached the Supreme Realm in this boat, knows all about the importance of mortals. As such, he was the only person who did not have such a big reaction to Wang Wei's words. However, he still felt that there were some problems with his statement. As such, he asked, "Young master, what you said is beautiful and all, but how do we deal with the inherent fear that mortals have of cultivators?" Additionally, the concept of superiority of cultivators over mortals has existed for countless millennia in the world. How do you convince cultivators to go farming? By force. After saying that, Yan Chan shook his head and continued. Even a powerful dynasty like the Great Zhou would never ask the lowest body refining or divine sea realm cultivators to go farm for mortals. Wang Wei also shook his head and replied, "Force is never the answer. Cultivators are people that are selfish by nature, but with enough benefits, they can essentially do anything. If someone could establish a worldwide system in which cultivators were rewarded with things that they found irresistible or unattainable based on their positive karma towards mortals, forget farming, they would not hesitate to integrate into mortal society. They would become doctors, blacksmiths, morticians, and even guards. As for mortals' fear of cultivators, as long as they can help improve their lives and not easily kill them, their fears will eventually disappear." True monarch Yan Chen and the other people became surprised again. This idea is indeed feasible, but what kind of things would attract cultivators for them to do such things? Yan Chen started thinking, but he could not find anything. Then he looked at the young master. From his facial expression, it seemed that he had thought about this problem for quite a while, and he may have some sort of plan already. Thinking about the possibility of such a thing becoming a reality, true monarch Yan Chen's mood became agitated. Their Dao opening sect would reach unimaginable heights in the world in terms of prestige and glory. Furthermore, they would be the one that benefited the most from such a system. While everyone was marveling at the possible future described by Wang Wei, Yan Liling was the first to calm down and asked an important question. "Big brother Wang Wei, how do you deal with the problem of resources? With the increase in cultivators, the amount of resources used will also increase. It will be a matter of time before things like medicines, ores, and origin sources are all used by such a large number of cultivators." Upon hearing this, Wang Wei smiled and looked up at the sky. Although it was daytime, you could still see some stars light up. The reason for that is because these stars are actually countless worlds of various sizes floating in the endless void. The majority of these worlds have life on them that have formed their own society, their own civilization. Wang Wei said, "I will not talk about the concept of renewable resources. In fact, there are countless ways to acquire the resources needed for our civilization to grow and flourish properly." "So that's how it is," muttered Yan Liling, being one of the few people that actually understood Wang Wei's meaning. Although the majority of people did not truly understand the conversation between Wang Wei and Yan Liling, they can still infer the fact that the young master has a solution to the question asked. All of them became excited at the future prospect described by the young master, especially the new subordinates of Li Jun throughout the Spirit Road trial. Li Jun has insisted many times that Wang Wei was their true boss, however. Not all of them agree with this even though they did not say anything. They have been serving Li Jun for a whole year. How could they just accept the fact that some random guy is their boss? However now, although their minds have not changed, a seed of hope has been planted in their hearts. Maybe if they follow the young sect master, they could one day change the entire world, that their deeds will be forever recorded in the annals of history. While most of the crew was slowly losing their grip on reality, true monarch Yan Chen warned Wang Wei. "Young master, you better not easily say these words in public until you reach a certain level of strength. The cultivation world has been stagnant for countless years, and that is because the majority of people want it like that, and some radical people will go through extreme length to maintain the current status quo." After saying this, he looked at the other crew members and continued, "That goes especially for all of you. If something goes wrong, the young master has the sect to protect him, but none of you have such ability. So for your safety, better forget you ever heard any of this." After hearing the Supreme Elder's warning, the people nodded and swore to keep their mouths shut. In fact, true monarch Yan Chen considered erasing the memories of the crew, however, considering the fact that the young master's word has just brought a new level of cohesion to this group that has just been created, he did not do so. Wang Wei just smiled and nodded to Supreme Elder's Yan Chen words. These words he just said were just random thoughts he had long ago after reading about the world from the library. He decided to turn them into plans only after seeing the situation with his own eyes. As such, Wang Wei knew that his plans had many flaws before being able to be executed. More importantly, without becoming a great emperor, all of the so-called plans are nothing but empty words. The voyage back home has been going on for a whole week. One day, Wang Wei decided to take a walk, so he asked Great Elder Wang Fu to stop the boat and went exploring on his own. Of course, Wang Wei could guess that true monarch Yan Chen was secretly protecting him, but he did not say anything about it. With his current mortal strength, there are millions of things that can easily kill him. As such, he needed such protection. Wang Wei walked around a nearby village and enjoyed the sight of nature. There was a small forest full of planted trees. Weeds of grass grew wildly in the outskirts of the town. The air in the atmosphere smelled sweet and gleeful, just like waking up to the sound of Grandma's home cooking on a Sunday morning after hours of work. At first, the villagers were afraid of him due to his clean and expensive robe, but when they realized that he was the kind of person that is easy to talk to, they invited him into the village and even offered him the little food they had saved. Some bold aunties even presented their daughters in front of Wang Wei, asking him if he was interested in getting a new concubine. Wang Wei accepted their gratitude and stayed for 3 days in the village. On the 4th day, Wang Wei had a whim and decided to plant a tree near the village. After planting the seed, he watered it with spiritual water, which is just water that has spiritual qi in them, for the next 10 days. In the process, Wang Wei watched as the roots absorbed the spiritual water and firmly planted itself in the ground. Then, the roots slowly start to grow high and tall. Wang Wei watched as this seed, under his care, grew up into the strongest and firmest tree in the entire area. He watched as the tree grew up, able to withstand any wind and rain. He watched as the tree grew to be the tallest of trees in the entire village, able to shelter anyone who wishes from the sundering heat of the sun. Although Wang Wei only spent 10 days with this tree, he hoped that it survives the long years and keeps on growing, so that one day if he came back he will see it again. Before leaving the village, Wang Wei had Great Elder Wang Fu set up a feng shui formation deep underground of the village. The purpose of this formation is to bless the village with good luck and fortune. With this formation, the crops of this village will always be fruitful, the villagers will be healthy and live long lives. Additionally, the villagers will also be able to easily gather wealth without arousing the jealousy of other people. In general, it will be easier for them to find success and happiness in their future endeavors. After doing this, Wang Wei left the village and headed straight back to the sect through teleportation formation. After arriving home, Wang Wei was received by his mother Yu Yan, who almost smothered him with a hug. After releasing him, sect Madame Yu Yan took a good look at him, then touched his face. "Why are you have become so thin, and what is with all these scars all over your body?" After saying that, Yu Yan turned to Great Elder Wang Fu and said through clenched teeth, "Wang Fu, I thought you were supposed to protect your nephew, but look at him now, he's basically half dead." Great Elder Wang Fu became speechless, then said with a wry smile, "Sect Madam, there is nothing I can do once he enters the Spirit Road trial." Yu Yan just snorted at him and continued to ask his son if he was missing any limbs and needed to be healed immediately. Wang Wei smiled wryly too at his mother. He is 16 years old now, not counting the age from his past life. According to the standard of this world, he was technically an adult, yet his mother still treated him like a child. Thankfully, he was not the only one, as Li Jun was receiving the same treatment from his mother on the other side. Despite his embarrassment, Wang Wei did not mind his mother's behavior. In his past life, he did not enjoy the love of a mother as he was an orphan. Although later he was adopted by a family that treated him as if he was their own, it was not the same thing in the end. After a few minutes of scrutinizing every part of his body, Yu Yan and Wang Wei returned to the Wang family mountain, while Li Jun also returned to the Li family mountain. Yan Liling left with Great Elder Yan Mei in the direction of Punishment's Hall. As for true monarch Yan Chen, he returned to the Supreme Elder Cottage to discuss his concern towards the young master's mysterious soul and his ideas about the future he mentioned during the return trip. When he arrived home, Wang Wei met his father. Unlike Yu Yan, Wang Tian just patted his shoulder and asked, "Did you get everything?" Wang Wei nodded and handed over all the things he got from Jaisong to his father, including the formation rune body method. The sect master quickly scanned the contents, then said, Good. Be prepared in a month. The sect will have everything prepared and you can begin." Wang Wei had a sigh of relief. After so many years of planning, everything will soon come to fruition. Then he suddenly asked, "What about Li Jun? His soul might not be able to survive the baptizement of the fragment of law." "You do not need to worry about Li Jun. The immortal venerable who woke a year ago donated some of his bloodline in order to help Li Jun survive and succeed." Wang Wei looked at his father in confusion. Although he could guess that the immortal was powerful, he did not know what his bloodline had to do with Li Jun's success rate. Seeing the look on his son's face, Wang Tian explained. The first emperor cultivated by the Li family was known as the Battle Maniac Emperor, and he cultivated the Tao of fighting. The immortal venerable who woke up this time was from the Li family. As such, his bloodline contained the power of the Battle Maniac Emperor. With it, Li Jun has a much higher chance of acquiring a special physique. Wang Wei then nodded in satisfaction. As long as Li Jun was all right, then it doesn't matter how things proceeded, only the result truly matters. After discussing with his father, Wang Wei had dinner with his family, including his grandfather, then slept peacefully for the first time like a passed-out drunk. The next day, Wang Wei woke up feeling fresh and alive. He took a deep breath, feeling a vast amount of spiritual qi entering his body and washing away all of his pain, worries, and fatigue both physically and spiritually. A few minutes later, a maid knocked on the door signaling Wang Wei that his bath had been prepared, and so he followed her to the washroom. Inside was a gold basin filled with very clear water. However, the water was shining brighter than polished diamonds. It also exudes an intoxicating scent that could attract lost travelers from thousands of miles away. "What is this?" asked Wang Wei, to which the maid answered, "Young master, this is holy spring water. With it, all the injuries and dark wounds you suffered during the Spirit Road trial will be healed as if nothing ever happened." Wang Wei looked at her and said, "I know this is holy spring water. I also know that this is a precious material used when making healing saint pills. I also know that even a sip of it is enough to save any dying cultivators in the void-shattering realm and lower. What I'm asking is, why is it being used for me to shower?" The young maid lowered her head and explained, "Young master, it was the order of the sect, madam." Upon hearing this, Wang Wei's corner of the mouth started twitching. Although he knew that his mother could go a little overboard when it comes to him, he did not think that she would go that far. "My father must be crying somewhere right about now and secretly cursing her for being too wasteful," thought Wang Wei. Meanwhile, the maid, who saw that Wang Wei was not going into the bath, immediately knelt down and cried, "Young master, please go into the bath, otherwise later I will get into trouble with the madam." Seeing her like this, Wang Wei sighed, then nodded to her. Then she got up and undressed him, then started to wash his back and hair. During his bath, Wang Wei watched as all the scars in his body vanished one by one. Additionally, he felt like a heavy burden had been lifted from his body. He became more light and nimble. The ache he felt sometimes on his back was gone. The holy spring water was truly a miracle. Wang Wei felt like he had just acquired a brand new body. It was like he was just a newborn baby taking its first breath in the world. After his bath, Wang Wei called Wang Ju to inform him of what important news he needed to know during the past year. It was through her that he knew that Jai Song had already recovered and is already in the body-refining realm's 6th layer. Although a little surprised, Wang Wei thought it was a normal thing considering the deep foundation of the great Zhou imperial dynasty. However, he also guessed that they must have paid a steep price to help him recover so quickly. After reading about Jai Song, he looked at other news of things that happened. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "Wang Ju, do you know the origins of Yan Liling? I've never heard of Great Elder Yan Mei having a niece." As such, Wang Ju explained, "Yan Liling is the heir trained in the Yan family secret world." Secret world. Young master, each family in the sect has a secret world that houses the main bloodline. The secret world served as a backup plan to preserve the family bloodline in case something were to happen to the ones outside. It also served as a way to train an heir for the family outside in case their descendants are mediocre. For example, Li Jun is the rightful heir of the Li family. However, he was about to be replaced due to his low talent. However, since the young master intervened and proved that Li Jun was worth training, he was accepted as the heir of the Li family. As for the Yan family, since Great Elder Yan Mei did not have children, one person was chosen from the countless children in the secret world. "Oh," said Wang Wei, "since Yan Liling became the Yan family's heir, she must be very talented." Indeed she is. She has an extremely terrifying talent for pill refining. Without starting cultivating, she can use earth fire to make top-grade profound tier pills. That is indeed a terrifying talent. Said Wang Wei. Then he thought, no wonder in the Spirit Road trial, she could identify all of these ancient pills by just smelling them, despite the fact they were all rot, expired, and even some of which were lost throughout history. Then Wang Wei asked, "What about the Wang family? Do I have to pay attention to these people in the secret world?" "No need to worry, young master. With your talent and what you have accomplished in the past years, your status as heir is 100 guaranteed." "Well, that's good. Anything else to report?" "Yes. The elders said that 1 month later, everything will be ready and you can begin." Wang Wei just nodded as his father already told him, so he motioned her to get back to her work and notified him if something important happened. 1 month later, Great Elder Wang Fu brought Wang Wei to a secret location by passing countless teleportation formations. He was quite dizzy with all of the teleportation and did not have a single clue to where he was. Wang Wei found himself in an extremely large room with countless upper echelons of the sect. He saw his father, grandfather, Dao Protector, Great Elder Li Jiang, and Great Elder Yan Mei standing on the side waiting for him. Great Elder Li Jian of the Alchemy Hall was holding 2 bottles of pill as they were more precious than his life. Great Elder Yan Jai of the Formation Hall was helping someone setting countless formations in the entire room from the ground to the ceiling. They were everywhere. It turns out this woman called Li Fen was one of the supreme elders in charge of analyzing the information the sect got from Han Li's dissection. After they finished, Supreme Elder Li Fen excitedly motioned Wang Wei to come over and lay in the middle of the formation with his clothes off. After shamelessly being nude in a room full of people, including women, Wang Wei just started to observe the formation around him. Then with the help of Great Elder Yan Jai, Great Elder Qin Hua of the Talisman Hall, and Great Elder Wang Fu of the Refining Hall started to paint divine rune all over Wang Wei's body. He recognized some of these runes are from the formation rune body, while the rest were unknown. They must have been modified to fit this occasion. After the runes were finished painted, Great Elder Li Jian approached Wang Wei and handed him 2 pills, then explained. This pill is the Vitality Protection Pill, which will protect vital parts of your body like hearts, brain, and organs. The second pill is the Soul Protection Pill, which will ensure that nothing happens to your soul in case of an accident. Wang Wei took the 2 pills and swallowed them. In only a few seconds, the pills dissipated from into his bloodstream and spread to all parts of his body. After everything was ready, another Supreme Elder who was responsible for Han Li appeared in front of Wang Wei holding a gray-white turtle shell. His name was Xin Dong. "What is this?" he asked, to which true monarch Xin Dong responded. "This is called the 8-trigram turtle shell. We borrowed it from the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. I thought the sect was supposed to get a cultivation technique from the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Since there was a better option, we went with it instead." This 8-trigram turtle shell is actually an immortal artifact that allows its user to summon the river of fate itself and peep into the fate or secret of myriad things. After saying that, true monarch Xin Dong looked at the artifact with admiration and a little greed in his eyes. Then he continued. "It was forged by a great emperor as reward to the Heaven Mystery Pavilion for helping her during her rise, and the pavilion used it as their luck-condensing treasure. If it was not due to the power of the immortal venerable, they would never allow us to borrow it so easily." "Borrow?" asked Wang Wei. "Yes, borrow, as in you eventually have to return it and more." Wang Wei could guess the gist of things. The sect must have made a deal with the Heaven Mystery Pavilion that he could use this treasure, and one day in the future, if he manages to prove the Tao, then he has to not only return it, but also pay off the karma of borrowing it. And if Wang Wei fails to become a great emperor, then the Tao opening sect will have to pay his debt off. Of course, that is if they want to. With the massive chi luck of the sect, they can ignore such little karma if they wish to. Wang Wei looked at the 8-trigrams turtle shell and realized that it is only a shell with 8 distinct symbols inscribed on top of them. Although he did not know the meaning of these symbols, he knew the ability of this shell, and Wang Wei was excited just because of this. When he finished looking it over, he handed it back to true monarch Xin Dong, who placed the turtle shell in a specific place of the formation. Then he took out a mountain full of origin source as energy for the formation. After everything was ready, both true monarch Xin Dong and Li Fen started the formation. The first thing to happen was that the turtle shell started to glow. Then a gray and illusory river appeared in the middle of the room. It was the River of Fate. If you look closely, you will find that this river is actually made of countless pale gray-white strings entangled together. In the middle of the river, there lies a spinning wheel that keeps on creating thread, tangles them, and entangles them when necessary. All the people in the room marveled at this grand and mighty river. As they observe more, some of the more powerful ones begin to understand the machinations of the universe, how most people's lives are in fact destined from the moment of their birth. From the moment they were born, it was already determined how they will live their life, who they will meet, how they will get sick, and when they all die. When all the cultivators saw the River of Fate, they all asked the same question: am I in control of my own fate? Unfortunately, no one can give them the answer. In fact, the person who suffered the most was in fact Wang Wei. As soon as the River of Fate appeared, the divine rune on his body also activated. As such, he found himself blinding into the environment, then merging with the River of Fate. There, Wang Wei began to see the lives of countless mortals. He saw their birth, joy, sadness, sickness, hopelessness, sins, altruism, and death. There were millions upon millions of them. If it was not due to his powerful soul, his head might have exploded. However, despite not instantly dying with all the information cramming into his head, Wang Wei found himself in a dangerous situation. He was slowly merging with the lives of the countless people he saw. He started to forget who he was, where he came from, and what he was doing. In 1 second, he believed that he was a poor scholar studying hard every day to pass the imperial examination and provided his mother and wife with a better life. Another second, he was a public executioner who became numb in his life due to all the constant killing. Every night, he has to drink himself unconscious in order to zone out all the wailing from the people he killed. In just an instant, he lived through countless different lives, both young and old, both man and woman, both rich and poor. While Wang Wei was slowly merging with the River of Fate and was about to lose his identity, his very existence, he suddenly remembered something. While watching the lives of countless people in the River of Fate, he realized that he could not see or hear their thoughts. Suddenly, an idea came to Wang Wei's mind. Maybe only the mind, will, and spirit are the only things that can allow mortals to escape the shackles that fate has placed on them. Maybe fate is not as absolute as one would imagine. With an open mind, determined willpower, and strong enough dedication, one can escape the fate that heaven has imposed on them. As soon as he thought of these, a sudden clarity overcame him. Then he muttered, "My name is Wang Wei. I decided to cultivate with the sole purpose of one day being free from all societal restraints like good, evil, benevolence, sins, order, and chaos, or conceptual restraints such as life, death, body, soul, and karma. Ultimately, I want to be able to control my own fate." After saying this, Wang Wei woke up from his state of muddling haze, and all his memories returned to him. In fact, they became more vivid. He could remember every second of his life from both his lives. He could even remember what it was like in the wound of his mother. Suddenly, a memory caught his attention. It was after his birth back on Earth. There, he saw his biological mother. She looks like him back on Earth, or is it the other way around? However, he noticed that she seemed very young. Wang Wei then heard a conversation that she had with the doctor. It turned out that the reason that she abandoned him was because she believed that she did not have the financial ability to raise a child properly. As such, she wanted to send him to an orphanage so that he could get the proper care he needed. Wang Wei sighed when he heard her. In the end, maybe he should be happy for the fact that she did not abort him and ensure that he was handed over to the authorities. Wang Wei continued to go through his memories one by one. Eventually, he realized that he could not remember what happened to him when he entered the white light after his soul had floated in the endless void for who knows how long. All his memories showed him was that he instantly became a baby after entering the light. As for what happened in between, he could not remember. It was as if there was a blank space in his memories. Since he could not discover such secrets, Wang Wei decided to move on as he was in the middle of something important. He reined in his scattered thoughts, then began to run the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra. Then the formation introduced a few fragments of fate law from the river of fate into the soul and body of Wang Wei. Wang Wei's body then began to evolve into a special physique. Although nothing seemed to have changed physically, Wang Wei could feel that his body was changing in a mysterious way. Of course, that was from the perspective of Wang Wei, who had his eyes closed to concentrate on running the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra. The other people inside the room watched as Wang Wei's hair began to turn gray. And it was not the gray-white of older people whose lifespans are about to come to an end, but gray just like the color of the river of fate. However, the process seemed terribly slow. As such, Wang Wei's grandfather motioned for the other people to add more origin source to the formation. With the addition of a few more mountains of origin source, the process greatly accelerated. Wang Wei began to absorb energy like he was a bottomless abyss. When all his hairs were about to turn gray, Great Li Jian took 2 pills and crushed them. Then they were absorbed into Wang Wei's body. These 2 pills were refined by removing all the impurities and imprints left in the source blood taken from both Jai Song and Han Li. After absorbing the 2 pills, the process completed itself instantly. As such, Wang Wei opened his eyes, who had also turned from black to gray, and looked around the room with a look of confusion on his face. Every time the young master looked at a person, their hearts involuntarily shook as they could feel like someone was watching all of their secrets, all their hidden thoughts, as if their fates were being observed and judged. It took Wang Wei a few minutes to regain his bearings, then he sensed something and looked up at the ceiling. In fact, he was not the first person to sense it, as the 4 supreme elders already did and were discussing the situation. Heavenly tribulation. Asked Wang Wei's grandfather, Wang Cheng. It seemed to be so, responded Supreme Elder Li Fen. What, father, you mean that heavenly tribulation is coming for Wire? What should we do now? Calm down. How can you be a sect master if you panic in such a situation? Although we did not plan for this may not be a bad thing. If Wire can pass the tribulation, maybe there will be other benefits. Worst case scenario, we intervene and forcibly stop the tribulation. Everyone pondered Wang Cheng's words, then they all nodded. So they all looked at Wang Wei, asking him to decide whether he wanted to go through with it. To which Wang Wei just nodded in acceptance without hesitation. Instead of staying here, we should probably take the young sect master to the tribulation peak, said Great Elder Yan Mei suddenly. This was indeed a good idea. As the name suggests, the tribulation peak is a mountain designed by the sect for disciples to go through heavenly tribulation. The mountain is refined to be strong enough to withstand most tribulations without destroying it, and it can also prevent the tribulations from spreading and harming other people. More importantly, the disciples can use their sect contribution points to activate the formation in the mountain to help pass their tribulations safely, or they could use it to borrow powerful magical weapons to use as assistance. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei was teleported to the tribulation peak. He found himself in an empty arena with a single house at the edge of it. He walked inside the house where he saw all kinds of magical weapons, from cauldrons to pagodas, from spears to halberds. There were all kinds of them. Next to each weapon, there was the level of the weapon from profound tiers all the way to supreme tiers, and the amount of contribution points needed to borrow them. Wang Wei walked over and picked up a holy sword. It seemed that he did not need points to use any of these weapons. He then placed it back and took a token hanging on a shelf on the side of the room. A stream of information was sent into his mind, and he knew that this token was used to activate the formations in the mountain. It also contained the price to activate the formations. Wang Wei also placed it back. In fact, he could not use this token as he did not have any cultivation. Of course, he knew that if he reminded his father or grandpa, they would fix the problem for him. However, Wang Wei did not plan to use external aid in the first place. From what he read in the library, Wang Wei knew that tribulations were not designed to kill cultivators, but to test them and reward them if they are deemed worthy. So every time a cultivator used external aid to pass heavenly tribulations, the reward they received would also diminish. As such, powerful cultivators rarely used external aid to pass tribulations. Wang Wei returned to the arena where he noticed an ominous group of clouds covering the mountain. It seemed to be gathering power. Wang Wei then sat cross-legged in the middle of the arena, waiting for the upcoming thunder tribulation. Few minutes later, a bright purple thunder descended from the sky and struck Wang Wei directly. He groaned due to intense pain, however. This was just the beginning. Soon, 7 more conservative thunders struck him after the first, each time intensifying the pain exponentially. By the 9th and last thunder, he had to clench his teeth real hard not to scream in agony. In fact, Wang Wei's real problem was not the pain, but his body that was slowly falling apart. As the thunder struck him one after another, his skins were burned, thus looking and smelling like burning charcoal. His heart almost stopped on many occasions due to disruption of electrical rhythm by the lightning. He even felt that his brain was about to be cooked. However, he still persisted until the last thunder strike. The last strike was different. For one, the pain and suffering it brought Wang Wei only lasted a few breaths, following which an unknown qi started to swim through his body and heal all of his injuries. His skin became smooth like jade, his heart beat regularly, and his brain seemed to become more active. Additionally, Wang Wei felt that something was added to him. No, something was gifted to him. And he was right. Soon after he passed the tribulation, massive amounts of purple qi and clouds enveloped the entire myriad emperor world. This was an auspicious sign that covered the entire world. After that, a gigantic scroll appeared in the sky with the word Heavenly Physique List written on the top. The moment that list appeared, all the cultivators in the world felt something, stopped what they were doing and looked in the sky. And they saw a list with names on it. Heavenly Physique List 1, Absolute Chaos Physique Lin Fan 2, Heavy Axe Physique Jai Song 3, 7 Emotions 6 Desires Physique Suya 4, Fate Puppeteer Physique Wang Wei 5, Yin Yang Eyes, 6 5 Elements Balance Physique Zhen Biu. All the cultivators in the world were shocked by what they saw. Throughout the years, the Heavenly Physique List has remained the same and never changed. Some information suggests that this list existed since the Primordia era, and there have never been any record of it changing. And yet today, some guy called Wang Wei managed to do so. All the cultivators in the world started to search for who this person was, and soon information about Wang Wei started to circulate in the hands of all the factions of the myriad emperor world. Years later, many people will label this day as the beginning of the glorious times of this generation's Heaven Mandate battle. In the enlightening Emperor Academy, Headmaster Bai Han looked at the Heavenly Physique List in the sky, then muttered, turning the acquired into innate. This young master of the Tao Opening Sect is not a simple role. Then he began to worry whether the Tao Opening Sect had developed the secret to create or manufacture heavenly physique. His worry further increased when a few days later, the list changed again with Li Jun having the 20-battle maniac physique. Although when it came to Li Jun, there was no auspicious sign, nor did the heavenly physique list manifested in the sky, the people paying attention still noticed the quiet change that took place in the list. It was only after more than a month that there was no change in the list that they sighed in relief. In fact, their worries were unnecessary. How could Heavenly Tao leave such a loophole for the Tao Opening Sect to exploit? As such, after Li Jun was acknowledged and got his physique, the upper echelons of the sect received a notification from Heavenly Tao that they have one last chance to change the list again. After that, no matter what method they use, it will not work. Maybe the sect can use this method to cultivate acquired physique, but these people will not receive gifts from heaven. Of course, that is assuming that the sect could find people that can survive the process. Let's just say that Li Jun was lucky to receive the bloodline from the immortal venerable. Otherwise, not mentioning acquiring a heavenly physique, he might not even survive with his soul and body intact. Meanwhile, in the Tao Opening Sect, more than a month had passed since Wang Wei got his heavenly physique. During this time, he was under observation to see whether there was anything wrong with him. After all, one can never be too careful. Right now, Wang Wei was sitting cross-legged on his newly built cultivation room inside the Wang family manor. He was holding a book named The Origin Path Scripture. In the first few pages of this book, there was a journal briefly describing the creator of this book, and the significance it holds, and it was indeed a book with extraordinary origins. The first person to crown himself Great Emperor after the Void Era and started the Ancient Emperor era was known as Emperor Qiyuan, and he was the ancestor of the Wang family and the creator of the Tao opening sect. According to the account of this book, Wang Wei's ancestor, who was previously called Wang Qishan, was one of the many lost cultivators in that period of time. After the Void Era, there was actually no cultivation technique or method. As such, every cultivator was in a race to create a new one, just like the race for the title of ancestor. However, this race happened way before the time of Emperor Heiyuan. Wang Qishan lived in that era, and he was also one of the heaven-chosen trying to rebuild the cultivation civilization, and he indeed succeeded. Wang Qishan was a man of great luck. In one of his adventures in a secret realm, he acquired a treasure that allowed him to freely shuttle between worlds, whether it was the lower plane of the myriad Emperor world or the worlds in other communities. While traveling in these worlds, Wang Qishan learned all kinds of cultivation methods, whether it was martial arts, qi cultivation, battle qi, soul cultivation, or profound energy. After learning of these methods, Wang Qishan could have just brought them back to the myriad Emperor world and spread them, or even just one of them. However, he was an ambitious man and decided to create his own system by combining all the other systems. With the help of his two sworn brother and sister, Li Ming and Yan Ai, he used martial arts and qi cultivation as the basics, then added a few other systems to create the origin path scripture. Then Wang Qishan spread his new origin system throughout the world, amassing a large amount of merits from heaven. With an overwhelming prestige, he proved the Tao and proclaimed himself Emperor Qiyuan. It is the reason that the sect he created is called Tao Opening Sect, because Emperor Qiyuan opened the Tao for all beings in the world. It is also the reason that the Tao Opening Sect can be considered the most powerful sect in the world. Not only can they be considered one of the oldest sects in existence, they have also gathered tremendous amounts of luck because of their ancestors. As long as cultivators continue to use this system, the luck of the sect will not be damaged. Wang Wei sighed at how lucky he was to be born in this powerful sect. As far as he is concerned, in his past life, he did not save the country, so how could he be so lucky? Wang Wei shook his head to remove these distracting thoughts. He then continued to learn from the origin path scripture. In the past months, his father had explained a lot of the things he did not understand, so right now he was just doing revision to ensure safety. He closed the book after finishing, then he began to do a bunch of strange movements that looked like yoga while reciting a bunch of mantras. After repeating this action 3 times, Wang Wei suddenly felt the spiritual qi in the air enter his body and blend in with his blood, creating a form of energy. In the cultivator world, this is referred to as blood qi, and it is the sign of entering the body refining realm first layer. The blood qi felt like a part of Wang Wei's body, and he could control it like it was just another limb attached to his body. He gathered the blood qi in his body and threw a punch in the air. He could hear the sound of the air whistling during his punch. He frowned as he estimated that his punch had about 4,000 jin 2,000 kg of strength. This number is actually twice that of the typical 2,000 jin of regular cultivators, and this should be the result of his newly acquired physique. This number is quite good, especially compared to Han Li's 2,700 jin. However, compared with Jai Song's more than 3,000 jin of strength without cultivating blood qi, Wang Wei's number cannot be said to be heaven-defying. As such, he was not really satisfied. However, he soon stopped thinking about such meaningless things. He knew that the heavy axe physique would give Jai Song an advantage in the body refining realm. However, the same cannot be said for the divine sea realm. In this realm, cultivator's strength is not determined by the number of jin. Furthermore, he still has the opportunity to make up the gap and exceed it as long as he successfully cultivates the ancient desolate body refining scripture. Soon, more than 6 months passed. Wang Wei had already reached the body refining realm 9th layer. At this stage, he had about 36,000 jin 18,000 kg of strength. This was in fact very fast, as even heaven chosen of the caliber of Wang Wei will take at least 2-3 years to reach the 12th layer of the body refining realm, and some will take more than 5 years in order to set a solid foundation for the future. Of course, the reason he was so fast is because of all the medicinal residue left in his body throughout all the years. All the milk he drank from the Saint Level 6 colored cow ever since he was a baby was for a reason. The reason that he stopped cultivating was because he realized that he needed a real challenge to temper himself. Half a month ago, he easily swept all the body refining cultivators in the sect in a competition. It was quite boring due to how easy it was. However, he needed to do so to start establishing prestige in the sect for his future position as Sacred Son. But now, he needed a real challenge, and he knew where he could get one. That was the Battle Tower. This was a trial created by the Battle Maniac Emperor to train the fighting ability of the whole sect. In there, he left all his insights of the Tao of fighting from the body refining realm all the way to the great emperor realm. Technically speaking, Wang Wei could use this trial even if he becomes an emperor. However, all great emperors are arrogant people who have cultivated their own Tao. As such, they would not be interested in someone else's Tao unless used as a reference. Most likely, the battle maniac emperor left this level of the trial in order to find a way to fight with another great emperor, or for other people to become enlightened from his Tao. Wang Wei walked to the edge of the Wang clan mountain and jumped over. He free-felled until he reached a certain level, then used his blood chi to activate a talisman that allowed him to slow down his fall. Wang Wei landed on one of the giant chains that bind the floating mountain together, then headed in the direction of the battle tower. Whenever someone passed by, they would salute him as they recognized his identity. He would always respond back with a smile on his face. With his new gray hair and eyes, he became even more handsome. As such, his popularity with the female disciples in the sect has increased dramatically. Adding to that his polite and easygoing nature, he is the definition of a walking heartthrob. Too bad Wang Ju is not here, otherwise she could just fly me there, muttered Wang Wei after finishing talking to a female disciple. Well, since she entered seclusion to break through the divine body realm, I guess I'm on my own for a while. Without noticing the passage of time, Wang Wei soon arrived at his destination. He looked at the more than 90 Zhang Tower with excitement. He can finally have a good fight. Wang Wei looked at the 90 Zhang Tower for a while with awe, then he entered without hesitation. The battle tower was one of the few places in the sect that did not require contribution points. This rule was set in order to encourage disciples to train and hone their fighting skills. As the tower is divided into different difficulties, disciples are in fact rewarded with a certain amount of contribution points for passing a certain level. After entering the tower, Wang Wei found himself alone in a separate space in a fighting arena, and there was someone else waiting for him. He could tell that this person had the same 9th layer of body refining realm as him. He also knew that this person who looked exactly like a person was in fact a construct similar to puppets created by the battle tower. Wang Wei just looked at his opponent for a moment, then he rushed over to him. In just an instant, he traveled the more than 20 meters between them and threw a single punch. With just this one punch, Wang Wei gathered all his blood chi, and more than 36,000 jin of force exploded in an instant, completely destroying the construct. After winning this battle, Wang Wei heard a voice saying, "Congratulations for passing the yellow difficulty level. Do you wish to proceed to the profound difficulty?" Wang Wei nodded, and then, the broken construct vanished from the ground, replaced by 10 more. Looking at these 10 more body refining realm 9th layer constructs, Wang Wei began to get excited. He could tell that these opponents could work together like some sort of formation. Wang Wei rushed to the person closest to him and threw out a powerful punch again. However, things didn't go as easy as the first round. Once the construct received Wang Wei's punch, he managed to reduce most of the force by allowing it to travel to the ground through its body. Then all 10 of them rushed together to attack. Wang Wei became excited after seeing this. He instantly entered his focus state and started to predict the movement of the construct and dodge their attack. He was very fast, and only a few shadows can be seen as he dodged the attack of the 10 constructs. They came from everywhere, the front, back, in the air, and even from the ground. All 10 of them were in perfect harmony. However, Wang Wei was not reconciled to remain passive, so he attacked. Swish, swish. The sound of his fist traveling in the air could be heard as he repeatedly attacked. However, it was all useless. All the force of his attacks were redirected. Seeing that his attacks were not working, he changed tactics. He gathered all of his strength and threw another punch. This time it was not directed at the constructs, but at the ground. With more than 18,000 kg of force, the entire arena started shaking uncontrollably, including all the constructs. Wang Wei took advantage of the fact that they had lost their footing and rushed to one of them. He punched him with all of his strength, however, unlike previously, he did not allow the construct to redirect the force to the ground. The moment Wang Wei felt that his force was about to be redirected, he urged his blood chi to flow into his arm continuously like a river, thus forming another force to superpose on the previous one. That way his punch can have more than 72,000 Jin 36,000 kg of force, completely overwhelming the construct with strength only. With a bang, it shattered into thousands of pieces, unable to redirect the force of this punch. However, Wang Wei did not get off scot-free. The muscles in his arms were torn off, and the blood chi on his body got out of control for a few breaths. After calming his blood chi, he started to use it to nourish his broken muscles. In just a few minutes, he had mostly healed. Wang Wei was quite surprised by the outcome of this move that he made on the spot. However, the backlash was actually quite severe. He decided not to use this method easily, and maybe leave it as a trump card. While he was healing himself, the arena had stopped shaking and the constructs had regained their footing. However, one of their companions was still destroyed. Wang Wei looked at the remaining 9 constructs and decided to end this fight quickly. With a swish wound, he rushed to the nearest construct who went on the offense by throwing a punch. Wang Wei dodged the punch, then reached out his right hand to hold the head of the construct. Following a cracking sound, he crushed it. Afterward, he threw the destroyed construct on the ground like trash and rushed to his next target. He used all the muscles in his legs to increase his speed, leaving a shadow in his trail, instantly traveling more than 30 meters in a second. Instead of throwing a punch like usual, his hand opened and made a spear-like shape with his 5 fingers. He then mobilized his blood chi to strengthen his fingers and pierced the heart or core of the construct, ripping it out of its body. Just after piercing this construct, another one had already attacked Wang Wei with a high kick to his head. He did not dodge, but used his strength to hold the leg of the construct. He lifted him up in the air, slammed it to the ground with tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Wei treated the construct like a child's playing doll and slammed it in the ground more than 5 times, effectively destroying it. However, he did not stop. Instead, he rushed to the remaining construct and used the one in his hand as a weapon to destroy others. He used the construct in his hand as a hammer, smashing all the remaining constructs. With this savage method, he passed the profound difficulty level. After the fight, Wang Wei stood there breathing heavy with a pale complexion. His blood chi had run out. Wang Wei looked down at his hand and clenched it. He could feel that his strength was reduced to nothing but a 1,000 jin without blood chi. He frowned and muttered, "My body is really weak. Without blood chi, cultivators in the body refining realm are weakening exponentially." Wang Wei guessed that it might be the same with higher levels of cultivation. In the future, I should put more emphasis on the ancient desolate body refining scripture. That way, if I encounter a situation where I could not use the chi in my body, I can still have sufficient battle strength, thought Wang Wei. Afterward, he sat cross-legged, took a sip of holy spring water from his space ring to heal his torn muscle, then took a blood chi recovering pill. Looking at the pill in his hand, Wang Wei suddenly realized that the origin path system created by his ancestor is somewhat similar to martial arts from his past life. In the body refining and divine sea realm, cultivators cannot directly use or absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. They cannot even absorb spiritual chi from origin stone until they reach the divine altar realm. For example, now, in order for Wang Wei to replenish his blood chi, he has to take a pill. Even when cultivating, the yoga-like pose he does and the mantras were to allow him to passively absorb spiritual chi from the environment. Wang Wei guessed that the reason his ancestor designed it like this was to lower the threshold for cultivating this system. As long as someone has a leakless body, a body that can hold energy, he or she can start cultivating the origin system. And in the process, the person can step by step build an affinity with spiritual energy and be able to properly sense it and control it by the time they enter the divine altar realm. Although the origin system is not all-encompassing like some martial arts system that can be used by anyone who has a body both weak or strong, it is more complete and more powerful in the later stages. No wonder the myriad emperor plane is so powerful, thought Wang Wei. With this origin system, the number of cultivators in the world would be terrible. As they fight and kill each other for the heaven mandate, the whole world in general, or the entire civilization, will advance or strive through battle and conflict. Suddenly Wang Wei realized the true nature of great emperors. An emperor is actually like a goo insect king. This world is like a giant cage raising poisonous gus. All the cultivators fight and kill each other, and the winner goo king can have leadership over the others, can have ultimate power and freedom to leave the cage. If you are not the final winner, all that awaits you is death, whether it is at the hand of the goo king or at the hand of other goo insects, or worse, due to sickness and old age. With the invention of the origin system, the world has created a perfect method to properly train powerful cultivators. Wang Wei guessed that the entire world might receive some sort of benefit or reward for training a great emperor. As for what it is, he cannot guess. Maybe one day, if he manages to sit on that throne, he will know the answer. After resting for 1 hour, Wang Wei recovered both his injury and blood chi. As such, he entered the Earth difficulty in the battle tower. In the Earth trial, Wang Wei found himself in a jungle full of trees all around. However, the place he stood was flat and barren in a 100 meters diameter. He then started to marvel at this space. Wang Wei knew that every disciple who entered the tower would have its own trial. As such, he guessed that the battle maniac emperor must have used space law when creating the battle tower. After a few breaths, Wang Wei noticed more than 50 meters from him was a giant tiger. It was more than 5 meters in height and a length of more than 7 meters. It had luscious blue fur and tiny scales underneath. Wang Wei recognized that this was a Tier 1 demon called Blue Fur Scale Tiger. It was a demon with a low bloodline and known for its defense. Wang Wei carefully observed the tiger and started to review the knowledge he had learned about demons in the library. In this world, animals can gain sentience by cultivating, and they are known as demon beasts. Unlike cultivators who use the origin system, they seem to have their own cultivation method that mainly relies on bloodline. The more powerful the bloodline, the more powerful a demon beast is. As such, they are classified in terms of tier, from tier 1 to tier 9, referring to body refining realm to supreme realm. There is no tier 10, as that is the realm of the great emperor. Who dares to call an emperor a tier 10 demon beast? The demon race can also fight for the heaven mandate. Throughout their history, they have cultivated many powerful demon emperors. While Wang Wei was observing the tiger, it was also observing him. His fierce eyes looked down on Wang Wei as if looking at a prey. His mouth opened, showing his long razor-sharp teeth, while saliva dripped down from its mouth. It has been in captivity for many years and has fought many weak cultivators. Once in a while, if he is lucky, he could kill some of the people he fought and eat them. He likes the flesh of cultivators the most. It is more chewy and tasty, although the portion is always small. Wang Wei suddenly felt a terrible killing intent from the tiger. He knew that some unlucky disciples would be killed in the Earth's difficulty level before they could admit defeat and be saved by the tower. He was not intimidated. On the contrary, his blood began to boil and he became more militant. Sometimes he wondered whether he had the fighting madman bloodline of the Li family. Well, considering the fact that the three families of the sect have intermarried countless times, it is not impossible for him to have some of the bloodline of the Li family. Removing the distracting thought from his mind, Wang Wei rushed to the tiger and punched him. More than 36,000 Jin of force came out with the help of his blood chi. The blue fur scale tiger was not going to be outdone by a puny human. He raised one of his paws and swatted Wang Wei like he was a fly. This trick usually works for these work cultivators. Unfortunately for this tiger, things did not go as he planned. Today he met his match. Wang Wei's punch hit the tiger paw. A bang sound was created when their strength collided. None of them had any reaction or move. Their strength was evenly matched. The tiger was surprised, while Wang Wei was excited. He finally found someone who can fight with him. As such, he did not stop. Bang, bang, bang. With each punch, the air trembled lightly. The ground under his feet cracked, and his blood began to boil. This is the fight he wished for. Head-on, man-to-man, fist-to-fist, until one person was left standing. He rushed to the tiger and continued to punch it. With each attack, his muscles trembled with excitement. His heart started to race, and his adrenaline kept rushing to his head. While Wang Wei was having fun with this battle, the blue fur scale tiger was furious. His pride was provoked as this tiny human had similar strength as him. The tiger rushed toward Wang Wei and used his teeth to attack instead of his claws. His massive teeth took a bite directly at Wang Wei, who woke from his state of excitement at the sudden attack. His first instinct was to punch the teeth of the tiger, but when he noticed his bleeding hand, he changed his mind and rolled in the ground to the side to evade. Then he jumped backward more than 20 meters, effectively distancing himself from the tiger. It was at this moment that he noticed that his hands were bleeding with many deep cuts on them. His muscles were shredded, and his bones were visible. It was as if a dog chewed on it like a toy. Then it dawned on Wang Wei how stupid his behavior just now was. With his weak body, how could he go toe-to-toe with a demon beast like the blue fur scale tiger, who is known for its defense and sharp claws? Although blood chi provided him with strength, speed, and endurance, the defense was quite ordinary. The reason for that is the fact blood chi can only be used inside the body, but not outside. As such, blood chi cannot be put on top of the skin as a form of protection. Only when cultivators break through to the divine sea realm and blood chi turn into origin chi will it have this ability. Realizing his mistake, Wang Wei decided to change tactics. However, he was not happy. He realized that his favorite fighting style is to fight head-on and punch his enemy to death. If one punch is not enough, then two punches. If that is not enough, continue punching until the enemy is either dead or incapacitated. His desire to cultivate the ancient desolate body refining scripture once again increased. Unfortunately, this scripture requires a cultivation at the divine altar realm, when cultivator can freely use the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to cultivate. Wang Wei immediately opened his space ring, took out a bottle and poured a few drops of holy spring water on his trembling hand. In less than 5 seconds, they were back to normal. He then looked at the tiger with a fierce look, signifying how bad his current mood was. He rushed towards it, jumped more than 5 meters and kicked it in his eyes, going for a killing blow. However, the tiger seemed to have some fighting experience and closed his eyes, effectively nulling the attack with his powerful scale. The tiger then took advantage of Wang Wei being in the air and unable to move and attacked him with his paw. Wang Wei's mind moved quickly and came up with a solution. He used the tiger's eyelid as a leverage to somersault back in the ground, thus evading the attack. Without giving the tiger the time to make another move, he rushed to his side and punched again. This time he used his stacking method, thus effectively able to use more 72,000 Jin of force. However, to his horror, his most powerful attack did not have much effect. Both the fur and scale of the tiger have very powerful defense abilities. As such, his attack did not manage to injure anyone except for his own hand. Before Wang Wei had thought about his next tactic, he heard the sound of wind whistling on his right side. When he turned his head, he saw the tail of the tiger quickly approaching him. He instinctively raised both his arms and gathered all of his blood chi in them to defend himself. With a bang sound, Wang Wei flew more than 100 meters, hitting countless trees in the forest before hitting the floor. There was a straight road of destroyed trees in that path that he flew. After a few seconds, Wang Wei got up from the floor and vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Although his blood chi managed to block the majority of the force, some of it reached his internal organs. "I was careless," muttered Wang Wei, before getting up from the floor, with dirt and dust all over his silk robe. His white teeth had turned red. In fact, it was not totally his fault this time. He was so used to fighting humans that he forgot that demons were different. Some of them have tails and are extensions of their body, as such can be used as weapons. Wang Wei started to check his organs with his blood chi. He then judged that his injuries were in the medium to low category. Wait, thought Wang Wei, organ, force, inside. Suddenly, he had an idea on how to crack this tiger's defense and pass the Earth-level difficulty. He took a deep breath to adjust his condition and looked at the tiger that was rushing towards him. He ran towards him, making it look like he was going to go toe-to-toe with him. When the tiger pounced on Wang Wei with two of his front paws, he waited for the perfect timing to roll forward in the ground, placing himself right under the belly of the tiger. Wang Wei then gathered all of his strength and punched his belly. However, this punch was different from the others. Instead of allowing all of his 36,000 jin of force to spread it out like it usually does, Wang Wei used his blood chi to manipulate all his bones and muscle in his body to focus all the force of his punch in one point before exploding. This punch did not make any extraordinary sound except for the dull thumping of Wang Wei's fist hitting the scale of the demonic tiger. Soon afterward, the tiger landed and turned around looking at Wang Wei with fear and reluctance in his eyes. After a few breaths, his mouth, nose, ears, and every pore on his body started bleeding. Then he dropped on the ground, dying before even hitting the floor. If anyone were to dissect the tiger, they would find that most of his internal organs, whether it was heart, lungs, kidney, or stomach, has turned into mush. This was a truly brutal way to die. After passing the Earth difficulty level, Wang Wei spent another hour to heal and recuperate. Then he spent another hour before passing the heaven level difficulty. This was due to the fact that he had to fight more than 5 blue fur scale tigers. Outside of the battle tower, Wang Wei stood there with broken clothes showing his 8-pack abdominal muscles, and his scattered and disheveled long gray hair rested on his back. He was pondering the experience in the tower. He was very happy that he decided to come here. His battle experience grew rapidly, and he managed to consolidate his rapid cultivation rise through life and death fights. The blue fur scale tiger was a worthy opponent. He now realized why demonic beasts were used for both the Earth and Heaven level difficulty. Demonic beasts are inherently more powerful than humans in the early stage of cultivation, with their strong body and ability to manipulate spiritual chi even in Tier 1. Of course, the latter facts only apply to demons who have at least medium-level bloodline. However, despite this fact, the myriad Emperor world is without a doubt ruled by humans. This can be proven by the fact that all the powerful Emperor lineage of the demon race were forced to live in the northern Black Tortoise continent, the continent with the least amount of spiritual chi. To Wang Wei, the demonic race are losers. With such an overwhelming advantage, they were still overthrown by humans. This was the epitome of wasting a god-given talent. After despising the demon race, returned to his family mountain and rested. The next day, Wang Wei was in his cultivating room reading the Origin Path scripture again on how to break through to the 10th-12th layer of the body refining realm. The majority of the cultivators in the world think that body refining realm has only 9 layers, but it is not true. The way to break through to the last 3 layers has been kept secret in the hands of powerful factions, and each faction can reach a different level of body refining. For example, only saint-level cultivation methods can reach the 10th layer of the body refining realm. Supreme tier cultivation method can reach the 11th layer, while only Emperor Scripture can reach the 12th layer of the body refining realm. If a faction has a saint cultivator and a saint-level cultivation technique, then they will be referred to as Holy Land, and if it has a true monarch with a supreme tier method, they will be called Supreme Land, and so on. This is where the Origin Path scripture have an advantage over all other Emperor Scripture. It is the only method that allows cultivators to perfectly enter the 12th layer of body refining realm. All other Emperor Scriptures will use other methods such as pills, formation, secret method, or force to break through the 12th layer, while the process of the Origin Path scripture is smooth with a perfect foundation. For this reason, throughout history, many great emperors have been interested in this scripture. Fortunately, they did not dare to mess with the Tao opening sect. With the new yoga movements and mantras, Wang Wei spent another 6 months cultivating the 12th layer body refining realm. As long as he consolidates his foundation for another 6 months, he can break through to the divine sea realm. However, one day, a sudden thought came to Wang Wei's mind. Why are there only 12 layers? Why not 13? As soon as this idea came to his mind, he could not get rid of it. As such, he decided to try. However, he failed. Wang Wei was not surprised nor discouraged by this. This was expected. He guessed that he was not the first person in history to have such a crazy idea. However, he did not give up. Instead, he tried to figure out the reason for his failure. The body refining realm is essentially gathering energy in your body to evolve. Each time you break through a layer, it feels like a weight or shackle has been lifted from the body. However, Wang Wei discovered that the 12th layer was the last breakable shackles in the body. If someone tries to go further, he will find an unbreakable wall in front of them. Wang Wei was not reconciled. As such, he went to the library and asked Great Elder Fan Lei if there was any information about it, and there was. In one journal, Wang Wei learned that someone had the same idea as him, but also failed. However, the guy did leave some useful information. According to the journal, certain numbers such as 9, 12, 36, 50, 72, and so on represent the extreme of heavenly Tao. Once a person or things reach such extremes, heaven will place limits on them. The person believed that is one of the reasons that the Tao opening sect could not cultivate another emperor despite all the methods and resources used. It is also the reason that cultivators cannot reach the 13th layer of the body refining realm. The journal did not stop there and had many bold ideas and theories. For example, the author theorized that great emperors as beings that have escaped the shackles or restraint of heaven may be able to break through to the body refining realm 13th layer. However, by that time it was too late, or to be precise, it is meaningless. Great emperors are at an entirely different level of existence. Even if one was willing to give up their cultivation and restart over, the benefit that they would receive is quite minuscule as their foundation has already been set. Additionally, if an emperor helped another person to achieve the body refining realm 13th layer, it would also be detrimental. The author of the journal theorized that the process of breaking the barrier of the 13th layer would most likely be a baptizement of the will, soul, state of mind, and Tao heart. It is a process of defying heaven, of going beyond the limits of perfection. It is the process of reaching transcendent perfection. If someone else were to help you achieve this process, then all you would have is the power without the state of mind or will. Of course, many people would still be willing to just have the power if given the chance. After reading the information in the library, Wang Wei was shocked. He did not expect that an idea he had on a whim would have so many implications. However, he became more determined to succeed. Upon returning to his mountain, Wang Wei spent the next month thinking about how to break the barrier of the 13th layer. In the past month, he barely ate or washed himself. If it was not for the fact that his cultivation prevented his body from smelling weird and musty, heaven knows what he would look like after this month. As for food, he mainly consumed pills to sustain himself. When his mother found him after a month, she wondered who was this beggar that had intruded into his son's cultivation room. When Yu Yan realized that the beggar-looking person was in fact her son, she was scared, wondering if something had gone wrong during his cultivation. She worried that her son had gone through qi deviation while cultivating. In fact, nothing was wrong with him. On the contrary, he was better than all right. In the past month, he had developed a feasible idea on how to break through to the body refining realm 13th layer. In fact, the answer to the problem is actually very simple. As long as blood qi is powerful enough, it can of course break that barrier. The problem to solve is how to make blood qi so powerful. Wang Wei, as a transmigrator, never lacked imagination or crazy ideas, and he has the guts to try them. Wang Wei's first step in solving the problem is origin qi that divine sea realm cultivators have. After analyzing the Origin Path Sutra, he realized that origin qi is essentially a highly compressed or liquefied blood qi mixed with soul power. Wang Wei believed that if he can create a method to revert origin qi back to blood qi while keeping the strength and purity of origin qi, then his blood qi will reach the quality needed to break the barrier. However, the purity and quality is not enough to accomplish such a task. Quantity is also necessary. As for how to solve this problem, Wang Wei's idea came from the journal he read in the library. It was the idea of an emperor cultivate from the body refining realm. Wang Wei believed that if he cultivated the body refining realm more than once, but also retained the strength of his blood qi from the previous try, his blood qi would become immensely powerful. For example, now at the body refining realm 12th layer, Wang Wei has 48,000 Jin 24,000 kg of force. However, with this method, when he starts cultivating the second time, he will have 48,000 Jin of force at the body refining realm 1st layer. The cycle will continue until he reaches the standard to break that barrier. After having a clear plan, Wang Wei washed himself and took a mind-soothing pill to relax his nerves and sleep peacefully. The next day, Wang Wei made an application to his father to provide him with enlightening tea. As the name suggests, this tea allows cultivators to enter a state of enlightenment, which would dramatically increase their comprehension. This thing is very precious. Even with his status, Wang Wei has to ask to give access to it. When Wang Tian received the request from his son, he was quite surprised. He knows that his son is a truly terrifying genius when it comes to comprehension. When he was only 3 years old, he could easily understand a bunch of esoteric scriptures. In order to prepare to have his own heavenly physique, he studied runes for countless years with great elder Wang Fu, Li Jian, Qin Hua, and Yan Jai. Not only could he easily understand basic runes, he could also modify and optimize many of them. The only reason he did not study higher level was the fact that he needed to have a certain cultivation level just to study these runes. Additionally, his status of demonic genius was further proven when he created the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra. This is a technique that can essentially change an ordinary person into a genius. And what sect master Wang Tian liked most about his son are his random and crazy ideas. Now that his son asked for enlightening tea, it's most likely that he had another crazy idea and needed some help to achieve it. After thinking about this, Wang Tian left Tianwei Peak and returned to the family mountain to see his son. Then Wang Wei explained his idea to his father. Wang Tian looked at his son with a dumbfounded look. He knew that his son had many crazy ideas, but he did not know that he was this crazy. And what surprised him the most was the fact that his son has a high chance of succeeding. So he agreed to give him the tea. With the enlightenment tea, Wang Wei spent another 6 months in seclusion. As a result, he created a technique that he called the 9 Nirvana Blood Qi. When he exited his cultivating chamber, Wang Wei saw both his father and grandfather waiting for him. He could see a look of excitement and expectation deep in their eyes. Isn't it just a cultivation method? Why are they acting like this? Thought Wang Wei. Without waiting for them to ask, he handed a paper to them that described his new method. The two of them basically pulled the paper from Wang Wei's hand and started reading. The more they read, the more excited they became. After finishing, Wang Chang muttered, "We have hope," and Wang Tian nodded his head in agreement. Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked at them in confusion, however. They seemed not willing to explain. Wang Tian looked at his son and asked, "What do you need to properly cultivate this technique?" "I need pills to strengthen my body and access to the calcify milk cave." "No problem, here is the sect master token. With it, you can go deep inside the cave." After saying this, both Wang Tian and Wang Chang left, but Wang Wei could still see a smile on the corner of their mouth. Wang Wei guessed that there was something that his parents did not tell him, and maybe his technique had bigger ramifications than he thought. However, right now, he was not in the mood or state to think about this kind of thing. His mind was exhausted, and he needed to get some rest before doing anything else. As such, Wang Wei took more than half a month to adjust his state before heading to the calcify milk cave. This time, he decided to hide his identity to be able to blend in and see what the life of other disciples is like. After taking a face-changing pill, he turned into a completely different person. Even his hair and eyes changed back from gray to black. On the way to the cave, he listened to the conversion of the disciples. "Senior brother, are you going to cultivate in the calcify milk cave?" "Yes, I had to hunt more than 50 tier 3 divine altar demonic beasts in order to have enough contribution to spend 1 hour in the outer layer of the cave." "Oh, you are still lucky, senior brother. As an inner disciple, you have the right to enter the calcify milk cave. 1 hour cultivating in there is equal to more than 3 months outside." "Junior brother, that is nothing. Core disciples can cultivate in the inner layer of the cave. Their 1 hour is equal to 6 months outside, not to mention the contemporary sacred sun. I heard that every time they are about to break through a realm, they will receive a few drops of milk from deep into the cave." "Senior brother, what is this milk you talk about? You do not know?" "Oh right, it has not been long since junior brother entered the sect." Milk is actually spiritual energy that has been liquefied, then compressed underground for countless years. I heard from another senior brother that the calcify milk cave was created by Emperor Qiyuan. As such, the milk has been compressing in the sect for millions upon millions of years. If I had such a thing, my cultivation would not be so slow. Work hard, little junior brother. Maybe one day you will also become a contemporary sacred son. Soon, Wang Wei arrived at his destination. He handed his father's token to the elder guarding the entrance and headed straight deep into the cave. Deep inside the cave, Wang Wei took a deep breath. He could feel the vast spiritual qi washing his body. He did not have to sense spiritual qi, interact with it, or control it. Just by breathing, the spiritual qi will enter his body, slowly nourishing it. Wang Wei looked down at the lake in front of him. There was a liquid lying inside. It was milky white and sparkling. He could see why it was called milk by the sect. However, Wang Wei could only look without touching. With his cultivation level, he would immediately explode if he drank even a single drop. Only people breaking through the supernatural realm can drink this thing, and at most 1 or 2 drops. Wang Wei moved his eyes from the milk to get rid of the temptations. he only came deep in this cave because he needed the vast amount of spiritual chi to cultivate his 9 nirvana blood chi. As such, he found a place next to the lake and sat cross-legged, starting to meditate to enter the best state before beginning. Wang Wei never does anything rashly. The first step to cultivate the 9 nirvana blood chi is actually to break through to the divine sea realm and reach the peak of ocean of origin. Wang Wei concentrates all of his blood chi above his navel, where his dantian is located. After concentrating all the blood chi, he recited the mantra from the Origin Path Sutra. Boom. Wang Wei heard an exploding sound, then he could see a drop of liquid in his dantian. He knew that his divine sea was opened. As such, he continued to liquefy his blood chi and turn it into origin chi. Right now, Wang Wei has entered the first stage of the divine sea realm, the Lake of Origin. Just like the name, his origin was vast as a lake. It could travel smoothly to all parts of his body, even his skin. After making his breakthrough, he started to check his divine sea. According to the Origin Path Sutra, his divine sea should be purple, but it was gray instead, just like his hair. Wang Wei guesses that it was probably due his fate puppeteer physique. After checking that everything was okay, Wang Wei continued to cultivate. In just half a month, he cultivated the second stage of the divine sea realm, the River of Origin. After another month, he had reached the Ocean of Origin, which is the last stage of the divine sea realm. In fact, with the rapid rise of cultivation, Wang Wei's foundation was quite weak. However, he knew that he had to repeat the process of cultivating more than 9 times. During the process, he will strengthen his foundation to a horrible level. As such, he was not so worried. After reaching the peak of the divine sea realm, Wang Wei began to cultivate his own 9 nirvana blood chi, trying to revert origin chi back into blood chi. And how did he accomplish that? Simple, by exploding his divine sea and returning it to the state it was before he broke through, a state similar to the seed of an unopened small world. Meanwhile, Wang Wei also has to guide all the origin chi to nourish his body instead of ravaging it after the explosion. The process took longer than anticipated. It took him more than 3 months. However, he did succeed. Wang Wei stood up, threw a punch with all his blood chi, determining that he had about 48,000 jin of force. However, he was now in the first layer of the body refining realm. Wang Wei could not stop laughing. Then he spent less than half an hour punching the air before the little amount of blood chi he had ran out. He took some time to meditate before taking a few body-strengthening pills. In order for his body to be able to hold such pure and powerful blood chi, it needs to be stronger. Otherwise, he could not continue his cultivation of the 9 nirvana blood chi. After seeing the effect of the pills, Wang Wei continued to cultivate. In a blink of an eye, 3 years passed by quickly. Wang Wei never left the calcify milk cave, but only cultivated inside. In the past 3 years, he had managed to go through all 9 nirvanas of the 9 nirvana blood chi. As such, he had cultivated to the peak of the divine sea realm and back more than 9 times. Right now, he was in the 12th layer of the body refining realm, and his blood chi had a force of more than 400,000 jin 200,000 kg. With this strength, he could probably fight against cultivators in the divine altar realm. After running the blood chi throughout his body, he was ready to attack the 13th layer, and he had a feeling that he would succeed. However, just when he was about to hit that barrier, Wang Wei's intuition kicked in again. A feeling of deep dread overwhelmed him, warning him that there would be dire consequences if he broke that barrier. Wang Wei had always believed his intuition, so he took the warning seriously. However, he was not about to give up so easily. Reaching the 13th layer of the body refining realm is not just about cultivating for him, nor about achieving something that other people had never done before. For Wang Wei, it is about his pursuit. As a person who desires to be free and unfettered, to eventually control his fate, how could he allow people to place shackles on himself, even if it is heaven itself? To Wang Wei, the only person allowed to place limits on himself is only himself, and that is only if he wished it to be so. So no matter what, he must break through to the 13th layer. After his intuition warned him of the coming danger, Wang Wei took out a talisman and notified his father. By the time he exited the cave, both his father and grandfather were waiting for him. "What's wrong? Why did you fail?" hurriedly asked the sect master. "No, father. However, right when I was about to succeed, I felt a warning of extreme danger. That's why I called you." Upon hearing this, Wang Tian started thinking. He did not take his son's word lightly, as he knew cultivators can sometimes sense dangers ahead of time. After thinking for a while, Wang Tian started to use his finger to calculate the secrets of heaven. As Saint Realm Powerhouse, he has his own way to know the ways of heaven. Although he is not as good as people specialized in divination like the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, he is skilled enough to know certain things when needed. However, Wang Tian could not find the reason for the threat on his son. As such, he looked at his father. Maybe with his cultivation level of supreme, he could find the answer. Wang Chang also started calculating the secrets of heaven after his son failed. After a few minutes, his face became ugly, and he said with gritted teeth, "Divine punishment. Wang Tian's face changed when he heard these words. Father, are you saying that Heavenly Tao will release divine punishment to prevent Wang Wei from reaching the 13th layer of the body-refining realm? Wang Cheng just nodded. Wang Tian took a deep breath, then his face changed and became fierce. A supreme sword intent radiated from his eyes, followed by a terrifying killing intent. Father, go call the other supreme elders. I will call all the Saint Realm cultivators available in the sect. The whole sect will enter lockdown, and then we will open the Emperor formation. Be prepared to wake up both the Emperor artifacts and the immortal venerables. I want to see who dares to stop my son. Wang Wei looked at his father in shock. This was the first time he had seen him so fierce, aggressive, and majestic. It was at this moment that he recalled that his father was actually a very famous heaven chosen in his generation. He had heard many rumors about his legendary exploits. It's just that every day, Wang Wei saw him as a loving and smiling father that is usually controlled by his wife. In the family, if you had to ask who had the least amount of authority, it would be his father without a doubt. Wang Wei sighed and refused to admit that he secretly worshipped his father. He would never admit that he worshipped the guy that kept begging his wife to sleep in the main bedroom when he did something wrong. Suddenly, Wang Wei thought of something, and he whispered something in his father's ears. Immediately, Wang Tian's eyes lit up and he nodded. After Wang Tian's order, the whole Dao opening sect started moving. All the disciples returned to their home and closed the door. 9 supreme elders including Wang Cheng came out of the cottage, and about 36 Saint Realm cultivators also came. Wang Wei managed to recognize a few people like Great Elder Yan Mei, Li Jiang, Wang Fu, and all the people who helped when acquired his heavenly physique. Even his mother Yu Yan was there. Wang Wei was not surprised by this. Of all the saint presents, beside his father, I doubt any of the others could actually win her in a fight. And when it comes to scheming, all the people of the sect combined might not be a match for her. Among the 36 saints, Great Elder Longbow was also there. A few minutes ago, he heard about the sect master's call. At first he was not planning to go, however. One of his close advisors provided him with an excellent idea, so he showed up to have the opportunity to execute it. Under sect masters Wang Tian's order, the whole sect began to mobilize. All the disciples returned to their cultivating mountains. All the supreme elders, great elders, and elders stood in different positions to activate the Emperor formation. A beam of energy came from all the mountains in the sect heading straight into the sky, then they connected together. Following which countless interlocking runes formed a dome-like shape at the intersection of points of energy that covered all the floating and non-floating mountains of the sect. The formation essentially covered the entire Dao opening sect. After everything was ready, Wang Tian motioned his son that he could begin, and Wang Wei did so. After sitting cross-legged in the floor, he adjusted his state in just a few minutes, then began to attack the 13th layer barrier. The first assault did not do anything to the barrier, however. Wang Wei did not stop. He continued to gather all his blood qi to attack it. On his 51st attempt, a crack finally appeared on the barrier. As soon as the crack appeared, vast ominous clouds manifested on top of the sect. One could tell that these dark clouds were brewing something dangerous. All the faces of the upper echelons of the sect changed. Although the sect master warned them that divine punishment was coming, all of them thought it was just the sect master being overprotective of his son. What is divine punishment? That is thunder used solely to punish great emperors. That's right, divine punishment thunder exists solely for the purpose of killing or punishing great emperors. Throughout the history of the myriad emperor world, there have been countless emperors who are not so friendly to their homeland or emperors who have accomplished certain tasks that the world would be considered quite detrimental to itself. And with their devastating power, they could essentially destroy the world if given them enough time. As such, Heavenly Tao developed a mechanism to either kill, warn, or punish these emperors. Sometimes divine punishment will succeed, but other times it will fail catastrophically. It all depends on how strong the emperor is after all. However, no matter how weak an emperor is, it will still be the most powerful being in the entire plane. As such, the level of divine punishment thunder can be imagined. Upon seeing the dark clouds that were spreading throughout the entire domain that the Dao opening sect occupied, sect master Wang Tian's face became more serious. Open 2 more emperor formations, he yelled towards Great Elder Yan Jai of the formation hall. Wang Tian did not want to leave anything to chance. After his order, more energy beams came out of the mountains, and 2 more layers of formations were added to the original dome-shaped protection. All the true monarchs and saints pour their origin essence into the formation to maximize its effect. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was already on his 123rd attack on the 13th layer barrier. Although there were many more cracks on it, it was still far from being destroyed. Suddenly, Wang Wei felt a life or death danger on top of his head. His eyes opened and looked in the sky, seeing a 10,000 meters long black thunderbolt drop from the sky. From that bolt, Wang Wei felt the power to annihilate everything, including all matter, energy, time, and space. Anything that stood in the way of this thunder would have only one fate waiting for them: annihilation. A feeling of dread suddenly intruded deep into Wan Wei's mind, telling him that he is insignificant in the face of the wrath of heaven, that he should give up on his endeavor, otherwise all he knows and comes to love will come to an end. And the feeling did not stop there. It kept increasing as it wished to devour all of his mind and soul, wanting him to kneel down and acknowledge the errors of his way. Wang Wei found himself slowly fading away, slowly succumbing to this feeling. He knew that as long as he stopped and gave up, everything would end. He did not have to suffer. Suddenly, Wang Wei found himself in an imaginary space, half kneeling in the ground with a gigantic eye looking down on him from above. The eye gave off a vast and supreme feeling, like all things in existence are just tiny ants in front of it, like he was the noblest of existence and everything and everyone should bow to it. Maybe I should just give up, thought Wang Wei after seeing the mighty power of that eye. After all, I have already tried my best. It's okay to just give up now, or maybe I can just try again later when I'm more powerful. After thinking about this, Wang Wei decided to finally kneel and give up. However, just when his right knee was about to hit the floor, a memory suddenly appeared in his mind. It was the memory of the 9th pagoda trial. This gigantic eye reminded him of the gigantic hand that he had to face. They had the same pride and conceit that all things are below them, that they can determine the life or death of everything and anyone. After thinking about this, Wang Wei suddenly became angry. He did not concede to the gigantic hand. Why would he concede to this eye? Suddenly, the image or shadow of the young emperor appeared in the back of Wang Wei. This time it was quite different. It had gray hair and eyes like Wang Wei. He was sitting on a multicolored throne with countless gray strings attached to his hand. Each string signified the fate of a person, and the shadow was in control of these strings. Suddenly, the young emperor image stood up from his throne, looked at the gigantic eye, and roared, "Who dares to stop me from pursuing my own way?" The roar shook the entire imaginary space, then the space started to tremble, then cracked all over before being destroyed in a massive explosion. The eye in the sky let out an unwilling roar, however. Even it could not withstand the power of the roar that could shake the heavens, install fear in the devil, and make gods kneel. Following which, Wang Wei woke up from the imaginary space with a look of fear in his face. He knew that imaginary space was not just an illusion, but someone or something was trying to affect his will. If he knelt down in that space, then he would never be able to break that barrier in his life. For the rest of his life, he would live with a bind and shackled mind. Wang Wei secretly praised himself and the elders for creating the pagoda trials. Wire, this is not the time to be distracted. Wang Wei heard someone talking to him, however. It took him a few seconds to understand the words spoken and realized that it was his father talking to him. After which he nodded, then continued to attack the barrier with a newfound determination unlike previously. No one can stop his pursuit of being free and unfettered. Meanwhile, while the Tao opening sect was fighting the divine punishment, all the powerful sects in the world were shocked. They all looked in the direction of the sect. Countless visions from all over the world penetrated the vast space and distance to observe the Tao opening sect. They saw how divine punishment thunder kept dropping from the sky, and even how 3 emperor formations was used by the sect. They all wonder what the Tao opening sect did to offend heaven that they had to suffer such punishment. All the enemies of the sect wished that it would be destroyed by heaven, or at the very least, their foundations are severely injured. As such, the whole world was paying attention to the most powerful sect of the world. Soon, 6 days passed. The divine punishment thunder did not stop falling for the past few days. On the contrary, it became more fierce. Instead of thunderbolts, powerful demonic beasts like dragons, phoenixes, and killins made of black thunder started falling on the sect. Sect Master Wang Tian had to add another 2 emperor formations to the sect in order to protect Wang Wei. The consumption of origin source needed to keep all 5 formations working for 6 days was astronomical. However, whether it was all the 36 saints or 9 supremes did not mind or complain. On the contrary, they became more excited as time passed by and the chance of Wang Wei succeeding kept increasing. Meanwhile, all the 9 supremes were talking through divine sense. "There is still hope for us," said Wang Cheng. "Yes, 9 is an extreme number and a limit. Due to the heavenly Tao curse, our Tao opening sect has not been able to cultivate another emperor no matter what we do. But this generation, the curse might be broken," responded true monarch Yan Chen. Many of our predecessors did not believe in the curse, however. It became increasingly obvious when there conveniently was not a heaven mandate battle the generation of the sect master. Xin Dong, do not speak randomly. There is no evidence that the heaven mandate did not appear because of Wang Tian. There have been many precedents before. Xin Dong just snorted, ignoring Li Fen's words. Another true monarch that Wang Wei did not know yet said, "All that matters is the fact that once the young master breakthroughs the 13th layer, he would have exceeded the shackles of heaven, as such, not affected by the curse." Meanwhile, somewhere in the ground, Wang Wei was still attacking the 13th layer barrier, and he was so close to breaking it. He had a feeling that in less than a day, he would succeed. Suddenly, an enormous eye appeared in the sky of the myriad Emperor world, covering the entire world. This eye was cold, indifferent, and stood above all myriad beings. Heavenly Tao Eye muttered all the cultivators of the world, from the lowest body-refining realm to the supreme realm. They all wondered how serious the situation was that even the eye of Heavenly Tao showed up. Heavenly Tao is both a real and illusory concept in the cultivating world. However, one thing is clear is that the gigantic eye is the physical manifestation of Heavenly Tao itself. Soon, cultivators knew the reason for its showing up. A message was spread into the minds of all cultivators of the world. The young master of the Tao opening sect was committing blasphemy against heaven. Anyone who manages to stop him will be rewarded with boundless merits. All the cultivators became excited at the prospect of acquiring merits. With it, they can do so many things. They can improve their cultivation without side effects, they can refine a powerful magic weapon, they can improve their talent, and more importantly, they can increase their lifespans. Many emperor lineages were tempted and wonder if they should wake up their emperor artifacts and attack the Tao opening sect. In normal circumstances, that would be suicidal, however. Now it is possible with the help of heaven. Sect Master Wang Tian also learned about Heavenly Tao's message. His face became ugly and the killing intent in his eyes increased. Without hesitation, he opened the remaining 4 emperor formations of the sect. This time the formation did not just cover the sect only, but the entire domain. As the 9 formations opened, they seemed to fit into a whole, then a supreme will envelop the entire myriad emperor world. The will gave the feeling of monarch overlooking the world, suppressing the entire plane. An intense killing intent enveloped the entire world, exuding a terrible pressure on all cultivators. It was at this moment that the overexcited cultivators woke up from their daydreaming. The Tao opening sect was still the overlord of this world. Even in the face of Heavenly Tao, they did not have to bow to their head. Suddenly, a deep and powerful voice echoed throughout the world. Everyone could hear it, even mortals. I want to see who dares attack my sect. I still have 9 emperor artifacts that have not tasted blood in a very long time. After this voice, all mortals knelt in the ground, bowing and begging for the immortals to forgive whatever sins they have committed. Meanwhile, all the cultivators became shocked again. Many of them recognized this voice as the one that forced an entire generation to bow to him. Unfortunately, or fortunately for them, he was unlucky. After that, they finally remembered the fact that the Tao opening sect still had 9 emperor artifacts that have not been used. The majority of them removed the stupid ideas they had in their mind and decided to just watch how everything unfold. However, there were a few that were unwilling to give up such an opportunity. Their fate was instant destruction the moment they approached the sect's domain. Meanwhile, on the 7th day, Wang Wei finally succeeded in breaking that barrier and reached the 13th layer of the body refining realm. Upon his success, Wang Wei felt like a heavy weight had been lifted from his shoulder, like he freed himself from drowning and was able to breathe more easily. Suddenly, his gray eyes lit up, and he found himself floating in a void like space. There were countless strings attached to him with different sizes. Then one of them was suddenly cut. After this one was gone, Wang Wei discovered that he could now control all the other strings. However, when he reached and was about to do so, he suddenly woke up from the void space. He then tried to enter that space again, however, he did not succeed. He could probably guess that it is not the right time yet, or he was currently too weak. After Wang Wei finished his breakthrough, the divine punishment also disappeared. All the cultivators in the world could feel the unwillingness of the Heavenly Tao Eye when it left. Meanwhile, no one in the sect noticed that great elder Longbow took something off from the final thunder strike before he left. After his breakthrough, Wang Wei returned back to the Wang family. His father, mother, and all the supreme elders were looking at him like he was a rare animal in the zoo. In fact, they were just excited, and they were also checking whether something was wrong with Wang Wei. One of the supreme elders suddenly said, "I cannot see the young master's cultivation level." It was then that they all noticed that they indeed cannot feel the cultivation level of Wang Wei, even if they use their powerful divine sense. It's not just his cultivation level, I cannot even feel his presence. I'm looking at him, but it's as if he did not exist between heaven and earth. Right now, Wang Wei was indeed in a wonderful state where even Supreme Realm Powerhouse could not detect any of his information. Another Supreme Elder started calculating in his finger, then said, "Not just that, I cannot calculate any information from the young master. I cannot even observe his chi luck." Upon hearing this, even Wang Wei was shocked. He activated his eye's true sight and found that his dragon of luck became black and illusory. What's more, he can see many strings attached to him, however, there were none on the Supreme Elders. No, to be exact, it seemed like he could not see the strings. Intuition told Wang Wei that the strings existed, but he was just too weak to see them or he did not have the right method. "Wire, use the blood qi in your body," asked Wang Wei's grandfather, Wang Chang. And he did so. Wang Wei could feel that his blood qi increased by 100,000 jin just because of this one layer breakthrough. Just when Wang Wei used his blood qi, the other people finally could find traces of his existence. It seemed that as long as he did not use his cultivation level, he would look like a mortal. Wang Wei could tell that his breakthrough will bring many benefits. However, it also seemed that he had to discover them for himself. While Wang Wei recounted his experience in the past week to the elders, Great Elder Longbo went to see his direct disciple, Han Li. When Han Li received the news that his master was coming to see him, he went to receive him personally. Longbo was satisfied with his piety. After entering Han Li's cultivation abode, Great Elder Longbo set up a formation to isolate all spying from the outside. Then he took out a crystal ball with flashing dark electricity inside. "What is this in your hand, master?" asked Han Li. "This is divine punishment thunder weakened and sealed by the Sex Emperor formation." Han Li was shocked when he heard this. In the past 7 days, he witnessed the destructive power of divine punishment thunder. Even with his heavenly thunder physique, he was scared by the power. "Master, why do you have it in your hands? I want you to refine this divine punishment thunder. With this, not only will your strength increase, but your physique will be strengthened to the point of being in part with the top 5 heavenly physiques." Upon hearing this, Han Li immediately shook his head. "No, no, master, please don't make me do this. This is thunder powerful enough to kill great emperors. Lear, you do not have to worry about this. This thunder has been weakened by the sex formation. Furthermore, with your heavenly thunder physique and my assistance, you can succeed." "No, no, no, master, please don't make me do it. I could die instantly if something goes wrong." Longbo looked at his disciples with a look of disappointment deep in his eyes. Compared with the young sect master who faced the will of heaven directly and won, his disciples cannot even compare to his shoes. However, since he is his disciple, he is responsible for properly training him. Suddenly, Longbo made a decision. "Don't you want to know the reason that your foundation has weakened in the past few years, and even your strength has digressed?" Upon hearing this, Han Li was interested. Since a few years ago, all those things happened to him. When he asked his master, he just told him that something went wrong with his cultivation. Now, it seemed there might be more to the situation than he previously thought. "Master, please tell me, is there something wrong with my practice?" Then Great Elder Longbo explained to Han Li what Wang Wei and the sect did to him. As soon as he finished, a great amount of thunder started ravaging the entire room. All the walls had cracks and burn marks all over them. The only sitting cushion in the room was pulverized into million pieces. If it was not Longbow's formation that blocked the power, the entire manors might have been razed to the ground. "Master, I will definitely refine this thunder," said Han Li through gritted teeth. He decided to spend all his time creating a method that allows him to refine not just this divine thunder, but all thunder. Great Elder Longbow nodded in satisfaction and decided to provide his disciples with all the resources he needed. Meanwhile, while the Dao opening sect was recuperating from the traumas of the past week, all the other factions of the world were discussing Wang Wei and their next course action. In the Enlightening Emperor Academy, Headmaster Bai Han was having a meeting with all the teachers of the academy. So he asked, "What do you think we should do now?" The room instantly became quiet. All of them had a worried look on their face. The excellency of Dao opening sect's young master excited their comprehension and willingness to accept. "Why don't we hire the Death Order Palace to kill him?" suddenly said one teacher. However, one person shook his head and replied, "No, if we hire an assassin, we will be breaking the unspoken rule. Furthermore, there is no guarantee of success when it comes to the Dao opening sect, and once they find out, they can also take action against Lin Fan in the lower realm," added another person. "So are we not going to do anything?" Suddenly, Headmaster Bai Hai lightly coughed, and the room became silent with all eyes focused on him. He then said, "In that case, let us send the Chaos Chi to Lin Fan for him to refine. With it, his absolute chaos physique will take another step." Immediately afterward, one person stood up and said, "Headmaster, you can't. This is the only chaos chi that the academy has and is used as our secret foundation." Although the other teachers did not say anything, just by their silence, you could tell that they also agreed. Headmaster Bai Hai sighed when he saw their response. He could not blame them. The chaos chi was indeed too valuable. It could instantly allow a mortal to reach the saint realm without side effects. It could allow a lower thousand world to upgrade to middle thousand world, and middle thousand world to upgrade to great thousand world. There are even rumors that it can allow a great thousand world to evolve into a heaven mandate world. More importantly, the chaos chi can be used to create emperor-level artifacts or pills. Knowing the value of this chi, Bai Han still insisted on giving it to Lin Fan. However, he needed to convince the other teachers first. He said, "I know many of you might be unwilling, but at the rate that the young master of the Dao opening sect is growing, there is a high probability that he would be like his father and suppress all the heaven chosen of his generation. Although the chaos chi is valuable, but only when placed into use." With Lin Fan's absolute chaos physique, once he proves the Tao, he can return to the academy with 10 times more chaos chi. I sincerely doubt that without it, he would be worthy to fight young Master Wang Wei. Although the teachers still had a little reluctance, they still agreed to provide their heaven chosen with the chaos chi, and it was not just this. They also agreed to send Lin Fan to the Abyss battlefield, which is a place controlled by the academy where he would experience endless slaughter, day and night without rest in order to hone his fighting ability. In fact, it was not just the enlightening Emperor Academy that made such a drastic move. All the powerful factions in the world who had a heaven chosen that they believed had a chance at the throne made the same decision as Headmaster Baihan. The next day, after a long and good sleep, Wang Wei woke up more refreshed than ever. He called one of his maids to bring him somewhere. After going through a few formations, Wang Wei found himself in a dark room with a lake that had lightning blasting everywhere, and the lightning was black. This was the previous divine punishment thunder stored in this room, and it managed to liquefy. The entire lake in the room was actually liquid thunder. Wang Wei turned his head and asked the maid, "Did you see it with your own eyes?" "Yes, young master. I saw Great Elder Longbow take something from the formation." Wang Wei patted her shoulder and said, "Good job. When Wang Ju returns, I will tell her to give you more responsibility." The maid immediately bowed and said, "I was just doing my job, young master." Wang Wei smiled, looked in a certain direction, then muttered, "Another bait has been cast. Hopefully, the fish will not disappoint me." Wang Wei returned to his home and took half a month to get used to his newfound power. Then he called the new temporary head maid and started reading the information about the past few days. He learned how, due to him, many of the powerful sects in the world started to increase the training of their heaven chosen. However, he did not care about this. He was still confident of himself. After reading the information, he suddenly thought of something and asked the maid, "Did the sect accept my request to allow Li Jun to cultivate the 9 Nirvana blood chi?" "Yes, young master. The elders told me to inform you that both young Master Li Jun and young Miss Yan Liling can cultivate it, but they cannot cultivate all 9 Nirvanas." After saying this, the new maid was confused. She wondered what kind of powerful cultivation technique would be forbidden by even the heir of both the Li and Yan family. However, Wang Wei understood the elder's message. If both Li Jun and Yan Liling manage to break through the 13th layer of the body refining realm, they most likely will have to go through divine punishment again, and the sect cannot or will not afford the cost of opening the Emperor formations again. According to what Wang Wei learned from his father, the Dao opening sect had to bleed a little to protect from divine punishment, even with the background of the sect. They are not willing to do so more than once. Additionally, his father even mentioned the fact that the sect lost a good chunk of their chi luck due to the fact they defied the will of heaven. In fact, Wang Wei is not very optimistic about these two being able to cultivate the 9 Nirvana blood chi to all 9 Nirvanas. You have to understand, without a sufficiently powerful soul, it is not easy to control the origin chi after the divine sea explodes, while at the same time ensuring that it is not permanently destroyed. On top of that, he did not think either Li Jun or Yan Liling could face the will of heaven and succeed like he did in the imaginary world. If it was not due to his insistence in the 9th Pagoda trial, things might have ended completely differently. The reason he made the request was that Li Jun was his best brother, and he is used to sharing good things with him. Although they have not seen each other the past 5 years due to them always cultivating, they still sometimes talk to each other through communication talismans. As for Yan Liling, Wang Wei always suspected her motives were not pure in approaching him or Li Jun. As such, he never truly trusted her. However, the sect seemed to have decided to raise her as part of his future crew. Given how talented she seemed, she must be of great use in the future. As such, Wang Wei decided to spend more time getting to know what kind of person she is. After dealing with a bunch of mundane affairs, Wang Wei went back to his cultivation abode in order to continue his seclusion. He was about to enter the divine sea realm for about the 10th time. However, the process took longer than expected. Due to his very pure and powerful blood chi, it took him more than 2 years to break through. However, after he succeeded, he went straight to the peak 2nd stage of Origin River. Wang Wei looked at his vast divine sea filled with origin chi. He ran it according to the path or meridians of the Origin Path Sutra, then a few more drops were added to the river. "It is indeed similar to the inner strength described in my past life," muttered Wang Wei. However, he knew that origin chi was different from inner strength. For once, inner strength can only travel through the body meridians and acupoints. However, origin chi is different. It can travel to all parts of the body, meridians, blood, muscle, and bones. As long as the user desires it, it will travel there. Another difference is the fact that inner strength can have different effects based on the specific meridians it traveled through. However, origin does not have such an effect. The only purpose that the meridians have is to increase the amount of origin chi in the divine sea. and the specific route of the meridians determine the efficiency in which origin qi is gathered and how pure it is. While inspecting his origin qi, Wang Wei could tell that it was extremely pure, maybe to the point that it is comparable to origin essence of supernatural realm cultivators. Furthermore, Wang Wei found something different about his divine qi. It was actually expanding on its own, just like a universe infinitely expanding at all times. He guessed this was due to the 9 nirvana blood qi. The constant explosion of his divine qi is somewhat similar to the Big Bang that created the universe in his previous life. With this special divine qi, Wang Wei will not have to worry about his origin qi being consumed as long as he does not consume more qi than he can make. This is a feature only available to divine altar realm cultivators that can control spiritual qi from heaven and earth to replenish their origin qi. Suddenly, another idea came to Wang Wei's mind. In each cultivating realm, he will make sure that his realm is different and unique from the normal. For example, he entered the body refining realm 13th layer, and he has an infinitely expanding divine qi. And in the future, he would make sure that he also cultivates a unique divine altar, supernatural realm, and so on. He had a feeling that this would be of great benefit to him down the line. After finishing checking his divine qi, Wang Wei mobilized his origin qi and uttered a bunch of weird words. After that, a bright flame appeared in his hand. Then he said a few other words which were followed by him creating ice, wood, water, and earth from his hand. What he was using were actually spells or origin abilities. As the origin path came from both martial arts and qi cultivating, there are many spells. However, the majority of cultivators have to be in the divine altar realm to really use spells. In the divine qi realm, they can only do basic 5-element spells, and these spells cannot really be used in battle, but for day-to-day life. The water spell can create fresh water for cultivators to drink. The fire spell can be used to light up fire in case they need to cook something. And earth and wood spells are used for apprentices to take care of spiritual medicine in the gardens. Of course, there may be some powerful spells that allow divine qi cultivators to be able to have powerful combat ability. Wang Wei is not really sure about this. After all, this world is vast. Anything can happen. Maybe he could find some information in the library, but Wang Wei was not interested right now. He preferred to fight with his fists like martial artists. After exiting his seclusion, Wang Wei took a shower. Despite the fact that he did not need to bathe anymore, he was used to always bathing and it's hard to change the habit. After that, he went to the family hall to see his parents. A few meters before arriving, he heard 2 voices shouting. He recognized them as his father and grandfather. No, he will use my method. Mine is more suitable for him. He is my son, of course, he has to follow in my shoes. Well, he is my grandson, and without me, none of you will be even born. When Wang Wei entered the room, saw both his father and grandfather shouting at each other meanwhile, his mother was sitting on the side sewing some clothes while watching them fight with a smile on her face. Even when Wang Wei entered the room, the 2 of them did not even notice him. As such, he approached his mother wondering what they were fighting about. Yu Yan was happy to see her son. She motioned him to sit by her side and started caressing his hair, then answered, "They are arguing which of their cultivation methods should you use to fight with in the future." Wang Wei's mouth twitched a bit when he heard this. They were fighting just because of this, he thought to himself. Then he asked his mother, "Mom, whose do you think I should choose?" Yu Yan just smiled and replied, "Whatever you want, honey." In the end, the person who will be most affected is you. So choose whichever method you think is most suitable. And if both of them do not fit, there are plenty of cultivating methods in the sect. After hearing this, Wang Wei nodded and kept watching the 2 of them fighting while chatting with his mother. After a few minutes, Yu Yan seemed to be tired of their constant bickering. As such, she lightly cleared her throat using her origin essence, thus echoing her voice throughout the room. Suddenly, the 2 of them stopped and looked at her. Yu Yan smiled and said, "Apologies, I had something stuck in my throat. While I have your attention, why don't you both let Wire decide what technique to use after reading both of them?" Both Wang Tian and Wang Cheng looked at each other, nodded, then handed a jade talismans to Wang Wei containing their own created cultivation methods. Wang Wei first took the talisman containing the cultivation method of his grandfather. He poured his origin qi inside, and a bunch of information entered his mind. Instantly, he knew that this cultivation technique was called Overlord Fist, and it is a technique that can be used both for fighting and cultivating. Wang Wei knew that techniques in this world are divided into 3 categories: the one used purely for cultivating and raising realms, the ones used purely for fighting including powerful spells, and the combination of both. The Origin Path Sutra that he previously cultivated was a pure method of cultivating. Although later generations added a few spells and basic fighting methods in it, it is still a technique used only to rise in realms. After reading and understanding the Overlord Fist, he realized it is both a body refining and fist method. The whole concept of this method is to always advance in battle no matter the situation, to keep punching the enemy until it is down. However, a battle is never so one-sided that an enemy will just let his opponent keep attacking without fighting back. Nevertheless, the Overlord Fist does nor mind the enemy's counterattack. On the contrary, it encourages the tactic of using injuries with injuries. Why? The reason is simple. This technique is purely a masochist method, at least in Wang Wei's opinion. The reason he thought so is that the purpose of the Overlord Fist is to create a powerful and indestructible defensive body through constantly getting injured and healing. This technique essentially encourages cultivators to get injured as much as possible during a fight. Then when they heal afterwards, their overall defense will increase dramatically. Wang Wei suddenly realized how his grandfather survived his Heaven Mandate battle intact, while his other grandfather, Yu Zhuang, was forced to enter seclusion in order to heal his injuries. Furthermore, Wang Wei also discovered some traces of the ancient desolate body refining scripture in this Overlord Fist. He guessed that his grandfather created this method after failing to cultivate the scripture. After reading his grandfather's technique, Wang Wei looked at the talisman that contained his father's famous sword art. This sword art was called by him as Absolute Cut Sword Sutra. This technique was also a combination of fighting and cultivating. After reading the content in the talisman, Wang Wei had a look of shock in his face. He had to admit that his father was truly a heaven-defying genius just like him. The principle of this sutra is to take one of the 6 basic movements of the sword, the cut, then cultivate it to an unimaginable level. With this method, a cultivator can literally cut anything, whether it is time, space, matter, energy, and even luck, no matter what attack someone throws at you, on why one cut is needed to destroy it. This technique took the Tao of cutting to the extreme, thus sublimating into a higher level of Tao. According to the notes left by Wang Tian in the sutra, he envisioned that one day his sutra will allow him to even cut chaos, nothingness, and emptiness. How can someone cut nothingness, something that essentially does not exist? Well, this Sword Sutra aspired to do this. Although technically the Absolute Cut Sword Sutra is only a saint-level cultivation method and is incomplete, Wang Wei could already tell that it had way more potential than his grandfather's Overlord Fist. Additionally, Wang Wei believed his grandfather's Overlord body would probably not be able to stop his father's Absolute Cut at the same level of cultivation. He also believed that only by cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture to a very high level would he be able to stop his father's sword, and a fight between them would probably be very intense. Despite the brilliance and potential of his father's sutra, Wang Wei knew that he would never choose it. The reason for that is that in order to cultivate this technique, a person has to dedicate their entire lives to the way of the sword. You have to love the sword, practice the sword constantly for years without stopping, blend with sword until you and it became one. The sword has to become one of your arms, it has to become another extension of you. Without this will and determination, no one can successfully cultivate the Absolute Cut Sword Sutra, and even if one did, the power of the sutra would reduce dramatically. To Wang Wei, this way of practice seemed like slavery to him. The sword cultivators seemed to be enslaved by their sword. For him who pursues to be free and unfettered, how could he be enslaved by an object? In his opinion, swords are nothing but objects or tools used for a purpose. As tools, they should follow orders and do as they are commanded. Asking him to treat a sword on equal terms as him, he could never do such a thing. Although Wang Wei knew that certain magical weapons will have soul and intelligence when they reached a certain level, he did not care. If one of his weapons acquired intelligence, he would respect it as a living being, but he would still be the one in charge. Otherwise, he would rather erase said intelligence. Despite the fact that Wang Wei decided that he would not cultivate the Absolute Cut Sword Sutra, he still decided to learn from it. He hoped to one day create a sword move that allows him to cut fate whether it is his own or others. After hearing his son's decision, although disappointed, Wang Tian was not that surprised. Over the years, he had noticed that his son did not have the heart of a swordsman. He did not have the same joy and happiness he himself had when he first started practicing the sword. While Wang Tian was sulking, his father, on the other hand, had a wide grin on his face. He praised his grandson for having good taste unlike his son. That night, throughout dinner, Wang Cheng could not stop smiling. In fact, Wang Wei was not planning on cultivating the Overlord Fist either, just using the fighting move in them. He had the utmost confidence in himself that he would be able to cultivate the ancient desolate body refining scripture. As such, he did not really need the defense capabilities of the Overlord body. However, he did not tell this to his grandfather. Let the old man be happy for a while. At night, Wang Wei went to cultivate, while Wang Tian accompanied his wife. However, he was still in a sullen mood. Suddenly, he said, "Honey, why don't we try to have another kid?" Yu Yan looked at her husband, then replied, "Are you still unhappy that Wire did choose your sutra? From the way he behaved from childhood, you should have expected this long ago. I know this, but I just wanted to try. I thought maybe I would be lucky and he would change his mind." Yan looked at her husband speechlessly, then shook his head. Not to mention how difficult it would be for our cultivating level to conceive another child. How do you know whether he or she will love the swords as much as you do and decide to inherit your swordsmanship? I do not know. However, it's worth a try. As you wish. After that, the lighting formations were turned off, and the beautiful process of creation took place inside this room. Wang Wei stood in front of the 90 Zhang battle tower again, entering for the second time. However, this time he was going to face people in the Divine Sea realm. It's time for me to test my 3 months cultivation of the Overlord Fist, muttered Wang Wei before he stepped in the tower again. With his powerful and pure origin chi, he easily passed the first 3 difficulties, however. He encountered a challenge in the heaven difficulty. Once again, Wang Wei found himself in a forest full of trees. However, the internal space for Divine Sea cultivators seemed more vast as he could observe mountains and lakes around the forest. Wang Wei was still surrounded, but this time he faced 10 Tier 2 demonic beasts instead of 5 Tier 1. However, he was not surprised by the fact that the number was doubled. He knew that the tower became increasingly more difficult as one gets higher. Additionally, in the Earth difficulty, he also had to face 2 demonic beasts instead of the only tiger he fought previously. Wang Wei observed his opponents for this trial. It was composed of 2 swift wind wolves, 3 solid earth boars, and 5 fierce fire lions. Each of these demonic beasts had a fierce light in their eyes, looking at Wang Wei like their prey. However, soon it will be known who is the hunter and who is the prey. Wang Wei mobilized his origin chi into his legs, which light up the color gray, and instantly rushed to the closest solid earth boar. His figure left more than 3 shadows behind him when he moved. Boom! A powerful punch hit the face of the boar. Affected by the tremendous force, the boar vomited a mouthful of blood and flew more than 20 meters before hitting the ground. He did not get up afterward. Seeing the state of his companions, the other 2 solid earth boar became angry, then immediately activated the power of their bloodline. Soon afterward, a thick armor made of earth enveloped the remaining 2 boars. It was not just them, all the remaining demonic beasts activated their bloodline abilities. The 5 fierce fire lions opened their mouth, and 5 fireballs shoot out of their mouth in the direction of Wang Wei. However, he did not back down or evade. Instead, he stepped forward and punched Lion Fist. A lion head image made of origin chi appeared on the right hand of Wang Wei. When this punch touched the 5 fireballs, a lion roar echoed throughout the jungle, signaling that the king of the jungle was patrolling his territory, and all animals should bow to it. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Wei's single fist instantly destroyed all the 5 fire attacks, resulting in a massive explosion. A huge fire of more than 500 degrees Celsius spread throughout the forest with Wang Wei at the center. However, he was completely unarmed. A gray layer of energy enveloped his entire body, protecting him from the heat. With his powerful origin chi, it is quite easy for him to withstand such temperature. While the smoke from the fire was obscuring the sight of all the demonic beasts, he instantly rushed in the direction of the wolves. As they had the highest level of mobility, he deemed them the most threatening of the groups. In just a few seconds, Wang Wei traveled a few meters and reached in front of the more than 10 meters tall wolf. He jumped in the air and threw another punch. Following the sound of a lion roaring, the head of the swift wind wolf exploded, splashing blood and brain matter all over. It did not even have the time to react. The other wolf on the hand was always on alert. Seeing that his companion was killed, the other wolf opened his mouth and spewed out a 20 meters long wind blade to kill his opponent. Wang Wei immediately mobilized his origin chi and chopped the wind blade into 2 parts right down the middle. He then rushed toward the last remaining wolf. He threw another punch. However, this time it was the image of a tiger that appeared in his hand instead of a lion. The tiger exuded a terrible killing intent, demonstrating its status as heaven and earth's most perfect killing machine, the most powerful hunter and predator. This was a move from the Overlord Fist known simply as Tiger Fist. When the swift wind wolf faced the upcoming punch, he suddenly felt a powerful killing intent invading his mind, making it extremely afraid and temporarily frozen. This feeling reminded this wolf of one time when he met a demon with a pure and noble bloodline. With just one look, he rendered him unable to move and had to bow to it. Despite being overwhelmed by fear, the wolf still instinctively responded by attacking with his paw. Unfortunately, this was a grave mistake. Bang! The wolf's entire arm from the paw all the way to the shoulder exploded in countless pieces. Whether it was its bones, skin, and muscles, they were all instantly pulverized. Without giving the wolf any chance to breathe, Wang Wei did a somersault in the air, thus standing upside down right on top of the wolf's back. Afterward, he used his origin chi as a leverage to step in the air, then rushed to the wolf and punched it in the back. Crack, crack, every bone in the spine of the wolf was broken. It howled in misery before falling in the ground, either dead and crippled for life. Wang Wei looked at the wolf lying on the floor. The move he used to step in the air was similar to an anime he saw in his previous life. He had the idea to try and he succeeded. He knew that it was possible simply because of how pure and powerful his origin chi was. However, the consumption was simply abnormal. Just this one use already drains a quarter of his vast ocean of origin cultivation. Despite all of the excitement, all of Wang Wei's actions happened in the span of a few minutes. By the time the second wolf was killed, the remaining 5 lions and 2 boars had already cleared out the smoke from the previous fire explosion. They all surrounded Wang Wei, hoping to find a flaw that they can pounce on and kill him in one fell swoop. Although they knew that they were not his opponent, they knew that if they did not kill this cultivator, they would be the one killed. Wang Wei looked at these demonic beasts. All of a sudden, an impulse came over him. He gathered the power of his body-refining realm 13th layer and his infinite divine sea and merged them together. A sudden will manifested from him and directly hit the 7 demonic beasts. Then they all vomited large mouthfuls of blood and fell in the ground, whining in pain. It seemed that they were still alive. Wang Wei was surprised and confused about what happened. He walked over and checked the condition of these beasts by pouring his origin chi into their body. He discovered that their bloodline core was destroyed, essentially destroying their cultivation. Could this new ability be able to destroy other people's cultivation just by looking at them? Muttered Wang Wei. If that was the case, that would be truly heaven-defying. However, he could guess that this ability probably had drawbacks. For example, the person must be weaker than him by a large margin. However, even if that was so, this ability can be used to prevent being encircled by a bunch of people using mob tactics. Furthermore, as his cultivation grew higher and developed more unique realms, unique divine altar and supernatural realm, this ability will also grow more powerful. Let's call this ability True Will from now on, said Wang Wei out loud. Now that these demonic beasts were incapacitated, he had passed the heaven difficulty level. He sat cross-legged, took out a profound tier divine sea replenishing pill to refill his origin chi. Cultivators in the first 3 realms of cultivation can only use profound tier pills, otherwise they would not be able to bear the medicinal strength. 3 hours later, Wang Wei finished recuperating and left his meditation state. Right now, he was in perfect shape for the next difficulty, the Emperor difficulty. There, Wang Wei will have the chance to fight and learn from the sect's great emperors at the same level of cultivation. If he said he was not excited, then he would be lying to himself. His blood started boiling again at the idea of fighting a great emperor, even if it's just a clone in the same realm. After a few breaths, Wang Wei saw a young man of similar age standing in front of him. He had cold and emotionless eyes like he was not a human being. However, deep in there, Wang Wei could see a terrifying fighting will that feared nothing in heaven and earth. His eyebrows were quite similar to Li Jun, or Li Jun's eyebrows are similar to him. Wang Wei could guess who this was, as such he muttered, Li family's ancestor, Battle Maniac Emperor. Wang Wei observed the young Battle Maniac Emperor for a while, and could guess that it was a clone left by the real Battle Maniac Emperor in the tower to teach future disciples of the sect. While observing, Wang Wei recalled the information he learned about him through the history classes he had to take. In fact, Wang Wei admires the Battle Maniac Emperor quite a bit. Among the 3 ancestors of the sect, he admired him most because of his determination. According to what he knew, all the other sworn brothers and sworn sister of his ancestor Wang Qishan, also known as Emperor Qiyuan, also became great emperors. After Wang Wei's ancestor became emperor, he washed away the karma from his other 2 sworn siblings, giving them the chance to fight for heaven mandate in the following generation. The Yan family ancestor Yan Ai became the first known female great emperor and also the second emperor of the ancient emperor era. Which means that the Dao opening sect had 2 consecutive emperors. However, in the 3rd generation, when it was the turn of the Li family's ancestor Li Ming, he actually lost in his heaven mandate battle. However, Li Ming was a man with an iron will and was not discouraged by his defeat. Instead, he became more motivated. He sealed himself in bloodstone and slept for countless generations to wash away his karma. When he was woken up, he did not directly wait until the time for the heaven mandate battle to take action. Instead, he abolished all his cultivation and started anew. He traveled throughout the entire world, constantly fighting all kinds of cultivators and learned from them. Whether it was man or woman, human, demonic beast, or spirit race, he fought them all. And he did not stop there. He used the artifact that his sworn brother Wang Qishan had used and traveled through countless worlds. Throughout his travels, he met countless different powerhouses and fought with all of them. He absorbed all the experiences while fighting and turned them into his strength. Eventually, he managed to win his generation's heaven mandate battle and was thus known as the Battle Maniac Emperor. In Wang Wei's opinion, the Battle Maniac Emperor might be the emperor with the most fighting experience. He may not be the strongest, but in terms of how to use strength in battle, if he said that he was second, no other emperor can say they are the first. After observing for a while, Wang Wei began the fight. He rushed into the young emperor clone and threw a punch. However, to his surprise, his punch was blocked by another punch. The young emperor clone managed to be on par with Wang Wei solely based on its origin chi. Although this clone had the same cultivation level as him, the ocean of origin, you should know that Wang Wei's origin chi was extremely pure and powerful. And yet, in a head-on confrontation, the young emperor was equal to him. Wang Wei was not convinced. As such, he threw more punches. The sound of lion and tiger roaring echoed in the arena. The air trembles each time their fist clashed together. The ground cracked due to the force generated by their fist. However, none of them, whether Wang Wei or Li Ming, moved from their spots. They were still equal in strength. Wang Wei frowned, then started thinking. He knew there must be a reason for the young battle emperor maniac to be equal with him. At first, he thought that the clone was using a large amount of origin chi to make up for the disparity in purity. However, he soon discovered that he was wrong. No, it was the opposite. During the fight, the amount of origin chi used by the clone was even less than him. Li Ming's clone was using less origin chi than him, but the power generated was comparable to his pure and powerful origin chi. Wang Wei wondered how he achieved this, so he began to observe more carefully how Li Ming used and controlled his origin chi. As the two of them continued to clash, a deep hole started to appear in the arena with the two of them at the epicenter. There were countless cracks surrounding the arena. Bang, 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 the air kept exploding, while the ground trembled. The two fighters kept clashing, ignoring the devastating effect their strength has on the surrounding environment. Meanwhile, Wang Wei continued to observe how the young emperor used his origin chi. In fact, he discovered that the clone was not hiding his method. On the contrary, he made it abundantly clear. It was then that Wang Wei realized the reason. Every time the young emperor punched out, he would instantly condense his origin chi, then explode it at the moment of impact. That way, his origin chi can become pure and powerful for a brief moment before reverting back to normal. However, that brief moment was all the young emperor clone needed. After realizing the method used, Wang Wei immediately tried to copy it. However, he discovered that his origin chi was too pure to be able to further compress. As such, he directly skipped that step and exploded his origin chi and guided the power outward. Boom. With a powerful punch, the young emperor clone was pushed back more than 30 meters, leaving marks on the floor as he slid near the edge of the arena. Upon seeing this, Wang Wei became excited, not because he managed to push the clone of a great emperor, but because he had successfully accomplished one of his objectives for coming here, learning and growing through battle. The fighting intent in Wang Wei's eyes increased. Today, he was destined to have a bountiful fight. Soon, 3 hours passed by. Wang Wei stood there with his clothes broken while painting heavily. He had many bruises on his body, while his left arm and ribs were broken. Meanwhile, the young emperor clone was lying on the floor with a hole deep in his chest. Wang Wei was the final victor of this battle. Suddenly, the atmosphere around Wang Wei changed. Everything became silent or stale, then something seemed to have descended into the tower. Soon afterward, the dead young emperor clone in the ground stood up, completely ignoring his life-threatening injury. Wang Wei looked at him with vigilance. Something seemed off to him. He immediately took a few sips of holy spring water to heal his injury in case he needed to fight again, then took a robe to cover his body. After a few seconds, he started to closely observe the weird clone in front of him, and he could see that its lifeless eyes were gone, replaced with spirit and intelligence. As such, he said, "What are you?" "No, what I should ask is, who are you?" The clone looked at Wang Wei's calmness and decisiveness, then started laughing out loud, worthy to be the descendant of Brother Wang. "You can call me the Battle Maniac Emperor, or if you want to be less formal, just call me Li Ming." Wang Wei was slightly surprised when he heard what the clone said. However, thinking about it, it made sense that the Battle Maniac Emperor might leave something behind in the battle tower. Wang Wei then cupped his hand together, slightly bowed, and said, "Disciple Wang Wei has seen the sect ancestor. I wonder how and why the ancestor appeared here to see the disciples." Wang Wei was in fact quite curious. The Battle Maniac Emperor vanished a long time ago, the same way as many of the great emperors of this world. He was quite curious about the reason. Great emperors have unlimited lifespan, so he did not think that they had died due to the passing of time. The Battle Maniac Emperor did not care about Wang Wei's formal way of addressing him. He looked up and down at the disciple in front of him instead. Wang Wei suddenly felt that every secret in his body was seen through by the Battle Maniac Emperor, and he was a little scared, although his face remained the same on the surface. In fact, Wang Wei did not care about most of his secrets, except for the fact that he was reincarnated. Although in this world there are many people who awaken the memories from their past life, however, his case was different after all. Without sufficient strength to protect himself, he did not want anyone to know about this. After observing Wang Wei for a few minutes, the Battle Maniac Emperor said, "I can come to see you because I left a tiny bit of my will in the battle tower when I refined it. As for my purpose in coming, I was just interested in the person who passed my trial in such a short time. I have to say, you are indeed extraordinary, breaking the barrier after the 12th layer of the body refining realm and having an ever-expanding divine sea. Not to mention, you are also a young emperor and, well, your soul actually has paragon quality. That's impossible. The battle maniac emperor was visibly shaken when he saw Wang Wei's soul. He knew what kind terrifying beings paragons were, as they were referred to as the darlings of chaos. On the other hand, Wang Wei was quite confused. Ancestor, what is a paragon? The battle maniac emperor woke up from his shock and shook his head, refusing to answer the question. Kid, I can tell that you are special and have many secrets. On account of your potential, I can actually answer a few questions you have. Wang Wei looked at the battle maniac emperor speechlessly. I just asked a question and you refused to answer. However, he still took the chance to ask a few questions that puzzled him. Ancestors, what happened to all the great emperors? Where did they all go? And are there any cultivation realms beyond the great emperor? The battle maniac emperor Li Ming was again surprised. He gave this kid the opportunity to have his cultivation directed by an emperor, yet he asked such questions. However, thinking about it, Li Mind finds it reasonable. People as talented as Wang Wei have deep pride in their bones. They might be weak in strength, but they do not believe that they are in any way inferior to any emperors. After thinking about this, the battle maniac Emperor Li Ming smiled and said, "You are ambitious, aren't you? Regarding these secrets, I cannot say anything directly. All I can tell you is that the world is more vast than you can imagine. As for the realm of Great Emperor, in many ways, this realm is just another started point. If one day you manage to sit on that throne, then you will understand what I mean. Anything I say before that will be meaningless." Wang Wei's eyes lit up when he heard this answer. Although he has already theorized these possibilities, it is totally different from knowing the exact truth. As such, he again bowed in respect to the battle maniac emperor. Wang Wei has found his pursuit. Being a great emperor may not be his end. He will walk the path of cultivation all the way to its end, and maybe go beyond it. This time, the battle maniac emperor accepted Wang Wei's bow as he could feel the sincerity from him, the sincerity of someone determined to walk to the end of the Tao. Well, you are indeed a fine descendant. When I first saw you, I wanted to give you some rewards. However, after seeing you, I can tell you have your own pride and may not necessarily accept. So I have a few pieces of advice for you. Your soul will be of great benefit for you in the future. However, before that happens, it will also greatly hinder you. If you cannot solve the problems it will bring you, then your cultivation path will be severed. Secondly, if one day you manage to prove the Tao, do not easily reveal the power of your soul even to the people closest to you. As a matter of fact, find a way to hide or change the fluctuation it emits. Finally, do not ever forget your original intention, your original pursuit of the Tao. Otherwise, you will become your own worst enemy. After saying this, the battle maniac emperor waved his hand and Wang Wei was sent out of the tower. After that, he muttered, "Controlling your own fate. Maybe he will succeed where we have failed." Then he disappeared. Inside a cultivation room, Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled. After more than 3 years, I have finally reached the peak of ocean origin. Who knew that having such a powerful foundation will actually slow down my cultivation speed? However, Wang Wei did not care about the long process of cultivating. As a divine sea realm cultivator, he has 300 years of lifespan, 100 years more than the body refining realm. Furthermore, his fate puppeteer physique provided him with an extra 200 years of lifespan. After saying this, he stood up and started moving. His body cracked due to the stiffness of sitting cross-legged for a long period of time. Then Wang Wei started mobilizing his origin chi. He easily compressed it, turned it into cone shape to increase penetration, then transformed it into waves to overlap strength. This was the result of his countless fight against the young emperor clone in the battle tower. However, the will of the real great emperor never manifested again. Wang Wei thought it was a bummer. He could probably learn a lot of secrets from the battle maniac emperor. After finishing exercising his origin chi, Wang Wei walked out and headed towards his resting room. However, the entire room was filled with talismans and documents. Wang Wei looked at the mess and sighed. I could not find any information whatsoever about Paragon. Even his father and grandfather had never heard anything regarding paragons. After explaining his experience in the tower, both of them were quite surprised and happy at the thought that the great emperors of their sect might be alive somewhere out there. His father and grandfather ran back to the battle tower to check, but they found nothing. However, this news did not affect their enthusiasm. Knowing that the sect has an existing powerful backer is more than enough for them. Nevertheless, the news about the emperor's manifestation became the highest secrets of the sect known only to the Wang family, meaning just Wang Wei's family of 4, and the heads of the other 2 families, great elders Yan Mei and Li Jiang. As for Wang Wei's concern regarding paragons, they concluded that this might be the highest secrets known only to existence at the level of great emperors. Of course, Wang Wei did not tell them the fact that the term paragon was related to his soul. He just told them that the battle maniac emperor mentioned it during their conversation. Wang Wei called a maid to return all these documents back to the library. At this point, his search has proven to be futile. Wang Wei decided to take a break. In the past 3 years, all he did was just cultivate and fight. He needed to relax for a while. Just as he was thinking about what to do for entertainment, one of his communication talismans lit up. It was a message from Li Jun knowing that he was not busy cultivating. Wang Wei invited him to drink together. A few minutes later, Li Jun flew to the Wang family mansion with a flying talisman. He easily navigated through the complex mansion, heading straight to Wang Wei's resting room. In his way, Li Jun said hello to a few maids, who will always answer him back with a blushing face. One of the things that the maids working in the manor liked to see was the handsome face and smile of young Master Li Jun when he came to the manor. Although their young master is more handsome, however, the maids always felt pressure when facing him. After a few minutes, Li Jun arrived in the room and met with Wang Wei with a smile on his face. He said hello to him and found a place to sit down. Wang Wei looked at Li Jun up and down. First thing he noticed was the fact that his cultivation was also in the ocean of origin, and he was not far from the peak. However, he was not surprised by this. After all, Li Jun did possess the 20-battle maniac physique. The second thing that Wang Wei noticed was the fact Li Jun did indeed somewhat resemble the battle maniac emperor, especially the eyebrows. However, unlike the emperor, Li Jun's fierce fighting intent was emanating out of his body at all times, while the battle maniac emperor's was hidden deep in his eyes. It seems that you have not been able to fully control the heaven fighting scripture. Li Jun smiled wryly and answered, "Big brother, not everyone is like you and can easily understand and control an emperor-level scripture. What can I say? I was gifted by heaven. All right, come, throw your most powerful punch. I want to see your progress the past years." After saying this, Wang Wei motioned Li Jun to attack him, and he did so. Li Jun gathered a lot of his origin qi in his hand, which turned red in color. Then with all his force threw a punch. Wang Wei gathered his powerful origin and blocked the punch. The collision of the two shook the air. The powerful aftershock of their clash destroyed all the tables and decorations of the room. However, none of them paid attention to this. Wang Wei observed Li Jun's strength, then frowned. He could tell that Li Jun has a very deep foundation and has cultivated the 9 nirvana blood qi to at least the 6th nirvana. In the entire sect, his strength was probably only second to him in the same realm. However, his use of origin qi was quite rough and primitive. If it was 3 years ago, maybe Wang Wei might not have noticed, but now he was different. Did you not go to the battle tower after you break through the divine sea realm? No, big brother. I had to go to a secret realm trial with all the outer disciples of the sect. I had to continue training all the subordinates I brought from the Spirit Road and also recruited new people. The sect told me to prepare in advance as we may soon need them. Wang Wei frowned and realized it was indeed time for him and Li Jun to leave the sect for a necessary trial. In that trial, he might need an army, and Li Jun is in charge of training it. When you have time, visit the battle tower to train. You can fight directly with a clone left by your clan's ancestor. He is the best teacher to learn how to properly control the heaven fighting scripture. Li Jun nodded his head. He could feel that his big brother was not too pleased about his progress. However, he did not mind. Although in the past years he managed to easily suppress his peers and had garnered all types of praise from his family, he knew that he was completely not his big brother's opponent. This idea became more firm after he cultivated the 9 nirvana blood qi. He knew how powerful and precious such technique was. After his big brother cultivated it, he did not hide it for himself, but asked the elders of the sect to spend countless resources to allow him to cultivate it as well in order to increase his strength. Li Jun knew that his big brother had a very high standard for him, maybe even higher than his own parents. What's more is that his big brother always believed that he could achieve these standards, even at times when he did not even believe in himself. After checking Li Jun's progress, he changed the topic. What do you want to drink, tea or wine? I have just received a few batches of Longsu tea if you want. Big brother, are you really willing to give me some of your tea? You were so stingy the last time I was here. Wang Wei's mouth twitched after hearing this. How can he not be stingy? He only gets a little bit of tea every month. If he did not save this stash for a few years, he would never share it with this guy. Li Jun, upon seeing Wang Wei's face, immediately said, "Forget the tea. Let's have a meal with wine. I have not eaten your delicious food for quite some time." Wang Wei ignored this guy's glib tongue and went to the kitchen. The cooking in this world is indeed quite simple. Due to the fact that most cultivators spend their time in seclusion, they do not have the time or desire to spend time developing different types of culinary dishes. As for mortals, as long as their stomachs are full, they don't really care about taste. Additionally, due to bathing in spiritual qi, even ordinary animals have better taste than the ingredients back on Earth. As such, when Wang Wei started to use the dishes from his past life, even his subpar cooking skill turned every meal he cooked extremely delicious, making him quite popular in his family during dinner time. He had to teach the maids and chef in the manor how to cook in order to extricate himself from the constant labor of going to the kitchen. Even his mother learned from him at one point. After a few minutes, all the food was ready. Both Wang Wei and Li Jun picked up their chopsticks and started eating. The food was indeed delicious. This time, Wang Wei used the fire spell to perfectly control the temperature of the ingredients when cooking. As such, his skills have sublimated. While eating, Wang Wei suddenly asked, "How is your relationship with Yan Liling going?" Li Jun was a little surprised by the question, but he still answered, "It is going quite great, actually." Then a smile appeared on his face. Wang Wei placed down his chopsticks, took a mouthful of wine and said, "You have been with me for a long time. As such, you should be aware of the political machinations of the sect. Are you sure about this?" Li Jun's hand that was about to place food in his mouth suddenly stopped. After more than a minute, he continued eating and said with the corner of his mouth raised, "As long as there is love between us, then everything else is fine. Well, it is your private life. As long as you do not regret it in the end, you can do whatever you want. However, if you do not want to, with me here, no one can force you." After that, the two of them continued eating and talking about other topics, simply ignoring their previous heavy conversation. On the rooftop, both Wang Wei and Li Jun were lying down, gazing at the stars who shone eternally in the sky. The moon was extremely brilliant today, lighting up the entire world. Meanwhile, somewhere out there, the moonlight with its mysterious power converted countless ordinary animals into demonic beasts, allowing them to break free from the restraints of their bloodline. Wang Wei took out a gourd from his space ring, then removed the lid. A sweet scent of fruit and wine spread out to the entire mountain, making countless drunkards secretly salivate. After taking a sip, Wang Wei tossed it to Li Jun, who refreshingly started drinking without hesitation. In that way, they kept passing the gourd while drinking. "Big brother, big brother, big brother Wang Wei. Huh, did you say something? What were you thinking about that you did not hear me call you more than 3 times?" Wang Wei took a mouthful of wine and said, "I was just thinking, why did our ancestor name the cultivation realm Divine Sea and Divine Altar? I mean, what we cultivate is the origin chi. Shouldn't it be called Origin Sea and Origin Altar? And it's not just this, there's also the Divine Body Realm. Shouldn't it be called Origin Body Realm? It just does not make any sense to me. Instead of Origin Chi, it should be called Divine Chi or Divine Energy. Even better, Divine Origin. Yes, that's a perfect name." Li Jun took the gourd and took a sip. Then he said, "Maybe our Chi used to be called Divine Energy or whatever, but when the ancestor proved the Tao, he changed the name. After all, he took Qiyuan Origin as a name. Well, what you say makes sense. Do you think I can change the name back one day when I become emperor? If you're not afraid of the ancestor coming back from his grave and disciplining a blasphemous and unfilial descendant like you, go ahead, big brother. It's you who committed blasphemy for insinuating that the ancestor is actually dead." Haha, that's true. The two brothers truly enjoyed the quiet moments like these as they knew a very painful, long and arduous future awaited them. However, as long as they have each other's back, they can deal with any challenge thrown at them. Both Li Jun and Wang Wei spent more than a month hanging out with each other. However, midway through, Yan Liling came to join them. As such, Wang Wei took the time to get to know her on a personal level. Inside his cultivation room, Wang Wei sat cross-legged reading the Origin Path Sutra in order to prepare for his breakthrough to the Divine Altar realm. After making sure that everything was ready, he began. The first step is to actually build an altar with Origin Chi, making it transform from a liquid state to a solid state. This requires great control of Origin Chi and the ability to condense it. The altar can look like anything, however. One thing is required, a place that can hold lamps at the very center of the altar. Wang Wei concentrated on building his altar. He modeled it after the Temple of Heaven from his past life. He went to see it once when he came to the capital on a business trip with his boss. It was quite majestic and beautiful, leaving a lasting impact in his memory. The altar had a square base with 3 stacked layers of round walls. This represents the fact that the earth is square, but the heaven is round. However, Wang Wei made some personal little modifications to the very top. At the top of the altar, a lamp holding place was created to replace the pointy end. Wang Wei then carved his image on the lamp holding stands, symbolizing that the self is and will forever be above both heaven and earth. The modeling process of the altar took Wang Wei more than 3 years. This speed was considered quite average for the heaven chosen of this generation. However, the reason for this was the fact Wang Wei's origin chi was too strong and pure to further condense. Luckily for him, he had plenty of time practicing while fighting the battle maniac emperor's clone in the battle tower. After finishing building the altar, Wang Wei proceeded to the second step, constructing divine veins in the altar. The purpose of the divine veins is to allow cultivators to sense, see, and control spiritual chi in the environment. These veins allowed cultivators of the origin path system to have greater affinity for spiritual chi. Then through the divine veins, they can absorb spiritual chi in heaven and earth and transform it into origin chi, providing cultivators in that realm with almost unlimited energy. Wang Wei took a whole year to carve the first divine vein on his altar. The process was like engraving a very small and complex geometric shape on a small object like a ring. Every tiny detail must be perfect, otherwise the process would fail. Wang Wei took a moment to check his divine vein and nodded in satisfaction. It was perfect, at least to his knowledge, after which he proceeded to the final and most important step, entering the heaven and earth realm. One of the reasons that the divine altar realm is difficult to enter is due to the fact that cultivators stopped focusing on the body and focused more on cultivating the mind and spirit. The heaven and earth realm is simply cultivators entering a deep state of meditation, then blend their mind or spirit into heaven and earth. By doing this, the divine vein of the altar will finally activate and function properly. The process is quite difficult for the average cultivators, as they are more comfortable using their body, as blood qi and origin qi are only required to follow a set of movements or routes to cultivate. The process might be slow for some, but at least there is a clear path to follow. The concept of the spirit is hard for most cultivators to follow or understand, thus the difficulty of breaking through the divine altar realm. Of course, there are many methods to assist cultivators. They can use special incense to help them enter deep meditation, or they can use pills to forcibly break through. Another method is to use special formation that makes it easier for the spirit to blend with heaven and earth. Over the years, cultivators have developed countless ways to help their breakthrough. However, Wang Wei did not need any of these methods. As a person with a powerful soul, his spirit is also very powerful. In just a year, he entered the realm of heaven and earth. Wang Wei found his mind feeling very refreshed and clear. Then a state of euphoria enveloped his body and soul. He moaned slightly as this feeling was more pleasurable than any drugs. Then he felt safe, secure, protected and attached just like a fetus, depending on his mother to protect it from the world. Only heaven and earth was his mother instead of a woman. Suddenly the divine vein on his altar lit up. Then a vast amount of spiritual qi was gathered into his altar, thus further filtering and purifying his origin qi. A storm appeared in the cultivation room as the spiritual qi continued to gather around Wang Wei. He started to swallow it like an endless black hole. In just a few seconds, the storm grew big enough to fill the entire room and seemed to want to spread outward throughout the entire mountain. Wang Wei opened his eyes and took out a transparent stone. This was an origin source. Origin source is a form of currency in this world, and also a valuable resource as it is an ore containing spiritual qi in it that can be used to cultivate. Origin source is the highest level of denomination. Below it, there are origin stones which are further classified into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and top. 10 low origin stones is equivalent to 1 medium stone. 100 medium stones is worth 1 high origin stone, and 1,000 high origin stone is worth 1 top origin stone. As for origin source, it is worth at least 100,000 top origin stones, and that is the lowest estimate. Most cultivators will not trade origin source for origin stone due to the high concentration and purity of spiritual qi contained in it. As such, origin source is considered a high and scarce level of resources, strictly controlled by powerful factions in order to strengthen themselves. After taking out the origin source, Wang Wei began to absorb it through his divine vein. As for the spiritual qi storm he previously created, it stopped spreading beyond the cultivation room. However, the single origin source seemed not enough for Wang Wei as his foundation was too terrible. As such, he took out a few more. After more than a day, Wang Wei again opened eyes. This time he was full of excitement. He stood up and looked at the 10 useless stones in the ground. Just a breakthrough into the divine altar realm already consumed so much origin source. Most cultivators will be lucky to be able to use medium origin stone. Wang Wei could guess that his future cultivation will require countless resources. Luckily for him, he can be considered a rich second generation in the cultivating world. Wang Wei checked the divine altar located in his divine sea and was excited. He finally entered the divine altar realm and was no longer considered to be at the bottom of the cultivating pyramid. Wang Wei started to check his newfound power after his breakthrough. With a hint from his mind, suddenly his feet left the ground, defying the laws of gravity. He was flying in the air. No, to be precise, he was floating in the air like sky lanterns released during the annual Lantern Festival. With control of spiritual qi in heaven and earth, cultivators in the divine altar realm can float or stand in the air for brief periods of time. Although they cannot fly in the air freely like supernatural realm cultivators, they can also have some form of aerial warfare capability. Wang Wei then took a few minutes moving around the room in the air before landing. He sighed with reminiscence. Every man and woman from his past life dreamed of one day soaring in the sky, of spreading their wings and swimming in the ocean known as the vast sky. Today, Wang Wei has taken one step closer to realizing the dream of mankind. Although he did not truly fly freely like a bird in the sky, Wang Wei knew he would succeed eventually. As long as he enters the next cultivation realm, the sky will also be his home and playground. In fact, Wang Wei was being somewhat dramatic. He flew countless times, whether it was from a flying talisman or from Wang Ju carrying him. However, compared with being able to do it by himself, the feeling was completely different. After flying for a while, Wang Wei continued to check his strength. He mobilized his more pure origin chi and threw a punch in the air. Suddenly, a lion more than 15 meters tall manifested from him. Its presence brought the supreme oppression of the king of the jungle, demanding that all beasts bowed to it. The lion roared, and the vibration from its voice traveled a great distance instantly and hit the walls of the room. Boom! With an exploding sound, various wave-like cracks appeared on the walls of the room, trying to destroy them. The entire room trembled and the walls started creaking. As soon as they were about to break, the formations in the room activated and nullified the attack, soon after which Wang Wei threw another punch. This time a fierce tiger manifested in the room. A terrible killing intent emanated from it. The pressure of having an apex predator staring at a weak prey enveloped the room. Boom! Another exploding sound echoed in the room as the tiger ran into the walls, this time leaving countless claw marks on them. Even the ground was not spared, as countless marks were also left on them. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction with the new power of his lion fist and tiger fist. Every time he punched, he could feel that his origin chi left his body and blended with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to create a physical manifestation of these animals. Furthermore, he also has to enter the mindset of each of them when using their attacks. Whether it was kingly oppression of the lion or the fierce killing desires of the tiger as nature's top predator, after checking the strength of his past moves, Wang Wei was ready to try something new. As such, he gathered a lot of his origin chi and threw another powerful punch. A 30 meters long, 3-claws divine dragon manifested itself. It had the head of a camel, the horns of a deer, the ears of a cow, a serpentine body, the belly of a clam, the scales of a carp, an eagle's claws, eyes of a rabbit, and a tiger's paws. The divine dragon, without any effort, broke the roof of Wang Wei's cultivation room and traveled high into the sky. Then it roared. The supreme arrogance of an innate life form emanated from the dragon, the arrogance of one of the noblest bloodlines between heaven and earth, the arrogance of the ruler of the sea. The roar riveted throughout the Wang family mountain, then spread throughout the entire sect. As such, many people focused their attention there. Following the dragon roared, a heavy pressure suddenly covered the entire mountain. All the maids or family members who had the cultivation in the divine altar and below felt a heavy weight pressing them down on the floor. It was like they were forcibly carrying a big mountain. They all tried to resist, but it was to no avail. In the end, all the people with low cultivation levels were forced to crash into the ground. The only people that could resist were the supernatural realm above cultivators, and the reason for many of them to do so was because of the fact they had origin essence in their body, which is higher form of origin chi. In fact, it was not just them who felt the pressure. The entire sect felt. Fortunately, the distance between each mountain was quite large. As such, the majority of disciples were not affected by it. Somewhere in the Supreme Elder Cottage, there were 9 small cottages made entirely out of wood. This is where the active true monarchs of the sect stayed in seclusion. Wang Wei's grandfather suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the family mountain. He saw that the divine dragon soaring in the cloud, smiled and muttered, "Already learned the dragon's sovereign fist. It seems that Wire has already entered the divine altar realm." Good, worthy of my grandson. Suddenly, Wang Chang received an invitation to communicate through divine sense from the other supreme elders, so he accepted. "It seems that the young master has entered the divine altar realm," said true monarch Yan Chen. "Yes, I thought it would take longer given how strong his foundation was. It's a good thing for him to be earlier. At this point, it is time for him to move and stretch his muscles. Are we using the same place as before?" "No, I received news that the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty found a new place and have invited us and many others to participate. Without previous interference and knowledge, things will be more difficult for the young master and the others. That is not necessarily a bad thing. With the increased difficulty, the training will have a better effect and the rewards will also be more. How much time do we have? There should be at least 10 years or more. Well, that's not long, but it should be more than enough to prepare." "In that case, Yan Chen, why don't you go negotiate the details with the people of the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty?" Why do I have to go? Isn't it okay to just send a great elder or just an elder? You should know how shameless the people of the Great Wu Dynasty are. Heaven knows what kind of trick they will play. We need to take precautions." "Okay, I understand this, but why do I have to be the one that goes? Aren't you the young master's Tao protector? That's your job." "That's right, I'm his Tao protector." "So shouldn't I be here to do the protection part? You bunch of old men are just too lazy and do not want to leave your comfortable nest. HMPH. After snorting coldly, true monarch Yan Chen left the sect to meet the people of the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty and discussed future plans. He also did not like the people of the Great Wu dynasty. These guys always have some shameless scheme in everything they do. Furthermore, they do not have the pride of cultivators. When necessary, they will not hesitate to run away when their life is endangered. Of course, they claim that it is not running away, but a strategic retreat. True monarch Yan Chen snorted coldly again when he thought about this. Strategic retreat, my ass. A bunch of cowards, muttered Yan Chen under his breath. The most ironic part is the fact the Great Wu dynasty has cultivated 4 great emperors with such a mindset and ideology. Otherwise, how could they have the title imperial dynasty? How could they negotiate on equal ground with the Dao opening sect? Back at the Wang clan mountain, Wang Wei was very happy at the strength of his new move. As such, he nodded in satisfaction. However, he soon realized that his cultivation room was completely destroyed due to his reckless actions. His mouth twitched and realized that he should have just gone to the training room, who had a way more powerful formation to test his strength. After sighing for a while, Wang Wei called someone to fix his room, then he used his father's cultivation room instead while waiting. After spending about half a month to properly control his strength, Wang Wei took an ancient book full with runes engraved on them. On the top of the book, the words Ancient Desolate Body Refining Scripture was written clearly in Dao scripts. Wang Wei became excited. He has been drooling about refining his body through this sculpture for countless years. In doing so, he will further increase his strength and his survivability. He has always been quite insecure about the origin path system. Although origin chi is powerful and has countless magical means, that only applies if a cultivator has enough chi inside his body. As long as the origin chi runs out, most cultivators will become extremely weak. Although they will not reach the point where even mortals can kill them, any demonic beast with their powerful body can easily kill a cultivator of a much higher realm than them, not to mention if your enemy discovered you during a time of such weakness. Furthermore, the survival ability of origin chi cultivators drastically decreased as their energy ran out. A perfect example of that was when his mother tricked his father into a dead zone. Even a powerful cultivator, such as his father, almost died without the ability to replenish his origin chi or essence. Wang Wei looked at the ancient book in his hand with excitement. In fact, he had already read the entire ancient desolate body refining scripture, but the one in his hand was actually the original copy. Wang Wei placed his hand on top of the scripture, injecting his origin chi inside it. Then, the divine runes inscribed on it lit up. All of a sudden, Wang Wei found himself in an empty room. The entire room was gold in color, and a middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged on a mat a few meters from him. Upon closer look, Wang Wei discovered that this middle-aged man somewhat resembled him. Wang Wei felt a powerful breath from the man. From a distance of more than 10 meters, he could hear the blood rushing inside the body of this man. His breathing was long and deep. His skin was as white and smooth as the purest of jade. However, even from this distance, Wang Wei could tell this man's skin had an abnormal density and buoyancy. Every time he exhaled, his breath could create a powerful arrow that traveled more than 30 meters. When the middle-aged man made a fist, Wang Wei could hear the sound of the air breaking. Every time the man moved, the sound of thunder could be heard from the contraction of his muscles. His bones made clicking sounds like metals hitting each other. What a powerful body, thought Wang Wei. Hello, my descendant, you can call me Wang Chong. Upon hearing this sudden voice, Wang Wei was a little surprised, then immediately cupped his hand together and bowed. Descendant Wang Wei has seen the ancestor. Right now you may have many questions, however. This is just a memory that I have left to tell future descendants of my story, and to help them start the cultivation of my proudest achievement, the ancient desolate body refining scripture. Wang Wei smiled a little embarrassed when he realized that this was just a recorded memory left in the original copy of the scripture. He also secretly cursed his father for not reminding him and made him lose face. I will deal with him later when I finish here, thought Wang Wei. Then he realized that he was not a match for his father, and he could just deny that he did it on purpose. He secretly gritted his teeth and thought, in that case, I'll just let mom deal with him then. HMPH, have fun sleeping outside in the next few months. I was born at the beginning of the faith era. At that time, the Buddhist sect had just discovered that they can significantly increase both their cultivation speed and power through gathering the power of incense or faith from the common people. As such, the majority of emperors born in that era belonged to a Buddhist sect. As for me, I was very unlucky. Less than 10,000 years after I was born, Emperor Seven Lotus managed to bear the heaven mandate and prove the Tao. I did not have the chance to grow up, let alone fight for the heaven mandate. Additionally, I was contaminated by karma from this generation and unable to fight for the next heaven mandate. When I reached the peak of the supreme realm, I became angry, unconvinced, and unwilling. As a heaven-chosen born with the heavy axe physique, how could I be willing to be inferior to anybody? As such, on a heated decision, I challenged Emperor Seven Lotus. However, this decision soon proved to be a devastating mistake. With only one finger, I was completely defeated. No, I was completely and utterly crushed. If it was not the emperor who admired my courage and held back his strength, I probably would have died in that battle. Wang Wei was shocked when he heard this. He knew that there was a vast difference between the great emperor and supreme realm, but he did not expect that the difference would be so vast. With just one finger, an emperor could actually kill a peak supreme realm true monarch, and one with the same physique as Jai Song. The voice of Wang Chang continued. After this fight, I realized the fact that all beings are in fact ants in front of a great emperor. However, I refused to be an ant. I wanted to prove that an ant can defy heaven and kill a giant, or at the very least, be equal to a giant. As such, I decided to create a cultivation method that allowed me to fight on equal ground with a great emperor. No matter the price, I must succeed. In order to do so, I started traveling around the whole world to find inspiration. However, everything seemed to be in vain. I could not find anything that could help. That was until I entered deep into one of the forbidden zone located in the northern black tortoise continent, the Blood Earth. Deep inside, I discovered what appeared to be a giant corpse sleeping. Its body was more than 100,000 zhang long, and it had copper skin. It exuded a terrifying pressure similar to Emperor Seven Lotus, but I could not find the power of Tao from it. The pressure came solely from his powerful body. After spending months analyzing the books and marks left in the giant's sleeping chamber, I realized this gigantic being was in fact an innate primordial god that survived from the primordial era. It seemed to have been injured during the null void era and was recuperating here. Wang Wei became more shocked after hearing this news. He was always intrigued regarding the secrets of the Forbidden Zone. Now, he finally knew the answer to one of them. However, soon, Wang Wei became scared. The Blood Earth still exists today as a Forbidden Zone. Does that mean that the giant body is still sleeping now? According to his ancestor, this giant seemed to be not dead, but sleeping. What would happen if he were to wake up? Thinking about this, Wang Wei began to sweat. This world is even more deep than he originally thought. No one can say that they are 100 safe. Wang Wei decided to curb some of the arrogance he had grown in the past years due to the rapid growth of his strength. Meanwhile, Wang Chang continued with his narration. After discovering the origin of the giant, I knew that my chance had finally arrived. Despite the danger that I might face, I decided to study the body of this primordial god, and I succeeded. Maybe because the giant was in deep sleep or it just thought that it was just an annoying fly, it did not wake up during the whole process. As such, I became more bold. I thoroughly studied its body. From the way it breathed to the way it slept, from the way it dreamed to the way it snored, how it interacts and controls spiritual chi. I analyzed his skin, muscles, bones, organs, blood, and even his brain composition. I did not even let go of his nails and hairs on his body. The only regret I have is that I could not study its soul. I could feel that if I touched his soul, something terrible would happen. After finishing my study, I spent countless years creating a cultivation method that imitated the body of this powerful, innate primordial god. I hope that my technique would allow humans to forge a powerful body as strong as the ancient gods and even surpass them. After successfully cultivating my newly created method, I directly went to fight against Emperor Seven Lotus again. However, this time, things went differently. I did not lose after one finger. In fact, I did not lose at all. Of course, I also did not win. I managed to match evenly with him. Me, a supreme realm powerhouse, fought in equal ground with a great emperor. I was no longer an ant. Although I could tell that Emperor Seven Lotus was more powerful than me, the difference was not enough for him to be able to kill me. Wang Wei was even more shocked. This ancestor of his was truly a once-in-a-million genius. What's more noteworthy was his unparalleled will, his desire to be excellent, and his courage to do what others dare not do. Wang Wei then sighed. The amount of surprise he received today alone was more than the past 15 years as a cultivator combined together. However, from what he learned from history class, he knew that this story was far from over. And he was right. Wang Chang did not stop talking, but continued to tell his story. After the fight, Emperor Seven Lotus was shocked by my progress and proposed to make a deal with me. If I let him borrow my new body refining technique, he will wash away my karma, allowing me to fight for the next heaven mandate battle. This proposal was very tempting to me. After convincing him to swear both a Tao oath and karma oath to never pass this method to a second person, I agreed to his deal. As Buddhism is a sect that placed heavy emphasis on karma, I was relieved after he made the oath in front of me without hesitation. After which, in the next generation, with my powerful body, I easily suppressed all my competitors during the Heaven Mandate battle, proved the Tao, and took the name of the ancient, desolate emperor. Wang Wei took a deep breath and started to process all the information he had just received. He realized that all 9 emperors cultivated by the sect were all special in one way or another. The reason that the Tao opening sect is powerful is not just because they cultivated the most great emperors, but because they cultivated 9 extremely powerful emperors. After telling his story, Wang Chang, No, ancient desolate emperor started to teach Wang Wei how to begin cultivating the ancient desolate body, refining scripture. The first step is how to properly breathe like the primordial god. Through breathing, spiritual qi can be used to temper the skin in certain ways. While Wang Wei was beginning his journey in refining a powerful body, all the other heaven chosen of this generation were also making rapid progress. In the lower plane, in a plane called Blue Cloth World, this world was called as such due to the fact that the sky resembled a blue cloth enveloping the entire world, the Lin Clan mansion. Many disciples were busy walking and talking as a family trial had just finished. They were happily discussing the result of this trial. I cannot believe that the first young master won the #1 spot during this year's family trial. No one was his match. Yeah, the first young master is really strong. Tusk, what do you guys know? Oh, this little junior brother, do you have a problem with the first young master? HMPH, we all know that the only reason that the first young master won this competition was due to the fact that third young master Lin Fan was not here. This little junior brother, you dare say anything. You guys might be afraid of the first young master, but I'm not. Speaking of the young master Lin Fan, he is indeed a legend. Who would have thought that the third young master, who was considered by the family as a waste, who could not cultivate suddenly, became a heaven-defying genius? In just a few years, he managed to break through the divine sea realm and used his strength to suppress all the other disciples of the main family. HMPH, you guys' news is backwards. Not long ago, young Master Lin Fan entered the divine altar realm and went to participate in the heavy water sect's trial to accept new disciples. Heavy water sect, that's the most powerful sect of the world with more than one ancestor in the primordial spirit realm. And from what I heard, all the heaven chosen of the entire blue cloth world would participate in their trial in order to be accepted as disciples. While these 3 disciples of the Lin clan were talking, they suddenly heard a commotion ahead of them. Countless clan members were rushing in one direction. The little junior brother, who did not like the first young master, caught a passing by clan's disciple and asked what the commotion was all about. The other person then answered while stuttering due to his hyperemotion, the third young master Lin Fan has returned to the clan. After that, he shoved the little junior brother aside and ran in the direction of the family's entrance. Soon, the little junior brother and the other people whom he was talking to also ran towards the entrance. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Lin clan mansion, the patriarch of the Lin clan and all the elders were standing and waiting for someone. After a few minutes, a golden chariot driven by 2 Tier 4 supernatural realm demonic beasts birds flew in the sky. There were 5 people escorting or protecting the chariot, 1 old man and 4 young people. After the chariot landed, the curtain was lifted, and a young teenager wearing black robes with gold thread laced on them. His long hair was in the standard top-knot styles. He was very handsome, exuding a noble and immortal-like atmosphere, like he was an immortal from above heaven descending and showing its presence to all mortals in the mundane world. As soon as he appeared, he became the center of attention. It was like the entire universe, no, the entire chaos revolved around him. The most impressive feature was his eyes. In his eyes, you could see the birth and end of all things. You could see all the myriad Taos both mutually exclusive evolving and interacting with one another, like they were one and many at the same time. This person was the third young master of the Lin clan, Lin Fan. He is also the owner of the #1 heavenly physique, the absolute chaos physique. Many of the disciples of the sect started yelling in cheers and making a lot of noise. As for the women of the Lin clan, they stared at Lin Fan, wishing to devour him whole if they could. However, soon their hearts were broken. After exiting, Lin Fan removed the curtain and a woman came out holding his hand. She was quite beautiful, with a sacred temperament exuding from her body. Of all the women present, she can say with the utmost confidence that she is the most beautiful. Perhaps this argument can be extended to all the women of this world. Of course, that only applied to this particular plane. After Lin Fan walked out his golden chariot, many other beautiful women came out, walking a few steps behind him and the companion he was holding in his right arm. As soon as he arrived in front of the Lin clan patriarch, he knelt on the floor and kowtowed till his head hit the floor. Father, son have returned, and I did not lose our Lin clan's face. It's good that you are back safe and sound, said the patriarch, whose name was Lin Min, as he lifted his son up from the floor. He looked at him up and down and became more satisfied the longer he observed. After getting up, Lin Fan just gave a look at the other elders and just nodded slightly before continuing his conversation with his father, an act which made the elders smile wryly. After a brief chat, Lin Min looked at the beautiful young girl next to his son. Father, this is Mu Chunhua, the saintess of the heavy water sect. She's also my wife. After being introduced, the girl saluted and said, Chunhua has seen father. Lin Min was quite surprised after hearing this news, although his face did not show it. Not only did his third son win first place in the competition of the heavy water sect, he even brought their saintess as a daughter-in-law. Little Chunhua, welcome to the Lin clan. In the future, if Fanner bullies you, just come tell me. This old man is still capable of fixing him. Mu Chunhua blushed after hearing this, then nodded shyly. Lin Min then invited his son and his entourage to enter the main hall in order to discuss things properly, following which Lin Fan introduced his maids and concubines, his 4 senior brothers, and the elder sent by the sect to protect him. Lin Min could see that none of these people were simple. Just by the fact that these 4 senior brothers of his son could actually fly, they are at least in the supernatural realm. As for the old man serving as protector, the pressure Lin Min felt from him was more intense than the most powerful elders their clan currently has, which means, at the very least, he had a cultivation in the divine body realm. After Lin Fan introduced all the people around him, he described how easy it was for him to beat all the so-called heaven chosen during the competition. All the people in the room look at him with reverence, while Mu Chunhua's eyes never left Lin Fan's face for a second. Later that day, Lin Fan went to secretly meet his father in his room. He took out a space ring and handed it to him. "What's this for?" asked Lin Min in confusion. "Father, these are resources enough for you to break through the supernatural realm." Lin Min became shocked at how precious the materials inside this ring are. "You should know, the highest cultivation currently existing in the Lin clan is the peak of the supernatural realm." And now his son told him that the resources in here can allow him to reach such a realm. Lin Min sighed and shook his head. He returned the ring back and said, "Fanner, it is better for you to use it for yourself. With your talent, it is only a matter of time before you can enter the divine body realm, and maybe have a chance at entering the primordial spirit realm and be a peak-level powerhouse." However, Lin Fan secretly shook his head. How could the primordial spirit realm be the end of his path? However, he could not blame how low his father's vision was, as he did not know the horror of his talent and how profound his background truly was. "Father, you do not need to worry about me. The sect has designated a lot of resources in order to cultivate me. Furthermore, as this year's champion, I received a lot of precious rewards, so you could use the space ring without worrying about anything." Lin Min hesitated for a moment. However, seeing the firm look on his son's face, he accepted the ring and put it away. As a cultivator, he aspires to reach higher realms, not only for greater strength, but also for longer lifespan. Seeing his father accept his gift, Lin Fan nodded happily. His father and little sister were the only 2 people he actually had a good relationship within the clan. When he first started cultivating, due to his special physique, his body could not properly gather blood chi. All his chi would weirdly be destroyed the next day after being cultivated. As such, the clan labeled him as trash. He received all kinds of cold and indifferent stares, and many of the clan disciples would use sparing as an excuse to bully him. As his mother was dead long ago after giving birth, the only people who treated him like a human being were his father and little sister. Especially his father, as he did not abandon him due to his lack of talent. On the contrary, he would provide countless resources to him in order to help him. And when the elders forbade his father from using the clan's resources to train a waste, he would secretly provide Lin Fan from his own cultivating resources. Even his little sister would secretly give him some pills. After experiencing all of this, Lin Fan vowed that he would do whatever it took to provide his family with a better life, and soon an opportunity will present itself. After giving the ring to his father, Lin Fan went to say goodnight to his wife and entered his old cultivation room. However, as soon as he was about to enter meditation, someone appeared inside his room. Immediately, Lin Fan opened his eyes while being on alert. However, when he saw who it was, he stood up, bowed and said, "Teacher." The man who had entered Lin Fan's room just nodded to him. Then he looked at him up and down, then asked, "Did you refine the chaos chi?" "Yes, Teacher Q Jin. Now my physique is 100 times more powerful than before. On top of that, I can feel that the chaos chi will bring me countless benefits in the future." It is expected to have such an effect. After all, this can be considered one of the best and top resources of the academy. "Well, teacher, when I become an emperor, I will definitely repay the academy for doing their best to cultivate me." Supreme Teacher Q Jin looked at his disciples and frowned. Suddenly, he asked, "What made you so happy recently?" Upon hearing this question, Lin Fan became overly excited. As such, he said, "Teacher, you should have seen me during the heavy water sex competition. None of the participants were a match for me. In fact, none of these heaven chosens could take more than a punch from me. If it was not due to the fact that I did not want to attract too much attention, I would have taken less than an hour to beat and suppress all the participants. Then you should have seen the look on these heaven chosens' faces when they looked down on me in my low background. And then when the competition began, they could not even take a punch from me. And then there were the elders and sect leader of the heavy water sect. They basically begged me to marry their saintess as a wife. Of course, I'm not complaining about having such beauty by my side. The more true monarch Q Jin heard about Lin Fan's experience, the more the frown on his face increased. He looked at Lin Fan and said in a deep voice, "Do you think that it is something to be proud about to be able to beat all the participants in this trial?" Upon hearing this question, Lin Fan immediately shut his mouth and lowered his head. From his teacher's tone of voice, he could tell that he had done something wrong. There are not many people that Lin Fan respects and fears in this world, but his teacher Q Jin is one of them. When he was at the lowest point of his life, it was teacher Q Jin who showed up and told him that he was not a waste, but a heaven-defying genius born in the wrong place and time. It was teacher Q Jin who opened his eyes to how vast the universe is and showed him the vast amount of potential he has as a person. It was also teacher Q Jin who taught him an unfathomably powerful cultivation method and made him as powerful as he is today. Teacher Q Jin's voice continued to echo in the cultivation room. Do you think that beating a few weak cultivators in a weak plane is something to be proud and arrogant about? You should know that your plane is nothing but a middle thousand world. As such, the highest level of cultivation possible is the primordial spirit realm. As for the so-called heaven chosen you speak of, can these people bear such a heavy title? The majority of them will not even be acknowledged as geniuses in a greater thousand world, let alone compare to the genius in the myriad emperor world that have the capability to compete for the heaven mandate. Lin Fan held his head down and dared not say anything. However, deep down, he did not completely agree with his teacher, and Supreme Teacher Q Jin could also see this fact. Seems like you are not convinced. Then let me show you what kind of people you will be facing in the future. After saying that, Q Jin waves his hand and an image appears in front of him. It was a young man with gray hair and eyes that could pierce through the heart of his enemies and control their fate. This person right in front of you is called Wang Wei. He is the young master of the Dao Opening Sect. You should know what this sect represents, right? Yes, teacher. The Dao Opening Sect is the most powerful sect of the world you are from and also the main competitor of the academy. Q Jin nodded and continued. This young master is currently considered the greatest threat to all the heaven chosen of this generation. Do you know why? Lin Fan just shook his head as such. Q Jin continued to explain. That's because of all the things he has accomplished in the past few years. Despite being the young master of such a powerful sect, he did not become prideful and arrogant due to his strong background. On the contrary, he strived to become better than he was. With the resources of the sect, he designed a trial for the sole purpose of honing and polishing his will and Dao heart, and he succeeded. No, he more than succeeded. From the information that the academy just received, this young master Wang Wei actually became a young emperor. Do you know what a young emperor is? No, teacher, I do not know. A young emperor is a young cultivator that has the will and Dao heart comparable to a great emperor, and this young master accomplished this even before he started cultivating. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's face became shocked. Even in his world, there have been countless rumors and legendary deeds left by great emperors. Furthermore, his teacher took a long time to describe how mighty and powerful great emperors are. Such Lin Fan knows that anything related to an emperor is considered extraordinary beyond comparison, and this Wang Wei already has a Dao heart compared to such a supreme being. Shocking, isn't it? I can tell you that is just the tip of the iceberg. This future sacred son of the Dao Opening Sect created his own heavenly physique. That's impossible. Teacher, you told me special physiques were gifts granted by heaven and earth to a few chosen individuals. This time Lin Fan was beyond shocked. One of the things he must pride himself with is the fact that he has the one heavenly physique. He believed that he was chosen and destined to be a great emperor. But now, this is what all the cultivators of our world once thought. But young Master Wang Wei proved that we were wrong. His special physique was acknowledged by heavenly Dao, and now he has the four-fate puppeteer physique. Now, all the factions of the myriad emperor world, including the academy, are studying how he accomplished such a thing. If the academy succeeds, then we would not have to worry about having heaven chosen in the future. Lin Fan looked at his teacher with a frown in his face. He suddenly realized the gravity of the situation he was in right now. You thought that it was over. No, there is more to him than this. After saying this, Q Jin waved his hand, and an image appeared in the room. It was the scene of the Dao Opening Sect being bombarded by divine punishment thunder. Just by looking at the scene through a recorded image, Lin Fan could feel the horror of these thunder. Did this young Master Wang Wei cause this? Yes. On that day, all the cultivators in the world received a message from Heavenly Dao that the young Master Wang Wei had committed blasphemy and needed to be stopped. After countless scholars of the academy analyzed the situation, they came up with a highly probable theory. Do you remember the barrier you felt after entering the 12th layer of the body refining realm? Lin Fan just nodded mechanically. As such, Supreme Teacher Q Jin continued, we believe that Wang Wei has found a way to successfully break that barrier. After hearing this, Lin Fan's face became ugly. He remembered that barrier, however. He assumed that this was the limit that all cultivators could reach. However, this young Master Wang Wei was not only unaffected by such a mindset, he actually created a way to accomplish such a thing deemed impossible by countless cultivators. Seeing his disciple's face, true monarch Q Jin sighed, then continued, do not think that Wang Wei is the only person that you need to worry about. There is still the two-heavy axe physique, Crown Prince Jai Song. He seemed to have suffered at the hands of sacred son Wang Wei during the Spirit Road trial. However, according to the spy of the Academy, a supreme realm powerhouse of the Great Zhou dynasty used a powerful secret technique to rebuild his foundation for him. His foundation may not be too far from you who have refined the chaos chi. Supreme realm powerhouse, that's the same realm as teacher Qiu Jin, thought Lin Fan, whose face was becoming more and more ugly. In the eastern continent, two powerful heaven chosen have appeared. One of them is the 3-7 Desires 6 Emotions physique, Suya. She is currently the saintess of the Yin Moon Palace. Maybe you do not know about the Yin Moon Palace. This sect has cultivated 7 great emperors, and all of them were women. On top of that, all their great emperors had one thing in common. They all had the 7 Desires 6 Emotions physique. Another heaven chosen was discovered by the sword-casting villa. All the Academy knows at this time is the fact that he is called Jian Wuxuang and has an innate sword bone which is a talent on par with or even superior to the 15 exquisite sword heart physique. Teacher Quijin saw some confusion on his disciple's face, so he explained, maybe you do not know what the exquisite sword heart physique means. Have you met the headmaster of the Academy? Lin Fan nodded his head. When he started cultivating, he did meet the headmaster through a long-distance communication formation. He gave him the feeling of being kind, benevolent, yet very powerful. The headmaster was a born sage of his generation. Although my cultivation is more powerful than his, even I respect him not only due his mind and bearing, but also his strength. However, in the last generation, he was completely suppressed by the person with the exquisite sword heart physique. Oh, I forgot to mention that the person with this physique is called Wang Tian. He is currently the sect master of the Dao opening sect and the father of Wang Wei. Lin Fan suddenly felt a heavy pressure weighing down on him. Then cold sweat started falling down from his back. All of these scary guys are going to be his future opponent, and yet, he was happy to be able to suppress a bunch of the so-called geniuses from a small world. However, true monarch Qiu Jin was not over. In the Western continent, there is a heaven chosen born with the power of reincarnation. Qiu Jin sighed. The Tao of reincarnation is one of the most powerful and mysterious Tao in existence. It is on par with the Tao of chaos, Tao of time, Tao of fate, and the Tao of dusk. And these are just the heaven chosen that have made an appearance so far. Many of them are still hiding and preparing to make their debut. So my disciple, the path ahead of you is long and arduous. It's not time for you to be complacent yet. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan clenched his hands firmly and secretly made a decision. He will work 100 or 1,000 times harder and will not lose to anyone. In the myriad emperor world, Central Kilin continent, Heavenspan domain, Dao opening sect, Wang Clan mountain, Wang Wei was looking at his father holding a stick with a smile on his face. His mouth twitched as he thought about what was about to happen. Wang Wei spent more than a month learning the proper breathing method of the ancient desolate body refining scripture. After that, he started to inject spiritual chi inside his skin to refine it. However, after more than 3 months, he found that the speed of the refinement was quite abysmal. As such, he asked his father if there were a better and faster way to cultivate the scripture, and he received a positive answer. And now here he was. Wang Tian was indeed in a good mood. As a father, one of his biggest regrets was the fact that he never had the chance to spank his son. After all, who can blame him? His son was basically perfect. When he was a baby, he rarely cried for no reason. He only did so when to notify his wife when he was hungry or when he had to go to the potty. By the time he was 3 months old, he could speak properly like an adult. As a child prodigy, his son never misbehaved, which never provided Wang Tian a chance or reason to properly spank him. Wang Tian sighed. He remembered long ago when he was a kid, his father would spank him almost every day, forcing him to practice his sword. Thousands of years later, he could still remember the pain in his butt after these spankings. Wang Tian remembered that after taking these beatings, he swore to eventually enact his revenge on his father, one way or another. But when he realized that it would probably take a very long time to be a worthy match for his father, he swore that his son would taste the pain of having his butt whipped. Unfortunately, he never had the opportunity until today. Of course, he is just hitting his son to help him increase the speed of refining his skin. However, Wang Tian will still take this as a win and enjoy every moment of it. Wang Wei, on the other end, could probably guess what his father was thinking. He had heard countless times that his old man complained about the fact that he did have the chance to give him a proper spanking. After sighing, Wang Wei motioned for his father to begin. Wang Tian, with a unique stick in his hand, started hitting his son in different parts of the body. Each stick hits a specific part of the skin, allowing the spiritual chi in heaven and earth to enter the skin and make it stronger and more powerful. After many years, the Dao opening sect has studied and developed the ancient desolate body, refining scripture thoroughly. Countless capable predecessors have developed ways to increase the speed of cultivating this scripture and to ensure a higher chance of cultivating it. Father, why did you not cultivate the ancient desolate body refining scripture? Asked Wang Wei while being hit. This level of pain was nothing to him. That's because I dedicated my life to the way of the sword. My body and soul are the sword. I do not need a powerful body. As a sword cultivator, I pursue the extreme way of attack. If one day I met an opponent that my sword could not cut, then a powerful defense is meaningless to me. After hearing this, Wang Wei sighed and shook his head. Although he respected the swordsman's extreme pursuit, he did not agree with it. He believed that only by being well-rounded is the true way to become a top powerhouse. Furthermore, he has read too many novels from his past life and knows that a powerful body is always crucial in the later stage of cultivation. As such, whether it is his cultivation, his soul, and his body, he will train them to the highest level possible. And with his talent, he believed he could do so. After being beaten all day, Wang Wei had to wash in a special medicinal bath. This bath was made with very particular medicinal herbs. Then, the process of being beaten and taking medicinal baths repeated itself over and over again. This process lasted for more than 9 months. Sect Master Wang Tian enjoyed every bit of these past months. He was always in a joyful mood and became quite reluctant when the process finally ended. However, his happy mood did not last long as his son soon teamed up with his wife to take revenge on him. After these past 9 months, Wang Wei reached the bare minimum standard to proceed to the next step. He took a flying talisman and headed to the body refining secret realm. Without even showing any token, the elder guarding the entrance instantly recognized the young sect master and allowed him entrance to the first floor. On this floor, Wang Wei saw countless wind blades traveling all over the entire room. It was like there were countless flying slashes of a powerful swordsman randomly flying in the room. After a brief look, he continued deep into the room. As Wang Wei walked deeper in the first floor of this secret realm, he saw countless disciples also refining their bodies. Some used their origin chi to block the wind, while others used their own body. The outer layer of the first floor did not have much effect on him. If it was a year ago, maybe he would have to also use his origin chi as a defensive means. Now, his skin was quite powerful, well, at least compared to the past. In the middle of the first floor, there was actually a very large cyclone. The wind in the room was constantly rotating clockwise. At the center of this cyclone, there were countless sitting cushions. Many disciples sat there with nothing but their underwear to cultivate. However, some cushions were covered by an impenetrable fog. Without hesitation, Wang Wei took a seat. No one paid attention to him as they were all busy cultivating on their own. As soon as he sat down, Wang Wei found himself in a separated space from all the other disciples. He could guess that this was a formation method used to prevent each disciple from bothering the other. No wonder no one paid attention to him when he arrived. After entering his separate space, Wang Wei found himself squeezed in the middle of many wind blades whose purpose was to cut him into countless thin slices of ham. His skin did not last more than 30 seconds before it was cut open and he began to bleed. Blood overflowed all over his robe, staining it red. Wang Wei then realized why all the other disciples were in their underwear. As such, he also took off his robe. Without hesitation, Wang Wei used the breathing method of the scripture. Vast amount of spiritual chi entered his skin and repaired the damage done by the wind blades. This process was quite excruciating for most people. In the process of constantly being cut and healed, his skin became more powerful, tougher, and resistant. It also gains a natural buoyancy. After 3 months, the process was completed. The rotation of the wind could no longer cut open Wang Wei's skin. As such, he moved deeper into the inner layer of the secret realm. There, Wang Wei also saw various wind blades, but the difference was that these ones were actually black. He knew that this was a special wind existing between heaven and earth known as black gold wind. It is essentially wind imbued with the characteristics of one of the 5 elements, the sharpness of the golden element. Looking around, Wang Wei noticed only a handful of disciples in the inner layer of this floor, especially the foggy spaces. Without saying anything, he went to a designated place, took off his clothes, and began the refining process again. This time, the process was harder and more painful than previously. The black wind seemed to have the ability to enter every single inch of Wang Wei's skin and destroy it from the inside. The process was like having a million ants munching on every single tissue or cell in the human skin. It was itchy and painful at the same time. Wang Wei used his breathing method to heal his bleeding skin. However, the black wind seemed to be stubborn and refused to exit his body. He groaned in pain and continued the process. He knew that the breathing method was not only used to inject spiritual chi into his skin, it also served as a way to refine the black wind into his skin, thus not only increasing his defensive ability, but also increased its regenerative ability. As he refined more black winds, his skin became tougher and the pain diminished. The process took Wang Wei another 9 months. After which he was finally prepared for the final and most important step in cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture. After exiting the body refining secret realm, Wang Wei headed back to his cultivation room, holding a copper-like material in his hand. He looked at it and sighed. He knew that the moment of truth was coming, the moment that decided whether he was talented enough to actually practice this scripture. Although Wang Wei was always confident of himself, after all, anything is impossible in this cultivating world. Maybe he was not compatible with the ancient desolate body refining scripture. The material in the hands of Wang Wei was called deep copper, and it was a very rare supreme tier material used for refining magical weapons. The purpose of him having it is to actually blend the material into his skin. The hardest part of cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture is not the breathing method or the skin refining with wind blades. Although the special breathing method is hard to learn, and it is quite painful to refine the skin with the power of winds, there were still myriads of people talented enough to finish these two steps. However, the most difficult process was how to absorb the material into the body. Wang Wei took a long breath and entered a deep state of meditation. He focused all of his mind and spirit into the deep copper. Wang Wei did not know how long passed, but suddenly he felt a weird fluctuation from the deep copper. He became happy as he knew that he had finally found the Tao breath of the deep copper. After taking a few minutes to calm himself down, he used the method in the ancient desolate body refining scripture that allowed his body to imitate the same breath from the deep copper. Soon afterwards, Wang Wei discovered that the copper had disappeared and was crawling inside his skin. Wang Wei clenched his teeth. This process was more painful than he imagined. Compared to this, the pain he felt when every inch of his skin was burned in the 6th layer of hell was nothing but child play. What's worse is the fact that the pain did not last for a just brief period. No, it lasted what felt like an eternity. When the process was over, Wang Wei learned that it took him more than 3 years to find the Tao breath of the deep copper and for it to enter his skin. Wang Wei then looked around the room. There were more than 100 pieces of shed skins lying down on the floor. From the shape of them, he knew that they belonged to him. He then looked at his own skin. Wang Wei thought it would turn copper in color, but it was the opposite. His skin became even more white and smooth than it originally was. He could guess how many women would envy his skin complexion and probably kill to have a similar one. Wang Wei then took out a top-level profound tier sword. Without hesitation, he slashed down with tremendous force on his left hand. Clink, with the sound of metal clashing, the profound tier sword bounced back from Wang Wei's skin. It did not even leave a trace. This meant that divine altar cultivators cannot harm him with his powerful defense. After the first test, Wang Wei took out a low-level earth-tier weapon. After slashing his left arm, a deep mark resembling a sharp object trying to cut off leather armor was left there. After a few seconds, the mark healed and disappeared. Wang Wei then placed the tip of the sword on his arm, then pushed it down with force. After resisting for more than a minute, his skin was pierced and started bleeding. However, after a few minutes, the wound was completely healed, and his skin returned to being as smooth as polished jade. Just refining the skin gave me a defense comparable to the supernatural realm, muttered Wang Wei. After his first success in cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture, he did not stop there. Without much rest, he started to refine his muscles. Inside his cultivating room, Wang Wei was holding a gigantic cauldron above his head while he did squats in the horse position. Sweats were constantly dripping down his body. This magical cauldron seemed to be able to determine the highest level of weight he could bear and slightly increase the weight so that Wang Wei would reach his absolute limits. Furthermore, without reaching his limits, Wang Wei discovered that it was impossible for him to put the cauldron down. Wang Wei started to use another special breathing method to refine his muscles while bearing the weight of the cauldron. Luckily for him, he did not need assistance this time around, as the sect developed a way to use origin chi to assist in refining the muscles. Every day, Wang Wei would lift weight for about 20 hours until he broke his limits countless times. Then he would spend an hour taking a medicinal bath to recover his body, then slept for the remaining 3 hours. At the end of the day, Wang Wei would be extremely tired and panting like a dog dying out of exhaustion. This strict and methodical process lasted for more than 2 years. Fortunately for Wang Wei, as a cultivator, all he needed was 2 to 3 hours of rest to get back in peak shape spiritually. Unfortunately, his body cannot be said to be the same. Every morning he has to wake up with extremely sore muscles. Breaking his limits every single day had a terrible toll on his body. If it was not due to the medicinal baths, he might have long turned into a crippled, or at the worst, used his lifespan to make up for it. Nevertheless, despite all the hardships, Wang Wei still insisted, and now he has reached the standard to begin the next process. After spending half a month relaxing his nerves, Wang Wei headed to the body refining secret realm. This time he entered the second floor, the lightning and thunder floor. There were countless different types of thunder on this floor. The deeper the floor, the more powerful and destructive the thunder was. This time Wang Wei headed straight for the inner layer without pausing. The reason he did that was to speed up the muscle refining process. Just refining his skin took him more than 5 years. On top of that, the preparation for his muscles took him another 2 years. And the process was so short only because of the purity and strength of his origin chi. He did not want the second process to take longer than necessary. In the inner layer of the second floor, Wang Wei saw a purple river with lightning and thunder flashing on top of it. He knew that the entire river was actually made up of liquefied thunder and lightning. He remembered that this purple thunder was known as purple blessing thunder. As the name implies, as long as someone survives the destructive power of this thunder, they will receive certain blessings. It was quite similar to heavenly tribulation. Ignoring the other disciples bathing in different parts of the river, Wang Wei took out his robe and jumped deep into the river, a decision he soon regretted. "Fuck," said Wang Wei immediately after entering the river. The pain was so intense this time that he could not help but curse out loud. In fact, if it was not due to his proper education, he would have said countless more vulgar things. Wang Wei had to experience the pain of all of his 600 muscles being destroyed and regrowing again, over and over. What is even worse was the fact that the pain was instantaneous and without a single pause. As such, for the first time in many years, Wang Wei had to scream due to the pain. Luckily for him, he was underwater and no one could tell that he was screaming. In the process, his muscles became tougher, more dense and more elastic. He could feel his strength growing at an alarming rate, even faster than when he had to do intense weight training. Another benefit was the fact that as time passed, Wang Wei discovered that he could perfectly control every single muscle fiber in his body. The refining process took 8 years this time, almost a decade. However, Wang Wei was still satisfied with this speed. He looked at the purple river and sighed. Wang Wei wished that he could use divine punishment thunder to refine his muscle instead. The benefits he would receive are unimaginable. However, he knew that would be suicidal. Even a tiny portion of divine punishment thunder could kill him if he did not have the proper method. However, Wang Wei did mind too much. He still has a chance in the future when he becomes more powerful. After exiting the secret realm, Wang Wei headed back to his cultivation room. This time he was holding a stack of bronze material. This ore, who was in the same level of the deep copper, was known as innate bronze. It was also an extremely rare refining material used to refine magical weapons or puppets. After spending another 5 years, Wang Wei managed to find the Tao breath of the innate copper and absorbed it into his muscles. The process was also excruciatingly painful. For a defensive test, Wang Wei took out a middle-level earth-tier sword to check. After the sword pierced his skin, it was blocked by his powerful and dense muscles. No matter how much force he used, the sword could not pass through his muscles. Even if a few of them were cut, they would immediately grow back. Right now, Wang Wei could easily defend against divine body realm cultivators. Wang Wei then headed to the training room next door. There, he gathered his whole body strength and threw a punch. He did not use his origin chi, just pure physical punch. With this punch, the sound of a cannonball exploded in the room. Bang! A powerful force traveled from Wang Wei's body while ignoring air pressure and friction and hit the wall of the training hall. The wall shook and began to shake. The ground started to make spider web-like cracks due to the sheer force exerted by this punch. If it was not the formations who activated in time, the entire room would have been blasted off. Wang Wei grinned as he could tell that this punch was way more powerful than his dragon sovereign fist. With this punch only, he exuded more than 10 million Jin 5,000,000 kg of pure force. With pure physical strength alone, he could single out most divine body realm cultivators. Not to mention, he still has his origin chi. Throughout the past 20 years, Wang Wei did not stop cultivating. In this divine altar, there were about 112 divine veins inscribed, which means that he had already entered the middle of the divine altar realm. After exiting his training room, Wang Wei saw his head maid, Wang Ju, waiting for him outside. A happy smile appeared on his face as he greeted her. "Wang Ju, it is good to see you back from your seclusion. Did you successfully break through the divine body realm?" Wang Ju bowed politely as usual and answered, "Yes, young master. With the help of the sect, I was able to be successful in my breakthrough." After hearing this, Wang Wei frowned instead of being happy. "From what I know, cultivators in your realm can spend hundreds of years in retreat, and you came out after only a few decades. Are you sure everything is fine? You don't need to worry, young master. The sect took me to a special secret realm that sped up my practice in order to finish early and come helping out." In fact, Wang Ju lied. She had to use a secret technique in order to sacrifice her lifespan to make such a fast breakthrough. However, she did not mind. She knows her talent very well. Although she is confident to one day enter the Supreme Realm, she knows that she could never keep up in terms of cultivating speed when it comes to these heaven chosen that are destined to fight for the heaven mandate. And if she cannot keep up with the young master, the sect will be more than happy to replace her with someone else that could. As for her missing lifespans, she did really care about it. As long as the young master managed to prove the Tao, the benefits she will receive far outweigh the things she sacrificed. Since Wang Ju said everything was fine, Wang Wei placed the topic behind him. After all, the sect was very powerful and had a deep foundation. It is not unheard of for them to have such a secret realm. So what brings you here today, Wang Ju? I've come to remind the young master that the time for the trial is approaching. Is it already time? Yes. As the young master is aware, when a cultivator steps into the supernatural realm, he will receive a random innate talent, and the degree of power of said talent is based on a person's chi luck. As such, it is necessary for the young master's chi luck to turn purple gold before acquiring your own innate talent. What is this trial about? This trial requires that the young master heads toward the lower plane and sets up a fortune dynasty cultivating kingdom. Then blend your own chi luck with the luck of the entire dynasty. Using a certain secret method, the young master can absorb part of the dynasty's luck without being too affected by karma. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Do you know any information on what plane this trial will take place in? If it was before, I would answer positively. But now, the trial has changed. The great Wu imperial dynasty discovered a new plane that has been in chaos for countless years. They invited many factions of the central continent to use it as this time's trial. How long do I have to prepare? About 5 years, young master. That's plenty of time. Did someone notify Li Jun and Yan Liling? Yes, they have already received the news and are now preparing. That's good. I'm looking forward to the next challenge ahead. After sending Wang Ju away, Wang Wei started thinking about the upcoming trial and its importance to him entering the next cultivating realm. The supernatural realm is a great milestone for cultivators of the origin system. This was the realm that separated or elevated practitioners from being lowly martial artists to being immortal cultivators that can destroy mountains and move rivers. In the past, this realm was oftentimes also called Transcending Mortality Realm. As the name implied, this was the realm in which cultivators no longer considered themselves mortals. After all, who can blame them? In the supernatural realm, cultivators can easily fly in the air. They have opened their divine senses, granting them a sixth sense-like ability, and they can use all kinds of weird, crazy, and powerful spells. And for Wang Wei, this realm also has a greater significance for him, because the supernatural realm is when his and all the other heaven-chosen's heavenly physiques start to awaken. Each person with a heavenly physique will be granted an innate talent tailored to their special physiques. This is one of the reasons that people with special physiques are way more powerful than ordinary cultivators in the early stages. After thinking about all of these things, Wang Wei began to plan how he is going to spend the next few years. He knew that he did not have enough time to refine his bones next. In fact, there probably was not enough time to even begin the early stage of preparation. As such, he decided to place his time studying things like weapon refining, formation, and talismans. Previously, he had to stop studying due to the fact that he was busy cultivating. Now that he had enough time, he planned to continue. In fact, all these occupations have one thing in common in this world: divine runes. Divine runes are used basically in all of these lucrative occupations, whether it is to refine pills, talismans, or formations. The only difference between them is the type and number of runes used. Things like pills and talismans often used the least number of runes, while formation and weapon refining used a lot of them. Of course, there are exceptions to this rule. As such, Wang Wei decided to continue studying divine runes while practicing his craft. This time, he decided to focus on weapon refining, especially puppet making. Recently, Wang Wei has been quite interested in puppets. It may have to do with the fact that his heavenly physique has the name puppeteer in it. As for the countless resources used for practice, well, one thing he never lacked is resources. With just a word, someone will bring the material he needs. The truth of the matter is there is another reason that Wang Wei insisted on learning these side occupations. He wanted to diversify his ability as a precaution in case he needed it to survive. Wang Wei is a very cautious person by nature. He always wants to plan for the worst-case scenario ahead of time. And the reason he decided to study these occupations is that if one day he met an opponent that managed to counter all of his abilities, whether it is his cultivation level, his powerful fleshly body, or even his mysterious soul, in that case, he could still use formation or talismans to continue to fight. Or if one day he encounters a situation where his regenerative power stops working, then he could refine some pills to heal him. Wang Wei did not want to be like the transmigrators from his previous life that relied solely on luck to survive. With the knowledge of these occupations, the possibilities are endless for Wang Wei. As such, he will always be adequate to handle any kind of situation. Soon, 7 summers had blossomed, and the time for the trial had arrived. Wang Wei and Wang Ju were standing outside of the Wang clan mansion, waiting for Li Jun, Yan Liling, and true monarch Yan Chen. After a few minutes, Li Jun, accompanied by Yan Liling, showed up with 5 people standing behind them. Upon seeing these people, Wang Wei could feel a terrible slaughter aura emanating from them, which means that these 5 people have killed countless people to have such a fiendish aura. Wang Wei also realized that some of these 5 people were actually part of Li Jun's subordinate he met in the Spirit Road trial. These people are, asked Wang Wei. Big brother, these are General 1, 2, and 5. Wang Wei then looked up and down at these people. He could tell that Li Jun did not use the real names of these people as a tactical form of training, forcing them to work extremely hard to earn his acknowledgement and get their real name back. This is a ruthless way of training, stripping the participants of their entire identities and forcing them to regain it back through hard work and excellent performance. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction with Li Jun's training method. With the aid of these 5 people, a lot of pressure from this trial will be lifted from his shoulder. After a few minutes, true monarch Yan Chen showed up with a smile on his face and said, "Young sect master, are you ready?" "Yes, Supreme Elder. However, I wonder why the preparations took longer than expected." "Well, the place the trial is taking place is in fact a lower thousand world. As such, technically speaking, the highest level of power allowed is the divine altar realm. However, given the fact that some heaven-chosens like yourself have a higher battle strength than their actual cultivation level, we had to refine the world to be able to withstand a battle of that caliber without destroying it." Wang Wei's eyes lit up when he heard this. It's good to be able to fight without reservation. After this brief conversation, true monarch Yan Chen took out a void boat. However, this one was actually quite small in comparison to the one Wang Wei used to attend the Spirit Road. After Wang Wei and his group entered the boat, Yan Chen wrapped the boat around with his origin essence, then waved his hand in the air. A crack in space appeared in front of him, and he entered it with the boat. After a brief moment, Wang Wei and his group found themselves floating in the endless void. It was all black with countless illuminating stars scattered all over. Beneath them, they saw 5 gigantic continents connected by massive oceans floating in the endless void. One moon and one sun mysteriously hung on top of the 5 masses of lands. A giant dome enveloped everything in sight. It seemed to be protecting everything or keeping it working properly. This was the Myriad Emperor world. Although Wang Wei already guessed that this world was not actually a planet, he was still surprised when he saw it for the first time. What surprised him the most was the size of the entire world. According to his estimate, just one continent was probably the size of the entire solar system in his past life, and that was just the bare minimum estimate. After gawking for a few minutes, the group started their journey again. True monarch Yan Chen waves his hand and opens a tunnel in the void. Then he led the boat into the tunnel. Wang Wei was in awe of the power of the Supreme Realm. He could tell that this tunnel was actually a space channel that allowed them to travel great distances. And Supreme Elder Yan Chen could actually do this kind of thing with just a wave of his hand. Throughout the month-long journey in the tunnel, Wang Wei and his group could actually see a bunch of floating land masses in the void. These were actually worlds. And some of them, Wang Wei noticed that they were in fact like huge planets. One incident that happened during the journey was the fact that they were attacked by a gigantic beast which was easily killed by the Supreme Elder. According to Yan Chen, Wang Wei learned that the attacker was known as a Void Eater beast. They are creatures born in the void with the power of space. They wandered in the endless void, finding worlds to destroy and eat. According to information recorded in the sect, some of these Void Eater beasts are powerful enough to fight and even kill great emperors. When the group arrived at their destination, they exited the tunnel. True monarch Yan Chen sighed and muttered, "Why is this world so far? If I had comprehended the law of space, I could have arrived in just an instant." Soon afterward, Wang Wei found himself floating in front of another mass of land. However, it seemed to not be separated, although there was still a vast ocean. As for the size, well, it was as large as a few domains in the Myriad Emperor world. This was the place where the trial would take place. "Are you all prepared?" asked Supreme Elder Yan Chen, to which Wang Wei's group just nodded. Yan Chen then looked at Wang Ju and said, "According to the agreement we made with the other factions, as a divine body realm cultivator, you have to seal your strength and not use it. I also have to warn you. Although this world's heavenly Tao, or it should be called world consciousness, is very low and weak, it still has the basic ability to identify intruders. It will not react if you enter the world, but if you use the cultivation realm beyond the divine altar, it can still exile you from its inside." After warming Wang Ju, Yan Chen opened another crack and sent the group inside this lower thousand world to begin their trial. A few minutes after sending the group inside, Yan Chen heard a roar echoing in the void. "Yan Chen, your Tao opening sect is damn. Come to receive your death." True monarch Yan Chen looked in the direction of the voice. His eyes pierced the void and saw an old man wearing an imperial crown and gown with 3 multicolored dragons on them. "Isn't it retired Prince Jiqiang?" said Yan Chen with a nonchalant smile. "I have not seen you for quite some time. By the way, what do you mean by coming to receive death? When did our Tao opening sect offended you?" Soon true monarch Jiqiang arrived in front of Yan Chen. His eyes were cold and snorted indifferently. His Majesty and Jai Xiang might swallow their loss for what you people did not my great-nephew, but I won't. One of you has to pay. Your great-nephew, asked Yan Chen, then he seemed to remember something. Oh, you mean Crown Prince Jai Song. This thing happened decades ago. Why are you still bringing up old news? You almost killed him and ruined his foundation forever, roared Jai Qiang. Well, from what I remember, this was a fight between the younger generations and your great-nephew lost fair and square. He should be happy that he was left alive. What's more, isn't he all fine now? True monarch Jai Qiang's eyes became more cold when he heard this. He did not say anything, but a tall figure appeared behind him. The figure was more than 900,000 zhang high and had a fiendish aura emitting from it. His face was quite ugly with redskins and 2 rows of sharp and pointy teeth. Upon seeing the figure, true monarch Yan Chen's face changed and yelled, Jai Qiang, are you crazy? Do you really want to fight with this monarch? However, the retired prince did not answer and just looked at Yan Chen with cold and bloodthirsty eyes. He was ready to attack at any moment. Seeing the seriousness of the situation, Yan Chen knew that he could not avoid this fight. As such, a figure also appeared behind him. However, his figure was different from retired Prince Jai Qiang's. It was the figure of a breathtakingly beautiful woman holding a bamboo sword. The woman exuded a very sharp sword intent that could destroy both heaven and earth. This figure was actually also more than 900,000 zhang. However, it was still taller than Jai Qiang's. It was actually close to crossing the 1 million zhang line. After both of them were ready, they began to fight. Jai Qiang roared out loud. The Asura is often seen as a bloodthirst being whose sole purpose is to slaughter, but only a few know that it is also responsible for punishing the wicked and the damned. Now bear its punishment and burn forever in the pits of hell. Asura hell fire. After saying this, he pointed his hand towards Yan Chen, and the Asura behind him did the same movement, following which a dark-colored mini-sun appeared in the palm of the Asura. The temperature of the sun was so high that it started burning the void the moment it appeared. The space around Jai Qiang began to twist as the heat simply incinerated it. On top of that, countless screams and curses came out from it. It came from all the resentful souls that this fire had purged or punished. Soon afterward, the mini-sun rushed toward Yan Chen, wishing to purge his sinful soul. Despite such a long distance separating them, Yan Chen could feel that his body started melting by the heat. Even worse, the space around him became unstable, preventing him from escaping. What's more is the fact that this hellfire was also directly affecting his souls. He felt various voices entering his mind and admonishing him for all the cruelty he has done in his life, begging him to repent his sins. Yan Chen felt a terrible headache as he felt his primordial spirit burning. Without waiting for a moment, he also attacked. Heaven and earth is made up of the 5 elements, which are always in balance while alternating between yin and yang, and gold represents everything that is strong and sharp, just like my sword, golden rushed. The woman behind Yan Chen swung her sword once. Then, countless golden swords manifested in the void, glimmering and illuminating the empty voids. Some worlds or stars thousands of light years away could see a bright light in the sky when they looked up. The golden swords rushed to the mini-sun. An explosion appeared when they came into contact, followed by a supernova-like explosion that destroyed anything that blocked its path. Many of the golden swords were extinguished in the explosion, but a few of them did not stop and rushed towards Jai Qiang. Without hesitation, he threw another punch with his Asura. Another explosion appeared as they clashed, thus further destroying the void around them. The remaining swords were then destroyed. However, a few scales on the Asura came off. Without paying attention to this minor injury, Jai Qiang and his Asura turned into a golden light and rushed towards Yan Chen. His speed was faster than light itself. The light always sends the darkness back to a corner, and it also always illuminates the sinful back to the righteous path. Come witness it, the light baptism. Yan Chen's face changed as he felt a terrifying light power that wanted to forcibly bend his will and turn him into a pure person, making him want to dedicate the rest of his life doing good things for the world. Without hesitation, he used another powerful move. Heaven and earth are made of turbid qi, which represents the yin of the world. It is the embodiment and resting place of all that is negative, including darkness. The sword in my hand has only one purpose, darkness bending. Yan Chen and the woman then turned into a gigantic sword heading towards Jai Qiang. The sword was all black, filled with countless creepy shadows flowing from it. In these shadows, you could see the most deprived act imaginable to human beings. Whether it was rape, murder of children, cannibalism, or torture for pleasure, this was just the tip of the icebergs. All the filth that exists between heaven and earth existed in this sword, and it was not just the filth that exists in the human's heart, but also physical filths. Anything that exists and considered filthy was included in this sword. After the two of them clashed, the shockwave they created spread out to countless worlds in the endless void. This shockwave did quite the number on the world closest to their fight, except for the one the trial took place. Some lower 1,000 worlds were even destroyed due to the clashes of the two of them. Meanwhile, after a breath confrontation, Jai Qiang discovered that his light was beginning to be tainted. The light that was supposed to bring judgment of the wicked began to distort. The light no longer believed that the sins of the wicked can be saved. It believed that anyone who committed the tiniest of sins should be wiped out. Upon noticing this, Jai Qiang's face changed and became ugly. Without much hesitation, he stopped his technique. However, soon afterward, he vomited a big mouthful of blood. He was backlashes for forcibly stopping his attack. Nevertheless, this was the least of his worries right now. Yan Chen's attack was still coming towards him. Jai Qiang looked at the Asura protecting him from the attack and removed it from the front. This thing was more important to him than his life. If he was injured, he could still find ways to heal. However, once the Asura was seriously injured, the amount of time and resources he will need to heal are incalculable. All of Jai Qiang's thoughts happened in just a brief moment. Without having enough time to act, he took out a talisman from his space ring and crushed it. A barrier appeared around him as a form of protection. However, this barrier only lasted a few seconds under Yan Chen's swords before being destroyed. Meanwhile, the dark swords pierced Jai Qiang's body, pushing him flying countless light years away. On his way, Jai Qiang's body hit countless asteroids, destroying them without much effort. His Asura had already disappeared. He continued to vomit both blood and pieces of his internal organs as the sword did quite the number on his inside. However, Jai Qiang did not care about his injury. To a person at his level, this kind of injury can barely be counted as a medium level of injury. What worried him the most was the fact this sword seemed to be the antithesis of his Tao of Judgment. The black sword has contaminated his soul and made it dirty and filthy. Jai Qiang was fighting to prevent the filth in his soul from spreading, which means he did not pay attention to where he flew to. Soon, Jai Qiang's body entered a world and crashed into the ocean like a meteor. The force in which his body hit the water created a massive tsunami that destroyed everything in its path. Both mortals and cultivators alike were shocked when they saw a 10,000-meter ocean wave enveloping them without any warning. Billions of mortals and cultivators died by drowning. Countless cities, sects, and dynasties were washed away by the sudden flood. Only a few powerful cultivators at the site of impact managed to survive. The entire world trembled for days following the impact. This world suffered such a catastrophe only because of one cultivator. Luckily for the people, this world was a greater thousand world, otherwise they would have faced the possibility of extinction. As for true monarch Yan Chen, he also threw a mouthful of blood after the last attack. The image behind him then disappeared. He took out a bunch of flags from his space ring and installed a powerful formation in the void. Countless circular patterns with weird drawings appeared around him. The patterns lit up and surrounded Yan Chen, protecting him. Afterwards, he took out a bunch of pills from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth, sat cross-legged in the void, and started healing. In front of a plane known as the Warring Kingdom world, many other true monarchs stood in the void while discussing and commenting on the battle between Yan Chen and Jai Qiang. One of them complained, "Are these guys crazy? Don't they know that even the shockwave of their fight is enough to destroy the plane that our heaven-chosens are taking their trials in?" "Well, isn't the world fine?" commented another voice. However, these two guys seemed to be fighting for real, especially Jai Qiang. He even took out his Dharma body without hesitation, forcing Yan Chen to do the same. "Tusk, I don't think so." Although Jai Qiang looked like a brute who only acted on impulse, don't forget that he also grew up in a dynasty full of schemes and intrigues. Didn't you see that he did not even use his supreme-tier magical weapon? So that's how it is. He uses the name of revenge to teach the people of the Tao opening sect a lesson without totally offending them. Unfortunately, he hit his foot with an iron rod this time. He did not expect Yan Chen to cultivate the heaven-slashing scripture to such a high and profound level. Especially that last strike, it seemed to be the nemesis of his Tao of Judgment. Speaking of the heaven-slashing scripture, I cannot stop marveling at its creator, the Sword Empress. The Sword Empress was indeed a legendary emperor. With the body of a female, she suppressed all her generation with one bamboo sword in her hand and became the second emperor of the ancient era. And the scripture she created was indeed powerful, using everything between heaven and earth as a sword, then slash heaven itself to escape its shackles and limitations. The Tao opening sect is indeed lucky as an emperor lineage. First there was the Sword Empress, then they had the absolute sword Wang Tian. Hopefully, they won't have another Wang Wei. After saying this, the true monarchs stopped talking for a while. Although they were of an older generation, they had to watch their descendants being completely suppressed by one man with a sword in his hand. And what's even worse is the fact that in this generation, there are signs that indicate that another heaven-defying heaven-chosen was slowly growing up in the Tao opening sect in this generation. After a few minutes of silence, another person said, "It seemed that Yan Chen took a different path in his cultivation of the heaven-slashing scripture. He seemed to focus more on the Tao of Gold and the 5 elements. Well, it makes sense. As a supreme realm cultivator, it's normal to have his own path and focus. If he was totally bound by an emperor's scripture, he would never reach the realm he is currently at. Unfortunately, like us, he did not totally escape. If he did, he would be the one fighting for the heaven's will in that generation instead of Wang Chang. The Wang family's luck seemed to be endless. Each generation, they always have a genius that can represent them on the world stage. Meanwhile, inside the Warring Kingdom world, Wang Wei and his groups were teleported inside. After a few minutes of dizziness, Wang Wei found himself in an open plain. After looking around, he frowned deeply. How can the spiritual qi be so low? Complained Li Jun. This was the same feeling many of them had. What do you expect from a lower thousand world? Responded Yan Liling. After looking around, the group headed in one direction, trying to find a town or city to gather basic information of where they were and how this world operated. Not long after leaving their landing spot, Wang Wei's group saw a cultivator using an earth escape technique to travel in one direction. The cultivator seemed to blend with the earth, and with each step, he traveled underground instantly and appeared a few hundred meters away. The first thing that Wang Wei noticed about this cultivator was the fact that this cultivator was in the Divine Sea realm. More importantly, he was using the origin system as a cultivating path. Then an information he had read about in the sex library suddenly appeared in his mind. The information was about how the majority of worlds in the community that revolved around the myriad emperor world also used the origin system. Then it dawned on Wang Wei. He realized that his ancestor, Emperor Qiyuan, was not a simple person. He did not just spread the origin path only to the myriad emperor world, but to the majority of worlds in the community. Heck, he might even spread it to the other world's community. Young master, should we capture this cultivator and ask for direction? Suddenly asked Wang Ju. Wang Wei shook his head and said, there is no need for that. Just follow the direction he went. The reason that Wang Wei decided not to capture this cultivator was due to the spell he used. This is a lower thousand world, and yet this cultivator is using such a powerful spell in the Divine Sea realm. This can only mean that his background is not simple. In fact, Wang Wei was not scared of this person's background. With his strength, he feared no one in this world. However, he just arrived in this world and did not have any knowledge or information about the distribution of power in this plane. He feared that he might offend some sect or family for trivial matters. Then they combined together and forcibly exiled him out of this world, effectively failing this trial. Despite deciding to be low-key, after a few minutes of trekking, the group encountered a bunch of bandits who stopped them. There were more than 20 of them, with one standing at the front. One of the bandits said to the one standing in the front, "Boss, look at the clothes of these people. I don't know what material they are made of, but they look expensive. Maybe we can kidnap them and ask their families for ransom." However, the boss did not immediately give the order to attack. The reason for that is the fact that he did not see even a hint of fear in those people's eyes, only a look of playfulness, a look of a human looking in the ground at an ant that they can easily squash to death. He had seen this look many times before and did not like it. It made him feel small, and it reminded him of the greatest failure of his life. While the bandit boss was still pondering his next step of action, Li Jun motioned for General 5 to take action. Without hesitation, General 5 mobilized his origin chi and rushed towards the boss bandit and attacked. However, the bandit boss seemed to have anticipated the attack and escaped it with a swift movement. General 5 was quite surprised. In fact, not just him, everyone watching the attack were surprised. The reason for that was the fact that this person did not use blood chi to move. He was only using the strength of his body to move. Upon seeing this, General 5 decided to test the strength of this strange bandit boss. Just like the first attack, General 5 decided not to use all his strength and continued to test the abilities of this bandit. After evading the first attack, the bandit boss said, "Cultivator." General 5 looked up and down at this bandit, then asked, "You don't seem scared after knowing that we are cultivators. On the contrary, you seemed very excited." "Of course not. As a martial artist, it is my dream and goal to fight and kill powerful cultivators like you." Martial art. Isn't that the method used by mortals who did not have a leakless body? After hearing the word leakless body, the bandit boss secretly clenched his hand and a hint of hatred flashed deep in his eyes before disappearing. Then he continued, "After my last humiliation, I dedicated myself to martial arts until I developed my own intent. Now, let's test my newfound strength with you." After saying this, the bandit boss took a deep breath, gathered all his body's strength and punched toward General 5. Although this punch was a normal one, without any lights or vision appearing, General 5 felt like an explosion was happening in his mind, and he froze for a few seconds. Without making any response, the bandit boss punch soon arrived and hit General 5 in his stomach. With the force behind this punch, it is very likely that the general would be heavily injured. However, when the punch was about to hit, the origin chi inside General 5's Divine Sea automatically operated and protected him. After being hit, he woke up from his brief stupor and took more than 5 steps back before stopping. The bandit boss looked at the intact General 5, looked at his hand, then muttered, "After all these years, the gap is still so unsurpassable." Heaven is unfair, heaven is unfair. Meanwhile, Wang Wei and his group were again surprised by the bandit boss attack. As a mortal, he managed to push back a cultivator and won in the Divine Sea realm too. This fight has increased their understanding of mortals. What is the intent that this bandit spoke of? Is it the same intent of our world? Asked Yan Liling. No, it is not. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Wang Ju, hinting at her that she should explain the meaning of her words. In this world, due to the low level of spiritual qi, cultivators have a very difficult time entering the heaven and earth realm. As such, they developed the concept of intent fist intent, sword intent as a way to slowly cultivate their spirits until it reached the standard to enter the heaven and earth realm. Since intents are essentially a manifestation of the spirit, even mortals can technically cultivate it as well given that their bodies are strong enough to bear it. After hearing this, Wang Wei immediately decided to learn this method of cultivating intent. Although this method is of no significance to him personally, he can still provide it to the sect and ensure that it becomes easier for the other disciples to enter the divine altar realm in the future. Wang Wei smiled happily after making such a plan. He had just arrived in this world and already got some benefits. General 5 looked at the bandit boss with cold and ruthless eyes. Originally, he was intrigued by this guy's weird method of using his physical body, so he did not take the fight seriously. Who'd have expected that this guy would have such a strange method that affected the spirit? If it was not due to his origin qi, he would have suffered an even worse defeat. Yes, to General 5, being pushed back by a mortal is considered a humiliating defeat. What is even worse was the fact that General 5 was humiliated in front of his boss. No, to be precise, he was humiliated in front of his boss. With a lot of anger, General 5 rushed towards the bandit boss. This time he did not reduce his strength and went all out. The bandit boss again used his explosion fist intent with a powerful punch. However, General 5 was prepared this time. He just mobilized part of his origin qi into his brain, essentially neutralizing the effect of the fist intent. With a crack, General 5 broke the bandit boss' right hand. The boss screamed in pain, however General 5 ignored him. Without much hesitation, he broke the other hand of the bandit and both his legs. Although General 5 was angry, he knew that his main purpose was to gather information from the bandit boss, so he just crippled him and did not immediately kill him. The boss bandit lied in the ground with all his limbs either broken or twisted into different directions, and the pain was unbearable. He could guess the reason that these people kept him alive. However, he refused to be humiliated a second time by cultivators. He looked at General 5 and Wang Wei's group with deep hatred in his eyes. Then without hesitation, he bit his tongue. Blood overflowed over his clothes. Then after a few minutes of constant bleeding, he died. However, somehow, despite his mutilated tongue, he still had a smile on his face. General 5 looked at the dead bandit boss with surprise and anger on his face. He walked over and bowed to the group. Young Master Wang Wei, young Master Li Jun, I have failed my tasks. Please punish me. Wang Wei looked at the bandit boss on the floor, then he patted General 5's shoulder. You do not need to worry about such trivial things. It is obvious that this bandit boss had a story. After saying that, he walked over to the remaining 20 bandits, passing over the body of the bandit boss on the floor. With just one look of Wang Wei, the 20 bandits felt a vast pressure coming over them. They immediately knelt in the ground while cold sweat ran down their backs. I'm gonna ask this just once. Where is the direction of the closest city? After just a few seconds, one bandit could not bear the pressure and told the group the information they needed. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction. Then he ordered General 5, kill all the other ones and leave the one that spoke first as a guide. Without hesitation, General 5 easily massacred the remaining bandits. The process went smoothly as none of them knew any martial art. There were currently only 5 generals under young Master Li Jun, and currently he was the weakest one. If he did not perform well then, Lieutenant 1 to 10 would be more than happy to take his title of General 5. The group took more than 5 days traveling before reaching their destination, the Clear Sky City. The journey could have been faster. Unfortunately, Wang Ju is not allowed to use her cultivation level to fly. As a last resort, Wang Wei wanted to tame a demonic beast, hopefully a flying one, as a transportation means. However, the bandit guide told him that the distance to the closest herds of demonic beast was even further than the city they were heading to. Luckily for this group, midway through their journey, they encountered another group of bandits that had many horses. After arriving at the city, Wang Wei paid a few gold taels for entrance fee and reserved the most expensive rooms at the best inn available. However, his lavish spending was noticed by countless people with ulterior motives. In order not to cause himself trouble, Wang Wei released a powerful aura that covered the entire city, effectively scaring anyone who had any ideas about their group. The next day, the city lord came to visit Wang Wei personally. After a brief chat, the group got a little information about the city and the surrounding area. However, Wang Wei did not talk too long with the city lord as he did not want him to realize that they did not know anything about this world. Soon, the group spent half a month in Clear Sky City. Wang Ju, who had disappeared after the first day, returned bringing a beautiful and charming woman with her. Inside the room, Wang Wei, Li Jun, Yan Liling, Wang Ju, and the charming woman were having a discussion. The charming woman slightly bowed and said, Su Ai has seen young master Wang Wei. Su Ai, where have I heard this name before? After hearing this question, three tails suddenly appeared behind Su Ai. Suddenly, Wang Wei remembered where he heard that name. You are the young matriarch of the Fox Demon clan. Su Ai bowed again and responded, That's me. I would like to personally thank young master Wang Wei for saving our Fox Demon clan. You do not need to thank me. I just provided your clan with an opportunity. If your matriarch did not have the courage to defy the demon royal family and move the entire race, then it would be pointless for me to invite her. Young master, you may be right. However, in most situations, a single opportunity is more valuable than everything else. Well, you can disperse with the ceremonies. What brought you here to this plane? At this time, Wang Ju started to explain. The elders of the sect feared that the Great Wu imperial dynasty would not fight fair in this trial, so they wanted to secretly send someone here in advance to scoop information. At first, it was supposed to be me who came. However, the young matriarch contacted the sect and said that she wanted to repay the favor of saving their clan. Due to her powerful charm ability, the sect believed that she would be the perfect person to gather information and chose her instead. After knowing the gist of everything, everyone nodded and looked at Su Ai. She smiled and opened a map from her space ring. The elders were right to be worried about the people of the Great Wu imperial dynasty. After saying this, she pointed in the middle of the map. The entire middle ground was divided into three parts which had different labels: Great Wu, Great Yi, Great Shu. These three kingdoms are the most prosperous and powerful of the entire Warring Kingdom world. For countless years, they have fought with each other, thus creating a stable balance like a three-legged tripod. However, the Great Wu dynasty was not always called like this. Its previous name was Great Wei. After saying this, Su Ai looked at Wang Wei, who just shrugged his shoulders. It is not his fault that his name is actually quite common. According to the information that I have received, both Crown Prince Sun Wen and Third Prince Sun Jialong of the Great Wu imperial dynasty have long entered the world before everything else. Crown Prince Sun Wen seemed to have made some kind of deal with the royal family of the Great Wei dynasty. A few months after his arrival, the Great Wei dynasty changed its name to Great Wu, and Su Wen was crowned emperor. Wang Wei nodded when he heard this. This was useful information. Crowning himself Emperor He, the natives of this world may not know better. Doesn't this Sun Wen know the significance of this word? What about the other central dynasties? Any information? Yes, young master. All I currently know is that Crown Prince Jaisong has entered the army of the Great Yi dynasty. He seemed to want to take control over the military first before overthrowing the royal family. That's a good plan. Is his big brother with him? Yes, first Prince Jaisu served as his advisor in the army. Well, things make more sense now. With this guy's rash nature, if things were left up to him, he would probably fight the entire kingdom with his strength alone. After a brief ponder, Wang Wei continued to ask, what about the Great Shu dynasty? Unfortunately, the information I have is already limited, as they seem to anticipate the infiltration of foreign spies and had preventive measures. All I know is the fact that someone was canonized, as the dynasty's national teacher in Taoism became the national religion of the entire Great Shu dynasty. I'm sorry, young master, that I could not gather more information. Wang Ju walked to her and patted her shoulder. You did more than enough in such a short period of time. Wang Ju is right, Miss Su Ai. The information you gathered is more than enough for us to get started. Wang Wei did not blame Su Ai. The information she brought was more. As such, he started to ask her about the other kingdoms in this world, while planning his next step of action. After reading the information regarding the majority of kingdoms in this world, he had a preliminary plan for their group's next actions. However, he needed to check something first. As such, he asked, is there a place where the three borders of these dynasties meet together? Yes, young master. Su Ai then took out a more detailed map and pointed to a place at the intersection of the three great dynasties. This city is called Intersection Point City. Well, it's not a very original name. However, as the name suggested, this city was designated as a free trading point by all three dynasties. The city lord will be changed every few years, alternating between them to choose who is elected to be in charge. Are we using this city as a starting point to attack one of the three dynasties? And which one are we attacking first? Asked Li Jun with a frown. However, Wang Wei shook his head. He was not that stupid to attack the most powerful empires in this world, just like that, especially when there are other heaven chosens that have already planted their foundation in these places. I'm the only one headed to Intersection Point City because I need to check something out. I need you guys to head here and gather as much information as possible, said Wang Wei as he pointed to a kingdom all the way east of the central dynasties. Yan Liling, can you refine the spirit break pill? Spirit break pill. That's a very rare high-level profound tear pill used by some cultivators to strengthen their spirits and increase their chances in entering the realm of heaven and earth. I do know the recipe. What about the materials? The materials are very common and I should be able to find them in this world. The hard part of this pill is the runes needed to inscribe on them are very sensitive. A wrong mistake could turn the pill into a deadly poison that directly attacks the spirit. That's good. I need you to refine as many as possible to make sure that Su AI entered the divine altar as soon as possible. After saying this, Wang Wei turned and looked at Su AI. I'm assuming that you have created some sort of spy agency in this world. Yes, young master. In the past 5 years that I have been here, I created countless brothels and spread them all over the world. Through them, I can gather information from the highest of officials to common street beggars. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. Su AI, upon noticing this, thought of something and quickly explained, "No, you misunderstood, young master. I did not create such a kind of brothel where women sold their bodies. No, I adopted many beautiful orphans or women who have lost everything due to war and famine. I used my illusion to teach them all kinds of abilities, whether it was art, paintings, go, calligraphy, and the zither. All they do is drink, chat, and perform with customers. In fact, I even taught some of them with talent how to cultivate. As for those without talents, I taught them the martial arts of this world." Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction. Although Wang Wei does not consider himself a good person as he could do almost everything for his goals, he also has a bottom line, and forcing women into prostitutions more than crossed that line. You did good, Miss Su AI. All you need to focus on in the next few years is how to enter the divine altar realm and further increase your charming abilities. Wang Ju can take over your information agency. When you manage to break through, I can work together with you to revise the martial art cultivation of this method so that all the women under your command can have some charming abilities, even the mortal ones. That way, the brothels will become increasingly more popular, and it would be much easier for them to gather information. Soon after the meeting, the whole group separated. The majority of them headed for the eastern shore, while Wang Wei headed for Intersection Point City. The journey there took him about a month, and it would have taken far longer if not for the flying demonic beast that Su AI gave to him. During this voyage, Wang Wei realized that transportation was going to be one of the main problems that he would have to deal with in this world. After entering the Intersection Point City, Wang Wei had to put on the aura of a cultivator not to cause himself trouble. Ever since he entered the 13th layer of the body refining realm, his aura had disappeared and he looked like an ordinary person, so he often has to purposely release his aura. Wang Wei did not like the whole concept of a tiger hiding as a sheep. If you are a tiger, why do you need to hide? Many of his fellow traversers like to be low-key, then when some random guy humiliates them for being weak, then they face-slap them by showing their true power. The whole thing seemed pointless to Wang Wei. All of this nonsense could be avoided just by showing a little bit of aura, so why waste so much time? Don't these traversers have anything better to do with their life? To him, the reason that they behaved in such a way is because they like having their massive ego stroke just like a woman massaging their balls. After entering the city, Wang Wei rested for a while. In fact, he was quite surprised. During his whole journey, he saw fighting everywhere he went. Different kingdoms are constantly fighting each other. Different sects or martial art school are also in turmoil. Wang Wei finally understood why this plane was called Warring Kingdom World. However, the Intersection Point City was surprisingly very peaceful, well, at the very least, peaceful compared to the rest of the world. Throughout the day, all suspicious activities in the city were suspended. All cultivators and martial artists followed the law. However, at night, they immediately turned into hyenas that have not eaten anything for months. Tonight, Wang Wei was finally about to do what he came to this city for. After easily killing a few cultivators who like to throw away their lives, he mobilized the spiritual chi around him and floated 1,000 meters in the air. However, he almost felt countless times in the process. "Damn this world and its low level of spiritual chi," muttered Wang Wei under his breath. When he reached a certain height and managed to steady himself in the air, he activated his vision and looked in the direction of the Great Wu Dynasty. There, he saw a giant golden dragon with 9 claws circling on top of the entire kingdom. Wang Wei knew that this was the manifestation of the entire dynasty's chi luck. Upon closer examination, Wang Wei found that this dragon was lying down with numerous scales that were destroyed. On top of the dragon, there was a snake that was slowly killing it by absorbing its power. However, the absorption process seemed slow, and the golden dragon also seemed to be still fighting back. After seeing this, Wang Wei knew that Crown Prince Su Wen's life was not easy in the dynasty. Whatever means he used to suddenly take over power has many drawbacks. Although he seemed to have found a way to remedy these drawbacks, the process will probably take a long time. In the meantime, the Great Wu Dynasty is essentially crippled and does not have the ability to interfere in other countries' matters. This is good news for Wang Wei's future plans. The thing he worries the most about is that the three great dynasties bend together to deal with him and the other heaven-chosens. Afterward, Wang Wei looked in the direction of the Great Yi dynasty. There he also saw a golden dragon, however. This dragon only had 6 paws, with the remaining 3 being cut off. With the paws of the dragon signifying its military strength, Wang Wei guesses that both Jai Song and Jai Su had already managed to infiltrate deeply into this dynasty's army and are slowly swallowing it. Giving them enough time, the Great Yi dynasty would eventually be captured in their hands, and the process might be even faster than the Great Wu dynasty. After pondering for a brief moment, Wang Wei then looked in the direction of the Great Shu dynasty. He paid more attention to this kingdom than the other ones. Wang Wei also saw a gigantic golden dragon. Upon closer, there seemed to be nothing with this dragon. It was healthy with no injuries or parasites on him. However, Wang Wei soon noticed a yin-yang symbol on top of this dragon's head. Then, part of the dragon's head began to turn white and black. What's even worse was the fact that this dragon noticed the symbol and its effect on it, but he did not care or take any action. On the contrary, upon closer inspection, Wang Wei noticed that the dragon was happy at the fact that it was slowly transforming and wished that the process would quickly accelerate. While Wang Wei was observing the qi luck of the Great Shu dynasty, suddenly, the dragon seemed to notice something and looked in Wang Wei's direction. Its eyes locked directly with Wang Wei's. Through its eyes, Wang Wei could feel that someone was watching him from a far distance through the dragon. Noticed, thought Wang Wei with a slight surprise on his face. This was the first time someone had noticed it when he peeked at their luck. This should be the heaven chosen that was canonized as the dynasty's national teacher. After the dragon made a brief contact with Wang Wei, a fog suddenly appeared and covered the entire Great Shu dynasty. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei discovered that he could no longer observe the luck of this dynasty. Interesting, he muttered while smiling, yin-yang symbol. Is this guy related to the Tei Profound Gate? Great Shu dynasty, inside a newly built temple, a teenager dressed in Taoist robe was sitting cross-legged. Although he was not overtly handsome, he had a peaceful air about him. He gave the feeling that even if the whole world was destroyed, nothing would faze him. He would still remain quiet, inactive, and peaceful. This person can actually directly observe the luck of the entire dynasty, and it seemed that he did not use any secret method. It was like an innate or inborn talent from his eyes, just like you, answered another hoarse and bland voice. Master, you woke up, said the teenager, after which a transparent person floated next to the teenager. It was a middle-aged man with eyes full of vicissitudes. He had a very ancient and profound air about him. Yes, I felt something was happening and came to check it out. Master, did that person wake you up? Is he worthy of you to pay attention to? Did you forget the warning that the sect gave you before coming here? You mean that this guy was actually the young sect master of the Dao opening sect, Wang Wei? The transparent person nodded his head and looked in the direction of Wang Wei and started thinking. Meanwhile, the young teenager had a frown on his face. Teacher, do you think this Wang Wei noticed something? You do not need to worry about me. Even if a great emperor came right in front of you, it would be difficult for her to notice my existence. As for the other thing, it is very unlikely due to the distance. However, if you ever meet this guy in person, you should be extra careful not to do anything unusual. The teenager nodded in acknowledgement, as expected of the master who survived from the incense era, muttered the teenager under his breath. Meanwhile, the transparent middle-aged man started thinking to himself. Does this generation have a genius similar to him? No, it cannot be. I have waited too long for my plans to be spoiled by anyone else. After a few minutes of pondering, the transparent man suddenly became even more pale, almost disappearing. The teenager became worried and asked, Master, are you okay? You primordial spirits seem to be fading. You do not need to worry too much. This world is just too low for me to exist outside of your body for too long. I'll be fine after a period of rest. The teenager clenched his hands in determination. Without his master's guidance, he would just be one of the many mediocre disciples in the sect, let alone acquiring the position of Dao child. Master, it won't be long before I enter the supernatural realm. By then, you can rest in my Newen aperture and use my soul to sustain you until I find the right method to help you resurrect. The transparent man looked at his disciple and nodded. My disciple, it's good that you have such intention, however. There is no need to hurry. It is better to take your time and set a solid foundation for your future. I can still last for a while. After saying this, the middle-aged man, who was currently just a primordial spirit, turned into a light and entered the body of the teenager. If you look closely, you would find out that this man has turned into a swastika tattoo on the teenager's chest. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had already checked the information he needed from observing the luck of each dynasties. According to his analysis, the Great Shu will probably pose the greatest threat to him in this trial. Whoever entered the Great Shu dynasty had chosen the best and most efficient way to acquire power, through religion. With this method, it is only a matter of time before the entire kingdom will fall into his hand, and he can easily gather the luck needed for this trial. And if that person decides to expand his reach beyond the dynasty's borders, after summarizing the information he needed, Wang Wei left the intersection point city and headed to the eastern coast. He spent 15 days on a journey that should have taken more than 3 months. In order for the demonic beasts to be able to keep up with such constant traveling, Wang Wei had to nourish its body with his origin qi, which allowed the flying beasts to break through its cultivation realm. Meanwhile, Wang Wei discovered that his pure origin qi might have the ability to strengthen the bloodline of low-level demonic beasts. However, he does not currently have the time to ponder the significance of his newfound ability. He was already slightly behind his other opponents in this trial. After arriving on the east coast, he headed straight to a kingdom known as Eastern Rain Kingdom. He did not immediately reunite with his group, but took time to travel throughout the entire kingdom. During his travels, he focused more on the life of ordinary people. And just like he expected, the life of ordinary people was worse than street dogs. Wang Wei saw how there were countless slum areas scattered in each prefecture and cities of this kingdom. The people had little to no food to eat. The majority of people wore old, cheap, and tattered clothes. Beggars could be seen everywhere. Once in a while, people will forever disappear from the streets, especially young girls. Murder and looting often occur in every part of the kingdom. As for the aristocrats of this kingdom, of course, they lived luxurious lifestyles at the expense of the poor. After checking the luck of this kingdom, Wang Wei saw a very intimidating yellow flood dragon who looked mighty and strong. He was not surprised by this. This kingdom was not as strong as the 3 central dynasties, so its luck would not be a true dragon. However, he was quite surprised by how powerful the kingdom's luck was given the state of its citizens. After careful thinking, he realized that it was probably due to the vast territory of the kingdom. After further investigation, Wang Wei noticed that the Qi dragon was breathing erratically and would sometimes cough a slight mouthful of blood. He knew that this indicated that despite the external strength of the Eastern Rain Kingdom, it was suffering from serious internal trouble. Without the proper measure, it is only a matter of time before the kingdom crumbled and destroyed itself. After spending a month visiting most places in the kingdom, Wang Wei reunited with his team and had another meeting. Whereas Miss Su Ai asked Wang Wei when he entered their secret room, to which Wang Ju responded, after receiving the spirit break pills, she went into seclusion. After receiving a paper containing detailed information about the Eastern Rain Kingdom, Wang Wei looked at Yan Liling. You did a good job in refining the pills so fast. However, she just smiled. Wang Wei sat cross-legged and took a few minutes to read and analyze all the information. Big brother Wang Wei, you picked the perfect place for us to establish a dynasty. This Eastern Rain Kingdom has vast lands, a large population, fertile lands due to the constant rains, access to the sea for both transportation and fishing for food. However, both the royal family and the nobles have a firm and complete control of the military. Are we just going to kill them first? Wang Wei shook his head and answered, we cannot do that. With our strength, it would be very easy to kill the royal family and the noble clans. However, what next? The ordinary people of this kingdom have been brainwashed for countless generations that it is right for them to be ruled. It is normal to give up their freedom and labor to the higher echelons of the dynasty. As long as they continue to live day to day, everything else is fine. If we suddenly pop up and tell them that now we are in charge, the only thing we would have left is a kingdom with countless people rioting all over our territory. And in such a kingdom, how could we gather luck? Then big brother, what's the plan? What's our next step of action? Legitimacy means that we have the proper authorization or right to openly govern the people of this land. We can use our powerful cultivation and proclaim that we were mandated by heaven to come save the people from the pain and suffering they endured from the royal family and the nobles. Or we can acquire our legitimacy from someone else that is willing to hand it over. Or to be precise, we need an ally that has sufficient power and status to provide us with proper legitimacy. And this ally has to have a kind heart that loves and cares for the common people. This method is better and more efficient as we do not need to put bondage to the people's mind through superstitions. But big brother, where will we find such a person? The majority of people in power in this kingdom are rotten to the core. Of course there is. The 13th princess of the Eastern Rain Kingdom, Dong Lifen. She is the perfect person to fit this role. Eastern Rain Kingdom, Forbidden City, Royal Palace. A group of armored guards were lined up in rows, waiting for the appearance of something or someone. If you look closely, you will discover that each of the guards had a deep pride in faces and a happy smile. After a few minutes, a girl dressed in ancient blue garments walked out the palace with a few maids behind her. She had many hairpins in her hair that formed the shape of a crown. She had a veil covering her mouth, hiding her physical appearance. However, a person could tell how beautiful she was just based on her upper face and her eyes. Her eyes were fascinating, not in the sense that one was drawn by them due to lust or desire. No, they remind anyone of their happiest and sweetest dreams, the dreams that live a lasting influence on you throughout your entire life. This beautiful girl was the 13th princess of the Eastern Rain Kingdom, Dong Lifen. After exiting the palace, Dong Lifen gave a smile to the guards, an act which elicited blushing smiles from the armored men before entering a carriage decorating with phoenix paintings. Driven by 4 Tier 1 demonic beasts, the carriage headed straight for the slums of the city, which was located more than a quarter of a mile southwest of the Forbidden City. When the guards in the carriage, the people there were not scared as usual when seeing the authority. On the contrary, they were all excited. Princess Dong Lifen stepped out of her carriage and started walking to an already placed stall. She did not mind the mud and dirty rainwater scattered everywhere. In front of the stall, Princess Dong Lifen saw 3 cleanly dressed young men standing over there waiting for her. A trace of disgust flashed across her eyes before returning to normal. She approached them with a smile and said, "Young Marquis Leng Jianjun, young Viscount Chang Shun, and young Duke Zheng Qi, it is nice to see you again this time." Duke Zheng Qi took a step forward and bowed politely like an educated aristocrat. "It is our utmost pleasure to serve the princess and the common people of the kingdom." Marquis Leng Jianjun also stepped forwards and said, "Princess, this time, our Leng family has tripled the amount of food from last time." Viscount Chang Shun did not want to be left behind, so he immediately said, "This time our Chang family have donated more than 100,000 cotton-made robes perfect to protect the untouchable. I mean common people from the harsh winter without any problem." Princess Dong Lifen ignored Chang Sun's slip of the tongue and looked directly at Duke Zheng Qi. The young duke smiled confidently and said, "This time our Zheng family has decided to open school in all the slums of the kingdom to teach the common people how to read and fend for themselves. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him the fish directly." After saying this, Duke Zheng Qi had an arrogant smile on his face, as if he had accomplished something as important as world peace. Princess Dong Lifen wanted to roll her eyes and punch this guy in his face. However, she just smiled and answered, "You did a good job this time, young duke. Now that everyone is here, let's accomplish the task that we came to do here. The people's hunger cannot wait for us to finish our discussion." After saying that, she headed to the stall that was full of food and clothes. There, the princess saw a group of people lining up. The majority of them were in tattered clothes with dirt all over their faces, and each of them had a pungent smell emanating out their bodies. With so many of them standing together, the stench was quite unbearable. However, Princess Dong Lifen did not care about this as she was used to it. Unfortunately, this cannot be said to the 3 male companions that followed her like a dog chasing its own tail. Nevertheless, given the mission that their families had given them, they decided to hold their breath and interact with all these untouchables no matter how unwilling they are. Children and women first, followed by people with handicaps, then normal men can come last. After saying this, the princess started handing out food and clothing to the people. In the past, she would also hand out money, but that resulted in tragedy. Meanwhile, not far from the stall on a tall building, Wang Wei was looking at the princess that was doing her work. "What do you think? Big brother Wang Wei, you are right. She is indeed a very kind person. From the information we gathered about her from the past month, she would come here at least once a month to provide relief to the people. Yes, she is indeed a kind soul. While traveling throughout the kingdom, I have heard of her deeds among the people. At first, I still kept a skeptical view that maybe all she did was nothing but a front to hide some nefarious plans. However, after meeting her today in person, I can tell that she is a genuinely kind individual. From the fluctuation of her soul, I can tell that she has a very bright and pure soul." Li Jun nodded in agreement. Although he does not have the ability to judge a person's character from their soul fluctuation, he still has his way to judge a person. After all, he was also once an emperor in the pagoda trials and had to deal with court politics. After spending the whole day in the slums, Princess Dong Lifen returned to the palace late at night. After taking a shower under the care of her maids, she was lying down on her bed thinking about the future of the kingdom. Suddenly, a powerful voice appeared in her own chamber. "Do you think that what you are doing now can actually save this kingdom?" After hearing this, Princess Dong Lifen jumped off her bed and took out a sword. She yelled, "Who dares trespass into the royal family's chamber?" After saying this, she saw a young man with gray hair and gray eyes looking at her up and down. From his eyes, she felt as if everything about her was seen through, that her fate did not belong to her. She frowned as she felt that tonight, something incredible was about to happen. Wang Wei looked at Dong Lifen through his true vision ability. "Interesting, you actually have a dream manifestation soul." Dong Lifen looked at Wang Wei with wariness. Without dropping the swords in her hand, she asked, "What is dream manifestation soul?" "It is a form of innate talent or physique. Although the dream manifestation soul is not listed in the 3000 heavenly physique list, it is actually a very rare physique that can probably compare to the top 20 of heavenly physique list. As a sign of this talent, the owner usually has the ability to enter and exit people's dreams without them knowing. After hearing this, Princess Donglife's face became more solemn. She has read about the heavenly physique list. However, she knows that few people in this world know about this as it is a very ancient secret. The only reason that she knows about it is due to the fact that their Dong family is actually one of the oldest families in this world. As such, there are still records from ancient time. Donglifen learned about the heavenly physique while rummaging through all the documents of the family's ancestral hall to find whether something was wrong with her after her talent awakened. As for her having the ability to enter people's dreams, only 2 people knew about this secret, herself and her master. However, this young man just took a glance at her, and he could identify her ability. What's more is the fact that he seemed to know the secret of ancient times. After taking a deep breath to calm herself down, Princess Donglifen asked again, "Who are you, and why have you intruded into my chamber?" "Oh, I apologized. I should have introduced myself first. My name is Wang Wei, and I'm from what you would call the higher realm." Donglifen frowned again. She has heard of the higher realm. In fact, every cultivator in this world pursues to one day break the void and enter the higher realm in order to reach a higher level of cultivation. However, she did not immediately believe this young man's words. As such, she asked, "How could you prove that your words are true?" Wang Wei was not surprised by her question. Maybe a normal cultivator might believe his words with a little effort, however. This princess was born into the royal family. She grew up living and witnessing countless conspiracies. The fact that she managed to grow up until now and have such status proved that she is not a simple-minded girl despite her kind nature. After hearing the girl's question, Wang Wei mobilized his divine altar, and a powerful aura enveloped the entire room, crushing down on Princess Donglifen. The princess felt a tremendous weight was pushing on her, and a horrified look appeared on her face. She realized what this pressure meant. This was the pressure from a divine altar ancestor. She recognized as he once met one of the sleeping ancestors of the Dong family. Donglifen was indeed horrified. The divine altar realm is the highest cultivation of this world before breaking the void. Only a few very talented individuals have the chance to ever reach such a realm in their life. As the most talented person of the Dong family in this generation, she is considered to be a heaven-defying genius for reaching the body-refining realm 9th layer with her age. However, this young man who seemed to be of similar age as him has already entered the divine altar realm, a realm she decided as a goal to pursue all her life. A realm that even her master has been stuck in a bottleneck for more than 100 years and has not been able to reach. Inside the royal palace, Wang Wei's aura pressure soon disappeared after a few minutes. Princess Donglifen took a deep breath in order to calm herself down. "Sir, this does not prove anything. You could just be a very talented person. Just a powerful cultivation does not prove that you are from the higher realm." Wang Wei smiled after hearing this and said in a tranquil voice, "You should be perfectly clear that a tiny little world like yours cannot cultivate a strong person as young as me. However, I can understand your skepticism. There are numerous ways that I could prove to you of my identity. I could show you things that you have never seen in your life, provide you with knowledge beyond your wildest comprehension. However, all of this will happen when you and I come to a certain level of trust. Additionally, Your Highness, you seem to have misunderstood something. I did not show you my power just to prove my identity as a foreigner. I showed it to you to tell you that if I wanted to do something to you, there is absolutely nothing you could do to stop me. Even that little divine sea cultivator hiding in the corner could not prevent me from harming you if I wished to." After hearing this, Princess Donglifen's heart skipped a beat. She has been exposed. A few seconds later, a woman appeared from the corner and walked next to the princess. She was middle-aged, however. All her hair had turned white. Her eyes displayed the fact that she had gone through a lot of things in her life. Wang Wei could tell that this middle-aged woman was probably close to reaching the limit of 300 years old of divine sea cultivators. However, she seemed to be able to maintain a somewhat youthful look. The middle-aged woman then bowed and said, "You see, you has seen Your Excellency Wang Wei. I would also like to apologize on behalf of my disciple." "Master," exclaimed Princess Donglifen, "quiet Fenner. Didn't you notice that despite all the commotions in here, the guards outside never reacted and barged inside?" Then it suddenly dawned on Donglifen. With all the things that happened here, with the loyalty of her guards, they would immediately come to rescue her if they noticed something was wrong. After reprimanding her disciples, Yu Siyu looked at Wang Wei and asked, "Your Excellency, if you do not mind, why don't we chat over some freshly brewed tea?" Wang Wei looked up and down at Yu Siyu, then nodded. "It's true what the ancient said, wisdom comes through age. I will gladly accept your invitation, Miss Yu Siyu." Yu Siyu did not mind the fact that a young man who could be her grandson called her Miss. The cultivating world is quite hierarchical. Whoever has the higher strength is the elder. As such, she said, "Your Excellency, you can just call me by name. No need for the formalities." "Well then, I'll be presumptuous. And you guys can call me young master." After a few pleasantries, Yu Siyu had her disciples brew some tea for the 3 of them. She clenches her teeth and takes out her most beloved and precious tea one she acquired long ago in a secret realm after going through countless life and death situations. Even Princess Dong Lifen was very surprised when she saw her master take out her favorite tea. However, she did not say anything in front of Wang Wei and served the tea for all of them. After tasting the tea, Wang Wei secretly gave it a medium to low-level evaluation. However, he did not say anything out loud. Upon seeing that Wang Wei did not react to her tea, Yu Xiu was somewhat discouraged. Could it be that even one of my most valuable things is nothing to this person? Or is there something wrong with the tea? Secretly thought Yu Xiu. However, after looking at the intoxicated look on her disciple's face, she sighed and did not continue to think about such things. Young Master Wang Wei, since you are from a higher realm, there must be a reason for you to appear in our world. Is it possible to explain to us? After finishing a sip of tea, Wang Wei answered, a group of capable young generations of our world were chosen to come to this world for a trial. Group, suddenly asked Princess Dong Lifen, as in there are more than one people like you. Yes, me and a few other people. Are you in them in a group? Not all, we are competitors. Of course not. Are they all as powerful as you? Wang Wei took another sip of his tea, then he looked at Dong Lifen straight in the eyes. Suddenly, the princess felt a dread overcoming her every being, her every soul. She tried to use her dream ability to counter this feeling, but it was of no avail. She felt that her soul was about to be destroyed. When she was on the verge of breaking, Wang Wei removed his gaze from her and continued talking. If you are done interrupting me, I can tell you all the information necessary. Different factions in my world sent their promising younger generation to this world to compete with each other as a trial. The purpose of this trial is quite simple: establish a dynasty and compete for the luck of this world. As for other participants, there are many of them. However, the most powerful are me and 3 other people. I'm sure you have heard of them. Didn't your Eastern Reign Kingdom receive the changes that happened in the 3 central dynasties? Yu Xiu then remembered a few years ago that her disciple received such information. At that time, the whole kingdom, not the whole world, was in uproar, especially when the Great Wei dynasty suddenly changed its name to Great Wu. Young master, you mean that the changes of these 3 dynasties is because of the people from the higher realm like you? That's correct. After hearing the positive answer, Yu Xiu started to frown. From this little information, she could tell that heaven was about to change with the arrival of these people from other worlds. She looked at her disciple, who was as quiet as a scared bunny, and sighed. Seeing the silent atmosphere of the room, Wang Wei realized that he might have gone too far with his previous warning. Without the princess participating in the conversation, things will not proceed smoothly. Your Highness Dong Lifen, I apologized for my previous indiscretion. In order to make up for my fault, I will treat you to a delicacy from my world. After saying that, Wang Wei took out his own tea and started brewing it. Using a standard tea ceremony, he began to serve all 3 of them. Yu Xiu looked at Wang Wei's actions and was quite surprised on the inside. She noticed that in just a few actions, he used his strength to place her disciples in her place and insert his dominance in the conversation. Then, with an apology and some tea, he brought her into his good grace again. Yu Xiu realized that this young master was not only powerful, but also a person with a great and calculating mind. Furthermore, from the standard tea ceremony he just did, he must have received a strict aristocratic education. After serving the tea, Wang Wei explained with a smile, "This is my favorite tea named Longsu. It is a very rare thing even in my world. Please enjoy." Both Princess Dong Lifen and her master tasted the tea with anticipation, and they were not disappointed. The tea seemed to be able to play with their taste buds like a grandmaster of the Qin. It catered to their very specific taste and desire. After a few minutes of drinking, a vast amount of blood qi overflowed from Dong Lifen's body. She was about to break through the divine sea realm. Just this single tea has made up for decades of practice for her. In fact, it was not just her who benefited from this tea. Yu Xiu also benefited a great deal. She has been stuck in the peak of the divine sea realm for hundreds of years. However, with this tea, she could tell that after seclusion, she would manage to succeed in breaking through the next realm after countless failures. When Dong Lifen was about to succeed, a powerful voice interrupted her. "If I were you, I would not do this." After hearing this, the princess frowned deeply, then controlled her blood qi and stopped her breakthrough. If it was any other person who stopped her, she would fight him or her as if he or her was the killer of her parents. Upon seeing that Dong Lifen managed to withstand the temptation of increase in realm, Wang Wei's evaluation of her increased by a bit. As such, he continued to explain to her, "Most people think that the body refining realm only has 9 layers, but they are wrong. The body refining realm has a total of 12 layers. The 10th layer is known as Saint Foundation, the 11th layer as the Supreme Foundation, and the last layer is known as Dao Foundation." After hearing this information, both Yu Xiu and Dong Lifen were shocked. This was the first time they have heard such a secret. No wonder cultivating in this world is so difficult. All of this time, all of us have weak foundations. How could we reach higher realms? Muttered Yu Xiu under her breath with a hint of madness. Do you guys know the cultivation realm after the divine altar? We only know that it is called the transcending mortality realm, answered Dong Lifen with a lowered voice. Yes, this realm is mainly called the supernatural realm. After that, there are the divine body realm, primordial spirit realm, void shattered, saint, supreme, and finally, becoming a great emperor. Great emperor. Oh, you guys have heard of a great emperor. After taking a deep breath, the princess explained, in our world, rumors of great emperors have circulated for countless millennia. However, no cultivators actually knew what a great emperor was. Some believed it to be a cultivating realm, however. The majority believed it to be the ruler of a great and large dynasty. As such, in ancient times, numerous people established states, kingdoms, and dynasties in order to one day become a great emperor. This situation has continued to this day. However, who would have thought that the great emperor was actually a cultivation realm? Wang Wei then nodded as he finally understood why this world was called Warring Kingdoms. After revealing this shocking information, the room fell silent for a good half hour, after which, Princess Dong Lifen took a deep breath to calm herself down and asked, "Young Master Wang Wei, I assume the reason you came to see me was because you have decided to start your own dynasty on the territory of Eastern Rain Kingdom. Why should I help you?" Wang Wei smiled when he saw how quickly Princess Dong Lifen recovered from her shock and analyzed the situation. His evaluation of her increased quite a bit again. This goes back to the question I asked you when we first met. Do you think that your actions in the slum can save this kingdom? After heeding this, Dong Lifen remained silent. As such, Wang Wei continued. Although this country looks strong from the outside with its vast lands and powerful army, however, any observant person can see that this kingdom is slowly crumbling from the inside. Both the royal family and the noble clans are slowly draining the life of the common people like mindless zombies. As long as they can continue their lavish lifestyles, who cares if the common people are suffering every day? No, maybe I should also call them untouchables like they do. After hearing the word untouchables, Princess Dong Lifen secretly clenched her teeth. Meanwhile, Wang Wei continued his narration, not to mention the secret infighting between the noble clans and the royal family. In such a battle, the ones who are most affected are the common people. As for you, your highness, how many people can your weekly donations save? A few 100,000s. However, compared to this kingdom's population of 35.1 billion people, a few hundred of thousands of people is nothing. Not to mention the fact that your actions are merely treating a few symptoms, but not the root of the problem. After hearing this, Dong Lifen was quite calm. After taking and savoring another sip of tea, she asked, "You may be right, young Master Wang Wei, however. This is the best that I can do. I'm fully aware of this, princess. I am not in any way diminishing your accomplishments. On the contrary, I'm lauding your actions given the circumstances you are in, not to mention the fact that your arrival will plunge the entire world into war and turmoil. So I asked again, why should I help you?" Wang Wei took a sip of tea to moisturize his throat while secretly thinking that maybe he should have used a less expensive tea to entertain these people. After his meeting with Li Jun a few years back, his secret stash of tea is almost finished. After taking his sip, Wang Wei continued, "The world of cultivation is a brutal place where the strong prey on the weak. You of all people should be aware of this. The truth of the matter is that your world is incredibly weak, so it can be toyed with by more powerful worlds. You are lucky enough that all we did was use this world as a trial to train disciples. Out there in the endless void, there are many worlds like this one that are totally slaughtered after being discovered by a more powerful plane. As for the war and chaos of this world, well, let's be honest, this world was already like this when we found it. Our arrival would only intensify the conflict." After taking another sip of tea, Wang Wei said, "As for the reason you should be help us foreigners, the answer is actually very simple: interest. As I said before, our purpose in coming into this world is to actually gather luck through the establishment of a fortune dynasty. In order to do so, all the trial participants will make it their mission to ensure that the luck of their dynasty flourished. And what is the best way to do so? Of course, it is the common people. As long as a dynasty has a large population, the people can feed and clothe themselves. The people are educated and have wealth for the next generation. The luck of such a dynasty would be unimaginable." Both Yu Xiu and Dong Lifen started to imagine the world described by Wang Wei. They imagined how beautiful such a world would be. However, Princess Dong Lifen quickly woke up from her daydreaming and asked, "Young Master Wang Wei, what you say is beautiful and all, but what about afterwards? After you guys plunder the luck you needed for this trial, what will happen to the people of the dynasties you created? Princess, do not ask such a stupid question. As a member of the royal family, you should be aware of what happens if a ruler blatantly absorbs the luck of a dynasty. They will be backlashed by the dynasty's luck and suffer from karmic retributions." Wang Wei nodded after hearing her explanation and continued to explain, "The truth of the matter is the fact that all of us that came to the trial came from powerful sects or dynasties with tremendous amount of luck. As such, wouldn't it be easier to just absorb the luck of our own faction? The answer is no. The reason for such is because we know the consequence of absorbing from such powerful luck. As such, we set our sight into a small world like yours due to the fact that the laws of karma are very weak here. As long as we establish a prosperous dynasty in this world, then we can absorb a bit of luck without suffering from karmic retributions. The more prosperous the dynasty we establish, the more luck we can take. After we leave, we will have settled our karmic debts. Although we stole a little bit of luck from this world, we return it with a powerful and prosperous dynasty. Our cause and effect are then settled. Upon hearing this, both Yu Siyu and Dong Lifen were shocked. They did not expect that a simple trial like this would involve such profound understanding and insight into the Tao of Karma. Yu Siyu secretly sighed for the third time today. She sighed on how such a young generation of the higher realm have such deep understanding into the Tao, compared to the cultivators of their world. After getting all the information she needed, Dong Lifen asked straightforwardly, "How can I help you, young Master Wang Wei? I'm here to make a deal with you." "Deal? What kind of deal?" "When the time is right, I need your highness to become my empress and rule the dynasty with me." After hearing this, both Yu Siyu and Dong Lifen were shocked. Then the princess said, "I did not expect that young Master Wang Wei was just like all the young masters of this kingdom and lusted after my beauty and prestige." Wang Wei looked at her and laughed out loud for a few seconds. "Did I say something wrong? After all of those eloquent speeches, didn't young Master Wang Wei just want to use me to buy the people's hearts?" Wang Wei took another sip of tea after finishing laughing. Then he said, "The fact that you are insinuating that I'm the same kind of person as those scums is probably the greatest offense that I have ever received in my life so far. As for me lusting after your beauty. Let's put it that way, princess. In my life, I will probably have only one Tao companion that accompanies me through countless trials and tribulations, and you, princess, have not come even remotely close to fit my requirements for a companion." Wang Wei then paused for a moment to reheat the tea, while the princess had an unconvinced look on her face. After warming the tea, Wang Wei looked at the princess straight in the eyes and said, "Princess, you seem to have got something wrong. I do not need your help to take over this kingdom. As a matter of fact, this kingdom will fall in my hands one way or another. It is only a matter of time. The reason for asking for your help is to speed up the process and minimize the unnecessary casualties when I do so." Dong Lifen suddenly realized that this man was right. With this young master's strength alone, maybe he could easily take over this kingdom. And there is a high chance that this person has other people behind to help him. And if that were to happen, there is nothing she could do to stop it. After thinking about this, cold sweat started to fall on her back. Suddenly, Yu Siyu spoke and asked, "Young master, since you say that you are here to make a deal, there must be other benefits for Fenner to help you." "Of course," said Wang Wei, while thinking that old ginger is always spicier than young one. "As a reward for help, I will provide her with knowledge, pills, and higher cultivation methods from my world. Additionally, as long as she helps me manage the dynasty properly, I can still promise to take her back to my world if she wishes to. Of course, as her master, you are also more than welcome to come with us." After hearing this, Yu Siyu wanted to immediately agree. This was an opportunity to forever change her life. However, she knew that this was an important decision for her disciples to make and did not say anything. After looking at her disciples' pensive look, she told Wang Wei, "Young Master Wang Wei, if you do not mind, could please give us a few days to consider." After hearing this, Wang Wei nodded and answered, "No problem, I can give you a week to decide." After saying this, he stood up and looked at the princess. "In fact, you do not need to worry about the so-called marriage between us, as it is simply a deal. I can even swear a Tao oath not to force you to do anything that you did not want to. As long as you accomplish your official duties as the dynasty's empress, everything else will be fine." After saying this, Wang Wei moved quickly and instantly disappeared from the room, not forgetting to remove the isolation formation he previously placed in this room. Meanwhile, Princess Dong Lifen was thinking about the biggest decision of her life that will probably decide the fate of the entire Eastern Rain Kingdom, and maybe even the whole world. After a week, Princess Dong Lifen and her master Yu Siyu met Wang Wei and his group in a private room of a restaurant. The princess was once again surprised. Although she could not tell the cultivation level of these people, however, given how respectful her master was to these young people, she could guess that they were in the same realm as young Master Wang Wei. Many of her previous skepticism were removed after this meeting. Especially when she saw how beautiful both Wang Ju and Yan Liling were, she knew that young Master Wan Wei did not lie when he said he was not after her beauty. Inside, everyone was eating and drinking tea. After taking a sip of tea, Dong Lifen had an ugly look on her face. Ever since she tasted the Longsu tea, every other tea she drank tasted like piss to her. "So, princess, have you made a decision?" asked Wang Wei. Dong Lifen nodded her head and said, "Yes, young master. After thinking about it, I decided to work with you. Wise decision. After saying this, Wang Wei waved his head to Wang Ju, who placed three things on the table: a book, 2 bottles of pills, and a brocade box. After opening the brocade box, 2 rings laid there. Then he explained, these 2 rings are space rings. I noticed that this thing is actually quite precious in your world, so this is the first gift I give you to show my sincerity to work with you. In these 2 bottles of pills, one contain blood-nourishing pills, which can increase your cultivation of blood chi by at least 3 times. In the second bottle, there is a very precious pill known as the Foundation Reinforcement Pill. As the name suggests, this pill can actually strengthen the foundation of a person. I have prepared this pill especially for your master. After she takes it, her normal foundation can increase to a holy foundation without having to abolish her cultivation and start over. Yu Siyu became excited as soon as she heard this. After knowing the secrets of the different foundations, she guessed that the young master will probably prove her disciple with a way to have a better foundation. However, she worried about herself. She had already stepped into the divine sea realm, and her foundation was already set. Her disciples told her to abolish her cultivation and start over. However, she could not make a decision. After all, she has been cultivating for more than 250 years. As such, it is not easy to just abandon everything just like that. Now, she did not have to make the decision. With this pill, she has hope for a better foundation, thus also hoped for reaching higher realms. This book will allow you to cast a supreme foundation. What about the Tao Foundation? You are very ambitious, suddenly said Yan Liling. Do you have any idea how precious such a book is even in our world? How many people would kill to have it? If any news of this method were to leak out, countless people would not hesitate to destroy this little world for it. Yan Liling's words woke up the princess from her moment of greed. She apologized and started to read the cultivation technique. However, a gleam of desire and determination flashed deep in her eyes. After going over the cultivation method briefly, she looked at Wang Wei and asked, is this technique incomplete? Of course, princess, although you and I entered an alliance, you have not made any accomplishment to our cause. How can I just hand you such a powerful cultivation method? Dong Lifen nodded. However, she was not happy about this. After noticing her mood, Wang Wei explained, you do not need to worry. As long as you accomplish the task given to you, the rest of the technique will also be given to you. Furthermore, I specially chose a cultivation that perfectly matches your dream manifestation soul. This technique came from a very powerful sect in our world called the Eternal Dream Sect, and they have trained more than one great emperor that cultivates the Tao of Dream. Although this technique is not their best, it can also be considered in the top 20. The only reason that Wang Wei had access to this technique was due to the fact that the Eternal Dream Sect was a very close ally of the Tao Opening Sect. At one point, the two sects even exchanged scriptures as a form of alliance. Although they did not exchange emperor scriptures, many supreme-level methods were exchanged. Wang Wei read about a few of them in the library and remembered them. Young master, what do I need to do? Asked the princess after calming down from both disappointment and excitement. After hearing her words, Wang Wei took a few talismans from his space ring and separated them. This talisman is called the communication talisman, which is used for us to communicate no matter the distance. Oh, so it's like the flying pigeon hex, flying pigeon hex. Seeing the confusion in Wang Wei's face, the princess explained that the so-called flying pigeon hex is actually what cultivators use in this world to communicate. After the explanation, Wang Wei understood that this pigeon hex is actually just another name for the communication talisman in this world, except that it transmits written letters instead of direct voice. As for the reason it has such a weird name, well, according to the princess, since mortals used flying pigeons to send letters, the inventor of this talisman just used the same name. Wang Wei was speechless after hearing about this. Although he and his team have information about a lot of things in this world, it will take some time for them to adapt to the culture. Wang Wei took a moment to remove the distracting thought from his head. Then, he explained the purpose of the other talismans to the princess. You need to place these talismans in different places of the capital city. Their purpose is to prevent any communication from formation or talismans from reaching there, essentially isolating the capital from the rest of the kingdom. In addition, princess, you need to use your own people to intercept any messengers coming from anywhere in the kingdom. If there is any information about our actions, you need to prevent it from reaching the royal family. And if you cannot stop the message, then at least reduce the level of threat we seem to pose to the upper echelons of the kingdom. After saying this, Wang Ju handed Dong Lifen a map of the places that the talismans need to be placed. Soon afterward, Princess Dong Lifen and her quiet master secretly left the restaurant. Few seconds after their departure, Yan Liling asked, Big brother Wang Wei, do you really trust her just like that? What if she betrays us after gaining all the benefits? You do need to worry about this, responded Wang Wei. I already have Wang Ju secretly monitor the princess at all times, and if she betrays us, then we just have to kill her. She's not that essential to the overall situation. Wang Wei was calm when he said this. To him, the princess was nothing but a way for him to speed up the process of capturing this kingdom. If she cooperates with him, he will not treat her badly. This could be seen by the fact that he used a precious supreme tier technique to motivate her. However, if she decides to betray him, he will not hesitate to kill her, then use more fierce and brutal means to capture this kingdom. So, big brother, which place are we going to attack first? Asked Li Jun with a fierce fighting intent on his eyes. Wang Wei could swear that this guy began to look more and more like the ancient desolate emperor. The borders are our main target first. I don't want this country to be breached by others while I'm slowly building power. As such, we must control all the border cities and states. After that, Wang Wei looked at Wang Ju and asked, "Did you get all the information I asked for? Due to the limited time, we only gathered a few pieces of evidence. However, by the time we arrive at the borders, everything should be ready and prepared. That's good. We have to hurry now given how much ahead a lot of our competitors already are." After that, Wang Wei and the three others journeyed for a whole half a month before arriving at the borders. The groups arrived at a city called Iron Wall City, which is a border city that prevents the advancement of the Iron Fist Kingdom. The Iron Fist Kingdom is famous in the eastern regions due to its mad monarch. The monarch believes that war is the only thing that can fuel the existence of humanity. Without war, a man cannot be considered a man. Without war, a man cannot be considered to be alive. As such, the Iron Fist Kingdom is always fighting with its neighboring kingdoms. What's even worse is the fact that the majority of the people of the kingdom actually agree with the Mad King. Wang Wei's first step of action is to take control of the Iron Wall City and establish a foundation before taking over the entire Eastern Reign Kingdom. After arriving in Iron Wall City, Wang Wei was a little surprised. Just like the name implied, this city is surrounded by a massive wall that is at least 500 meters in height and more than 20 meters in width. The thickness of the wall was between 2 to 3 meters. Considering the backward technology of this world, Wang Wei was indeed a little surprised. It seemed that he underestimated the people of this world. After entering the city, Wang Wei's group met with Generals 1-5, who had a head start from the group. There, Wang Wei received a map of the city and the general distribution of power. The entire city was divided into 4 districts: the Noble District, the Merchant District, the Common District, and the Military District. The Noble District is where the nobles and city lord live. It is the political center of this city. The Merchant District is where the majority of trades take place. As a border city, despite the constant war, trades between other countries often take place. Of course, the majority of these trades are technically illegal. However, merchants are people who pursue profit. As long as they can make money, there is nothing that they will not do. The Military District is where the border army is located. It is led by General Dong Wu, a peak divine sea cultivator. He basically controls all the armed forces of this city. The Common District is the largest area with the highest population, but also the one with least amount of wealth. Due to the fact that this city is constantly at war, the life of the majority people is used only as cannon fodder through constant recruitment into the army. However, they are willing because it is the only way for them to receive a little bit of food. Furthermore, as long as the population decreased to a certain number, a large number of new blood will be brought over from the hinterland of the kingdom. Another source of population was the refugees from other kingdoms that have lost their homes during the many wars. After reviewing the information, Wang Wei started his plan into motion. Soon, a rumor of someone handing food and clothes 5 days later spread throughout the Common District. Many people became excited at the prospect of finally having something to eat. On the day publicized by the rumors, Wang Wei stood in front of a stall with countless food. He hired a few people to hand out the food, and a few people to pose as an army to make sure that the people did not fight over the food. This altruistic act of Wang Wei continued for half a year. During this time, he will go distribute food to the poor almost every week. On top of that, Wang Wei opened up schools to teach people how to write and read. Throughout this time, he preached to the people the concept of benevolence and self-worth. He told them that they have the right to pursue their goals and dreams, and that they are not the so-called untouchables that the nobles called them. With his actions and constant preaching of a positive message, Wang Wei's popularity among the common people rose like a comet. The people gave him the title of the wise sage. Of course, during the process, there were some minor problems. When the nobles heard what he was doing, they sent someone to warn him. Education was the main way that these nobles kept their power over the common people. How could they allow someone else to make it universal? After Wang Wei ignored their warning, they sent all kinds of assassins to eliminate him. Unfortunately for them, none of these assassins came back alive. Military District, General Mansion. A burly man with a scar on his face sat in an office reviewing a bunch of papers. The man exuded a stench of blood, a powerful fiend was coming out of his body. This was General Dong Wu, commander of the Iron Wall City. After reviewing the information that his advisor handed to him, one piece of information caught his attention. Who is this wise sage? Do we have any information on him? Sir, the only thing we know is the fact that this person is also a very powerful cultivator, but he has been doing good deeds in the common district, answered the advisor, who resembled a weak scholar. However, he had a shrewd look deep in his eyes. This person's prestige is too high, and it is very easy for him to incite a rebellion among the people. Why didn't I hear about this sooner? Sir, as soon as I noticed this person, I sent the information to you. However, you were busy fighting the Iron Fist Kingdom at the fortress, so I never received any news back. I did not dare to make any decision on my own. The people of the Iron Fist Kingdom were crazy again, so I was a little occupied. However, now that I know about this, it's time to put an end to this so-called wise sage. Send the Blood Wolf army to surround him and execute him in the spot. There is no need for that, I'm already here. Both General Dongwu and his advisor were shocked by the sudden voice that intruded into the room without them even realizing it. Who dares to trespass in this general's resting place? Roared General Dongwu with all his strength. Soon, he saw a handsome gray hair and gray eyes teenager slowly walking towards them. His heart suddenly skipped a beat, as he had a feeling that something terrible was about to happen to him and this city. General Dongwu trusted his instinct very well, as it saved him from countless life and death situations during his expeditions. Wang Wei looked at the general and said, "You are quite flexible in your thinking, using this roar to alert your subordinates that something has gone wrong. Unfortunately, it is of no use." After saying this, Wang Wei released a powerful aura that forced both General Dongwu and his advisor to kneel. Then he sat in a chair waiting. After half an hour, he felt that someone had intruded in the isolation formation that he placed on this room. When he looked up, he saw Li Jun and 5 other people walking inside the room with blood all over their armors. "Is everything done?" asked Wang Wei. "Yes, big brother. With General 1-5 infiltrating the army, we were able to easily control more than 90 of the army. And like you ordered, we tried to minimize the casualties to the lowest number possible. What about the remaining 10? They are all people who are deadly loyal to General Dongwu. As such, we have arrested them, waiting for you to decide what to do with them." Wang Wei nodded and looked at the 5 generals beside Li Jun and said, "You guys did a good job this time. Keep it up and soon you will be rewarded." General 1 smiled and answered, "We are only doing our job, young master. Furthermore, this task was easier than it seemed." With advanced military training methods and sufficient rewards, it was quite easy to have the majority of men be only loyal to us. Additionally, advisor Zhao Feng made the process a lot more smooth. Wang Wei nodded in agreement, then looked at the advisor next to General Dongwu and praised, "You hold up the end of your bargain now. It is my turn." After saying this, he removed the pressure on Zhao Feng and took out a book and a space ring and handed it to him. Meanwhile, General Dongwu was both shocked and furious. You betrayed me. After everything I've done for you and all the things we have gone together, you betrayed me for a book and a ring." However, Zhao Feng just looked at Dongwu and sneered at him. Then he started to read the book like it was the most precious jade in existence. No, maybe even the purest of jades could not compare with this book. Meanwhile, Wang Wei completely ignored the brother betrayal drama that these two were putting on. He asked Li Jun, "Is there anything else that we need to take care of?" "Yes, big brother. Although we have taken control over the military of this city, there is still another army positioned at a fortress a few hundred meters from this city. They are the main force fighting against the Ironwool Kingdom, and we need to take control of them as soon as possible." After hearing this, Wang Wei nodded and looked at General Dongwu. "Do you want to live or die a very miserable death?" The general answered with a very calm look on his face, "You can kill me if you want, but I will never succumb to anyone. You people just wait. The royal family will never tolerate rebellious officials." After seeing the firm determination in this man's eyes, Wang Wei knew that this person would never betray his kingdom for his life, so he changed tactics. General 2, bring him to Wang Ju and tell her to use hypnosis and have him write an edict that transfers the military power of the fortress to General 1. Also tell her to keep him alive. We may need him in the future. Of course, Wang Wei could have done it himself with his powerful soul. However, what is the point of having subordinates if he has to do everything by himself? With Wang Ju's divine body cultivation, she is more than capable of doing this. Although her cultivation is sealed, she still has a powerful soul because of her realm. Over the years, after starting to cultivate, Wang Wei has discovered that he has a natural talent when it comes to controlling the soul. This was shown when he used his powerful soul to easily intimidate the princess during their conversation. He guessed that it has to do with the fact that he spent countless years floating in the void in the form of a soul when he was swallowed by the space cracks back on Earth. After giving his order to General 2, Wang Wei looked at General 1 and asked, "Do you know what to do?" "No problem, young master. Give me 3 months, no 2 months, and I will have the entire fortress under my command." "Very good. All of you can go rest now. Tomorrow we can finish discussing our future plans." In the next few days, Wang Wei's group slowly started to reorganize the military district and thoroughly control it. Wang Wei was lucky because he soon realized that General Dongwu was a person obsessed with power, especially when it comes to military or force. In the entire Iron Wall city, the general controls any group that can be considered to be armed force. From the daily patrol of the city to the guards standing on the wall, from the martial art halls to the lawless gangs in the city. His hand reached in every aspect of these things. Even the escort service that merchants used to protect their goods had General Dong Wu's secret hand behind the scenes. Due to this, he essentially rendered all the nobles powerless. The only force that the nobles of Iron Wall City have are the guards that they secretly trained. Even then, the nobles were forced to control the number in order not to warn the general. However, as a compromise, General Dongwu handed all the political and economical power of the city to the nobles, as long as they do not interfere with the military's livelihood. Inside the general's manor, Wang Wei was reviewing a lot of information about the city situation when three people walked into his room. Without raising his head, he asked, "Wang Ju, did you accomplish the task I gave you?" "Yes, young master." General Dongwu was hypnotized and wrote the edict. General 1 already left for the fortress. However, despite many torture, the general refuses to acknowledge his allegiance. It's not just him that is stubborn. Many of the soldiers in the army are loyal only to him and also refuse to obey our orders, added Li Jun. Wang Wei thought for a few seconds before ordering to just execute these disobeying soldiers. However, he still kept Dongwu alive. Given the fact he has the same last name of this kingdom's royal family, he might be useful in the future. After that, Wang Wei asked Yan Liling if she had anything to report, and she answered, "Big brother Wang Wei, we are running out of money, food, and spiritual materials. With the good deeds we did in the past 6 months, most of our wealth is almost gone. With you asking me to crush a few nourishing pills and add it to the food we serve the people of the common district, a lot of spiritual ingredients were used in the process. Not to mention, we had to secretly provide General 1 to 5 with special pills to bribe or woo the soldiers. Most of the gold, silver, and food we stole on our way from the capital is almost gone." "Why did we have to put nourishing pills in the food we distributed in the common district?" suddenly asked Li Jun. "Well, it is because we need to train a strong army as fast as possible. The majority of people in the common district are weak, thin, and malnourished. However, they are still the main place necessary to recruit troops in the future." With the nourishing pills, a lot of strong men were brought back to peak physical conditions in just a few months, and many young people had established a strong foundation. As such, when we recruit troops there, not only will the people easily accept being enlisted, it will be easier and faster to train them into a powerful and usable army. Everyone nodded after figuring out Wang Wei's process. As such, Li Jun added, "Back in the sect, I've trained an army of cultivators before, but I have never trained a mortal army before. This should be an exciting experience. With these healthy people, it will be much easier for them to train in the military's martial arts." Wang Wei agrees with Li Jun. This world's martial arts make it easier to properly train an army, especially resources-wise. Training a cultivating army takes countless time and resources. This is the reason that only the Blood Wolf army under General Dongwu is made up of cultivators. After pondering for a while, Wang Wei said, "You do not need to worry about the problem of money and materials. My next step of action will solve our problems." After saying this, Wang Wei ordered Wang Ju to proceed to the next step of the plan. A few days later, Merchant District, in a public square, General 2 and 3 brought an elite group of soldiers. In front of them stood numerous merchants waiting. Then General 5 started reading out loud an edict drafted by General Dongwu. As soon as he finished, a commotion appeared among the merchants. "What, we have to hand 90 of our food and gold to the army? It hasn't been a year since the last food draft, and now you are already asking for more. Last time we only had to offer 60 of our food, and now you are asking for 90. On top of that, you guys are also asking for our gold. How can we make any profit with how things are being run in this city?" Countless people started arguing and denouncing General 2 and 3 for being ruthless. All the merchants were not happy. "So you guys are not willing to hand over the food and gold. Can I see your actions as an act of rebellion against General Dongwu's order?" said General 2 with a killing intent in his eyes. Following him, the soldiers behind him also released their killing intent. As elite soldiers that have experienced countless slaughter, their killing intents were not something that a bunch of rich and fat merchants could bear. So the majority of them lowered their heads and decided to hand over their stored food, gold, and spiritual materials. However, a few people refused to back down. To them, money was more important than their life. Without hesitation, General 2 ordered the soldiers to slaughter the people that resisted and confiscated all their wealth. After seeing the massacres of their fellow merchants, the rest of them became obedient and did not hide anything. As for those who thought they were smart and decided to hide the amount of wealth they had, they were soon discovered under the investigation of General 2 and 3. These people suffered the same fate as the disobedient ones. These were all Wang Wei's orders. He had no sympathy for these merchants who leached on the life of the common people. If it was not due to the fact that these merchants were a necessary part for him to build a prosperous dynasty, he would have taken all of their wealth instead of leaving 10 to them. However, the same cannot be said for the nobles of this city. If the merchants are just a chronic disease, then the nobles are malignant tumors. They all need to be destroyed, and that is exactly what Wang Wei did. After securing the logistics of his team, he sent all the troops available in his hands to encircle the noble district and arrested all the nobles there. Then, in front of all the people of the common district, he showed them evidence of the crimes that these nobles had committed. With a recording crystal brought from his own world, Wang Ju and his spy group recorded all kinds of atrocious crimes. From raping, murder, selling children, and distributing drugs to the common pupil to get them addicted and prevent them from rising. Some nobles even had some sick habits like eating people and children. All these crimes were exposed to the people. With this evidence and Wang Wei's prestige as the wise sage, the people were incited to revolt against the royal family. Taking advantage of this moment of excitement, Wang Wei recruited many strong and healthy male into the army. Then he spent another year and a half training a proper army. With General Wen taking over the Iron Fortress, Wang Wei used the battle between the Iron Fist Kingdom to quickly hone the fighting abilities of his new army. Through constant battles in just a year and a half, these new soldiers turned into elite under the precise guidance of Li Jun. After that, Wang Wei officially launched his rebellion. In just 3 years, he had captured 12 of the 72 states of the Eastern Reign Kingdom. Wang Wei had to admit that the Princess Dong Lifen did a terrific job in keeping the royal family in the dark. She managed to buy him more than 5 years of time. However, the news was soon leaked, and the royal family acted strongly and swiftly after that. One day, while in the army barracks and reviewing information about the progress of the army's marching, Wang Wei suddenly felt a powerful aura heading in his direction. He left his office and looked in the direction of the aura. There he saw an old man quickly approaching them. He could tell that this old man was a divine altar realm cultivator. Well, the response was quite intense, muttered Wang Wei, as he could tell that this man was most likely one of the ancestors of the royal family used as a powerful deterrent. Just the fact that they were willing to wake him up from his seal showed that the royal family took their rebellion very seriously and ought to use the swiftest means to put it to an end. Wang Wei looked at the approaching old man with a calm face. He did not care for the fact that this person was in the divine altar. He could see at a single glance that this person had only about 100 divine veins engraved on his altar. Meanwhile, he had 360 divine veins. In the divine altar realm, a cultivator can have a maximum of 365 divine veins. More than 90 veins were considered the middle of the realm, more than 180 veins were considered the high of the realm, while more than 270 were considered the peak of the realm. In the last 7 years he spent waiting for the trial to begin, he had already entered the high divine altar realm. Meanwhile, in the past 5 years in this plane, he managed to reach the peak using a lot of the origin sources he brought back from the sect. Wang Wei also knew that he was not the only one who had reached such a cultivation level. Both Li Jun and Yan Liling had reached the peak of the divine altar realm, with only a few divine veins behind him. Thinking about this, Wang Wei realized that he has been cultivating for almost 50 years now, making him technically in his 60s. If you add the near 30 years from his past life, he is an old man in his 90s. At this age, he should have grandkids and maybe even great-grandkids. Yet in the world of cultivation, he is still nothing but a toddler. While Wang Wei's mind was drifting faster than a whipped horse, the cultivator of the royal family soon arrived. It was an old man with a long face, squinty eyes, and white beard. However, he was very skinny, almost to the point of his bones appearing under his black robe. Wang Wei knew that this was a result of him sealing himself to continue his almost finished lifespans. When Dong Si arrived, he saw a young and handsome boy with gray eyes and hair waiting for him. He frowned because he could not tell the cultivation level of this person. However, with the obvious physical features, he realized that this person was the wise sage that incited the rebellion and his target this time. However, things seemed to be more tricky than he previously imagined, and things got worse for Dong Si. Soon, he saw another young boy coming out to meet. This person had a terrible fighting intent deep in his eyes. What's worse was the fact he could feel the aura on this boy, and it was similar to him, the divine altar realm. To be specific, the aura was even more powerful than him. However, Dong Si did not back down despite the odds being against him. Wise sage Wang Wei, god of war Li Jun, I assumed, said Dong Si with a hoarse and powerful voice. Are you one of the ancestors of the Dong royal family? Asked Wang Wei. That is correct. You can address me as Dong Si. Old man Dong Si. Can I call you that? I'll just call you that. Old man Dong Si, I can honestly see that it is quite difficult for a person like you to reach such a realm in a low plane like this one. Wouldn't it be a shame to just die like this for no reason? How about this? I'll provide you with a pill that will extend your life for 5 to 10 years, then you work for me. And if you do not wish to betray the royal family, that's fine too. I can still give you the pill, as long as you can convince the other ancestors and the king to stop resisting and peacefully hand over the kingdom. I can promise to provide the same pills to the dying ancestors, and I can promise to provide a place for the royal family in my new dynasty. Of course, that is if they follow the laws that I made. Otherwise, Old Man Dongxi was not surprised by the way Wang Wei talked about their world. Throughout the years, many kingdoms of this world have gotten the news of a bunch of extraterrestrial demons that have invaded their world. Each of them seemed very young and powerful, and they all have the same objectives, establishing their own dynasty. Many kingdoms have chosen to bow and swear their allegiances to these extraterrestrial demons, while others decided to fight them and capture them to extract information about their world from them. Unfortunately for Dongxi, the Eastern Rain Kingdom has decided to fight no matter the outcome. As such, despite the fact that he was tempted by the offer, he still refused. He was born and trained by the royal family. Even when his lifespan reached its end, it was the family that used the precious sealing array and blood stones to allow him to enter deep sleep and prevent him from dying. As such, he will use his last remaining breath to do something meaningful for the kingdom before his death. Dongxi sighed and began to mobilize his origin chi. He then bit the tip of his tongue and forced out a drop of deep red blood. It was his blood essence or source blood. At the very least, the tiny last bit he had left. The next moment, his body became even more thin, his ribs could be easily seen, and he looked like even the wind could easily break him. However, Dongxi did not care about this. When he came here, he was prepared not to return. After which, he took out the gourd that was hanging from his side and dropped the blood essence into the gourd, which immediately started to shine. The aura on the gourd increased from a top-tier profound-grade magical weapon to a low-tier Earth-grade one. After seeing this, Wang Wei also sighed and waved his head to the side. Then Li Jun also took an Earth-grade weapon, but his was a spear. Li Jun then walked toward Dongxi and waited for him to finish preparing. He has this level of confidence in himself. After finishing his preparation, Dongxi waved his hand and the gourd spewed out a large amount of water heading straight to Li Jun with hesitation. Li Jun mobilized his origin chi and coated his spear with it, which in turn lit up the color red. He stabbed the oncoming water. With a boom sound, both the attacks clashed, which resulted in powerful winds destroying the surrounding 100 meters. Meanwhile, Li Jun was quite surprised at this attack. He thought this was just normal water or elemental attack. After fighting in the army the past 3 years, he realized that the cultivators in this world focused heavily on spells or origin ability instead of martial arts. Although they cultivate the origin path like the cultivators in the Myriad Emperor world, they seem to have separated the spell and the martial arts of the origin system. When they fight, the cultivators of this world usually use all kinds of spells from a far distance and do not really fight head-on. To Li Jun, this approach is very stupid given how much origin chi is drained when using spells in the early stage of the origin system, especially when most cultivators in this world are in the divine sea realm and cannot control the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Without the ability to control spiritual chi in the environment, cultivators have to use their own origin chi to make spells more powerful, thus rapidly draining their chi. Adding the fact that most cultivators in the world only have a normal foundation when they break through the divine sea realm, the amount of origin chi in their body is already pitiful. Yet, they still used it in such a wasteful way. Most of them cannot continue to fight after using a few dozen spells. This is also one of the reasons that mortal martial arts has such a high status in this world. As long as the martial artist's body is strong enough, he could kite a cultivator until their origin chi ran out and fight them head-on. Back to the fight. After Li Jun clashed head-on with the water, he realized that this particular water was actually heavy. The whole thing has a weight of a couple of 100,000 of kg. As such, after the initial clash, Li Jun was forced backward by Dongxi. However, he was not really affected. He mobilized the divine veins in his altar, which he modeled after the battle tower in the sect, and controlled the spiritual chi in the air. He stabbed his spear again. This time, however, he exploded the spiritual chi at the tip of his spear, effectively scattering the water all over the air. Then he rushed towards Dongxi. However, Old Man Dongxi had many experiences fighting with martial arts that came close to him. As such, without hesitation, he used his gourd, who suddenly expanded in size and blocked Li Jun's attack. Then he used the shockwave of the weapon clashing to distance himself from Li Jun, while at the same time regathering the scattered water he had previously used.